Chapter 381, Li Yunmeng's Frustration. Young Master Chow, please speak freely. Li Changfeng took a sip of tea. I heard that the original formula for Lingbai pills is held by a group in Jiangnan. I think it's called Sihai Henghui. That's right, that's true, but the prescription I have is an improved version, and there won't be any copyright issues. I can guarantee that Li Yunmeng thought the other party was worried about copyright issues, so she quickly explained. Chow Wen nodded. That's not important for people at our level. Copyright is not an issue at all. The issue lies in the market. The Sihai Aviation Association held a press conference to launch the new Lingbai pill a long time ago, but to this day, they have not released this new drug on the market. Chow Wen raised his eyes slightly, as if trying to see the expression on Li Yunmeng's face. That is indeed strange, but I can assume that Sihai Airlines lacks production lines or has not yet developed a method for full mass production, resulting in insufficient goods. But our Li family is different. We have invested in professional research institutions, and the production line is already in place. It will only take half a month to put it into the market in large quantities, Li Yunmeng said calmly. I see, but I've heard that the reason why Sihai Henghui didn't put its products on the market is that they developed a new alternative called Deep Sea Essence. I wonder if you two have heard of it? Chow Wen still wanted to see the expression on Li Yunmeng's face. This time, he finally saw it, and Li Yunmeng was clearly surprised for a moment. Is that so? It seems she knows nothing yet. The news should be corrected. Is said that after the deep sea extract is launched, it will completely replace Lingbai pills. In short, it will be more effective, cheaper and more affordable, and may even change the current social structure to some extent. Li Yunmeng and Li Changfeng were both immediately taken aback. So, Lingbai pills became an obsolete product even before they hit the market? How could this be? This is Li Yunmeng's trump card, her biggest trump card for returning to the Li family and dominating the business world. And it's said that the person who developed these two things is a young man surnamed Lu. Was really talented. It's a pity that the group there protects him very well, and we can't find out much about him, Chow Wen said with regret. At this moment, Li Yunmeng's expression had turned completely cold and somber. She knew who the young man surnamed Lu was. Of course, he was her husband, Lu Qingxian. She only knew that Lingbai pill was Lu Qingshuan's masterpiece, but she had never heard of any deep-sea elixir. Could it be that Lu Qingxian was holding something back from her? He kept saying he loved her, but what was this all he said? It's ridiculous. At that moment, Li Yunmeng unconsciously clenched her fist under the table. She envisioned a terrible outcome. If Lingbai pills truly had an excellent alternative, then even if this new drug were to be launched, it wouldn't generate any substantial profits, and wouldn't even recoup the cost of building the production line. Just as she was hesitating, wondering whether she should call Lu Qingxian to ask about the situation, Li Changfeng's phone rang. After answering the phone, Li Changfeng's expression gradually turned cold. Okay, I understand. I'll come over here in person and see who has the audacity to do this. Young Master Li, what is it? Chow Wen asked. Something happened in the waiting room ahead. A bunch of arrogant fools dared to touch my. Many think they don't want to live anymore. Li Changfeng stood up and walked out aggressively. Seeing this, Li Yunmeng also got up and hurriedly followed. At this point, the conflict in the waiting room had gradually escalated. Wei called in another group of people, and this group was far superior to the previous two. They were dressed in black and wore sunglasses, clearly professionals. Most frighteningly, they had leather holsters on their waists, which looked like they contained guns. At this point, everyone fell silent. This is no joke. If things go wrong, people could really die. Arrogant, huh? Weren't you pretty arrogant just now, you bunch of brats who haven't even grown their first hairs yet, acting all high and mighty in front of me? Brother Wei regained his composure, sneering at the imposing second brother. You're their leader, right? You've learned a little kung fu and you're already acting all high and mighty. You think you can't be cut down with a knife? Well, let's see if a gun can kill you. Without hesitation, Wei took a gun from a holster belonging to a man in black, released the safety, cocked it, and fired a shot into second brother's chest. After the gunshot, there was silence on Lu Qingshuan's side. Everyone was paying attention to his second brother's condition. They found that apart from his torn clothes and some abrasions, his second brother was perfectly fine. This scene completely stunned Wei Gu. Damn, it can't be cut with a knife or shot. Is it a monster? Even the men in black couldn't help but tremble. He retreated step by step, but his second brother stepped forward and grabbed him. What do you want? I'm warning you, I'm one of young Master Li's men. I've already called young Master Li, and he's on his way here. Brother Wei tried to intimidate people by mentioning young Master Li's wealthy background. As a result, his second brother acted as if he hadn't heard him, grabbed him, and threw him onto the artificial fountain outside the door. Bang! The artificial hill collapsed, and Wei Ge fell into the fountain, his fate unknown. That's brutal. How dare you? Just then, a stern shout came from outside. Immediately afterwards, Li Chengfeng, dressed in brocade robes, appeared in the scene. Upon seeing him, Yuan Haiqian, Rong Jia, and the others were terrified. They were children from lower middle-class families in the capital city, the kind of people who had a little money and a little knowledge, but were no match for anyone. They had met young Master Li Chengfeng before. He was the third young master of the Li family, with an astonishingly high level of connections and power. Killing them would be as easy as snapping his fingers. I had previously heard Brother Wei mention it, and I thought he was just using young Master Li as a shield, so I still harbored some doubts. Fortunately, seeing Li Chengfeng step forward has dashed my last glimmer of hope. Lu Fei was also pale with fright. With Li Chengfeng's personal appearance, these little guys are doomed. If he wants to save them, he will have to pay a price, some of which may be beyond his means. Whoever harmed my people, step forward now and cut off your own hands within 10 seconds, and I'll spare their life. Li Chengfeng was swift and decisive, letting out a furious snort that silenced everyone. Seeing that no one was willing to step forward, Li Chengfeng narrowed his eyes. Very well, it seems that my reputation in the capital city is ruined, and no one cares anymore. Then cripple them all and throw them out to feed the dogs. Someone come here. Young Master Li, is that right? I advise you to get as far away as possible. Don't jump in front of me and get in my way when I'm in a good mood. Enjoy your life as a rich young master and you can live a few more years. Lu Qingxian looked at him indifferently. 382, Chapter 382, Is there a problem with me saying you're incredibly stupid? A group of people stared at Lu Qingxian as if he were a madman. Sister Li shook her head even more. It's hopeless, Feifei, don't get involved in this mess. Young Master Li is definitely really angry. Whoever goes up now will die. Lu Fei's face was pale. Li Chengfeng was stunned for a long time, somewhat unable to believe that these words would come from a young man who was about the same age as him. He couldn't help but laugh in anger, for he had forgotten how many years it had been since anyone dared to say such a thing to him. Tell me what you are, and state your name. I am Li Chengfeng, and I do not slaughter nameless dogs. Lu Qingxian, why are you here? Just then, Lu Qingxian didn't speak, but Li Yunmeng, who had followed from behind, immediately called out his name. Looking at Li Yunmeng, Lu Qingxuan's face showed no emotion whatsoever, as if this woman had never had anything to do with him. Of course, he didn't answer Li Yunmeng's question either, as if he hadn't heard it. Lu Qingxian? Li Chengfeng turned around and glanced at Li Yunmeng. A friend from my hometown. Li Yunmeng moved her lips. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lu Qingxuan's expression, as if trying to glean something from it, but she was disappointed. Lu Qingxuan's calm face concealed a calm gaze, without the slightest fluctuation. Apologize to Chengfeng now, and I will mediate. This matter will be resolved peacefully, Li Yunmeng said. Everyone looked at Lu Qingxian in disbelief. Wow, does this person know a big shot? Is this woman from the Li family, or is she the mistress of some top tycoon, or perhaps Li Chengfeng's woman? Otherwise, why is she speaking so arrogantly? You know me well enough. If you drag this idiot out of here before I get angry, you can save his life. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind making your Li family hold a funeral, Lu Qingxian said. Such arrogance, even if you two knew each other, I would never let you off the hook today. Guards, seize him and rip out his tongue. Li Chengfeng roared in fury. Bang! The giant-like second brother appeared before Li Chengfeng. What? Young Master Li, be careful, that big guy is a monster, he's practically invincible. Someone immediately warned. But it was too late. His second brother picked him up as easily as picking up an insect. Hey, second brother, this is young Master Li, something's going to happen. Wang Xiaomei couldn't help but get nervous. Although she was passionate, she wasn't stupid. Hitting a rich young master was a recipe for disaster. Some things, once done, can't be undone. There's still a chance to make amends, Lu Fei said hurriedly. Since the woman beside Li Chengfeng knows the young man surnamed Lu from their side, everything is fine, but if Li Chengfeng is beaten, the situation will be serious. Even if Li Chengfeng can let things go, the Li family will never allow someone who has humiliated the dignity of a wealthy family to run rampant in the capital. Lu Qingxian didn't speak, and his second brother was even less likely to speak. He grabbed Li Chengfeng, who was roaring and spewing threats, and threw him towards the artificial hill outside. Li Chengfeng crashed into the ruins, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. What do I need to fix? A mere wealthy family. If they annoy me, I'll just wipe them out. Do they really think they're something special? Lu Qingxian smiled faintly. These words made everyone's hearts pound. So, you think you can just wipe out a wealthy family if you're unhappy with them? There are only a handful of powerful families in the entire capital now, right? Which one of them doesn't wield immense power? Which one of them doesn't have intricate connections with that legendary old prince of the imperial court? There's a limit to arrogance and ignorance. At this moment, many people began to feel uneasy, thinking of distancing themselves from this arrogant and ignorant guy, lest he get dragged down with them later. You scoundrel, disrespecting young Master Li, you deserve to die. Sister Lu was the first to stand up and express her opinion. She nudged Lu Fei with her elbow. Lu Fei looked pale and extremely embarrassed. Ultimately, she did not speak out. Although she could not understand what the young man surnamed Lu had done, she was more unwilling to stand on young Master Li's side and use his power to oppress others. She even had to admit that she felt a great sense of satisfaction when her burly second brother taught young Master Li a lesson. Slap him in the face. As soon as Lu Qingxian finished speaking, her second brother rushed to Sister Lu and slapped her cheekbone. Sister Lu flew backward, knocking over a bunch of tables, chairs, and benches. No one expected that second brother would suddenly lay a hand on a woman. How could he be so unprincipled? Could it be because of that guy surnamed Lu's orders? How come he's so obedient? Apart from Xingyu, no one knew why. The second brother is a puppet created by Lu Qingxian, so of course he obeys his every command. The orders of the person who implanted the puppet mark are absolutely impossible to disobey, just like a robot with a fixed program. Lu Qingxian, do you know what you're doing? Do you know who the person you're messing with is? Li Yunming's face was as cold as ice. Why do I need you to remind me? Lu Qingxuan's smile remained unchanged. You don't still think you have some kind of protagonist's halo that everyone will give way to you wherever you go, do you? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you really think I'm still Li Yunming from the Li family in Nanling, Jiangnan? Li Yunming asked arrogantly. Oh, isn't that right? Does it matter to me whether you are Li Yunming of the Nanling Li family or Li Yunming of the imperial capital Li family? You are all equally foolish. Li Yunming stared at him coldly. What do you mean? I, Lu Qingxian, never imagined that I would misjudge twice in a row in my lifetime. However, things don't happen more than 3 times, so it's still within my tolerance range. Lu Qingxian, I'm asking you, what do you mean? Li Yunming was barely able to contain her anger. Li Yunming. Lu Qingxian looked at her with a half-smile. You really think you're one? Having climbed step by step to where you are today, is it due to your own hard work, your business acumen, or your unparalleled luck and fortuitous circumstances? You, Li Yunming, are not some chosen one, never have been. It was me who made you the chosen one. Don't you know that yet? Li Yunming's face was as cold as ice as she quietly looked at Lu Qingxian, as if waiting for him to continue. You said you had an entrepreneurial dream. I privately helped you solve all the troubles in the early stages of your business, paving a smooth road for you. You said you lacked money and projects, so I made top companies come to you. There were so many projects that we couldn't sign them all, and the media reported extensively on the emergence of Nanling's #1 beautiful female entrepreneur. After you divorced me, your career plummeted, you fell from grace, and then you rose again with my help. You actually consider this all as your own luck. Before you met me, when were you ever this lucky? Lu Qingxian said sarcastically. Is there a problem with me calling you incredibly stupid? 383, Chapter 383, You're back again. With each word Lu Qingxian spoke, Li Yunming's face grew paler, until finally, all color had vanished from her skin. Every word he said felt like a knife stabbing into her heart. Upon closer reflection, it seems that this is indeed the case. After meeting Lu Qingxian, every step she took was surprisingly easy. She felt that her luck had arrived, and those things were originally hers. She was just reaching out and taking them back. The same applies to this return to the Li family. Having witnessed the broad horizons brought by the Li family in the capital and seen the grand blueprint for a future that could be expanded, she once again abandoned Lu Qingxian. For the first time she felt that her future should not be bound by these vulgar and low-class romantic relationships. She is likely accompanied by a business tycoon, the leader of a corporate empire. Qingxian, is she your ex-wife? And Xingyu was not surprised by this. On the contrary, she was very calm and even felt sorry for this woman. Yes, I was young and naive, unable to see through people's hearts, and I even lost someone very important because of her, but from now on, I won't do such a stupid thing again. Lu Qingxian smiled and rubbed her head in her. He seemed to see the shadow of Su Yifei. Xingyu will stay with you from now on, and Xingyu will never leave you on her own initiative. And Xingyu leaned against his chest. The two men's performance made Li Yunmeng's face turn ashen. Lu Qingxian. What's up? I don't want to discuss the past with you. We're all adults, and everyone has their own choices. There's no right or wrong, but you've been very foolish to hit Li Chengfeng, the third young master of the Li family. You should think about how you're going to face the Li family's wrath. Li Yunmeng clenched her fists tightly. What's there to face? At worst, we'll just slaughter them. It's not like I haven't done it before. Lu Qingxian flicked his fingers. Li Yunmeng, do you know how pathetic you are? You're not only stupid and short-sighted, but you also don't understand the situation. Do you really think that wealth is the most important thing in this world? You dominate business and make more money than you can spend, so you stand at the top of the world. You're so naive that it's almost endearing. Isn't that so? Li Yunmeng sneered, looking at the Forbes list. Which one isn't someone whose word commands the world and who is respected by millions? Isn't the Rothschild family of the Great Eagle Kingdom the rulers of the world? Whoever controls commerce and wealth has the power to dominate the world. Everything in the world can be bought with money. If you can't buy it, it's because you don't have enough money. This statement was agreed upon by many people around them. Indeed, the saying "money makes the world go round" is not without merit. When I take control of the Li family, there will be very few business giants in the Great Xiao Dragon Kingdom who can rival me. At that time, my words will represent supreme power. Lu Qingxian, this is something you will never understand. We are not on the same wavelength at all. Li Yunmeng said this with utter arrogance. Aren't you the one who doesn't understand? Just then, and Xingyu looked at her and said sarcastically. In the past, I might have thought similarly to you, believing that the world is ruled by the wealthy, but I no longer think that way. Ever since she saw Lu Qingxian wield lightning, defy the Yinlei sect master, and split the entire winery in two, her understanding has undergone a complete transformation. This world is not the world we think it is. This world has many extraordinary people and things that are unbelievable. Wealth is not everything. So what do you think? Li Yunmeng looked at her, a faint sneer on her face. And Xingyu pursed her lips, thought seriously for a moment, and then uttered two words: power. Throughout history, whether it was the emperors and generals who once held power, or the tycoons and business giants of today, the reason they have the power to speak is ultimately because of their strength. Although this strength is indirect, it can control the lives and even the lives and deaths of lower beings and ordinary people, which is why they seem to be high and mighty. But have you ever thought about what it would be like to have the power to directly decide a person's life or death? What are you talking about? Li Yunmeng thought this woman was crazy. I mean, a power that even billionaires, even a powerful family like the Rothschilds, must submit to. A true power, a power that controls nature and life. Madman. Li Yunmeng sneered. Lu Qingxian is a madman too. I am not surprised at all that you two can get together. Lu Qingxian laughed and said, this is the difference in understanding. Even if you control all the world's wealth, I can wipe you out from hundreds or thousands of meters away with a flick of my finger. So, tell me, will you listen to me, or will I listen to you? True power will even tilt the law and the rules in favor of the other side. This is something you, Li Yunmeng, will never understand or experience, but one day, you will see it with your own eyes. Lu Qingxian was referring to himself, of course, because he understood the true nature of this world. Only I can serve, only power can serve. Taking himself at this stage as an example, according to the description in the secretary's book given by his mother, he is already at the 4th level of the Golden Eye realm and can live for more than 200 years. By then, his enemies will have all died. What can they use to fight him? Clap, clap, clap. Just then, a series of crisp slaps came from outside the reception room. Well said. True power can even tilt the law and the rules in favor of the other side. This is the best explanation I've ever heard. Lu Qingxian, you truly live up to your reputation. You were a monster who single-handedly wiped out an entire wealthy family of over 70 people back then. You're back again. Upon hearing this, dozens of pairs of eyes in the reception room stared at Lu Qingxian in utter shock. 384, Chapter 384, Li Yunmeng, caught in a dilemma. Lu Qingxian then looked at the person who had spoken. He, Chao Wen, it's you. The second young master of the Chao family, a powerful family in the capital, had dealt with the other party a few years ago when he was still in the capital. In the capital city, a place teeming with rich kids and playboys, Chao Wen was quite capable, but unfortunately, he didn't get along with Lu Qingxian. You two know each other? Young Master Chao, what did you mean by saying that he single-handedly wiped out an entire wealthy family? Li Yunmeng felt like her brain couldn't process what she was saying. At the same time, I suddenly realized that I seemed to have missed some key information and made some mistakes. Of course I know him's the third young master of the Lu family, the most prestigious family in the capital. Who wouldn't know him? Chao Wen looked at Lu Qingxian, a half-smile on his face. What? Li Yunmeng was terrified. The number one family in the capital, the Lu family, are you kidding me? I've never heard of them. Miss Li, of course you haven't heard of them even among native Beijingers. How many have heard of the Lu family? If Li Chengfeng were still alive, you could ask him if he knew about the Lu family as the number one hidden family. How could ordinary people understand the power of the Lu family? At its peak, even the old prince who was so powerful in the capital had to give way to them, Chao Wen said with a smile. Li Yunmeng's face turned pale, and she quickly looked at Lu Qingxian. You never told me that you are the third young master of the Lu family. Why did you never say that? Why should I say it? These words made Li Yunmeng's face turn red. I told you, you wouldn't choose divorce, but instead cling to a powerful figure to achieve your business dreams. Dreams, right? Lu Qingxian continued. Li Yunmeng's face turned even redder, and at the same time, it became extremely ugly. Lu Qingxian, we've been husband and wife for a while, there's no need for you to be so sarcastic, is there? You asked that strange question first, Lu Qingxian said with a light laugh. However, young Master Lu has already been expelled from the Lu family, right? More than 6 years ago, after you did that thing, the Lu family, in order to protect themselves, issued a citywide warrant for your arrest and killed, and announced that you would be expelled from the family, right? Chao Wen's words stirred up other thoughts in everyone's minds. It turns out that he has been removed from the list, which means that he is no longer considered the third young master of the number one hidden family and is now just a person without any identity. Hearing this, Li Yunmeng breathed a sigh of relief and understood why someone of such high status would appear in a rundown place like Nanling City. It turns out he was a fugitive who had been hiding in Nanling City for so many years. I wonder what gives him the confidence to dare come back to the capital. Isn't he afraid of being wanted? Aren't he afraid of being caught by the Lu family? You're right, I am not a member of the Lu family now, and what happens to the Lu family has nothing to do with me, Lu Qingxian said frankly. Chao Wen's smile remained unchanged as he continued, furthermore, if I'm not mistaken, the developer of Lingbai Pill and Deep Sea Essence is none other than you, young Master Lu, isn't it? Good. So the modified Lingbai Pill formula in Miss Li's possession was also a gift from you, young Master Lu? Good. Let me guess again. Miss Li used her improved Lingbai Pill formula as capital to return to the Li family and wanted to use it to make great strides and create a business legend, but Miss Li thought your future was limited, so she kicked you out after returning to the Li family, right? Chao Wen laughed. You guessed right. Lu Qingxian nodded as well. At this moment, the way many people looked at Li Yunmeng instantly changed. Isn't this ungrateful? Using her husband's things as capital, then turning around and feeling that he is not good enough for her, kicking him aside and wanting to find a better partner, this is utterly beastly behavior. Li Yunmeng felt a burning pain on her face, and she quickly explained, things are not as simple as you think. The relationship between Lu Qingxian and me is very complicated and cannot be explained in a few words. The divorce is due to both of us. There is no question of one kicking the other out. I've seen plenty of women like you. You're just a damn snob. What are you trying to argue with? Lang Ping spat dismissively. Do you think I don't know what kind of person my brother is? Would he ever betray you? Eating with your bowl in hand and cursing with it after putting it down. It's because there are so many idiots like you that so many people get hurt and so many people don't believe in love. Li Yunming's face was extremely pale, and her whole body trembled like a leaf. Shut up. What right do you, an outsider, have to talk nonsense? If I were you, I would choose to shut up right now. Even Lu Fei spoke up at this point. Although her manager, Sister Lu, was slapped, she felt that it was her own fault. Moreover, Sister Lu was introduced by her aunt, and now she suspected that both of them had problems. Naturally, a grudge had formed in her heart, and she couldn't help but tilt the scales in her heart towards Lu Qingxian. Upon hearing these words, he couldn't help but speak up. The nobility and sophistication of a person lies in their loyalty to their emotions. What's the use of climbing high if one is fickle and opportunistic? What Lu Fei said reflects her own life principles. If she had the same mindset as Li Yunming, she could have achieved greater success by associating with wealthy young men and women, instead of trying so hard to reject Li Chengfeng, that dissolute young man. Lu Qingxian, I think you need to step forward and explain yourself, don't you? Seeing herself surrounded by enemies and hearing accusations and insults, Li Yunming clenched her teeth so tightly that her nails almost dug into her palms. Explain what? Explain why we got divorced, or do you want me to say a few words in your defense? I don't think it's necessary. I didn't deliberately smear you in front of outsiders, and I didn't cause you any trouble. Isn't this the greatest blessing you can receive? Lu Qingxian said calmly. You've taken so many benefits from me, you should be content. Li Yunming's eyes flickered uncertainly. However, there's one thing I must praise you for. Lu Qingxian suddenly changed the subject. Your acting skills are really good. When we remarried for the second time, I thought you had really turned over a new leaf. Your lifelike acting, your willingness to forgive and forget, and your consideration for me in every way made me believe it for a time. But there's something that I'm curious about. The Xiao family is also a good choice, so why didn't you get together with Xiao Junlong? Getting close to him would have brought you a lot of benefits, right? Oh, I see. Xiao Junlong is not as easy to talk to as I am. Every bit of convenience he gets may come at a bloody price. Right? 385, Chapter 385, Get Lost. A few questions immediately thrust Li Yunming into the eye of the storm. No one even cared whether Li Sanxiao or Li Chengfeng was alive or dead. All their attention was on the gossip surrounding Lu Qingxian and Li Yunming. Outside, Li Chengfeng was thrown around so badly, but he only had a broken arm. He roared and rushed in, only to be thrown away by his second brother who was guarding the door. Inside the reception room, dozens of eyes were fixed on Li Yunming. And Xingyu looked at Lu Qingxian with some heartache. He's the victim, isn't he? Who says the strong can't get hurt? Those who can hurt him are definitely the people he trusts and is closest to. Lu Qingxian. Li Yunming's teeth chattered, and her anger was barely contained on her face. Do you know, in my eyes now, you are just a clown, a woman who, once stripped of her skin, is filthy and has an ugly soul. I am also glad that I've finally moved on from my relationship with you, Lu Qingxian said bluntly. What a convenient excuse to attack me personally from a moral high ground, Lu Qingxian. I never imagined you were such a filthy and despicable person. I misjudged you. You've said that too many times. It's tiresome. Lu Qingxian picked at his ear. Also, here's one last piece of advice. When the frog in the well finally sees the real sky, I hope you can still keep your original aspirations. Clap clap clap. Chao Wenji clapped his hands. Brilliant. By the way, Mr. Lu, if I may ask, is your deep sea extract going to be released for sale? That's right, the production line has been set up for a long time. However, there were some internal problems at Sihai Henghui some time ago, so the time was delayed. Now, the product will be available within a week. Young Master Chao, are you asking about this because you want to cut in line and get a share of the pie? Chao Wen's eyes lit up immediately. Hee. Once the deep sea essence is launched, the miraculous medicine Lingbai pill will become obsolete before it can even be sold. As a businessman, I definitely hope to talk to young Master Lu about cooperation. You must know the influence my Chao family wields in the entire pharmaceutical market. We may not be the industry leader, but we have a nationwide reach with thousands of distributors, large and small. Moreover, I also have a better way to sell the deep sea extract. Linear production and linear sales are a waste of such good products. We should stockpile products and engage in scarcity marketing, like the diamond marketing of the last century, or like luxury brands such as Hermès and Patek Philippe, to create our own brands and provide them exclusively to the upper-class consumers in high society. Chowan got more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes becoming increasingly fervent. As long as you hand over the largest agency rights to my Chow family, you can generate at least 10 billion in profits a year at that time. We will split the profits 30/70ths, and you will directly receive 3 billion for free every year when the sales model matures and we create our own classic brand. Our descendants can sit back and collect money for generations to come. Just like Coca-Cola, mastering the formula is mastering wealth. Everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. Doing absolutely nothing and making 3 billion in a year, what does that even mean? You could sit at home and hire 1,000 people to count the money, and you still wouldn't be able to count it all in a year. Moreover, 3 billion is already the entire assets of some small families. If one small family grows up every year, Lu Qingxian himself will be a small wealthy family in 10 years. If he establishes his own family, he will be the true founder of a wealthy family 100 years from now. Lang Ping, in particular, looked at her brother with a completely different gaze. Holy crap, I thought he was finished after being expelled from the family, but it turns out that a truly capable person is capable no matter where they are. He's already worth hundreds of billions without even trying. It's a pity that he only managed to scrape together less than 20 million after selling everything he owned. He was planning to risk his entire fortune to pull off a big heist. At this moment, Lang Ping's trust in Lu Qingxian reached an unprecedented peak. Could such a good brother of his stature really lie to her? Impossible. He could easily make a fortune just by casually revealing some information. He was instantly excited about the dragon and tiger battle. The most expressive face belonged to Li Yunmeng. He never dreamed that the modified Lingbai pill formula he had would suddenly become worthless. The truly valuable thing is still in his hands. Did he plan this all along? Damn it. Just when everyone thought Lu Qingxian would definitely agree, they saw him smile and say, "Young Master Chow, are you still half asleep?" My deep sea extract has been defined by the International Society of Biology as a product that will change the times, generating billions in revenue a year. If I just hold a press conference and announce it, how many countries around the world will rush to become my product's sales destinations? A 30/70th split, 3 billion a year, I get 30% and you get 70%? Lu Qingxian shook his head and laughed. If I let you get even 1% of it, your Chow family will still be making money. You can easily earn 1 billion a year and you still want to usurp my position and control the entire formula of my deep sea essence. Chow Wen's face immediately turned extremely ugly. He hadn't expected the other party to be so disrespectful, making him lose face in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. They had just beaten up the third young master of the Li family, humiliated Miss Li, and now even the second young master of the Chow family was in an awkward position. In an instant, they had offended 3 second-generation rich kids. This. Lu Qingxian, don't forget, you're just an outcast who's been expelled from your family. Chow Wen sneered, your product is good, but you have no power or influence now, and no one in the capital will protect you. This is not 6 years ago. Lu Qingxian raised an eyebrow. So what? I'm always the one protecting others. Why would I, Lu Qingxian, need anyone else to protect me? You. If you want to talk, have the head of your Chow family come to see me in person, and I'll grant your Chow family 0.5%. If you don't want to talk, then get lost and don't try to show off in front of me. Don't have that kind of deep relationship with you, young Master Chow. Chow Wen took a deep breath. Good, Lu Qingxian, you've got guts. I'll remember this. After saying this, Chow Wen turned around angrily and stormed off. Lu Qingxian, I will remember what you said to me today for the rest of my life. I hope that when you see my achievements in the future, you will still be able to smile. Li Yunmeng, will definitely stand at the highest peak in my life, a peak that you can't even look up to. Li Yunmeng also turned and left. Inside the waiting room, the men in black and the thugs were thrown out one by one by the second brother, piling up like a human pyramid near the artificial hill. Finally, it's quiet again. Around him, a group of people were looking at Lu Qingxian with strange eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. Is it really a good idea to offend so many wealthy scions all at once? Lu Fei stood up, went to Lu Qingxuan's side, and extended her hand to him, saying, "Thank you." 386, Chapter 386, Family Banquet. You're too kind. I'll keep an eye on this amulet, Lu Fei said with a smile. I suggest you don't carry it with you for even a day. Luck is something that, once lost, is lost forever and very difficult to get back, Lu Qingxian advised. The other party may not have taken it seriously, or may think that bringing them for a couple more days won't have much of an impact. However, she doesn't understand that a person's luck is a mysterious thing. If you're extremely unlucky, you'll be unlucky forever. You might even choke on cold water unless you use a special method to reverse your luck. Good. Lu Fei removed the Buddha amulet. She decided to investigate thoroughly when she got back. If her aunt really did harm her, she would not let anyone involved get away with it. Want to use your own opportunities and luck to help her daughter succeed? That's a beautiful dream. After things quieted down, everyone soaked in the hot springs together. During this time, young Master Li was picked up from the hospital and didn't cause any trouble. While soaking in the hot springs, Lang Ping, being a big talker, couldn't resist showing off and revealed the information about the Dragon Tiger battle that Lu Qingxian had told her, causing a stir among everyone. When Yuan Haiqiang and Rong Jie heard that Lang Ping had actually converted all her wealth into cash to invest in the underground gambling game of Dragon Tiger Fight, the two of them also had the same idea. Both of them knew that Lang Ping and Lu Qingxian had a good relationship. Given Lu Qingxuan's status and wealth, there was no reason for him to swindle Lang Ping out of a pittance. He was probably just trying to make money. If this bet pays off, I won't have to work hard for the rest of my life. Gradually, everyone left the hot spring pool. The girls also tactfully went to the changing room, and soon only Lu Qingxian and Xingyu were left in the hot spring pool. And Xingyu was like a nimble fish, swimming around in the water. Before long, she swam to Lu Qingxian, snuggled into his arms, and greedily inhaled his scent. Lu Qingxian was shirtless, revealing his perfectly proportioned muscles. Xingyu, now that you're with me, I feel it's necessary to tell you about my future plans. I don't want you to worry unnecessarily, nor do I want you to wait aimlessly. I don't want you to get involved in any unnecessary danger. Lu Qingxian cupped her head in his hands. You don't need to tell me what a girl should do. No matter what you do, I'll stand behind you. Just don't forget to look for me when you're done. I'll wait for you no matter how long it takes. And Xingyu wrinkled her delicate nose. And I'm not afraid of danger. Every extra day I've lived since last night is a bonus. Being with you has been my dream for so many years. I am very happy now and don't want to think about the troubles that haven't come yet. Lu Qingxian was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, actually, if I hadn't gotten into trouble and fled the capital back then, we might have been together 5 or 6 years ago. Fate is a mysterious thing. In his youthful innocence, he didn't really understand what love and romance were, and the Lu family didn't allow family members to be exposed to these things before they reached adulthood. But Lu Qingxian knew that Xingyu had always secretly loved him. Xingyu didn't speak, but nestled in Lu Qingxuan's arms. After a while, she began to breathe softly and evenly in the water. She fell asleep. I didn't wake up until after 3 p.m. During this time, Lu Qingxian received a phone call from Lu Bingqing. She resolved the family issues and regained control of the Four Seas Airlines. This also means that the deep sea extract is officially on sale. Furthermore, Lu Bingqing has set the location for the dealer conference in Beijing, and the date is tomorrow. The first reason was that she knew Lu Qingxian was in the capital and didn't want him to travel back and forth. The second reason is that many of the dealers are established entrepreneurs from Beijing, and choosing Beijing as the first sales location does indeed give them more prestige and influence. That evening, Lu Qingxian took Xingyu back to the Lu family home. Although he is no longer a member of the Lu family, it is still necessary for him to come back, this time as an outsider to the Lu family. Regardless of past grievances, everything is now in the past. The culprit is not the Lu family, and he doesn't want to resort to violence at the drop of a hat. The real enemy is the old prince who sits high in the capital. He is not 100% sure he can win and does not want to risk everything by going into the capital alone to find his enemy. Furthermore, the old prince wields immense power, and attempting to assassinate him would be tantamount to making an enemy of half of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom. If he fails, a heavy charge could be leveled against him, potentially implicating his entire family and too many innocent people. In fact, he already had a plan for revenge in mind. When he broke through to the 5th level of the Dao Body realm, that would be the day the old prince died. The Lu family's old mansion, covering several thousand square meters, was brightly lit. The Lu family has very strict family rules, and they tend to be low-key in the capital, which is why many people don't know about this family. The younger generation of the Lu family are instilled with a humble and unassuming character from a young age. This is crucial for a family that wants to develop in the long term. Many wealthy families are ruined by their younger generation or gradually decline because they lack a deep foundation. True nobles attach great importance to education. Xiao Xian, you're back. What do you think of the changes in the capital after your trip today? Lu Tianhe appeared in the courtyard and walked over with a smile when he saw Lu Qingxian. Nothing has changed. I've lived in the capital for over 10 years, but I'm not as familiar with Jiangnan as I am with it. The children of the Lu family are born with a mission, not to eat, drink and have fun, so they basically have no childhood, and they can't enjoy everything at a young age like other rich and powerful playboys. Some of them don't even know what the capital city is like before they are 20 years old, Lu Tianhe said with a smile. Back then, Lu Qingxian could only sneak out with Lang Ping on their monthly days off, just as Lu Tianhe said. Therefore, the children of the Lu family are far more outstanding than the children of other wealthy families when they enter society. And this family culture is a tradition that has been passed down since the Lu family headquarters. Lu Qingxian smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Our Lu family is having a family banquet tonight, and the patriarch has asked you to attend. Would you do me the honor? Lu Tianhe extended an invitation. Okay, but I want to bring a woman with me. Lu Qingxian looked at Xingyu beside him, whose cheeks were flushed. Of course you can, it's your prerogative, Lu Tianhe readily agreed. At the Lu family banquet, the groom can bring female relatives, but only if a marriage agreement has been established. Other women cannot be brought home casually. The same applies to female juniors, they can bring their fiancés, but not their boyfriends. Of course, this is not an absolute hard and fast rule. For some exceptionally outstanding juniors, the door can always be opened. In the evening, Lu Qingxian brought in Xingyu to the Lu family banquet hall. This is the Lu family's private restaurant. All the chefs here are Michelin 3-star chefs and national banquet masters. Whenever the Lu family holds a large family gathering, these masters will rush back from all over the world to prepare banquet dishes for the Lu family. As he reached the door, Lu Qingxian stopped. He looked up and saw a group of direct descendants of the Lu family filing down from the second floor. Among them, those familiar faces came into view one by one. 387, Chapter 387, The Reawakening Sense of Belonging. Although Lu Qingxian ranked third among the younger generation and was known as the third young master of the Lu family, his status was actually similar to that of the eldest young master back then, mainly due to his parents. An awesome dad and a domineering mom. Lu Tiang's strength is undeniable. One can glimpse it from the fact that he was able to enter the imperial city alone, kill 6 of the city's top experts, and still retreat severely injured. As for his mother, the old prince orchestrated a shocking conspiracy to deal with her. In fact, Lu Qingxian had a question in his mind. According to his father, his mother had only cultivated to the second level back then, but she was able to fight against the experts of the imperial palace under those circumstances. Wasn't that too exaggerated? Or perhaps his mother has some hidden methods that even his father doesn't know about? Well, this matter has become a mystery. Perhaps only when we trample on the old prince will we be able to find out the truth. Third brother, long time no see. At the top of the stairs, a handsome young man with a refined appearance walked towards me and extended his hand. Lu Qingxian glanced at him indifferently and extended his hand in return. Long time no see. Please don't hold a grudge against the family for what happened back then. The Lu family must survive, and we are willing to pay any price for it. Back then, we had no choice but to expel you from the family and hunt you down outside the capital city. Lu Qingxian moved his lips. I didn't know before, and I held a grudge against my family for a long time, but now I know. Although he wasn't particularly close to the man in front of him, Lu Qingxian admitted that what he said was true. The Lu family must survive, and they are willing to sacrifice everything for it. This is the family motto, and it is also the awareness that every member of the Lu family has long held. Moreover, what Lu Qingxian hated back then was not the Lu family for expelling him from the family, nor the Lu family for hunting him down, but the death of his mother. He felt it was directly related to the Lu family. However, when his father explained the whole story to him, he understood that in this capital city where the old prince held absolute power, even the most reclusive family could not do things according to their own wishes. His mother's fate was sealed the moment she stepped into the capital. It's great that you understand, third brother. Let's go, we'll drink until we drop today. Lu Qingzhou laughed heartily and was the first to enter the banquet hall. The others followed suit. One of the girls, who looked to be around 25 or 26 years old, walked up and unexpectedly hugged Lu Qingxuan's neck from behind. Little brother Xian, is this your girlfriend? She looked at Xingyu beside her. Sister Ning, let's talk this out. Let go first. Lu Qingxian coughed twice on purpose. Lu Qingning smiled broadly and sat down next to Lu Qingxian, while constantly glancing at Xingyu. Xingyu was easily embarrassed, and her face immediately turned red. She lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone. Let me introduce you, this is Xingyu. This is my second older sister, Lu Qingning. Back then, he was only close to Lu Qingning in the Lu family, he was just SOSO with everyone else. After all, competition among men is inherently fierce. Even among younger members of the same family. Hello, Xingyu's sister. Sister Ning, it's a pleasure to meet you. And Xingyu's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Soon Lu Qingxian turned his attention to Lu Qingxian and started chattering away. Little Shen, did you receive the message I sent you the night you ran away? Didn't receive the number starting with 177? Lu Qingxian was startled. Did you send that text message, Sister Ning? Nonsense, who else cares about you this much besides me? Lu Qingning said matter-of-factly. Sister Ning hasn't forgotten how your little brother Xiaoxian stood up for me when I was bullied before. Lu Qingxian felt a slight warmth in his heart. The night he fled the capital city, he drove to Duankou Road, where he was blocked in front and pursued from behind. A number starting with 177 sent him a text message informing him of the blockades on various roads in the capital city that night. This allowed Lu Qingxian to find a waterway and successfully leave the capital city. It's fair to say that even without that text message, even if the Lu family hadn't actually intended to hunt him down, he would have been captured by the old prince's men. Given his strength at that time, being captured would have meant certain death. Sister Ning, thank you so much. Silly boy. Lu Qingning ruffled his hair. Why are you thanking your sister Ning? However, I still have to tell you that the capital is still the old prince's domain. You must be careful here. Although the old prince has suffered a major blow in the capital and has no time to care about you during this period, you still have to be careful. I know. Lu Qingxian nodded. He dared not enter the capital for the time being, but if the old prince came looking for him, he would be more than happy to do so, killing one by one, or two by two. Oh, right, this is for you. Suddenly, Lu Qingning took out a sachet from her body. These are things left behind by third sister. A few days before the incident, third sister came to me and told me to tell you that you can only open this sachet after the old prince dies, and never open it before that. I don't know the reason, but that's what third sister said. Lu Qingxian held the sachet embroidered with a black qilin in his hand, his eyes seemingly brimming with emotion. These are my mother's belongings. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Sister Ning. This thank you came from the bottom of his heart. Silly child, I told you not to thank Sister Ning. Lu Qingning grinned. Lu Qingxian stared at her, momentarily stunned. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt such warmth. It turns out that he still had family members who loved him. At this moment, a faint sense of belonging slowly emerged from the depths of my long-dormant heart. Just then, the nanny started serving the dishes. Fish roe rice balls, stir-fried sea hare, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, Buddha jumps over the wall, boiled cabbage in clear broth, Wensi tofu, Longjing shrimp, and other classic and famous dishes. And then there are desserts art, as well as Western dishes, such as tender steak, salmon, fine sashimi, etc. The dishes were all served, but no one touched their chopsticks. And Xingyu's mouth watered as she looked at the food, but she dared not be the first to open her mouth and eat, that would be too impolite. Moreover, who knows what special rules the number one reclusive wealthy family in the capital might have. She dared not take the risk. If Qingxian were to become a laughingstock, that would be disastrous. Soon, several figures walked in from the side hall. They were all senior figures, with the two most senior ones walking at the front. The oldest one looked to be around 90 years old, with a full head of white hair, but he was full of energy and walked without needing anyone's help. The old man immediately focused his attention on Lu Qingxian upon arrival. Xiaoxian. Grandpa. Lu Qingxian nodded. It seems the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Yes. The old man smiled with satisfaction. Thank you for your help with this dragon-tiger fight. 388, Chapter 388, Did you really do this? I will keep my promise. Although many people at the table wondered what Lu Qingxian could offer to aid the family's power struggle, no one dared to voice their doubts due to the presence of their elders. The Liu family is indeed different from other families in this respect. In family management, the younger generation really dares not offend the elders or do anything out of line, except for Lu Qingxian, who was an exception. After several rounds of drinks, the elderly man sitting at the head of the table tapped the table with 2 fingers. Everyone stopped eating, and Qingyu, who was gnawing on a hairy crab, also stopped, revealing her mouth full of oil. She wiped it with the back of her hand, somewhat embarrassed. Let's give a report on last year's achievements and at the same time draft a plan for this year. At this moment, a young girl sitting next to the old man stood up and took out a gold notebook from her bag. Everyone began to feel uneasy. The annual reporting day is always held within a month after the new year, summarizing the past year and looking forward to the coming year. This has been a long-standing tradition of the Liu family. Lu Qingzhou. Grandpa, a young man, stood up. Shenzhou Group's annual revenue reached 323 billion yuan last year, and it cooperated with 17 foreign companies, ranking among the top 100 of the world's top 500 companies. The old man nodded slightly. Lu Qingning. Grandpa, the girl next to Lu Qingxian, quickly stood up. The successful implementation of the Huawei Bank's branch system has connected with the banking systems of multiple countries, including Switzerland and the British Empire. It has also invented a 4-point linear fund return valve, which has now been adopted by the state and a patent has been applied for. The old man nodded again. Lu Qingjun. Every time the old man called out a name, someone would step forward to give a performance report, and then the girl next to the old man would start taking notes in a golden notebook. The younger generation of the Liu family gradually entered the business world and achieved remarkable results. Some people entered politics and rose through the ranks, while others studied abroad and did not return, but in the end, they also used video conferencing to report their achievements. The Liu family absolutely will not allow anyone to be a freeloader. Back then, our third brother was the most talented and intelligent in our family. He must have achieved quite a bit in the past few years, right? With his back to the door, a young man who looked to be around 20 years old looked towards Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian smiled faintly and did not respond. Grandpa always says that no matter where we Lu family members are, we are destined to be outstanding individuals. Although third brother is far away in Jiangnan, I believe that he must have accomplished something earth-shattering. I wonder if third brother could take this opportunity of the family banquet to report on it? Lu Qingxian remained silent. The man showed no sign of giving up and continued, does third brother look down on the Lu family? Qingjia, watch your tone. A middle-aged man next to him scolded him, but did not stop him from continuing. I'm sorry, father, I'm just very curious about what kind of outstanding achievements my third brother, a dragon among men, has made that we can only look up to. The young man chuckled. Indeed, you can only look up to him, Lu Qingxian said calmly. Lu Qingjia narrowed his eyes. I started from the bottom and completed a 3-level promotion in government affairs in just 1 year. Last year I was appreciated by the district head, who said that I could take over his position within 5 years. Do you think I need to look up to you? Idiot, Lu Qingxian said with a laugh. What did you say? Lu Qingjia was furious and almost slammed his fist on the table. Strangely, no one came out to stop what was happening. Only Lu Qingning gave Lu Qingxian a wink, but Lu Qingxian didn't seem to care. I called you an idiot. You were the one who said you looked up to me, and now that I've admitted it, you're too scared to admit it. You're quick to show off your achievements. What else could you be but an idiot? If you can't handle setbacks, don't jump out and embarrass yourself. Lu Qingjia finally stood up, his cold eyes fixed on Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian, do you think I'm afraid of you? Lu Qingjia, 7 years ago you were the biggest idiot among your brothers and sisters. I didn't expect that after all this time, you would still be the biggest idiot, Lu Qingxian teased with a smile. Do you know why everyone's keeping quiet and assuming you're the one testing me? It's because you're the biggest idiot, always being used as a pawn. But your dad's the same. He probably thinks his son's showing off and secretly pleased with himself. At this moment, the middle-aged man sitting near Lu Qingjia had a dark face, and his expression was even slightly ferocious. Lu Qingxian, you've slandered your elders. Do you have no respect for family rules and the law? I'm not a member of the Lu family. Why should I follow your family rules and laws? Are you getting senile and have you forgotten something? I left the Lu family 6 years ago, Lu Qingxian said sarcastically. You. All right. What kind of behavior is this, making such a racket? Xiao Xian is right. 6 years ago, he was no longer a member of the Lu family, and his achievements are theoretically unrelated to the Lu family. However, Grandpa is very curious and also wants to know what you have been up to these past few years. The old man sitting at the head of the table looked over with a smile. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lu Qingxian. Actually, I have no interest in making money. Before the crowd could erupt in commotion, Lu Qingxian continued, however, despite this, we have managed to produce 2 small products, which I'm sure you've all heard about. Oh? The old man couldn't help but sit up straight. If the products they were making in Jiangnan were so well known that even they could hear about them, it could only mean that the products were excellent, so excellent that they could dominate the entire market. Otherwise, the news wouldn't have reached the Lu family's ears. Xiao Xian, you're not talking about those 2 new drugs from the Four Seas Shipping Association, are you? One is Lingbai Pill, and the other is Deep Sea Essence. Lu Tianhe grinned. Not bad, it seems I don't need to introduce you. Lingbai Pill is currently in the situation is awkward. If the Deep Sea Essence hadn't been launched, Lingbai Pills would be the current king of health supplements. However, due to certain reasons, I've decided to suspend sales of Lingbai Pills and focus all my efforts on developing the Deep Sea Essence product. Lingbai Pills will be sold as a secondary product, bundled with it. Those 2 drugs, did you really make them? Lu Tianhe had only asked tentatively, but when he saw Lu Qingxian nod, he became uneasy. Who doesn't know what those 2 drugs represent now? It can be said that mastering the research and development methods of those 2 drugs is equivalent to mastering the wealth lifeline of the entire health supplement and pharmaceutical industry for the next few decades. In addition, it is understood from another perspective that those drugs have even broken away from the category of health supplements. They are just missing a document and a certificate to be defined as formal drugs. After all, who has ever seen a health supplement that can cleanse toxins, prolong life, truly improve the body, smooth wrinkles, and prevent illness for a certain period of time? Of course, doesn't Uncle believe me? Lu Qingxian asked with a smile. 389, Chapter 389, what is he trying to do? It's not that I don't believe it, it's that I dare not believe it. To develop such a product, you would need an entire medical team, right? In fact, Lu Qingxian had no idea what he was thinking. If he had known, he would definitely have laughed at him. Why didn't his family value his mother back then? His mother could have easily made these things, but because the family didn't value her, she chose to hide her talents. It is destined to be tragic for a woman to marry into a wealthy family without any background or connections. He didn't believe that a woman like his mother wouldn't have a powerful background, mainly because his mother was unwilling to reveal it, or perhaps she had some unspeakable secrets. Unfortunately, precisely because of this, her status in a family like the Lu family plummeted to the very bottom. No matter if she's a noblewoman named Miss Shang, a wealthy lady named Miss Chen, or a noblewoman's daughter named Wang, they can all be trampled on, whether they're human or ghost. However, her mother was a very considerate person who repeatedly endured hardship for her father's sake. Even so, in the end, it still couldn't escape being abandoned. This is the fundamental reason why Lu Qingxian can understand the Lu family, but will not forgive them or even return to the Lu family. I've looked into those 2 medicines. Qingzhou told me about them a while ago. I just never expected that it would be a descendant of the Lu family who developed them. Haha, the Lu family is producing dragons. The old man stroked his beard and laughed. Xiao Xian, how about we collaborate? Third brother, you should be very clear about the power and resources of our Lu family. If these 2 medicines are given to our Lu family to produce, the profits will reach their peak. Lu Qingzhou smiled gently. If we use these 2 medicines as a pledge of loyalty, I think it's not impossible for Lu Qingxian to return to the family. Another person spoke up. The speaker was a middle-aged woman. What does pledge of allegiance mean? Lu Qingxian was curious about this person's thought process. Naturally, you have to hand over the formulas for these 2 medicines as a condition for returning to the Lu family. Only by returning to the Lu family can you be considered a true scion of a wealthy family. Otherwise, no matter how much money you have, you'll just be seen as a nouveau riche by others, the woman said matter-of-factly. Many people showed strange expressions upon hearing this, while others looked at the woman as if she were a fool. Even a fool would know which option to choose, right? Of course, most people remained silent, because they understood that this was a test that the old man had tacitly approved, which only made the woman look like a clown. Lu Qingning pinched his waist and kept giving him meaningful glances, but Lu Qingxian seemed not to notice. Who taught you to tell such jokes? Lu Qingxian glanced at her. The person who taught you to talk like that must be an idiot rich family, nouveau riche. What does that have to do with me? All I know is that I am now the king of Jiangnan, and everyone calls me Master Lu, not some young master of the Lu family. I don't care about any of those things you think about. As for returning to the Lu family, I'm sorry to say something outrageous, but even if someone invited me back now, I might not come back. The fact that I'm sitting here only shows that I don't hold grudges. It doesn't represent anything else. I've said my piece. Can we still eat? If not, I'm leaving. Lu Qingxian tapped his 2 fingers rhythmically on the table, displaying a boss-like demeanor. After a long pause, the old man laughed out loud. My Lu family is a family with a lot of magnanimity. How could we kick people out and not let them eat just because of a few unpleasant words? Wouldn't that make us a laughing stock? Besides, this topic wasn't started by you, Xiao Xian. After saying that, the old man glared fiercely at the woman who had spoken, and said, "Get out." The woman left without a word, her face grim. Lu Qingxian didn't even glance at her, and picked up the hairy crab to help Xingyu cut the crab meat. Many people felt uneasy after eating that meal. As the most reclusive family in the capital, it is extremely disheartening to see them being manipulated so easily by a junior. Lu Qingxian left after the meal, but the Lu family meeting continued. Led by the old man Lu Wansong, the meeting room was filled with Lu Tianhe, Lu Tianhai, Lu Qingzhou, Lu Qingning, Lu Qingjiet, and others. As for the others, they were not qualified to be in this meeting room. Tianhe, you're the one who found this person. Are you really confident in your abilities? Lu Tianhe shook his head. I don't know. I haven't tested his strength, so I don't know what his current strength is. However, Lu Tianke personally recommended him, so his strength should have reached the Grandmaster level. Otherwise, Lu Tianke wouldn't have let his son risk his life to participate in a competition like the Dragon Tiger fight, where the casualty rate is as high as 80%. It's also possible that this is Lu Tianke's delaying tactic. He made a foolish mistake and was seriously injured knowing that he was going to die. He's making a final desperate attempt to build momentum for his son. What he's afraid of is that on the day of the Dragon Tiger battle, Lu Qingxian will desert and ruin our Lu family, Lu Tianhai sneered. So we need to be prepared for both possibilities. We can't put all our bets on an uncertain person. Lu Wansong thought for a moment. Lu Tianhai, you're in full charge of overseas affairs. How's your communication with the overseas masters going? Lu Tianhai quickly said, the asking price is terrifying, but one of them meets the requirements, and we are already trying to communicate with them. We don't have much time. We need to act quickly, preferably within a week. Lu Qingzhou. Yes, Grandpa. You are responsible for negotiating with Lu Qingxian, building a relationship with him, and trying to get as much useful information as possible out of him, including information about those 2 new drugs. Yes. Lu Qingjie. Grandpa, I'm here. You'll be in charge of cooperating with Qingzhou's actions. The Dragon Tiger battle is coming soon, and chaos is brewing in the capital. Go and create some trouble for Lu Qingxian so that Qingzhou can successfully gain his trust. Don't worry, Grandpa, leave it to me. The next day, a large and impressive procession arrived from the south of the Yangtze River. As soon as Lu Bingqing arrived in the capital, she called Lu Qingxian, and the two met at the capital's largest technology building. This time, Lu Bingqing made thorough preparations for the launch of the deep sea extract, hiring a whole team of experts, top figures in the domestic pharmaceutical industry, and well-known reporters from major media outlets. The goal is to create hype, and no amount of advertising is too much to ask. The premiere must be a nationwide sensation. Lu Qingxian and Xingyu arrived at the Science and Technology building at 9 o'clock sharp in the morning. To his surprise, the Li family team, led by Li Yunmeng, also appeared in front of the Science and Technology building. Moreover, they brought a large number of media, medical staff in white coats, and well-known movie stars from various entertainment industries. What is she trying to do? 390, Chapter 390, the sales event begins. Suddenly, an idea popped into Lu Qingxuan's mind. Is this some kind of press conference to launch this version of Lingbai pill? If that's really the case, then the Li family will suffer a terrible fate today, because with the launch of the deep sea extract, all other health supplements will have to take a back seat, especially Lingbai pills, which have the same effects. In addition, they do not have formulas for special medicinal materials, and the cost of making medicine is very high. If they sell at a lower price, they will not be able to recoup their costs if they sell at a higher price. They will not be able to compete with deep-sea raw materials no matter how hard they try. However, Lu Qingxian didn't care about any of this. What did it have to do with him now? Li Yunmeng and her group quickly disappeared through the doorway and entered the third floor. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Bingqing arrived with her team. From afar, Lu Bingqing, dressed in a light blue suit, was quite eye-catching, and soon she also spotted Lu Qingxian. Dozens of meters away, she tossed her bag to the secretary next to her, excitedly ran towards Lu Qingxian, hugged him tightly, and kissed him hard on the cheek. Cough cough. Lu Qingxian looked embarrassed and quickly pulled her away at the same time. He glanced at Xingyu next to him, but the latter acted as if she hadn't seen him and was just pouting, clearly unhappy. Would you believe me if I said we're just ordinary friends? Xingyu rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm an idiot? The next second, Xingyu suddenly raised her eyebrows again. But it seems that you and this young lady have known each other for a long time, and I am the newcomer. Well, then I will kindly share a husband with this young lady. Lu Qingxian looked bewildered. Lu Bingqing's suspicious gaze swept back and forth between the two of them. Wow, Mr. Lu, you've only been in the capital for a short time, and you've already hooked up with someone? Lu Qingxian scratched his head. We've known each other for over 10 years. Also, don't laugh at me, Li Yunmeng and I are divorced again. Lu Bingqing was somewhat surprised to hear this, but it made sense. I never thought that woman was a good person from beginning to end. It's just that you like her, so I didn't say anything bad about her. Those involved are often blinded by their own interests, so there's no point in saying those things. In short, from now on I won't have any more entanglements with her. Lu Qingxian smiled, with a hint of self-deprecation. Being defeated twice by a woman is certainly not in line with the decisive and ruthless Master Lu's style, but there's nothing he can do about it. Before, emotions were a major obstacle to his progress, but not anymore. Go on up. Today's launch event is over. The products will be directly distributed to major distributors and prepared for market launch. Furthermore, we will suppress the Li family in every way. They want to make money with my Lingbai pills. That's wishful thinking. Lu Qingxian is no living Buddha or saint. He holds grudges, especially grudges he doesn't even need to think about using what he obtained by deception to turn the tables. I have already investigated the main source of income for the Li family comes from two major industrial groups in South China and East China. The South China branch is now under the control of Li Yunmeng, while the East China group belongs to Li Yunhui, the eldest son of the Li family. Originally, these two groups could bring the Li family tens of billions of yuan in income every year. In addition, with some small and insignificant companies, the total annual revenue can reach about 12 billion yuan. But now, with the economy shifting to the internet, the Li family's profits are not as good as before, shrinking by about half. That's why the Li family is so anxious. After hearing about the Lingbai pill, they took the initiative to extend an olive branch to Li Yunmeng, offering to let her return to the family as a condition, and even making her one of the future heirs of the Li family, in order to have her bring the Lingbai pill back. The Li family believes that Lingbai pill is the key to their turnaround. I really look forward to seeing how interesting their expressions will be when they spend a lot of money to set up the production line for Lingbai pills, stockpile a large amount of goods, but can't sell a single pill. Lu Bingqing smiled mischievously. Do you think Li Yunmeng will come back to you and try to get back together? Lu Qingxuan's face darkened. Does she think I'm stupid? Stupid, if it weren't for her excellent acting skills, she wouldn't have even gotten the first chance. In fact, Lu Qingxian suspected that she had really changed her mind at that time, because her behavior when facing Xiao Junlong did not seem like an act at all. Of course, it's possible that she did change her mind back then, but later the temptations became too great, and after weighing the pros and cons, she couldn't help but want to kick him away. Those who are fickle and capricious do not need a good end, and indeed they do. It's really outrageous that Master Lu, a man of such stature, has been repeatedly deceived by a woman who doesn't know anything. If you have a plan, I'll personally teach her a lesson for you. After speaking, Lu Bingqing looked at Xingyu and gave her a sweet smile. Hello, little sister, my name is Lu Bingqing, and I come from Jiangnan. My name is Xingyu, and I'm a local from Daidu City. Xingyu, from now on we're family, so please take good care of your older sister. And Xingyu blushed. She didn't understand what this family meant. Did they really intend for two women to share one husband, although she didn't mind, after everything they'd been through, but... my little sister looks so cute when she's shy. I'll protect you from now on. Xingxian, What are you waiting for? Let's go to the second floor. Lu Qingxian was speechless, but didn't say much. Instead, he followed them upstairs. She had booked the entire first and second floors in advance. Throughout the entire launch event, Lu Qingxian sat on the sidelines, essentially just observing. After all, he had already given a detailed presentation at the press conference and had won over all the domestic and international experts, so the current success of the launch event was almost a natural outcome. Even several popular movie stars came to visit during this process. It wasn't that Lu Bingqing paid them, rather, these people wanted to ride the coattails of the Deep Sea Essence's popularity. Even more impressively, halfway through the launch event, the president of the Imperial City Health Federation and several highly respected senior figures in the medical field also came to attend, instantly boosting the event's prestige and bringing its popularity to a peak. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingxian, sitting in the audience, showed no surprise whatsoever, as if everything was perfectly natural. He would have found it strange if these people hadn't shown up after watching the launch event for the Deep Sea Essence. They should all know that this thing would dominate the pharmaceutical market of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom in the future, with no competitors whatsoever. Lu, regarding your group, there were rumors that there was a drug called Lingbai pill, which was cancelled before it was even released. Now you've suddenly come up with a deep sea extract. Do we have any reason to believe that this is just a marketing strategy of your group? Furthermore, the Li family upstairs is currently holding a launch event for their new Lingbai pill. May I ask if your group has any business dealings or collaborations with the Li group? 391, Chapter 391, Clash of Titans. I must make a solemn statement regarding this issue, said Lu Bingqing, taking the microphone. We have no cooperative relationship with any family. The only authorized distributor is Jiangnan Sihai Hanhui. Only authorized distributors bearing the Sihai Hanghui trademark can obtain genuine deep sea extract. Regarding the Lingbai pill, I hereby announce that Sihai Hanghui will no longer sell Lingbai pills. In addition, they will only be given away as a gift with deep sea essence, so you will not have to spend a penny. Lu Bingqing's implication was clear: as long as you buy the deep sea essence, the Lingbai pills will be given away for free. If you buy Lingbai pills from the Li family, you'll be ripped off. You'll spend almost the same amount of money but only get the same product. As soon as these words came out, the guests below went crazy. Such an amazing medicine, given away for free? However, many people went completely crazy after personally experiencing the effects of the deep sea essence. Human body modification, from an ordinary person to a martial artist who can easily lift hundreds of kilograms. Is this some kind of gene mutation drug? This thing is a revolutionary product. I'd sell my entire fortune to buy it. Countless people were eager to try it out, urging the sales event to end quickly so they could get a copy to take home and try it out. Upstairs at this moment, Li Yunmeng, dressed in a light red dress, sat in a private tea room backstage, looking at the documents in her hand and studying the script for the upcoming sales event. Just then, a man pushed the door open and came in. The man looked unwell and threw his phone in front of Li Yunmeng. It contained a deliberately recorded video of the scene. Li Yunmeng looked puzzled, then pressed the play button. Soon, the expression on her face became contorted. Who sent this? No one sent it. It was our people who took the photos downstairs. The Jiangnan Sihai Aviation Association is holding a sales event right downstairs, releasing their new drug, Deep Sea Essence, and giving away Lingbai pills as a bonus. This is a complete disruption of the Li family's business. Downstairs? Li Yunmeng was taken aback at first, then her face quickly darkened. Intentional. There's no such thing as a coincidence in the world. It must have been Lu Qingxian who did it on purpose. Not wanting their launch to succeed, they teamed up with Lu Bingqing to pull this stunt. What benefit would that bring him? I'll go down and take a look. Li Yunmeng got up and quickly went downstairs, followed by a large group of people. At this point, Lu Bingqing's sales event was nearing its end. Actually, the launch event didn't have much content. It was just a formality. Afterwards, there was a signing ceremony with various companies and distributors, which was an internal event. However, this very incident completely ruined the Li family. Many people came from upstairs after hearing the news, especially those companies and groups that had already confirmed potential cooperation with the Li family. After learning about the Deep Sea Essence, they immediately betrayed the family on the spot. Even a fool can see that selling Lingbai pills on its own has no future in terms of product positioning and cost effectiveness. it is ruthlessly suppressed by Deep Sea Essence. This is not something that can be changed by sales models or sales strategies, it is an inherent flaw. When Li Yunmeng appeared, Lu Bingqing on the stage also saw her, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. That bitch finally couldn't hold back anymore. Li Yunmeng did not disrupt the sales event, but instead found Lu Qingxian below. Lu Qingxian and Xingyu sat in the corner, and Li Yunmeng's arrival did not disturb him. Why do this? At most, we have some emotional entanglements, but we don't have any grudges against each other, right? Why are you targeting me? What have I done to you? This sales event was deliberately held under the umbrella of our Li family's sales event, and they even sold Deep Sea Essence and gave away Lingbai pills as a bonus. I assent that maliciously sabotaging our Li family's sales event? Lu Qingxian gave her a strange look. Do you have paranoia? Are you saying that if your Li family holds a sales event, everyone else has to make way for you so you can make a killing? Or are you saying that the pharmaceutical market is run by your Li family, and that what others are doing is illegal? Li Yunmeng was speechless. Although what the other party did was immoral, there was no way to legally accuse them of anything. And you knew beforehand that my Sihai Hanghui had such a groundbreaking product as Deep Sea Essence, yet you still stubbornly took out Lingbai pills to sell, making a fool of yourself and expecting others to pay for it? Or is it that, apart from the Lingbai pill formula I gave you as a favor, you have no other good products to offer? Li Yunmeng's face flushed red. Lu Qingxian. I am now the eldest daughter of the Li family, the future heir of the Li family. Please adopt the proper attitude when you speak to me. Lu Qingxian scoffed. Everything you have is a gift from me, and you still dare to use your status to pressure me. Li Yunmeng, are you just ungrateful, or are you truly ignorant of your own limitations? Hey, who's over there? What are you saying to our Sihai Hanghui's chief pharmacist, the major shareholder behind the scenes? Lu Bingqing's words drew everyone's attention to Li Yunmeng. After making sure the media cameras were on her, Lu Bingqing stepped off the stage. Oh, isn't this MSLI? Miss Li, didn't you divorce our chief pharmacist, Mr. Lu? Why are you bothering Mr. Lu again? Stealing the formula for Lingbai pills wasn't enough, you also want to steal the formula for our Deep Sea Essence. Lu Bingqing's words caused a huge uproar. The media personnel, like dogs smelling meat, widened their eyes and began taking photos and recording quickly. The prescription for Li Jia Lingbai pills is suspected of being stolen from the Sihai Hanghui, for Sea's Shipping Association. The relationship between the eldest daughter of the Li family and the chief pharmacist of the Sihai Aviation Association is unclear. The eldest daughter of the Li family is suspected of attempting to steal the formula for deep sea extract. The news headlines have already been drafted. One can imagine what would happen if deep sea liquid when a nationwide buying frenzy is triggered. These news stories will quickly top the charts, bringing them massive traffic and revenue. Li Yunmeng, her face ashen, flew into a rage upon hearing these words, shouting, "Nonsense! Lu, you are a CEO of a group company. Don't you need to take responsibility for the things you say? What responsibility is there for everything that is true?" Lu Bingqing said nonchalantly as she approached Lu Qingxian. I obtained the Lingbai pill formula through legal means, it was not stolen. You can ask him about that, Li Yunmeng said, pointing at Lu Qingxian. It is indeed a legal means to marry Mr. Lu for a formula, sacrificing your looks and morality for him. It must have been really hard on you. As soon as you got the prescription, you couldn't wait to kick your man to the curb. You're truly something else, Miss Li. Your reputation is comparable to that of Pan Jinlian. If I'm not mistaken, you're probably eyeing the Deep Sea Essence right now, aren't you? After all, Lingbai pills really aren't selling. Lu Bingqing looked at her teasingly. 392, Chapter 302, Contraband Found. Contraband found. Let me guess again. Is this another remarriage drama? Mr. Lu is such a powerful man, yet he actually fell for a woman like you in the first place. Yeah. Lu Bingqing didn't say the words blind, but gave Lu Qingxian a mischievous look, only to find that he looked indifferent and didn't seem to care at all. This time, he seems to have truly moved on. He seemed indifferent before, but many details don't lie, he still cared about Li Yunmeng's feelings and thoughts, but now it's completely different. Like a passerby. No, they're not even as good as passers-by. Miss Lu, if you've come here just to put me down, then there's nothing more to say between us. I am not the same person I was before. We're on equal footing. No, I'm on a higher level than you. I am the eldest daughter of the Li family, a powerful family in the capital, while you are merely the daughter of a wealthy family in Jiangnan. You have no right to flaunt your power in front of me. Li Yunmeng took a deep breath and spoke her mind. Ha! Lu Bingqing looked at her in disbelief, then a mocking smile appeared on her face. My esteemed Miss Li, your ability to be recognized as a member of the Li family and return to the wealthy family, and to become one of the heirs of the Li family, is all thanks to your ex-husband, Mr. Lu, and Ling Baipil, isn't it? The Li family believes that Ling Baipil has potential and can bring them terrifying wealth, which is why they have given you your current position. Do you think you can continue to sit comfortably in your current position after today's launch event? Li Yunmeng's face darkened. She had actually considered this question. Everything she has now is based on the fact that Lingbai pills can sell like hotcakes and make the Li family a fortune, but if the sale of Lingbai pills fails and this drug can no longer determine the market trend, then she will lose all her value. She had given everything for this, including her own company, and she couldn't imagine what she would have left after being driven out by the Li family. You already have a very clear answer in your heart. When you're with Mr. Lu, you can have everything effortlessly, but if you leave Mr. Lu, you'll have nothing. It's not that you, Li Yunmeng, are so great, but don't you understand yet? Li Yunmeng's expression grew increasingly grim. Just then, a large team of law enforcement officers rushed in from outside. Who is in charge here? It's me. May I ask what brings you here, Captain? Lu Bingqing stepped forward and asked, looking at the man in uniform. Someone reported that you are illegally possessing contraband here. Please cooperate with our investigation. The man held a search warrant in his hand. Contraband? Don't be ridiculous. We're just ordinary businessmen. We wouldn't touch that stuff. Lu Bingqing keenly sensed that someone was setting a trap for her, even going so far as to produce a search warrant. A search warrant isn't something you can just apply for and get granted. Besides, her sales event lasted less than half an hour, so how could that be possible? Clearly, it was all premeditated. We'll know whether it's there or not with a simple search. There's no use in making excuses. The man remained expressionless and gestured to the people who came later to quickly take control of the entire venue. Could there be some misunderstanding? A celebrity stood up, trying to use his fame to do something, but as soon as he stood up, he was pressed down and his hands were put behind his back. Seeing this, the others remained silent, realizing that this was no longer something they could interfere with. It was a war between powerful families. Search. A group of people filed in. Xingxian, what do we do? These people are obviously prepared. I wonder who instructed them. Lu Bingqing glanced coldly at Li Yunmeng. Her meaning was already very clear. Shameless. Li Yunmeng's eyebrows twitched when she heard the other party shout this, and she blurted it out. If I were you, I would shut up immediately. How dare you lecture others when you're such a shameless person yourself? Li Yunmeng snorted coldly. No matter what I do, it's all legal and compliant, unlike some so-called young ladies who like to seduce others behind their backs. Maybe they're used to cheating and have this kind of fetish. Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? Lu Bingqing was also furious and immediately pressed herself against Li Yunmeng. You're not a kid anymore. What's the point of this argument? Lu Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle. Right now, the key is to handle the search. It's obvious someone has tampered with it. Lu Bingqing coldly snorted. I just can't stand her kind of snobbish, clown-like behavior. If I were you, I would have slapped her to death long ago. She's so annoying with her jumping around like that. Lu Qingxian shook his head and chuckled. Shortly after, an investigator in a black uniform suddenly emerged from behind, holding a small bag in his hand, which appeared to contain white-gray granules. We've found the captain. It's... Bring it here so I can take a look. The captain raised his hand. After he took the bag, he picked up a sip and smelled it. It is indeed. The certification materials are here, and all the relevant personnel have been taken away. Several people surrounded Lu Bingqing. Li Yunmeng laughed and said, I thought deep sea essence was something amazing, but it turns out it's just some illegal stuff that's not worth looking at. Lu Qingxian, in the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom, especially in the capital, you actually dare to touch these things. I think you don't want to live anymore. She saw a glimmer of hope. If the so-called deep-sea essence was a contraband, then not only these two people, but the entire Four Seas Shipping Association would be shut down, and everyone would be arrested. And Xingyu nervously grabbed Lu Qingxian, but Lu Qingxian patted the back of her hand to reassure her. You seem quite pleased? Lu Qingxian then looked at Li Yunmeng. Do you think that just because Bingqing and I were arrested, your Lingbai pills will sell like hotcakes? Indeed, there's something to be happy about. With you and her gone, my product launch will be a success, and Lingbai pill will become the signature product of my Li family, for I bring with me an unparalleled status and position. So you hired this search team? Lu Qingxian asked with a smile. No. Oh, no? No, I'm not that bored, and besides, I didn't know you were hiding such contraband, Li Yunmeng said truthfully. Lu Qingxian turned to the search team leader and said, I request to see the body camera footage of the officer who found the contraband. The captain sneered, You think you can just watch whenever you want? Who do you think you are? This is my right, why can't I look at it? Or is it that it records some shameful things and you're afraid it will be exposed? Heh, your provocation won't work. You'd better prepare for your life sentence, the man chuckled contemptuously, his gaze sweeping over Lu Bingqing with a strange glint in his eyes. 393, Chapter 393, What if I weren't a Grandmaster? If you refuse to let us see the body camera footage, then we have reason to suspect that this is a malicious frame-up that you deliberately placed in our meeting place. Lu Bingqing said solemnly. Heh, you have no right to question this matter. What I say goes. If I say you are possessing contraband, then you are possessing contraband because here, I am the law enforcer, and you are just a bunch of guys waiting to be seized. However, if this beautiful lady can grant me a small request, perhaps there's still room for negotiation. The man in black stroked his chin, a sinister smile on his face, as he sized up Lu Bingqing. Looking into his filthy eyes, any woman would understand what that meant. Lu Bingqing's face darkened. Are you knowingly breaking the law? Hee, that's an exaggeration. It was just a private date with a beautiful woman. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sun Hao. I am not only the captain of the Capital Procuratorate, but also the fourth young master of the Sun family, a family of generals. Being able to go on a date with me is an opportunity that many women would love to have. I'm not only giving you a chance, I'm also giving him a chance. What do you think? I never need opportunities. I don't care who you're being used as a pawn. You'd better recognize your place now. I am not begging you to show me your body camera, but you have to show it to me, otherwise, I will release everything I've filmed here through the media so that the whole country can see how Sun Hao, the fourth young master of a military family and the captain of the Procuratorate, is fulfilling his duties. As he spoke, Lu Qingxian snapped his fingers, and a dense array of infrared beams from cameras appeared all around and above. Lu Bingqing stared at him in astonishment. There are many troubles in the capital. I predicted that today would not be peaceful, so I had someone make arrangements in advance, just in case I didn't expect it to actually come in handy. After finishing his sentence, Lu Qingxian made another phone call. Pull up the 360-degree surveillance footage from the backstage area and see who put this contraband there. It must be returned to its rightful owner, and everyone must be given an explanation. Okay, came from the other end of the phone. Kid, are you deliberately trying to go against me? Sun Hao's face immediately turned cold and extremely ugly. He did it on purpose, that's true, and he was indeed acting under someone's orders. Moreover, he never took these little brats from Jiangnan seriously. Did a bunch of out-of-towners think they were worthy of causing trouble in their capital? He wanted to make these people understand that this was the territory of the young masters and ladies of the capital, and everyone here had to act according to their wishes. Unexpectedly, this kid not only refused to listen, but also dared to use a scheme to turn the tables on him. Well done. You keep saying we're illegally possessing contraband, which could result in life imprisonment, and now you're turning around and saying we're going against you. Are you, Sun Hao, perhaps the lord of the imperial city, the number one person in the world? Lu Qingxian said sarcastically. Now there are only two paths. Either I will produce evidence myself and punish you for crimes such as possession of contraband, framing, disturbing public order, and bending the law for personal gain, or you will confess voluntarily and try to get leniency. Are you threatening me? Do you know how many members of my family hold high positions and wield power in the military and government? I can make sure you never leave the capital city with just a single word. Lu Qingxian, I advise you to face reality as a family of generals. The influence of the Sun family is beyond your imagination. It can only be said that even heaven is on my side. Li Yunmeng felt extremely pleased. Do you really think you can control me just because you come from a mere military family? Lu Qingxian flicked his fingers. One military family isn't enough, what if we add me? Just then, another voice came from outside. It turned out that Chao Wen and Li Changfeng brought people in. Li Changfeng, bandaged, stared at Lu Qingxian with venomous eyes, wishing he could devour him alive. Chao Wen, the second young master of the wealthy Chao family, and Li Changfeng, the third young master of the wealthy Li family. Goodness, what's going on today? All the young masters of wealthy families have gathered. Many people were secretly astonished, having forgotten how long it had been since they had witnessed such a scene as several young masters from wealthy families gathered together just to deal with one person. Just who was this Lu Qingxian? Was a mere person from Jiangnan worth such a grand show of force? Chao Wen sneered. Lu Qingxian, 6 or 7 years ago, I wouldn't have dared to oppose you, but things are very different now without the protection of the Lu family. What are you? You didn't appreciate my kindness yesterday, so don't blame me for taking action against you today. As they were speaking, several middle-aged men appeared behind them. Almost every one of them exuded a powerful and vigorous aura. They were all martial artists, and their strength was considerable. Seeing him, Lu Qingxian was not surprised at all. Chao Wen was a vindictive person. Chao Wen, do you really think that my success today is due to the protection of the Lu family? You're too naive. Lu Qingxian shook his head with a smile. Fine, I'll see what tricks you have up your sleeve today. Show me everything you have. I just returned to the capital. If I don't give some people a talking to, it seems like everyone has forgotten about me. As he spoke, Lu Qingxian stood up from his chair and moved his wrists. He's a very good fighter, young Master Chao, be careful, Li Yunmeng couldn't help but remind him. She knew this better than anyone. She even knew that Lu Qingxian had killed many people. He was a desperate man who would do anything. This was the fundamental reason why she looked down on him. He was a brute who might cause a lot of trouble in the future. She felt no sense of security at all. Being with him not only makes it difficult to truly realize one's dreams, but also means constantly living in fear of being implicated in retaliation. Most importantly, he never knows what he wants, he just wants to live an ordinary life. Don't they realize that Li Yunmeng is just an ordinary person? Are they people? Upon hearing this, Chao Wen immediately laughed. Hee, you're good at fighting, don't worry, I prepared a special feast for him today. After saying that, Chao Wen snapped his fingers, and 2 old men appeared on his left and right. Old Yin, Old Yang, please capture him, break his arms and legs, and hand him over to me. Don't kill him yet. Young Master Chao, rest assured, even a grandmaster would have to bow down if the 2 of us made a move. After speaking, the 2 vanished from their original positions in a flash, their afterimages rapidly changing locations, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Lu Qingxian. From taking action to crossing that 20 to 30 meter distance, it seemed to take less than 3 seconds to the average person. It felt like the scene blurred and the person was gone. Lu Qingxian remained calm and raised his hand with a smile. Even a grandmaster has to bow down? What if I'm not a grandmaster? 394, Chapter 394, An Easy Way to Make Money. The 2 elders, Yin and Yang, were completely unaware of the deeper meaning behind the other party's words, and they flashed to the left and right in front of him. One was aimed at the head, and the other at the heart. Smack! Smack! 2 crisp claps rang out loudly in the quiet meeting room. Then they saw the 2 Yin-Yang elders, who had been so aggressive before, lying on one side like dead dogs. At his age, instead of staying home and enjoying his retirement, he's out doing business for others. He won't even know how he died. The 2 of them struggled to lift their heads, staring at Lu Qingxian in disbelief. You. Still not convinced? We surrender, we beg you, young friend, please don't continue. The slightly older Yin Lao hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Everyone was stunned. Was this begging for mercy too fast? From the moment the 2 elders made their move to the moment the 2 sides made contact, only about 5 seconds have passed. Even acting shouldn't be this rushed. However, since they weren't directly involved, no one could understand the horror in the hearts of the 2 elders. The ability to easily defeat both of them demonstrates a level of strength far beyond that of ordinary grandmasters. With the battle between the dragon and the tiger imminent, the capital is truly a gathering place for powerful figures. Anyone who jumps out at random could easily beat the 2 of them like dogs. You think I won't fight just because you tell me not to? If I were weaker than you, would you spare my life if I begged for mercy? Lu Qingxian sneered. Young friend, we can buy our lives with money. Over the years, my husband and I have accumulated quite a bit of wealth. Lu Qingxian held up one finger, 10 billion for one life. The room erupted in uproar. $1 billion for a life, that's not just outrageous, it's outrageous. Chao Wan, you're the same, but you're a bit more expensive. You'll have to pay 2 billion to get out of here, or the Chao family will prepare to collect your corpse. 2 billion, Lu Qingxian, why don't you just rob someone? Chao Wan cursed. Isn't it faster to make money by opening my mouth than by robbing someone? Lu Qingxian said. These words left Chao Wan speechless. They did seem to make some sense, but he was the one who had to pay for it. The two Yinyang elders had been beaten up like this, and he had no doubt about Lu Qingxuan's words. If he couldn't come up with the money, his family would really have to prepare to collect his corpse. I'll give you the money, and we'll call it even, how about it? Chao Wan said with a gloomy face. He wasn't stupid. The failure of the Yinyang elders proved that their strength was above the Grandmaster level. He understood better than anyone what being above the Grandmaster level meant. If he could resolve the conflict between the two with 2 billion, it would actually be a very worthwhile deal, and it could also be considered as paying for his impulsive behavior. 2 billion is just the price to buy your life. If you want to wipe the slate clean, that's not enough. You need to add more money, add another billion, and we'll wipe the slate clean. Chao Wan gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll give you 3 billion. Young Master Chao is indeed a straightforward person. Where are you two? Lu Qingxian asked the Yinyang elders. A total of 2 billion, it will be transferred to your account within half an hour. Lu Qingxian nodded. Earning 5 billion in just a few minutes, there was probably no more profitable business in the world. Li Yunmeng and Lu Bingqing, who were standing to the side, were both dumbfounded. Is this how you make money? Even if Lingbai pill really becomes a huge market hit, it would be difficult to make 5 billion in profit in a year, right? How could they earn that back in a year just by talking? In less than 10 minutes, the money arrived in his account. After receiving the money, Lu Qingxian was too lazy to argue with them. Chao Wan and the two experts he brought were easily dismissed and sent away. But if Li Changfeng also wants to leave, then it won't be so easy. As soon as Li Changfeng, who was wrapped in bandages, turned around, he was struck in the back by an inexplicable force, and fell like a stray dog, landing face first in the mud. Lu Qingxian fully revealed his domineering side. Sun Hao stared at him coldly from the side. Intentional assault, extortion, and possession of contraband. Any one of these is enough to put you in jail for 20 years. Put them together and you'll never get out in this lifetime. Furthermore, everything you have done has been recorded by my body camera, and there is witness testimony and physical evidence. As soon as Sun Hao finished speaking, he felt a terrifying pressure that made it impossible for him to get up, and he instantly collapsed to the ground. Stop arguing. You still have one last chance. Who ordered you to do this? Tell me honestly, and you can walk out of here standing up. Otherwise, you'll end up like him. Lu Qingxian pointed at Li Changfeng, flicked the cup in his hand, and it flew out, breaking Li Changfeng's shinbone. A piercing scream rang out sharply in the quiet hall. Lu Qingxian, you've gone mad! Li Yunmeng exclaimed in disbelief. The third young master of the Li family was rendered useless just like that. What does he take the wealthy family for? You're crazy just because you cripple a few people. Have you ever seen what madness is? Lu Qingxian turned to look at her. Also, stop chattering in front of me. I am tired of your voice. Li Yunmeng opened her mouth, and an indescribable emotion welled up deep within her. He actually said something so resolute. In my memory, even if the two of them had a very bad falling out, Lu Qingxian would never say anything particularly hurtful. Okay, I hope you won't regret it. Li Yunmeng pursed her lips. I'll return your words. Lu Qingxian withdrew his gaze. Li Yunmeng turned around and went upstairs. Lu Qingxian kicked Sun Hao. You don't have much time left, I'll give you 5 more seconds. Sun Hao's face was extremely ugly, and he was being stared at by a barrage of fiery gazes, making it impossible for him to even lift his head. 3, 2, 1. Stop hitting him, stop hitting him, it's Lu Qingjie, it's Lu Qingjie. Lu Qingjie, he told you to do this? Yesha found me and asked me to cause you some trouble. Sun Hao slumped his head and confessed honestly. Okay, I understand the trouble. Please pass on a message to him. If I don't see him kneeling before me and apologizing within an hour, then I will personally, after he returns to the Lu family, cripple his hands and feet." Lu Qingxian nodded, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Sun Hao scrambled away. Despite a minor hiccup, the sales event will continue. Sun Hao's disruption did not affect the launch event, on the contrary, it brought the atmosphere to a climax. Anyone who learns that such a formidable figure is behind the deep sea essence will not doubt the authenticity of this new drug. Moreover, all of this has already been confirmed at the previous press conference. This is a groundbreaking product that has even made those foreigners exclaim that it is a miracle drug. The Lu family. Lu Qingjie stood in the backyard, and Sun Hao stood obsequiously in front of him. Did he really say that? Lu Qingjie asked with a squinting smile. Yes, he said if he doesn't see you kneel down in front of him and apologize within an hour, he'll come back and cripple your hands and feet, Sun Hao said bluntly. Lu Qingjie smiled and looked at the young man beside him. Big brother, I did exactly what you told me to do to cause him trouble. When he comes back and settles scores with me, you'll have to help me out. 395, Chapter 395, Archery Club. Have you forgotten what Grandpa told you? If I stand next to you, then this white cop role probably won't be able to be played. Although he is bold, this is the Lu family home. After Ali believe he wouldn't dare to really cripple you, Lu Qingzhou said. Lu Qingjie thought so too. To cripple the young master of the Lu family would be a serious matter that would anger everyone. He didn't believe that Lu Qingxian would really dare to do such a thing, and his grandfather wouldn't let him off the hook. The sales event ended at noon, and Lu Qingjie was still uneasy. His family knew that he and Lu Qingxian had a bad relationship, so he was bound to be the one to play the bad cop. But when he thought of how that madman Lu Qingxian had slaughtered an entire wealthy family back then, he couldn't help but feel scared. Lu Qingjie, get out here. At the Lu family's old residence, 7 or 8 members of the Lu family were sitting together eating when a sudden, cold shout startled everyone. What's going on? Lu Qingjie was startled, his eyelids twitched, but he remained seated. Qingjie, it sounds like someone is calling you. What happened? The beautiful woman next to him asked in confusion. Lu Qingjie remained silent. Soon, Lu Qingxian appeared inside the manor. You've got some nerve. I just got back to the capital and you're already trying to trip me up. Was it you were the one who got into trouble back then? Lu Qingjie had a cold face. More than 7 years ago, he offended the other party over something and ended up being beaten and hospitalized with a broken bone. He still remembers that humiliation to this day. Now, the other party is bringing up the old issue again, clearly intending to humiliate him. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? You had people disrupt my product launch, and now you're asking me what I want to do. Didn't I send someone to tell you, kneel down and apologize to me within an hour, and you can stay here peacefully. If you exceed the time limit, I'll break your arms and legs. Lu Qingxian stood 10 meters away. Lu Qingjie's eyelids twitched. Lu Qingxian, you've been deliberately slandering Xiao Jie for no reason. I have reason to suspect you're deliberately picking a fight. The beautiful woman came to her son's side and looked at him coldly. Lu Qingxian smiled faintly and stepped forward. Lu Qingxian, what are you doing? Third brother, stop right now. You. Ah. With a piercing scream, Lu Qingjie flew backward like a dead dog, his limbs twisted to varying degrees, clearly broken. Beast! The beautiful woman screamed and tried to grab Lu Qingxuan's clothes, but Lu Qingxian swung his arm and threw her away. Several guards from the Lu family surrounded Lu Qingxian, but they only dared to surround him and did not dare to take any further action. Lu Qingzhou, who arrived a step too late, twitched at the corner of his mouth when he saw Lu Qingjie's miserable state. He underestimated the extent of his third brother's lawlessness. This was the Lu family's headquarters, and he dared to cripple a direct descendant of the Lu family here. He should know that he was no longer considered a member of the Lu family, so this could not be considered an internal dispute. According to the Lu family's rules, all forces would be mobilized to punish troublemakers. Of course, he also knew that with the battle between the dragon and the tiger imminent, the Lu family would not risk offending a helper whose strength was not transparent. Furthermore, not knowing whether his powerful father was still alive, he dared not act rashly. Third brother of Yi gone too far. Although Qingjie was wrong, but do you want to be like him? Lu Qingxian turned to look at him. Lu Qingzhou's expression froze. Third brother, do you even want to lay a hand on me? So what if I take action? If I lay a hand on him today, who would dare to protect him? That would be going against me. Lu Qingxuan, the Lu family rules can't restrain me. Don't take yourself too seriously, Lu Qingxian said bluntly. Lu Qingzhou's face turned ashen. He wanted to play the peacemaker and be the good cop, but he didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant that they didn't even give him a chance. I've only been back at the Lu family for 2 days, and you're already plotting to trip me up, Lu Qingjie. I don't know who gave you such courage, but let me tell you, you only have this one chance. Next time, I will kill you outright, and no one can protect you. Lu Qingxian said this, then turned and left. He meant what he said. If he said he'd break his limbs, he absolutely meant it. Lu Qingjie was taken to the hospital. On the way, he held up his phone and kept cursing, wincing in pain. I don't care if the compensation isn't right this time. I'll tell him about your mesh, so lunatic anyway, so you can deal with it. He was incredibly unlucky to be the one to stick his neck out. Although he and Lu Qingxian didn't get along, he wasn't stupid enough to do something that would harm others, and himself disrupting the launch event would not benefit him at all. He wasn't an idiot. It can be said that he was just a pawn in Lu Qingzhou's game. The Lu family had their eyes on the deep-sea liquid under Lu Qingxuan's control and wanted a share of the pie. They tried to find an opportunity to intervene, but their plan backfired and failed before it even began. Lu Qingxian couldn't care less about their private plans to him. Whoever became an obstacle in his path would be eliminated completely. Xiao Xian, you've been fighting again? Lu Qingning frowned and found Lu Qingxian. What do you mean by fighting? It was clearly me hitting someone else on my own. You're such a troublemaker. Sister Ning, you're mistaken. They provoked me, not me, and you know me. I've never known what it means to swallow my anger. There was something else Lu Qingxian hadn't said. He had had enough of Li Yunming these past few years. Enduring won't solve anything. On the contrary, it will allow some petty devils to ride roughshod over you. Oh, never mind. Let's not talk about this anymore. Are you free right now? Come with me. A friend of mine started an archery club and insists I come and support them. Your little sister, Shushua, will be there too. I heard you're back, and they kept insisting I call you out. Lu Qingning rubbed her forehead, looking like she had a headache. First snow? Yes, she was only 12 years old when you left, and now she's a beautiful young woman. Would you like to do me the honor of coming along? Lu Qingning blinked. Lu Qingxian thought about it anyway. The sales event was over, and Bingqing would personally take care of the rest. He didn't have anything to do these few days. Okay, I'll give Sister Ning this face. Lu Qingning pouted. Giving me face is a lie. I bet you miss Chushua too. After all, she was so clingy to you back then. When I heard you had an accident, she cried for 3 days and 3 nights without closing her eyes. Lu Qingxian was taken aback. Was that little tagalong really that exaggerated? At the entrance of the dying archery club, a girl dressed entirely in pure white, fluffy clothes, wearing cat ear muffs and a white scarf, standing there, with 2 bodyguards in black standing obediently behind her. A moment later, a pink Bentley pulled up, and Lu Qingning, wearing black sunglasses and a red down jacket, got out of the back seat. On the other side, Lu Qingxian, dressed in a black casual long shirt, also got out of the car. Oh dear, Sister Ningning, you're so slow. Chu Shui exclaimed in surprise. Then her gaze fell on the man in the black casual long shirt on the other side of the car. Her pink cheeks flushed instantly, and a glistening tear welled up in her eyes. Big Stinky Schwanzi, you're back. 396, Chapter 396, is he praising me? Big Stinky Schwanzi? Lu Qingxuan's face darkened. That brat, she still remembers his dirty secrets after all these years. Seeing Lu Qingxuan's expression, Wang Chushua burst out laughing. Don't be shy, you big stinky Schwanzi. Come here and let Chushua check if you've wiped your butt clean. Lu Qingxuan's eyelids twitched, and he said with a half-smile, I think some girls are itching for a beating again, aren't they? Then come on, he Wang Chushua made a face. Lu Qingning couldn't help but chuckle. This girl, who had been quiet and reserved since Lu Qingxian left the capital, couldn't help but start talking again when she saw him. The reason she invited Lu Qingxian out this time was at the request of Wang Chushua's mother. Ever since Lu Qingxuan's accident, this girl seemed to have a mental illness and didn't have many friends to confide in. Over time, she was really afraid that her daughter would develop depression and something bad would happen. Now that he was back, she also wanted to see if she could help Chushua return to the lively and cheerful state she used to be. It seems very promising now. The girl was really happy to see Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian stepped forward, ruffled the girl's hair, and messed up her neatly styled hair, making Chu Shui frown and pout. So many years have passed, and the little kid from back then has grown up. Time really is a cruel mistress. Lu Qingxian couldn't help but sigh. Hey, what do you mean? Are you saying I've become ugly? Wang Chushue's face immediately turned ugly when she heard the words butcher's knife. Stop bickering, you two hurry up and go inside, there are other friends waiting. Lu Qingning pointed to the dying archery club behind her. Although this archery club has not been open for long, it is the only club in the entire imperial city that offers all kinds of shooting games, and its scale is so large that there is no other club like it in the entire imperial city. The owner of this club is said to be a famous female star who returned from starting a business in Japan. As a result, many people in the entertainment industry come here to play. It is also the social and entertainment venue with the highest success rate of encountering celebrities in the entire Great Xia Dragon Kingdom. Furthermore, this club has a rule that you must be a referral to join. The regular membership fee system is not valid here. In other words, no matter how much money you have, you cannot become a member without at least 2 referral letters from other members. This model is also designed to prevent the infiltration of unsavory individuals from the community. While these people may be wealthy, they are not the club's primary clientele. However, as the second young lady of the reclusive Lu family, Lu Qingning, and the little princess of the wealthy Wang family, Wang Chushue, the two did not need to apply for memberships at all. Their memberships were delivered to them long ago. As soon as I entered, I saw a waitress wearing a short skirt and black stockings, with a slender figure that surpassed even that of a flight attendant, waiting there with a sweet professional smile. The 3 of you, please show your membership card. The waiter checked the members' credentials before letting the 3 of them in, as per the rules. However, upon seeing the diamond membership card in Lu Qingning's hand, the waiter knew that there was no need to check the others. The VIP diamond membership card granted the right to bring 5 non-members inside, as per the rules. Please come in. The waitress walked in front, giving a perfunctory introduction to the attractions. Although she knew that people with diamond memberships would definitely know the rules, her job was to greet and explain them to them. Ladies, we recently commissioned several pure carbon fiber alloy bows. Each one is only 200,000, and will also give you an extra 20 arrows. The waiter completely ignored Lu Qingshuan. No matter how you looked at him, this man seemed more like a bodyguard for the 2 young ladies than a nobleman who came to enjoy a high-end activity like archery. Do you have any pink ones? Wang Chushue asked. Of course, to cater to the preferences of our members, we offer custom colors, including pink. I want a pink one, and also 200 pink arrows. Lu Qingxian was speechless. After all these years, this girl's love for colors was still so obsessive. When the 3 of them arrived at the club, Lu Qingxian realized that the place was indeed very large, covering an area of nearly 2,000 square meters. The fact that such a large piece of land was acquired in the heart of Beijing, where land is incredibly valuable, suggests that the owner behind it must be quite powerful. Ah Ning, why are you so late? A magnetic male voice came through. The man had light blonde hair and didn't look like a pure Asian. He had some Caucasian ancestry. At 18 meters tall, he looked handsome and dashing, like a male lead in a TV drama. What, can't I be late? Lu Qingning didn't respond with much enthusiasm, just a nonchalant reply. Of course you can, Ning, even if you don't come, we won't blame you, the man quickly explained with a smile. By the way, let me introduce you to a few friends. This is my good friend from the University of the British Empire, St. William. You can just call him William. This is Princess Victoria of the British Empire. Lu Qingning looked at the 2 of them. She noticed that the man named St. William was staring intently at Wang Chushue. Wang Chushue is innocent and naive, and hasn't had much exposure to society yet, while this man named William looks like a seasoned veteran in the world of interpersonal relationships. Another one is called Princess Victoria. Lu Qingning thought she knew a bit about the royal family on the British Isles, but she had never heard of such a person. She thought she was probably a fake princess, just someone to put on airs and make up numbers. Bruce Chen loves playing this trick. There were 3 people, 2 foreigners and 1 of mixed race. It seemed like a pretty high-end social circle. Moreover, these 3 people were making quite a spectacle of themselves here, with almost all the female staff present. People swarmed around these 3 people as if they were some rare species, more popular and sought after than some minor celebrities. They thoroughly enjoyed being fawned over, and for a moment they were completely absorbed in the moment. After a brief acquaintance with Lu Qingning, the man named William walked straight toward Wang Chushue with a faint, confident, and sunny smile on his face.
Hello, beautiful lady, my name is William. I think we might have a beautiful acquaintance, like Romeo and Juliet, destined to blossom beautifully and make the whole world envious. As he spoke, William magically produced a flower in his hand. This move, combined with his handsome appearance, could be said to be irresistible to 90% of women. However, Lu Qingxian looked at the other party with a smile, as if he could already see what would happen next.
Are you an idiot? Wang Chushue frowned and cursed. What did you say? What do you mean by idiot? Bruce Chen, is this beautiful lady complimenting me? William turned around and asked. 397, Chapter 397, The Bet. Bruce Chen, the mixed-race man, turned pale.
Although William can speak Chinese, he has not been here long enough to know what idiot means.
I'm not praising you at all. I am saying you're a pig, you idiot, a pig, understand? You big oaf, trying to hit on me? Wang Chushue made a face.
William's expression darkened instantly. Miss, this is an insult to my character. I have the right to retaliate. Upon hearing this, Wang Chushue immediately hid behind Lu Qingxian and beckoned to him with her finger. Come on, I get a headache just looking at you overly familiar men, you big stinky schwanzi. Teach him a lesson.
Believe it or not, I'll teach you a lesson first.
Lu Qingxian said with a dark face, turning around and glaring at her.
Wang Chushue's head drooped instantly. Okay, brother Qingxian, please help me. This person is trying to bully me.
Lu Qingxuan's expression softened a bit. He turned to look at William and said, Chushue doesn't like you. Stay away from him. If I see you nagging him, I'll take you to the hospital.
Take me to the hospital? I'm not sick or injured. Why should I go to the hospital?
William couldn't understand the profoundness of Chinese characters and just felt that the other person was saying something inexplicable. However, he understood the first part of the sentence. He didn't want to get close to this girl. However, how dare a poor knight stop him from getting close to the princess? It seems someone doesn't understand their place. The room was warm. Chushue and Sister Ning went to the dressing room to change into an archery outfit. The pure white leather outfit accentuated Chushue's shapely figure.
It's small and cute.
Compared to Sister Ning, her exaggerated bust looks like it's been operated on. It's heavy and seems like it could crush a person.
What are you looking at? Lu Qingning glared at him fiercely. Lu Qingxian awkwardly looked away.
Beside her, Wang Chushue puffed out her chest and said with some annoyance, comparison is the thief of joy. Hello, ladies, I am the new coach here. I come from the land of bows and arrows, the land of kimchi. My name is Han Pushing. My hourly rate is only 6,000 yuan, but if it's you two ladies, I believe it wouldn't be impossible for me to teach you for free. A handsome young man who looked like a trainee walked over. He was over 18 meters tall, thin and fair-skinned, with light yellow hair, looking a lot like a male star in a soap opera.
Wang Chushue glanced at him. You'd be more like paying me 6,000 an hour. I am already an expert in archery. Do I need you to teach me?
Han Pushing smiled awkwardly. If it's this beautiful lady, giving you 6,000 wouldn't be out of the question. For him, making money as a coach here was only one of his goals. More importantly, he wanted to get to know the members in this circle. Some of these members came from very influential backgrounds in the capital city, far beyond what those nobodies could compare to. Being able to climb such a high branch was equivalent to directly escaping social class and reaching the bottom of society.
Pa, do I look like someone who's short of money? Even if I were to hire a coach, I'd have big stinky shin. Brother Qingxian, come here quickly.
Chushue waved to Lu Qingxian, who walked slowly into the entertainment venue. Many social elites were keen on horseback riding, archery, fencing, and golf, considering them elegant and aristocratic sports. In Lu Qingxuan's opinion, these sports were not of any particular level. If one had to distinguish between them, it would probably be the difference in consumption. For example, a single visit here could cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, and even with a recommendation, a membership card could cost several million yuan.
This is something other sports wouldn't even dare to dream of. Brother Qingxian. Hearing someone call his name, Lu Qingxian went over. What? Teaching people how to shoot arrows. Archery is simple, isn't it? Just draw the bow, aim, and shoot. Do you need me to teach you? Lu Qingxian said.
These words made Coach Han Pusheng, who had been observing Chu Shui and William, the blonde man from the British Empire, laugh out loud at the same time. Archery is a very sophisticated sport, otherwise it wouldn't be one of the Olympic sports. In this sport, experts and beginners are completely different beings, with a gap as wide as a chasm. A master can hit the bullseye 9 times out of 10, while a beginner can't even hit the target. However, archery is ultimately a sport of drawing a bow and aiming, and the other party is not wrong about that. It's just that it sounds ridiculous no matter how you look at it when such a layman says it. Sir Bodyguard, I believe archery is a very high-level sport, and I cannot allow you to use such vulgar language, Han Pusheng advised. Lu Qingxian glanced at him and said, "What you think doesn't matter, I only agree with what I think."
Han Pusheng frowned.
What an arrogant guy, how can a mere bodyguard have such a bad temper? Looks like I'll have to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson.
You're very arrogant.
In our land where the sun never sets, a lawless fellow like you would be banished to a slave slum and become a despised and cursed lowly citizen, William said bluntly. This is the great Xia Dragon Kingdom, not your sun never sets kingdom, so I only know what it means for the strong to be respected, but I don't understand what rules are or what it means to follow them. Why don't you teach me?
Lu Qingxian said without any politeness.
Beside her, Wang Chushua blinked her big eyes and said, "Why don't you two just have a competition? Arguing is so boring." A contest, beautiful lady, I've had that idea for a long time. William sneered since the other party had brought it up. He couldn't be happier. He had long wanted to teach this arrogant yellow-skinned man a lesson. First Snow, don't cause me any trouble, Lu Qingxian frowned.
No, I love watching you fight with them.
Wang Chushua said excitedly, like a little girl who had just received her favorite toy.
However, just competing isn't very interesting. How about we add some betting?
Chu Shui looked slyly at the man named William. To paraphrase a saying from your great Xia Dragon Kingdom, a gentleman should be willing to play along to the end. I'll play along with whatever this beautiful lady wants to bet, William said in a very gentlemanly manner.
Then, whoever loses, stands there as a live target for me to shoot arrows. How about that?
Chu Shui revealed a mischievous smile, pointing towards the shooting range.
William's expression changed, and he suddenly became uneasy.
What kind of bet was this? Shouldn't it be a money bet or some other agreement? How could it be so deadly all of a sudden? He then asked, I wonder what kind of bet this beautiful lady would like to make. If it's something I'm not familiar with, I think I have reason to refuse. He's not stupid, he won't let anyone manipulate him so easily. After all, this gamble is too risky.
Let's bet on archery. We're all here to have fun, so betting on archery shouldn't be a problem, right?
Wang Chushua rolled her eyes. William laughed. It seems this beautiful lady has a lot of complaints about your bodyguard, and has come up with this way to get rid of him. Hee. Alright, I agree.
And what about this gentleman? Will you cower like a turtle? William looked at Lu Qingxian with a mocking expression. 398, Chapter 398, Brother Lu.
As you wish.
Lu Qingxian stood there indifferently.
Although he had never tried archery, it did not affect his understanding of the sport at all. Drawing the bow and aiming was too simple. Even if the target is only a few dozen meters away, or even hundreds or thousands of meters away, he can still hit the bullseye. He doesn't even need a bow, he can hit the bullseye by simply throwing it with his hands. William stood before a pit, holding a longbow. He looked very rugged and handsome. He drew the bow to its limit, focused his aim, and then released the bow.
Smack! 10 rings. So handsome! A passing girl exclaimed.
Not bad. Han Pusheng nodded in agreement.
Whether it was luck or not, there's nothing to criticize about this shot. It was a high-level arrow.
William smiled confidently and glanced at Lu Qingxian defiantly, only to find that the latter remained indifferent, as if he hadn't even looked at him. In his eyes, this behavior was undoubtedly the last act of defiance in the face of cruel truth. But what's the use? The gamble will eventually end, and whether he runs away or bravely faces death, it won't change the outcome.
William quickly shot his second arrow, which also scored a perfect 10.
The third arrow, the fourth arrow, perfect score, perfect score. The fifth arrow was slightly off, and I only managed to get a 9. The rings that follow are, in order, 10 rings, 9 rings, 8 rings, 10 rings, and 10 rings again. A total of 10 arrows were shot, and the score was extremely poor, only 4 points away from a perfect score.
Such an achievement would be highly regarded even at the Olympics. Your turn, sir. Mr. Proud.
William emphasized the word pride with particular force, as if it carried a hint of sarcasm.
Is it okay if I don't use a bow? Lu Qingxian held a handful of arrows, a total of 10. Without a bow, are you kidding me? Do you mean you want to use your hands?
William almost thought he had misheard, and even asked Bruce Chen next to him to translate for him, since many words in the language of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom have multiple meanings. In the end, it turned out that he hadn't misheard, that was exactly what the other person meant, he didn't want to use a bow.
If you can shoot an arrow at a target 50 meters away with your hand, even if you only get half the points, I'll consider you the winner. I've never seen anyone throw an arrow that far with their hand. Arrows used for bows and arrows are relatively light, and in this situation, the strength of the arm is completely insufficient to exert that kind of explosive power. After all, it is not a javelin. Lu Qingxian smiled without saying a word, holding 10 arrows in his hand instead of standing in the standard pit. He bent down and threw them forcefully. With a flick of his arm, the 10 arrows became entangled, whistling through the air, and then slammed into the target with a brutal motion. The small red area of the target, the 10 ring, was filled with 10 arrows. This illogical scene left everyone speechless. Wow!
Wang Chushue was the first to react. She smacked her lips, sighed, and looked at Lu Qingxian as if he were a monster. I haven't seen Dachou Xuanzi in so long, and he's actually this powerful. This is something an ordinary person couldn't do, right? That's right, he's anything but ordinary.
Oh my God, this is impossible, this is not scientific. William held his head in his hands, his face filled with disbelief. Could this really be Chinese Kung Fu? So what if you lost? What's the meaning of this? You don't want to admit it. He must have used some kind of cheating method. I don't believe a human could do that. It must be cheating. William roared. Oh, so you don't want to honor the bet? If you can't afford to bet, you should have refused in the first place, instead of trying to renege after I'd made my move. Lu Qingxian looked at him. For some reason, when William looked into that gaze, he felt a strong killing intent, as if he would be killed by the other party in the next second. That feeling was terrifying. I advise you to honor your bet. My cousin has a bad temper and is prone to causing trouble. Lu Qingning walked over from a distance, wiping the fine beads of sweat that had formed on her forehead. Miss Lu, you're saying this person is your cousin? Bruce Chen looked at Lu Qingxian in surprise. He had researched the Lu family and even had photos of their members, but it seemed that such a person didn't exist at all. That's right, he's my third brother. Do you have any questions? Lu Qingning said directly. Bruce Chen fell silent for a moment. Third brother? In other words, this person is the third son of the Lu family? As far as he knew, the third son's branch of the Lu family had been eliminated, right? The specific incident involved 6 or 7 years ago, when he was studying abroad and had not paid any attention to things in China, nor did he know what had happened. William, I advise you to listen to what the other side has to say. Since you've lost, be a warrior for once, so you won't be laughed at, Bruce Chen also advised from the side. The other party is a member of the Lu family, and the Lu family cannot be offended, otherwise there will be big trouble later. This young man didn't seem like someone to be trifled with. Chen, why are you taking their side? They want me to stand there as a live target. That's dangerous. Chen, you should think about me. William's face turned cold. I can pay 500,000, a million. Is that enough? Don't even think about making me stand there as a target. He's just here to have fun, not to risk his life. First Snow, bring me the bow and arrows. Lu Qingxian said no more. Oh, Wang Chushue handed over her pink bow and arrow. Lu Qingxian immediately drew his bow and aimed an arrow at William. William was terrified when he saw it. Call out. An arrow flew out and grazed right past his ear. William touched his ear, it was bleeding. You're insane, you're a madman. After saying that, William couldn't hold back any longer and ran away. Call out. Another arrow pierced his shoulder through a layer of skin and flesh. The screams were amplified throughout the club. When Lu Qingxian fired his third arrow, William scrambled out of the club. The coach named Han Pushing quickly distanced himself, keeping a safe distance. Bruce Chen also looked away, pretending not to have seen anything. Lu Qingning rolled her eyes at him and said, "You have such a bad temper, how can you make friends like that?"
Sister Ning, you're wrong, this has nothing to do with being irritable. In fact, I wasn't even angry, I was just dealing with those clueless guys with the proper attitude. After all, I don't have time to explain things to people slowly.
Look, aren't these guys much more obedient now?
Lu Qingxian smiled slightly, looking at Han Pusheng, Bruce Chen, and a group of men who had previously been eager to try their luck. Lu Qingning and Wang Chushua's stunning appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. Without a strong approach, more and more flies would swarm around them, becoming increasingly annoying.
That's right.
Wang Chushua squinted her eyes. Those ignorant brats need to be given a good beating to teach them a lesson.
Clap clap clap.
Just then, a slapping sound rang out from another direction.
Brother Lu is truly extraordinary. Who? Upon hearing this address, Wang Chushua was on high alert, warily looking in the direction from which the voice came. 399, Chapter 399, National Medical Research Institute. Two women walked towards us.
One of them was sexy and mature, perfectly suited to be called a middle-aged woman, while the other was dashing and heroic, exuding an aura of a hero.
Chu Qingtong, the female warrior goddess of the western frontier. Qingtong, what are you doing here?
Lu Qingxuan's eyes lit up. He was quite surprised to run into her here.
If I'm unemployed, where else can I go besides staying in my hometown?
Chu Qingtong said casually, her expression unreadable.
Lu Qingxian remained silent for a moment.
The old prince wields too much power. I never expected that even Qingtong would be stripped of her position. Given Qingtong's achievements on the border, no one should be able to replace her, but with the old prince's order, those who should be dismissed are dismissed, and those who should be promoted are promoted. No one can control this situation. To deal with him, it's impossible to work on power and wealth. The only way is to rely on extraordinary strength and enter the capital alone to take him down.
This isn't your fault, Brother Lu, don't take it to heart. Qingtong, is this the Lu family's third young master that you often mention?
Beside her, a sexy and mature woman kept looking Lu Qingxian up and down with her beautiful eyes. She had a good relationship with Chu Qingtong, and the most frequent thing she heard from her was praise for this third young master Lu. She found it hard to imagine what kind of man could make a woman like Chu Qingtong praise him so lavishly. It was simply unbelievable. Looking at it now, we don't know how strong their abilities are, but their arrogant nature is completely on full display. They dare to shoot foreigners with a bow and arrow. They are truly audacious. If this gets out of the public eye, it will probably cause another unnecessary incident. That's right, Sister May, this is a good opportunity to introduce you to Brother Lu as a very nice person. Brother Lu, this is Sister May, the founder of the Dying Archery Club. Lu Qingxian greeted the person introduced by Chu Qingtong with a friendly expression and shook hands with them. If you gentlemen don't mind, please move to the inner area. It's quieter there and there are fewer people. Sister May was skilled in interpersonal relationships, so of course she wouldn't raise the question in public, especially since there were Miss Wang and Miss Lu, both from wealthy families, present. I also made an appointment with Mr. Zheng from the National Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and I will introduce him to everyone later.
National Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Sister May, I've never heard you mention it before. Are you sick?
Chu Qingtong looked at her in surprise.
Well, it's not a serious illness, but it's been bothering me for a long time because I've been trying to book an appointment with a traditional Chinese medicine doctor for over half a year. I finally got to see him today, Sister May said apologetically.
Chu Qingtong shook her head, indicating her understanding. They're all a bunch of weirdos in there, and all the prestigious families in the capital are seeking their medical help, so it's really difficult to get an appointment.
The main thing is that there are some things I'm not sure about, so I want to find a famous doctor to ask and put my mind at ease. Otherwise, I'm always worried about dying. As you get older, you become afraid of death.
But I guess it's just a minor problem, a habit of being paranoid all the time, Sister May said with a smile.
If deadly illnesses are all minor ailments, then nothing is a major illness.
Just then, Lu Qingxian suddenly said something.
What does Mr. Lu mean by that?
Not only Sister May, but also Chu Qingtong, Chu Shuai and Lu Qingning cast questioning glances at them. What I mean is, if your physical condition isn't treated properly, you could easily die. If you leave it untreated, you can live for another 2 years, Lu Qingxian said bluntly. But as soon as she said those words, Sister May's expression changed instantly.
Is this a curse wishing her death? Mr. Lu, although you are the third young master of the Lu family and also the man Qing Tong admires, I will still be unhappy if you speak so irresponsibly. Sister May's face was a little pale. No one would be happy if they were told they were about to die. Lu Qingxian asked with some surprise, why do people nowadays not like to hear the truth? Is it possible that self-deception makes people live longer? Beside her, Xu Qingtong quickly said, Sister May, don't worry, Brother Lu usually doesn't speak carelessly. There must be a reason why he said that. Brother Lu, what exactly happened? It means her health condition is very serious right now, literally, nothing hard to understand, right? Since she went to see a doctor herself, it means she had a premonition. I am just making it clear to her and telling her about the risks involved, Lu Qingxian explained. So you're saying I can live for another 2 years if I don't see a doctor, but I'll die if I do? Sister May frowned. It seems you didn't understand what I meant. What I meant was that if the other party doesn't handle things well, you'll most likely die. The key lies with the other party, not you. Lu Qingxian shook his head and chuckled. He couldn't help but doubt the intelligence of this woman named Sister May, even though it was such a simple sentence. I invited people from the National Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Although the institute has only been established for 3 years, all of its members are outstanding individuals both domestically and internationally. If they can't do it, then no one in this world can save my life. Sister May chuckled. Not necessarily. Lu Qingxian disagreed with the theory and replied indifferently without further explanation. The so-called top doctors at home and abroad are simply competing on academic qualifications and experience, but true miracle doctors to stay in such obvious identity verification. For example, the miracle doctor from Zongnantai is also a very skilled doctor, but apart from his reputation passed down by word of mouth, he has no formal and substantial identity verification. For example, those so-called experts and professors who practice medicine in hospitals have impressive credentials, but when it comes to treating patients, they are all mediocre. Apart from relying on instruments and modern medical drugs, they have no real skills whatsoever. It seems some people have a prejudice against members of our National Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine, hee. Just then, a 6-year-old boy came out of the restroom next to the club's inner field, an elderly man in his teens. The man had a well-trimmed beard, shiny black hair, and wore a crisp Zhongshan suit. He looked quite the part. Mr. Zhang, why are you out alone? Sister May's expression changed instantly as she cautiously stepped forward. I was just browsing because I was bored. Your club is pretty good. It must be making a lot of money every year, right? Zhang Fanming said with a squinty smile. All right, I think I just heard someone questioning the level of our National Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine, right? Zhang Fanming took out a tissue to wipe his hands, then neatly put it in his coat pocket, and finally his gaze fell on Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian had no intention of arguing and said calmly, I was just objectively reminding Sister May there's no question of doubt or questioning. I have no conflict of interest with you. Zhang Fanming withdrew his gaze. In the future, when people mention our traditional Chinese medicine in public, please maintain the most basic respect and awe on your face. As the top medical institution in the capital, it is not something that can be questioned by some shady stuff. 400, Chapter 400, Bomb Disposal Failure. If I don't respect or have any reverence, what will you do then? Lu Qingxian couldn't help but find this amusing. Is this some kind of institute that forces others to respect and revere it? This so-called National Medical Research Institute is taking itself way too seriously? Or is it that after treating a few celebrities and being named the top medical institution in the capital, they've lost sight of who they are? The world is vast, and there are countless extraordinary people and people who dares to claim to be the best? Even Lu Qingxian himself wouldn't dare claim to be the best in the great Xia Dragon Kingdom before he reached the Dao body level. After all, there are many reclusive old monsters, and a martial arts master who has lived for 100 or 200 years might suddenly appear. Of course, the probability of this is very low. However, when it comes to healing the sick and saving lives, Lu Qingxian is confident that there is no one in the entire country who can surpass him. Because as long as a person doesn't die, he has the ability to bring them back, provided he can find the necessary medicinal herbs. Therefore, he really couldn't maintain respect or awe for those who claim to be miracle doctors. But when Zhang Fanming heard these words, it was like piercing his lungs. I demand that you kick this person out of here immediately, or I will refuse the next treatment plan. Zhang Fanming put the pressure on Sister May directly. Mei Jie immediately sensed something was wrong.
As expected, something bad happened. One is an unruly fellow, and the other is a senior researcher at the National Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine with a strong sense of self-respect. When the two meet, it's like Mars colliding with Earth without anyone having to guide them.
Isn't this request excessive? Sister May invited you to treat her illness, not for you to show off. Brother Lu was just giving Sister May a reminder and didn't mean to slander or defame your National Medical Research Institute. You keep telling me to leave. Who do you think you are?
Chu Qingtong narrowed her eyes. How could she tolerate someone bullying Brother Lu in front of her? If it were anyone else, she would have slapped them long ago. It was only because this person was useful to Sister May that she suppressed her anger and impulse.
Little brat, I am Zhang Fanming, the Deputy Director of the National Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Before you question me, may I ask who you are? Zhang Fanming remained unmoved and instead stared coldly at the two of them.
Chu Qingtong's expression turned cold. Seeing that things were not going well, Sister May quickly stepped between the two. Please calm down, Mr. Zhang, please calm down. Qingtong, leave this to me. Consider it an inadequate reception from Sister May today, and she will make it up to you next time.
Chu Qingtong snorted coldly. Brother Lu, let's go. Lu Qingxian nodded.
Wang Chushue pouted, you can get a refund for your membership. You actually don't believe me. The great stinky Xuanzi, you really have no sense of propriety.
Lu Qingning didn't say anything, but anyone could tell from her expression that she was very unhappy. Mei Jia's heart sank.
This has offended a large portion of the elite circles in the capital. I don't know if it's the right thing to do. And more importantly, I don't know if my illness can be completely cured.
Mr. Zhang, let's go inside for treatments. Sister May took a deep breath and led Zhang Fanming into the inner room.
Brother Lu, don't be angry. Sister May is usually a very nice person. Maybe this strange illness has affected her mood. Chu Qingtong sighed softly.
What is your relationship with her? Lu Qingxian asked.
She's a distant relative. She took good care of me when I was little, but after family changes, she moved abroad and only recently came back, Chu Qingtong explained. Lu Qingxian nodded. Then you have to be prepared. Her condition is like a time bomb. If you're not a top-notch bomb disposal expert, it could easily kill her.
Probably within 12 hours. Chu Qingtong was shocked. You mean, Sister May is really going to die?
She thought that Brother Lu was just trying to scare her.
When have I ever joked? It doesn't seem funny to joke about something like this.
Originally, out of respect for you, I could have reluctantly helped her prolong her life if she needed it, but now it seems she doesn't need my help since she trusts the people at the National Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Let them give it a try. He didn't dismiss everyone outright. Perhaps the people at the National Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine really did have some skill and could help her successfully defuse the bomb. Chu Qingtong bit her lip. If Sister May really needs help, Brother Lu, I hope you can help her. She's a very nice person, but she might not trust you because she hasn't met you before. Lu Qingxian waved his hand and laughed. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who holds a grudge just because someone questions me. Chu Qingtong smiled. Yes, she had been overthinking it, but after this, she would definitely ask Sister May to treat Brother Lu to a good meal. After leaving the club, Lu Qingxian took several girls on a leisurely tour of the capital city in the afternoon. In addition to revisiting old haunts to see the development of the capital city in recent years, they also met with several old friends. However, since their friendship was not very deep, they parted ways after having a meal. That evening, just as the group was about to part ways, Chu Qingtong received a phone call.
It belongs to Sister May.
Her heart skipped a beat.
Sister May?
On the other end of the phone, a weak and listless voice came through.
Qingtong, Yumam, is Mr. Lu still there? Sister May, what's wrong? Is something wrong with your health?
I'll talk to her. Lu Qingxian walked over and took the phone. Do you have a doctor with you? Yes, old Zhang is still here, Sister May said hurriedly. Have him press 3 silver needles on your Shinkei, Qingming, and Dadan acupoints respectively, and then do nothing and wait for me to come over. After saying that, Lu Qingxian hung up the phone.
It seems the National Medical Research Institute isn't doing so well. The bomb disposal failed, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. Let's go back to the club.
Chu Shui pouted. In my opinion, we should just ignore her. How dare she look down on me? Humph, let her know the price for offending that stinky Xuanzi. When it comes to life and death, it's best not to be so petty. If there's no grudge between us. Besides, They don't even know that our third brother is also skilled in medicine, Lu Qingming said with a smile. The four of them returned to the dying archery club together. The room had been cleared out, and several doctors were walking around inside, constantly fetching medical instruments, syringes, and medications.
Nonsense, who ordered this to be done?
Shinkei, Qingming, and Dadan, are these three acupoints just randomly needled? Zhang Fanming, how can you be so confused? An equally aged voice, filled with anger, came from a room. Pull it out now, I'll take over from now on, the voice then said. A few seconds later, a shrill scream from a woman rang out, and even the staff stopped in surprise and looked toward the room in confusion.
401, Chapter 401, Two Old Fools. What happened? Did the treatment fail? It's impossible that Elder Mu, the head of the National Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine, would personally intervene. In the capital city, if the renowned traditional Chinese medicine master, Master Mu, couldn't cure a disease, it was basically a death sentence. Lu Qingxian could tell from this scene that after her first failure, Sister Mei did not choose to seek help from Chu Qingtong, but instead contacted Mu Chuanji, the head of the National Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine, through Zhang Fanming. Unfortunately, this Mu Chuanji was not a particularly skilled doctor. The title of National Medical Master was just a title he obtained by spending money to cultivate relationships with various parties. The truly famous and influential figures in the capital would never let people from the National Medical Research Institute treat their illnesses. They all had real, skilled doctors in their private lives. Chu Qingtong rushed into the room first. The scene inside the room made her pupils shrink. Sister Mei was covered in blood, her lips were purplish black, and she emitted a strange, foul odor. What are you doing?
Chu Qingtong asked, looking at the two doctors in white coats. This is strange. How could blood be flowing from all 7 orifices? It's really odd, Mu Chuanji said coldly, adjusting his glasses and trying to appear calm.
Could it be because those 3 silver needles were removed? Zhang Fanming panicked.
They could easily kill an ordinary person but not die, but this Sister Mei is no ordinary person. She has a powerful background. Losing their jobs is a minor matter, being blacklisted and expelled is a price they cannot afford.
I'm asking you, what are you doing? What happened to Sister Mei? Answer me now.
Chu Qingtong was furious. She grabbed Mu Chuanji's clothes with incredible strength and lifted him up.
What are you doing? Put me down.
Mu Chuanji was dumbfounded and shouted hurriedly.
Lu Qingxian also walked in when he saw Sister Mei's condition. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Where are the acupuncture needles I asked you to do? Suddenly, he noticed 3 blood-stained silver needles carelessly tossed about on the silver tray beside him. Who pulled them out?
I pulled them out. What's wrong with that? This is utter nonsense. Are you going to just stick acupuncture needles in randomly during treatment? You have to take full responsibility for this. It was your haphazard instructions that made things so serious. Mu Chuanji's eyes lit up. As if he had found a scapegoat, he grabbed Lu Qingxian tightly, as if afraid he would run away. Lu Qingxian slapped him away. Idiot.
You little brat, you weren't even reincarnated when I was treating patients, were you? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you even know who I am? Mu Chuanji sneered, blocking his way.
Get out of my way. Lu Qingxian pushed him away, and the latter fell to the ground with a thud, howling in pain. The situation is not good. These 3 silver needles are life-saving needles, which can extend her life by half an hour in a crisis, but now the silver needles have been removed prematurely, and I can no longer guarantee what will happen next.
Help me.
Sister Mei had a strong will to live. She grabbed Lu Qingxuan's sleeve, which was stained with blood.
If anything happens to Sister Mei, none of you will escape.
Chu Qingtong pointed at Zhang Fanming and Mu Chuanji, her expression icy.
Miss, that's not reasonable. No matter who we doctors are, none of us can cure all diseases. Anything can happen during treatment. You can't just come after us because you can't cure the disease, can you? Does that make sense? Zhang Fanming tried to argue.
However, Chu Qingtong didn't give him a chance to explain. She made a phone call, and soon the dying archery club was surrounded by a group of unidentified people.
Meanwhile, Lu Qingxuan's treatment had already begun.
He made a preliminary assessment of the woman's physical condition, and as he had guessed, she had cancer. She had then used some banned drugs indiscriminately, causing her body to be in a strange state of equilibrium that was easily broken, and once broken, she would die. That's why he said at the time that leaving it untreated would allow him to live for 2 more years, but if he started treatment and it wasn't cured, he would die. Because treatment disrupts this balance, if the attending physician is not skilled enough to maintain a new balance, then whether it is a cancer outbreak or the side effects of a banned drug, it can take the patient's life in a very short time. Fortunately, although the situation is troublesome, it is still within our control.
After a brief examination, Lu Qingxian came to this conclusion.
He sealed the 3 major acupoints of the human body with silver needles, and then used his true energy as a thread to repair and mend the body in a short while. The large amount of blood that had been gushing from her mouth and nose stopped after a while. Sister May's condition improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her complexion and skin color were returning to a healthy level, and her gradually blurring consciousness began to slowly become clear. You should be glad that I still have a lesser rejuvenation pill on me, otherwise, if I wanted to collect all the medicinal materials and refine the medicine again, your corpse would probably be rotting by then. Lu Qingxian took out a pill and placed it on her lips. Sister May moved her lips and swallowed the pill. Soon, Sister May moved. She opened her eyes and looked at Lu Qingxian with a complicated expression. She hadn't expected that this man would save her in the end. This was the best revenge for her previous arrogance towards him. This revenge was like a loud slap in the face, making her look embarrassed and her eyes darting away. At this moment, she vaguely understood why a woman like Qing Tong would speak so highly of him, her admiration and praise far exceeding that of ordinary friends. About 10 minutes later, Sister May sat up in bed. Although she had lost a lot of blood and was very weak, she was fortunate to have survived. Moreover, she felt more comfortable than ever before, as if she had been reborn. This was a feeling she had never had since she was diagnosed with a terminal illness. This is unbelievable. Zheng Fanming swallowed hard. Just now, he had already concluded that the other party was beyond saving, and he called Mu Chuanji hoping that the other party could share the consequences. However, he did not expect that it would almost cause even greater trouble. Fortunately, the kid managed to save the person, but how exactly did he do it? Mr. Lu, I am deeply grateful and cannot express my gratitude. I was blind before and did not recognize your true character. I apologize to you.
No need for an apology. I only saved you because of your relationship with Qing Tong. Otherwise, even if you broke your head, I wouldn't have come back to save you. Lu Qingxian said truthfully. He didn't want to take credit for anything. He really did decide to save Sister May's life because of his relationship with Qing Tong. However, I still want to advise you that a big reputation does not necessarily mean powerful medical skills. These two are the best examples. Lu Qingxian's gaze swept over Zheng Fanming and Mu Chuanji, and he smiled faintly.
Mei Jie's smiling face instantly turned gloomy. If Lu Qingxian hadn't mentioned it, she would have almost forgotten that those 2 old geezers nearly killed her.
402, Chapter 402, Enemy Lu Zai.
The 2 heads of the National Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine are only capable of this much. I waited for half a year. I must have been blind.
Someone, show them out. Investment in traditional Chinese medicine will be suspended starting today. Mrs. May, about the final payment.
Roll. Those 2 wretches almost got themselves killed, and they still have the nerve to bring up the final payment. They're shameless old men.
Humph, it still has to be me, the big stinky Xuanzi. By the way, when did Dichou Xuanzi learn medicine?
Wang Chushua tilted her head, looking curious. She was also an elite educated person and knew that studying medicine was very difficult even for Western medicine. It takes several years to accumulate professional knowledge, followed by several years of internship. Then, if you want to become a true leader in the medical field, you have to go abroad for further studies and learn advanced modern medical concepts from abroad. In short, it is very troublesome. If it's traditional Chinese medicine, it's even more difficult. Although traditional Chinese medicine is mysterious and has created many miracles, much of its tradition has been lost in this generation, making it unrealistic to learn it. Judging from Dichou Xuanzi's technique, it is clearly a traditional Chinese medicine technique. Moreover, judging from his previous words, he seems to look down on modern Western medicine, believing that most doctors nowadays are just instrument operators and do not have the ability to make independent diagnoses and assist in treatment without the help of instruments.
Thinking about it, it seems to make a lot of sense.
Wang Chushua stared longingly at Lu Qingxian, who then turned around and flicked her forehead.
Your brother Xian has many secrets, how could you possibly know them all?
Lu Qingxian said with a smile. Ugh, that's so cringeworthy. I don't believe it. Wang Chushua rolled her eyes. Lu Qingning stood with her arms crossed, smiling as she looked at her increasingly mysterious third brother. That departure 6 years ago really helped him grow a lot, both in terms of mindset and ability. Based on his past personality, if he had known that the old prince was the culprit, he probably would have rushed into the capital without hesitation. Mei Jie struggled to get out of bed. You should rest while I helped you get rid of the cancer, but the side effects of that banned drug are still there. It will take a long time to recover. Qingtong, you stay here with Herchushu Aning and I will be leaving first. Lu Qingxian could tell that the two had something to say, so he simply made an excuse to leave first. After the group left, Sister Mei sighed, I should have listened to you. What an amazing guy. Shu Qingtong smiled and said, her amazing qualities go far beyond that. If you had investigated her carefully, Sister Mei, you would have found that she is an exceptionally capable person in every aspect. Sister Mei shook her head and smiled bitterly. After I returned from abroad, my control over domestic intelligence was disrupted, especially with a reclusive family like the Lu family, whose network of relationships is extremely complex. Trying to understand them is harder than climbing to heaven. Meanwhile, after sending the two women home, Lu Qingxian contacted An Qingyu by phone. An Qingyu had taken care of things at home and could now stay by Lu Qingshuan's side without worry. She knew Lu Qingxian was an exceptional man, and she didn't care how many women were around him. She only cared about whether she could have a suitable place in his heart. After all, everything now was much better than her past life, which was filled with despair and no hope. Having prepared herself mentally, she was finally able to face Lu Bingqing, Wang Chushua, Shu Qingtong, and the other girls with equanimity. The next day, Shu Qingtong called. He initially thought she wanted to thank Sister Mei for what she had done, but Lu Qingxian was wrong. She had actually contacted him about the war zone. Brother Lu, would it be convenient for us to come out for a meal? There are some people from the Beihai military region who want to meet you, Shu Qingtong said over the phone. Beihai Theater Command, isn't that where you were when you first joined the army? Why are you looking for me? Lu Qingxian asked, somewhat puzzled. Forces like those in war zones are basically under state control and have nothing to do with him. Moreover, some war zones are directly under the command of the old prince, so he doesn't want to get involved in any unclear relationships with them. I'm not too sure either, but the North Sea war zone and the old prince have always been at odds. I think you could try to make contact with them. Brother Lu, there's no harm in it. Lu Qingxian thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The meeting was scheduled for noon. After showing An Qingyu around, the two went to the agreed location. A restaurant that isn't very big, but is quite famous locally. Who am I going to see today? An Qingyu was a little worried. Some military personnel are nothing to worry about, just eat and drink as usual, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. Although An Qingyu was born in the capital and her family is a very powerful family, she was raised as a tool and a puppet from childhood and had never seen any big scenes. Therefore, she was extremely nervous whether it was the Lu family gathering or this meeting with people from the Beihai war zone. Looks like we're too early. We should wander around a bit more. Lu Qingxian walked around but didn't see Qingtong or any of the so-called military personnel. So the two of them went to the agreed-upon empty private room to wait. As soon as the two entered, a commotion arose behind them, followed by a group of people rushing into the private room where Lu Qingxian was. Didn't you say there were no private rooms available? What is this? You, a mere manager, dare to lie to us? Believe me or not, I'll make you pack your things and get out of here today. A man in his 20s said this with extreme arrogance. Immediately afterwards, even more people poured into the private room. There were quite a few sarcastic or unsavory comments. Little Zunweishai, I know your boss very well. Do you even know who we are? Get out of here. You inhuman bastard. Today we're going to meet the famous Miss Li, from your Zunweishai restaurant. It's an honor for you, but you don't know what's good for you. I'll make sure your business goes out of business. The manager, trembling, followed behind, his face a mixture of distress and fear. Gentlemen, he said, this private room has truly been reserved. We can't make the decision. Reservation? The blonde-haired young man who had spoken earlier looked at Lu Qingxian and An Qingyu, who remained in the private room. Did you two book this private room? As he spoke, he threw down a wad of cash, probably 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. Don't say I'm bullying you. Take your money and get out of here. This private room is for the Capital 3 Green Society today. Lu Qingxian sat on the sofa in the private room, showing no intention of getting up, calmly watching the group of young men and women who had entered the room. Behind this group of people, Li Yunmeng, with a serene expression, was also ushered into the private room. Behind this group of people, Li Yunmeng, with a serene expression, was also ushered into the private room. Li Yunmeng, with a serene expression, was also ushered into the private room. Li Yunmeng, with a serene expression, was also ushered into the private room.
403, Chapter 403, Conflict in the Private Room. At this moment, Lu Qingxian truly understood what it meant to have enemies on a narrow road. I've already left Nanling, yet I still managed to run into her several times in the capital. However, she is still the eldest daughter of the Li family. When did her social standing drop to this level? By hanging out with a group of seemingly shady young men? He had heard of the Three Youth Society before, 6 or 7 years ago. Back then, they even tried to recruit him, but he didn't agree. According to his understanding, the main goal of this gang is to recruit a group of young masters and ladies from the top wealthy families in the capital, and then use their powerful backgrounds to grow and expand. These so-called members are actually a group of pimps. Judging from this, Li Yunmeng has already been tricked into joining them and is planning a victory celebration banquet held beneath her dignity. However, it's also possible that Li Yunmeng is making plans for her future because of the failure of the Lingbai pill launch event. It's still uncertain whether she can maintain her status as the eldest daughter of the Li family. She's like a prisoner waiting to be executed. If she doesn't make plans in advance, she will instantly lose everything once the Li family makes its decision. Kid, didn't you hear me talking to you? The blonde-haired man who was speaking immediately tried to grab Lu Qingxuan's clothes, but Lu Qingxian slapped him away. When the slap landed on the blonde-haired man's arm, he instantly felt as if his entire arm no longer belonged to him. It hurt even more than if he had a broken bone, as if millions of cells inside had been slapped. Li Yunmeng saw him and frowned. How did you get here? Lu Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle. Why can't I be here? This private room has already been reserved by my people. Shouldn't I be asking you why you're here? Upon hearing this, Li Yunmeng frowned even more deeply and turned to look at one of the leaders of the Sanqing Society. The young man gave the others a wink, and a group of people quickly surrounded them. Resolve this as soon as possible, don't keep MSLI waiting too long. He misunderstood Li Yunmeng's meaning. Li Yunmeng was unaware that Lu Qingxian had reserved this private room in advance. Her gaze was questioning him. What was going on? Why had he brought her to someone else's private room? The person in charge interpreted it as MSLI being angry and impatient, and asking him to resolve the problem quickly. It was too late for Li Yun to explain. A group of people pounced on them like tigers entering a sheepfold, disregarding the consequences. Lu Qingxian slammed the table over with one hand, pinning all the people who rushed it into the ground. Then he stepped on it, letting out a series of shrill screams and cries from below. That intense? At the entrance to the private room, the remaining members of the Sanqing Society stood frozen in place. He's a very good fighter, you can't beat him. Also, if this is someone else's private room, then I hope you can find another place to eat, Li Yunmeng said, taking a deep breath. MSLI, please don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter. Our Sanqing Society is not some small organization that turns its back on things after suffering a loss. I will prove to you that we can solve problems. The person in charge quickly took out his phone and made a call. After making the call, he left the private room and looked coldly at Lu Qingxian. I don't care who you are or what your background is. If you've offended the Sanqing Society, today is the darkest moment of your life. Prepare to bear the wrath of the Sanqing Society. Lu Qingxian sneered, is your club president still that idiot Gu Xiaoming? Back then, Gu Xiaoming personally tried to win him over, but he slapped him away. He never expected that after so many years, Gu Xiaoming would provoke him again. Upon hearing the other party call out his president's name, the person in charge felt a chill run down his spine. Could the other party be someone important? That's not right. All the wealthy young men and women in the entire capital are on the list of people the Three Green Society is trying to win over, but there is no such person on the list. In other words, the other party is either an outsider or a nobody in the capital who is not worth worrying about. Thinking of this, he felt a little relieved, and a smile appeared on his face. You think mentioning our president's name will save you from disaster? You're wrong. This will only make your death more miserable. As they were speaking, the members of the Sanqing Society station downstairs rushed up, and 20 or 30 of them blocked the entire private room. This scene also drew curious glances from other diners. What are those guys from the Three Youth Society up to now? I'm afraid some unlucky guy has messed with them again. They re like a swarm of locusts, doing nothing all day but stirring up trouble among rich young masters and ladies. They messed up the entire capital. However, their president is quite capable. I heard he has a godfather who is the deputy general of the Beihai war zone. With such a backer, he can indeed run rampant in the capital and no one can stop him. Lu Qingxian, either you give up the private room, it's just the two of you, it doesn't matter where you eat, there's no need to hog such a big place. Li Yunmeng moved her lips, seeing that things were getting out of control, she thought of using her charm on Lu Qingxian. Who said there are only two of us? Lu Qingxian put one foot on the table, sat on the sofa, and couldn't help but laugh. Even if there are only two of us, do I have to ask your opinion where I want to eat? If I'm happy, it's perfectly reasonable for me to book the entire Zunwaizhai restaurant, isn't it? Li Yunmeng's expression was unpleasant. This isn't about whether it's reasonable or not. If this gets out of hand, nobody will be able to eat. I don't have time to mess around like this. If you can't eat it, then don't eat it. What's it to me if you don't have time? Lu Qingxuan's face turned cold, and with a stomp of his foot, another heart-wrenching scream erupted from under the table. Blood could even be seen flowing from the ground, clearly indicating that some unfortunate fellow had had their arm broken, leg bruised, or something else crushed. His internal organs were ruptured, and he vomited blood. This has blown up. This scene sent chills down one's spine. If someone dies, that would be a real problem. Kid, get your foot off me right now, or neither you nor your little woman will leave this room alive today. The young man standing at the door shouted, his voice trembling with fear. Are you threatening me? Lu Qingxian looked at him. Damn it, so what if I threaten you? You hurt one of my Sanqing Society members, and I'll make sure you suffer a loss today. The man also got angry, his face contorted into a hideous grimace. No sooner had he finished speaking than a glass came crashing down on him with terrifying force, breaking his nose and leaving his face a bloody mess. No one can threaten me in the future. Lu Qingxian narrowed his eyes. Standing at the door, Li Yunmeng took a deep breath, her icy eyes fixed on Lu Qingxian. You are truly hopeless. 404, Chapter 404, Li Yunmeng's regret. I don't know if I'm hopeless, but I do know that it's quite surprising that you still think so highly of yourself even now. Li Yunmeng, you don't think you're on the same level as me, do you? Lu Qingxian smiled, his gaze passing through the private room to the window. He saw Chu Qingtong and a group of people in military uniforms enter Zunwaizhai. He knew the matter was over, someone had taken over the conflict, and he no longer needed to handle it. Whether we're on the same level or not is not important. What's important is that you've offended the Three Green Society. You won't be able to survive in the capital. Don't you know who the Three Green Society's leader's godfather is? He's the king of the North Sea, one of the top super war zones in the entire capital's border region, Li Yunmeng said coldly. The reason she was willing to associate with these shady characters was precisely because of the leader of the Sanqing Society. She wanted to follow the trail, get close to the leader, and connect with his network of connections. This was the key to his ability to maintain his position and gain a foothold in the capital. She was willing to accept any sacrifice for this. She couldn't bear to see what she had gradually slip away from her. Li Yunmeng, do you know who invited me here for dinner today? Lu Qingxian looked at her with a half-smile. Li Yunmeng was taken aback, not knowing what he meant by suddenly saying this. Just then, someone rushed up from downstairs. They are members of the Sanqing Society stationed at the restaurant entrance. Brother Dao, something terrible has happened. The person in charge, known as Brother Knife, looked terrible and turned to glare at him. What are you yelling about? No, Brother Dao, our brothers down here have been taken into custody by a group of soldiers. The medals on those men look like they belong to the North Sea Theater Command. We can't afford to get into a conflict with them. If the boss finds out about this, we're all in deep trouble, the underling said anxiously, sweating profusely. The president's godfather is a high-ranking official in the North Sea military region. This is like a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. That's strange, did you guys provoke them? Brother Dao frowned. No, they just saw us lingering in a group at the entrance and accused us of causing a disturbance, so they arrested us. Why are people from the North Sea military region here? Li Yunmeng wondered. Besides, aren't the Three Youth Society and the North Sea military region affiliated? How could they have a conflict? I'll call the president right away and ask about the situation. The person in charge, known as Brother Dao, had just taken out his phone when he was suddenly slapped to the ground from behind, smashing his phone to pieces. What are you bunch of scoundrels doing gathered in front of our private room? A strong, clear voice came from behind. Dao Gu subconsciously looked at the other person and saw a tall, burly man in military uniform standing in front of him. He looked to be in his 30s and had a very imposing presence. Deputy General Chen.
Upon seeing this person, Brother Dao was terrified. Is there some misunderstanding? We are from the Sanqing Society, Li Yunming tried to explain.
The other party scoffed, the 3 youth societies?
You've disturbed my guests. Even if your 8 green society comes, I'll still beat you up.
I heard from the manager here that you're planning to forcibly take over this private room, is that right? Chen Jun sneered. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, Brother Dao quickly explained.
A misunderstanding? We'll have to hear what our guest has to say at this moment. A strikingly beautiful woman walked out from beside Chen Jun. She politely approached the door and asked Lu Qingxian inside, Mr. Lu, may I ask what just happened here? Lu Qingxian recounted the events simply and truthfully, then released his foot, allowing the group of disheveled men from the Sanqing Society who had been pinned under the table to crawl out. It seems this is not a misunderstanding, the female deputy general chuckled and snapped her fingers immediately. More than a dozen soldiers rushed forward, fully armed, and surrounded the group in the corridor.
In no time at all members of the 3 youth society were arrested.
Honestly, even a meal can lead to unpleasant experiences, Chu Qingtong shrugged helplessly, glancing at Li Yunmeng and letting out a cold laugh. Chen Jun and his female deputy general entered the private room. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, but we will definitely give you a proper explanation regarding this matter. Lateras for the Sanqing Society, we will make them disband and disappear from the capital city.
The 2 lieutenants displayed a respectful demeanor in front of Lu Qingxian.
The conversation inside made Li Yunmeng's heart pound with fear. She couldn't stop backing away until she reached the railing of the corridor, her face filled with disbelief and cold sweat. Please leave. If I have overheard any classified information, I have the right to arrest you on behalf of the North Sea Theater Command. Chu Qingtong issued the expulsion order directly, staring at Li Yunmeng as she left step by step.
How could this be? What happened? What is Lu Qingxuan's relationship with the North Sea military region?
She couldn't understand or imagine that even if Lu Qingxian was a young master from a reclusive family who had been expelled, and even if he originally had a high status, there was no reason for him to get involved with the Warzone organization. Even if he did get involved, how could the other party abandon the entire Sanqing Society because of him? The head of the Sanqing Society is the godson of the person in charge of the North Sea Warzone. Isn't this weight far greater than that of Lu Qingxian alone? Moreover, those 2 deputy generals held extraordinary positions in the North Sea Theater, second only to the staff officer. Given their status, how could they be so humble in front of Lu Qingxian? Could it be that I don't know enough about Lu Qingxian? Is it possible that what he has revealed is still not his limit? Li Yunmeng rubbed her temples, her head was throbbing at the same time, a strong sense of regret washed over her, making her convulse as if she were in shock, and she almost couldn't breathe. She desperately wanted to crack open Lu Qingxuan's head and see what else was hidden inside. What secret? I want to question him more fiercely. Why didn't he tell me everything? Why did he always reveal more things after the divorce? Was it all just to make myself suffer, just to make Li Yunmeng regret it? What kind of person could be so despicable? Li Yunmeng turned back to stare at the private room, gritted her teeth, and finally couldn't resist turning back and secretly going around to the other side. 405, Chapter 405, The Mad Li Yunmeng. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I didn't think this through. Chen Jun apologized as soon as he entered the private room. He and his other deputy general colleagues sat opposite Lu Qingxuan. What caught Lu Qingxuan's attention was that this female deputy general looked very young, but her breasts were abnormally developed, and even a very restrictive formal suit could not keep them tightly covered. Lu Qingxian quickly withdrew his gaze. It's nothing. I'm more concerned about what you've come to me for, Lu Qingxian asked bluntly. No rush, let's talk while we eat. This is a great deal that's mutually beneficial, and I'm sure you'll be very interested, Mr. Lu, Chen Jun assured him confidently. I hope so. Lu Qingxian nodded, not giving a direct rejection. Soon, the drinks and dishes were served, and the restaurant manager, as an apology, also gave them an extra bottle of limited edition Chateau Lafite Rothschild red wine. The people in this room who could easily deal with the Sanqing Society were no pushovers either. How could he, as the manager, not understand this? After delivering the wine, he obediently led his men away. Seeing that the person had left, Li Yunmeng came out from the alley next to her. Inside the private room, after a few drinks, Chenjun solemnly and loudly said, "To be honest, Mr. Liu, I have indeed come to you with a request. Our Beihai Theater Command would like to hire you as the chief instructor of the theater command, with the rank of Major General."
Oh? Lu Qingxian was somewhat surprised.
The chief instructor is a very high-ranking position in a war zone, not to mention a major general, which means he has a very important status in the military.
If they can offer such a huge amount of information at once, does it mean that the other party has already investigated them thoroughly?
Beside her, Chu Qingtong looked quite surprised. It's important to understand that the North Sea Theater Command is not like other theater commands. Its prestige is on a completely different level. The fact that they offered this condition shows that they were determined to win, and virtually no one could refuse it. More importantly, the North Sea War Zone is one of the few war zone forces not under the control of the old prince, which is what attracts Lu Qingxian the most. Seeing the surprise in the other person's eyes, the beautiful deputy general sitting next to Chen Jun couldn't help but show a hint of disdain. He's still just a greenhorn, he gets blinded by the slightest bit of profit.
Actually, she didn't understand.
Why would the king of the North Sea offer such great benefits as a price to recruit a scion of a powerful family? Even if the other party really had some ability, a deputy instructor or a colonel-level military rank would be the most she could get away with. She didn't believe that any scion of a powerful family could resist the temptation of such a glorious coronation. Many scions of wealthy families who were sent to the military region to gain experience also needed several years of training to reach the rank of lieutenant. Moreover, their North Sea Theater already has a chief instructor Gua, who is also an assistant at the Vajra Temple and holds a prominent position now. To promote him to a deputy position and appoint such a greenhorn as the chief instructor is simply to exacerbate internal conflicts. Anyway, she had no idea what the Northern Sea King was thinking. "Mr. Liu, we won't take up much of your time. You only need to spend 3 days a month in the military and help improve and strengthen the military's martial arts training system. As for the benefits, Vice General Xu Yun will explain them to you in detail later. Vice General Xu Yun will be fully responsible for all matters, including coordination." As he spoke, Chen Jun introduced the woman next to him to Lu Qingxian. And Xingyu felt a sense of crisis instantly. This woman is so well developed, no man could resist a woman with such abnormal development. "Hello Mr. Liu, if you agree, then you will need to come with us to the North Sea Theater Command today. You can arrange your own time afterwards. You only need to spend 3 days a month at the Theater Command headquarters. However, you need to fulfill the responsibilities stipulated in the regulations. I hope you understand this clearly." As he spoke, a contract was placed in front of Lu Qingxian. The contract was very simple, only 1 page long, and there were no contractual traps or anything like that. The sincerity of the North Sea military region was trustworthy. The man known as the King of the North Sea had no bad rumors about him, and even Chu Qingtong, who had once held a position there, praised him highly.
Okay, Lu Qingxian nodded and signed his name on it. Whatever the reason, this trip was entirely beneficial to him. Strengthening the North Sea military region, in a sense, also weakens the influence of the old prince. Outside the private room, Li Yunmeng opened her mouth, then took a few steps back, looking utterly dejected. "Chief instructor of the North Sea Theater Command, a major general. How old is Lu Qingxian? A major general who's not even 25, are you kidding me? What makes him so special?" Bang! The door to the private room was pushed open. "You must be mistaken. Although this person is outstanding among his peers, the rank of Major General is not something he can handle. He can't even manage a company. How could he possibly manage an army? This is too frivolous." Inside the private room, several pairs of eyes were fixed on Li Yunmeng. Li Yunmeng then realized that she had acted impulsively. "Logically and emotionally, I don't seem to have the right to say these things." But she really couldn't stand it. Lu Qingxian was rising rapidly, as if he had a cheat code, and was about to leap to a position that she could only look up to. She couldn't accept this outcome. "Who are you?" "Oh, I saw you at the entrance just now. Are you from the Sanqing Society?" Chen Jun glanced at Li Yunmeng, then snapped his fingers. 2 soldiers walked in from outside. "Throw it out." And so, Li Yunmeng was carried away. "Let me go, I'm the eldest daughter of the wealthy Li family, let me go." No matter how desperately she screamed, she still couldn't escape being thrown out the door with her hair disheveled. Li Yunmeng sat at the door, no longer possessing the air of a wealthy young lady, looking exactly like a madwoman. Li Yunmeng was in a daze. In the past, when the two of them were together, he would definitely stand. He should have stood in front of me, shielding me from all the humiliation, but now he sits there coldly as if the two of us no longer have any connection. Was it all your own doing? No. Li Yunmeng shook her head frantically and shouted, I just wanted to choose my own path. What did I do wrong? He's the one who's wrong, it's him. She was filled with hatred. She hated him for hiding his talents, hated him for not doing his best to help her achieve her dreams, and hated him even more for repeatedly appearing in front of her after the divorce, showing off his power. Brother Lu has always been true to himself. Where did he go wrong? Chu Qingtong walked out the door and quietly looked at Li Yunmeng. I've been to Nanling City once. I know how much Brother Lu liked you before. To be honest, I envied you back then because I also liked Brother Lu, but Brother Lu always treated me like a younger sister or a friend. There was almost no chance for me to be with him. You have the best things, but you never know how to cherish them. It's incomprehensible that you do it again and again. Chu Qingtong shook her head, a faint sneer on her lips. Now, you're blaming others for your own incompetence. I really don't understand what it is about you that attracts Brother Lu. 406, Chapter 406, Arrival at the Base. Li Yunmeng stared at her. If looks could devour people, she would probably have already eaten Chu Qingtong whole by now. It was a look filled with madness, hatred, and hysteria. However, Chu Qingtong didn't care about that look at her. The power of the anger of the weak is about the same as that of a child, and it has no effect on her at all. On the contrary, it only makes her feel ridiculous. You have no right to lecture me. Li Yunmeng said in a low voice. Who said I'm lecturing you? Chu Qingtong smiled. I just want to tell you that a woman like you has already lost your only chance to achieve a real upward social mobility. No matter how hard you try, you will never be able to cross that threshold. You are too self-righteous. After saying that, Chu Qingtong shook her head and returned to the private room. Li Yunmeng clenched her fists tightly, her face displaying an indescribable expression. Self-righteous? Once I stand at a height that you can look up to, will you still say such stupid things? After the dinner, Lu Qingxian and his group arrived at Dayang Airport and took a helicopter directly to the Beihai war zone. The Beihai theater base is located on a 100,000 square meter isolated island in the center of Beihai. As the elite among the elite of the war zone, the special operations teams have a very clear hierarchy. The highest-ranking Hidden Dragon Special Operations Team is a team of 100 members, all of whom are super special operations elites selected from among thousands. Each member is equipped with a professional logistics, special training, and combat team. In other words, a member of the Hidden Dragon Special Forces is a combat team. Lu Qingxuan's first stop on this trip was to meet with these super elites, the Hidden Dragon Special Forces members. He understood Chen Jun's meaning. If they conquered these people in the first battle, then none of the younger ones would dare to object. After all, a man who could even conquer Yinlong was not someone that ordinary soldiers in the war zone were qualified to question. At this moment, in the center of the isolated island, on the central training ground, stood an elite team of over 100 people. The Hidden Dragon Special Forces members gathered together, quietly awaiting new training instructions. Even Chief Instructor Guai has been replaced, so who exactly is our new instructor? Who knows? I heard that it was Vice General Chen who personally went to invite him. Got quite the airs. I have first-hand intelligence, which I obtained from Deputy General Xu Yun, a refined-looking man with transparent rimmed glasses said, adjusting his glasses with a wise look in his eyes. It is said that the other party is a rich young man in his early 20s. What? Everyone knew that the bespectacled man was the younger brother of Deputy General Xu Yun, so the information he provided was highly credible. Some members of the Hidden Dragon Special Forces stared in disbelief. A rich kid in his early 20s, is he here to get a polished resume? Damn it, Bosque is already over 40 when he became our head instructor, and he's also the right-hand man of the Vajra Temple, making great contributions to the war zone. What makes this 20-something greenhorn think he can do this? I'll chop him to pieces. A hot-tempered, muscular man with scars all over his face said angrily. Don't be so aggressive. I said that this person was personally selected by the King of the Northern Sea. He must have some ability. Besides, it doesn't matter to us who the instructor is. There's no need to make a scene. It's not good for anyone. Another short, dark-skinned man with sharp eyes said. Quiet. Directly in front, a man with a straight posture, who looked like a javelin, shouted angrily. Everyone fell silent.
He is the captain of this squad, Sun Jun, a super soldier who has high demands on himself, strict standards, and is meticulous in his work. He strictly abides by the rules and regulations, and is also the core of the team, as well as a role model for everyone. A long time passed because this isolated island was close to the north. The temperature difference was particularly large in the morning. It was only a few degrees Celsius, but by the afternoon, it soared to 40 degrees Celsius. The soldiers were drenched in sweat, and the sweat was evaporated by the high temperature as soon as it dripped onto the ground.
An hour later, some whispers started again. Is this guy doing this on purpose? It's been so long and he still hasn't arrived?
In my opinion, when he arrives, we should team up and give him a taste of his own medicine, so he knows how powerful our hidden dragon special forces are. A burly man said with a grin. Iron Wolf, you better not do anything reckless. Don't think that others will let you off the hook. The captain will be the first to deal with you, said the bespectacled youth beside him. Who said I was going to mess around? Since he's here to be the head coach of our hidden dragons, he should at least have some decent skills, right? If he doesn't know anything, what are we supposed to learn from him? How to be a rich kid, how to spend money and have fun. The big man curled his lip. I think Iron Wolf is Rides the instructor, and we're the trainees. If he doesn't teach us anything, why should we obey him? Many hidden dragon warriors agreed. The bespectacled man chuckled and said, so how are you going to intimidate them? A weighted running race, a sniper rifle shooting contest, hand-to-hand combat, or a wilderness survival competition? Iron Wolf sneered, since he's the head instructor, he must be number one in overall attributes. Individual skills are just for show. It's all about real fighting, one-on-one. If he can beat me into submission, then I, Iron Wolf, will respect him the most. If he can't even beat me, why should he let the brothers train with him? When he becomes a religious official, no one will stop him if he wants to get a prestigious title, but he must not try to interfere with our training, otherwise I, Iron Wolf, will risk a demerit to not let him off the hook. Iron Wolf is right. When the time comes, we'll all protest. I don't believe that Deputy General Chen won't listen to our brothers' opinions. At this moment, a Cobra helicopter hovered hundreds of meters in the air over the southwest of the isolated island. Mr. Liu, we're almost at the Beihai base. Chen Jun screamed, his voice drowning out the propeller and reaching Lu Qingxuan's ears. Lu Qingxian looked down and saw streaks of smoke. Like ants, the figure stood in the huge square, with a series of well-organized facilities behind it, including training grounds, canteens, and soldiers' dormitories. As the helicopter descended, it quickly reached an altitude of 200 meters. At this point, many things could be seen clearly, including the soldiers' clothing, physiques, and even some exaggerated movements. Mr. Liu, I must remind you of something. Deputy General Shuaiyun smiled. Hidden dragons are the ace of our North Sea theater. Every one of them is a king among kings. When they go to an ordinary military region, they are extremely high quality and, at the same time, they are all a group of unruly people. Seeing that you are so young, they definitely won't submit to you. If you want to conquer them, you'll have to show some real skills. I know, Lu Qingxian chuckled. In the military, martial spirit prevails and the strong are respected. To be honest, he quite liked this atmosphere, where ranks and status were truly determined by strength, and respect was earned through one's own abilities, with far less pretense and hypocrisy. Seeing the other party's nonchalant expression, Deputy General Shuaiyun snorted inwardly. She couldn't wait to see him make a fool of himself. The warriors of Hidden Dragon are all military kings with extremely strong individual strength. To conquer them, even Instructor Gua had to put in a lot of effort. Sir, we have arrived at Beihai Base. Shall we land? The pilot in the front seat asked. At this moment, the helicopter hovered more than 100 meters above the ground. Below, figures looked up, gazing expectantly. Prepare for landing, Chen Jun ordered. No sooner had he given the order than Lu Qingxian in the back row stood up and walked towards the hatch. He quickly said, Mr. Liu, what are you doing? It's dangerous. 407, Chapter 407, A Show of Force. He saw Lu Qingxian standing by the left door of the helicopter and reaching out to unlock it. A howling wind instantly rushed into the cabin, making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. Why did it stop? Aren't you going to land? Below, all of Hidden Dragon's hundreds of members looked up at the sky. Someone's coming out. Someone exclaimed in surprise, and everyone saw a tiny shadow standing by the door. It's not Deputy General Chen, nor Deputy General Shuaiyun, it seems that's our base's new head instructor. What is he planning to do? The refined-looking man with glasses adjusted his glasses, a knowing smile in his eyes that was hard to decipher.
Are you trying to give us a skydiving performance?
Iron Wolf smirked. This was something they'd already overused. Skydiving was part of their daily training, and each of them was a skydiving expert. This was clearly showing off their limited skills in front of an expert.
Iron Wolf, your brain's practically rusted from not using it much, isn't it?
How can you parachute from 100 meters? There's no time to open the parachute at that distance. If you jump, you'll be smashed into a pile of minced meat. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, which reflected a silver light, and with his expression, he looked every bit the military strategist.
If you're not going to perform skydiving, then it's rappelling?
Iron Wolf ignored the other's sarcasm and continued to sneer. Rappelling is something we've already done. Trying to impress us with these techniques, this rich kid isn't very bright. The so-called rope rappelling is a high-speed forced descent from a height to the ground using a single rope during high-altitude operations, which requires extremely high individual skills. The bespectacled man laughed and said, if he can really rappel down this height, then I'll have to admire him. You know, the feasible range for rappelling is 20 to 40 meters. I've never even heard of rappelling down this distance. A 100-meter rope descent has exceeded human limits and broken the Guinness World Record.
If that's not what you're saying, then simply standing on a helicopter looking down at us means he looks down on us. Is he trying to intimidate us? Iron Wolf's sneer deepened.
The expressions of the others also turned very unpleasant upon hearing this. Those who can stand here are all arrogant and proud, and no one is willing to admit the existence of anyone else who can tolerate a rich second generation who has nothing standing on their head and shitting? To be honest, nobody wants to interfere with rich kids coming to gild their resumes, since such things have happened in every war zone. Interpersonal relationships are a common occurrence everywhere, but they won't allow these rich kids to be stepping on the real elites while trying to gain prestige. A burly man, resembling a small bear, cursed on the spot. Damn it, he made us stand in the sun for hours, and now he's still standing up there threatening us. Wait until he comes down and see if I don't mess with him. This time, even Captain Sun Jun, who was standing at the very front, stopped talking.
Even he couldn't figure out what this person was up to.
Regardless, this behavior has already aroused public anger within the group, and it is certainly not a wise move.
Mr. Liu, I advise you not to do this. Although you are standing very high now, which may create a sense of psychological pressure, you should know that the people below are all top-notch elites in the military. Each of them would be a first-class special forces king in an ordinary war zone. What haven't they seen? This kind of contempt will only provoke their rebellious mentality, which will make it difficult for you to carry out your work. Vice General Xu Weiyan couldn't help but say from the side that when she saw Lu Qingxuan's posture, she thought he wanted to stand at the door and look down on the group of soldiers below, to give them a condescending intimidation. But clearly, she misunderstood. Deputy General Xu Weiyan is right. We have to conquer these people with strength. This kind of method won't work, Chen Jun said. He and Deputy General Xu Weiyan had the same idea. He couldn't help but think that this behavior was naive. The other party had never worked in the military and had no idea how difficult it was to deal with these military elites. He would never be convinced if he didn't realize that you were truly capable. Isn't what I'm showing now just my strength?
Lu Qingxian smiled gently. Chen Jun looked puzzled, not knowing what he meant by that.
Since this is the first stop, we definitely need to come up with some methods. I don't like to spend a lot of time explaining things to people since I've agreed to be the head coach, even if it's just a temporary position. No one can question my decision or my orders, so I think this approach is simple and effective.
Lu Qingxian took a step forward and stood by the door, the howling wind making his clothes flutter.
Deputy General Xu Weiyan suddenly widened her eyes and sneered, You don't mean to jump off here, do you?
I admit, it is indeed a very effective way to win people over, but they will be convinced of a rotten piece of flesh, not you. You should think carefully. Jumping from a height of 100 meters is something only a madman would do.
Mr. Liu, you need to calm down,
Chen Jun said sternly.
I'm a very calm person. Lu Qingxian chuckled softly, then took a step down.
On the ground, the crowd was discussing animatedly, and their discontent had reached its peak. They were debating how to teach the rich second-generation head coach a lesson when he came down.
Iron Wolf suggested a one-on-one fight, to beat him to a pulp.
The giant bear suggested an arm wrestling match to see if his thin arms and legs would break easily. Black Snake proposed a military confrontation, and they wiped him out with a single shot. Just then, the tall, thin man wearing glasses narrowed his eyes, looked up at the sky, and his voice trembled slightly. Someone jumped down.
What? Everyone was stunned. Jump down?
That's 100 meters in the air. Are they really going to skydive? Skydiving from that distance is suicide. Who doesn't want to live? Root before they could even think, hundreds of eyes converged on the sky, and then they witnessed an unforgettable scene. A figure plummeted down, crashing into the ground with a speed and time that was impossible for them to react to.
Boom! A loud bang.
The entire plaza trembled for a moment, and even the office staff sitting inside the base noticed the commotion. Fine ripples appeared in the water glasses on their desks.
What's going on? Everyone looked around and gazed outside. The first to react were the numerous Hidden Dragon Special Forces members in the square.
Holy crap, Tui, that choked me to death. What's going on?
Iron Wolf brushed away the dust and looked at the center of the tremor.
There, the ground was cracked inch by inch, radiating outwards like spider silk, spreading more than 10 meters away. At the very center of this radiation was a figure like a sculpture. This person was wearing a casual long shirt and black trousers. With jet black hair, he stood there as if from time immemorial.
408, Chapter 408, The Audience Uproar. The hundreds of Hidden Dragon's elite warriors were dumbfounded, their jaws practically dropping, just like ignorant commoners.
A jump from a height of 100 meters without any equipment is something almost no one has ever seen in reality. This perfectly replicates the performances of Iron Man, Spider-Man, and Captain America from the United States.
Holy crap, am I seeing things? He jumped straight out of the helicopter?
Iron Wolf exclaimed, his voice cracking as he clutched his head in disbelief. Unless all of us more than 100 people are seeing things, the bespectacled man smiled wryly. He was the first to see the other person jump down, and he witnessed the whole thing. Without any assistance or cheating, he simply jumped vertically, hundreds of meters in the air. The terrifying acceleration and deadly inertia were enough to destroy any living being. But he was unharmed, without even a scratch on his body, standing there like a refined gentleman who had just emerged from a greenhouse. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, Lu Qingxian strode forward, and only then did they get a clear look at his face. Beneath jet black hair was a young face in his 20s, dressed casually in a long shirt and trousers, untouched by dust.
I'm afraid he'll be our new head coach, the bespectacled man said with a wry smile.
Just moments ago, everyone was discussing how to give the other party a hard time and teach him a lesson. To let him know his place now, they probably don't even dare to utter a sound. All those words I just said seemed to turn into a joke in an instant, and I wanted to slap myself. Falling unharmed from a height of 100 meters, his body is probably as tough as steel, even his internal organs are indestructible. Who would dare to fight him? One slap and his head would be blown off. Indeed, this was the case even without activating his protective true essence. Lu Qingxuan's body could withstand bullets and steel blades. Furthermore, after being tempered by silver blood, his internal organs were comparable to gold and iron, and could not be damaged by ordinary impacts.
I think I just heard someone say that someone is unhappy with me being the head instructor and wants to give me a hard time?
Lu Qingxian said as he walked over. Everyone lowered their heads, silent as a cicada in winter, and no one dared to utter a sound. The opportunity is right in front of you, and it will only come once. Anyone who thinks I am not qualified enough to be the chief instructor can step forward and challenge me face to face now. Below, the proud Hidden Dragon Special Forces members were all pale-faced, their heads buried in their chests, not daring to breathe. After a long pause, Lu Qingxian said calmly, since no one has stepped forward, it seems that I, as the chief instructor, am still respected by the troops from now on. I do not want to hear any discordant voices in the North Sea war zone. Do you understand?
Understood, Chief Instructor.
A loud shout rang out from the front of the team. The person who responded was Sun Jun, the captain of the Hidden Dragon Special Forces, the undisputed king of soldiers. He once conducted special operations alone in the Amazon rainforest, surviving a team of 50 men for 2 months and ultimately annihilating the enemy, creating a legend in the North Sea theater.
Speak louder!
Lu Qingxian roared, and the sound, which was wrapped in true energy, instantly formed an invisible sound barrier that exploded across the vast training ground. The sound made people dizzy and felt as if their eardrums were about to be torn apart. If some people still had doubts about his previous 100-meter jump, this move completely dispelled all their doubts.
This is a true master, many times more skilled than Coach Gua.
Those who had previously looked down on him, even thinking he was just a rich second generation with a silver spoon in their mouths, now lowered their heads in shame, embarrassed by their ignorance.
Yes, Chief Instructor.
A thunderous, synchronized sound pierced the sky, shaking the entire island. Behind them, Shen Jun and Shui Yun, who rushed over after the helicopter landed, were equally shocked, looking at Lu Qingxian as if he were a god. No wonder the king of the North Sea personally requested this person, he's practically a god. Especially Vice General Shui Yun, she had been wondering how this young man would be humiliated, and how the proud warriors of the Hidden Dragon Special Forces in the war zone would give him a taste of his own medicine and let him know that there are always people more capable than him, but the result was this astonishing scene. Her shame was far greater than that of others, because she had initially looked down on Lu Qingxian. The young man before me walked confidently across the training ground. On the way, Deputy General Chen already told me about your situation. With the all-army military competition imminent, renowned theater commands from across the country will gather to compete for the title of the top theater command. The Beihai Theater Command, once ranked among the top 3 in the country, has already fallen out of the top 3 twice. If it is squeezed out once more, the Beihai Theater Command will be removed from the top 3 theater command rankings and become a second-rate theater command. So this time, you only have one goal, which is to be number 1 in the entire army competition, and I only have one task, which is to make you number 1 in the entire army competition.
Are you confident?
Have. Led by Sun Jun, a group of soldiers were full of enthusiasm and energy, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Having confirmed that their head instructor was a remarkable individual, they were all incredibly excited, eagerly anticipating how he would improve their overall abilities and whether he would employ any unusual tricks. My training method is rather unique. I will modify a set of boxing techniques suitable for your collective special training in the military, and then develop a drug suitable for you to strengthen your bodies and muscles. By combining the techniques with the drug, your strength will be increased by more than 2 times within a month. Lu Qingxian said calmly. This would be a complete fantasy outside, something to be laughed at, but coming from Lu Qingxian, and given that he just jumped from 100 meters in the air unharmed, it undoubtedly carries a 100% credibility. The Hidden Dragon warriors were ecstatic.
Report to the chief instructor.
Excuse me, does more than double our strength mean we have twice our current power?
Iron Wolf stared wide-eyed, almost drooling.
No one craves power more than they do. He can now deliver a punch with 240 pounds of force, and if that were doubled, it would be 480 pounds, instantly making him a super soldier. No, Lu Qingxian shook his head. Everyone was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. Indeed, a mere doubling of strength would be too overpowered, like Superman instantly gaining immense destructive power. It doubles all attributes. Strength, speed, reaction time, and all other comprehensive attributes. As soon as Lu Qingxian said this, the entire room erupted in uproar. Double the power for everything? That's like taking the super serum from the movies.
He went from being an ordinary special forces soldier to a future warrior in an instant. 409, Chapter 409, The First in the Army. Chief Instructor, you're not joking, are you? All attributes doubled? Are we even human then? The wise-looking bespectacled man asked a soul-searching question.
No wonder he had this worry. Everyone present was concerned that if they continued doing this, they might turn into monsters. First of all attributes and abilities would be increased by more than double. If they could do that, they would definitely be classified as superhumans and would no longer be considered to be at the limit of human potential.
Another point is that it lasts for 1 month.
The shorter the task, the less effort required, the more likely it is to be fraught with pitfalls. Another point is that the other party mentioned medication. Medication can be twice as effective if used properly, but if it is used improperly or if the wrong medication is used, it will overdraw one's life and body, and then it will be meaningless. Fortunately, Lu Qingxian was happy to answer the questions raised by the bespectacled man, so everyone didn't have to worry for too long. I can tell you with full responsibility that you are still human beings, and this change will not cause you any harm in the slightest, nor will it have any impact on your life or future.
But Lu Qingxian's use of however made everyone's hearts skip a beat. So, there really are side effects?
There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world, nor is there any method that is absolutely beneficial without any harm. The drawback of my method is that after this improvement, you will never have the possibility of making any further progress in your life. In other words, future physical training, strength training, and reaction agility training will no longer be efficient.
The bespectacled man thought for a moment and came up with an analogy. So, it's like turning us into robots with constant values this time?
That's one way to understand it. Lu Qingxian nodded with a smile. If you believe you can double your current attributes before the age of 50 and have great potential for future development, you may choose not to participate in the plan I have devised. But before that, let me reveal a piece of data to you. Based on the strength of the top special forces soldiers in the military, you should currently be considered to be at the peak of external strength training. If your attributes were doubled, it would be roughly equivalent to the entry level of internal strength training. Among martial artists, only about 5% are able to successfully break through the shackles of internal energy. Do you think that you, who have not undergone special ancient martial arts training, might be among that lucky 5%? Oh, right, one more thing, the average age of internal energy martial artists is 45 years old.
In an instant, everyone's concerns were dispelled.
Only about 5% of people who practice ancient martial arts have a chance of breaking through from horizontal joints to internal strength, not to mention special forces soldiers who have only practiced military combat techniques and various physical training. They have almost no chance of breaking through to internal strength in their lifetime because they are not orthodox martial artists and do not cultivate internal strength or qi. More importantly, according to the instructor, they only need 1 month to acquire this power, and they will not need to cultivate and consolidate it afterward, as if this power is deeply rooted in their bodies.
Aside from being unbelievable, all that remains is astonishing genius.
The scene was completely silent. Just a large pancake was enough to make everyone admire him and treat him like a god. After all, not just anyone can draw such a pancake. The news that a remarkable person had arrived at the Beihai base spread throughout the base.
Today, the base is bustling like never before.
Have you heard? A new head instructor has arrived at our base, and he's ousted Instructor Gua. This new head instructor is making a big splash right from the start.
That's right, I heard he jumped straight from a helicopter over 100 meters high. That's like Iron Man reincarnated. He smashed into the ground and made a crater. The best part is, he was completely unharmed. That infuriating? Just then, a female office worker came over and asked, I heard he's only in his early 20s, and he's handsome and fair-skinned. Is that true?
Get lost, you're always gushing over girls. That guy is a god. Do you think he'd even look at us? Who knows, if we can't be wives, being lovers might be a wonderful thing. The members of Hidden Dragon were just as excited as this group. After the training, the group gathered in the dormitory area, discussing enthusiastically how they would defeat the champions in the all-army competition 2 months later, once their strength had doubled, leaving the White Dragon and Flame Dragon Super Special Operations regiments utterly defeated and showing those arrogant guys their superhuman power. Thank goodness the head coach jumped off the plane, which stunned me. If he had made a normal entrance, Iron Wolf, would have already challenged him if things had gone wrong. I might have lost my life. It was really scary. You're such a coward, Yuri, more arrogant than anyone else all the time, but when it comes to real fighting, you're more cowardly and stupid than anyone else. That's our big boss, someone the Northern Sea King ordered to be invited. Yuri blind, but does the military king think he's blind? This is like Liu Bei's 3 visits to Zhuge Liang's thatched cottage in ancient times, inviting him to come out of seclusion. That's about turning the tide and changing the landscape. Iron Wolf was scolded so badly he didn't dare to speak, and just kept scratching his head and laughing. Suddenly, the conversation shifted to another topic. Just how strong was Lu Qingxian, who had plummeted from 100 meters in the air? What exactly was his strength? Captain, you have a good relationship with Coach Gua and know about the martial arts world. What do you think of our new chief coach Lu's strength in the martial arts world?
Mastery of internal energy?
Sun Jun glanced at him and sneered, bullshit. No matter how strong an internal energy martial artist is, they are limited to the internal when fighting. They can suddenly unleash several times their own internal energy to kill people invisibly, but whether it is falling straight down from 100 meters in the air or the later sound wave, neither of those can be done by an internal energy martial artist.
Everyone gasped in shock.
I've heard of internal energy martial artists, already one of the top masters in the martial arts world.
Could he be a grandmaster in his early 20s?
Sun Jun still shook his head, I've met a few grandmasters although they have formed their own school and have the ability to kill someone from 100 meters away, and can generate protective chi to resist swords and bullets, they are still mortals. It's impossible for them to fall from 100 meters away unharmed. As far as I know, even Li Daoqiu, the top military officer, couldn't achieve this level. It just shows how unfathomable he is, leaving no room for understanding, Sun Jun exclaimed. Previously, everyone just felt that he was very amazing and incredible, but they had no idea exactly how amazing he was because there was no comparison. Now, everyone realized just how terrifying the monster they were facing was. Similarly, they couldn't wait to see what methods the new instructor, Lu, would use to reform them.
410, Chapter 410, Before the Imperial City. The main conference room at the base was completely different from the dormitory and work area.
Many leaders sat upright, and whether it was Deputy General Qin Jun, Deputy General Shui Yun, or others such as staff officers, branch instructors, and base administrators, all their eyes were on one person. This man changed into a military uniform, and his entire spirit seemed to be elevated, transforming him from an ordinary city boy into a mighty general who roamed the fields. This is the base's work report. Shui Yun had already abandoned her arrogance and respectfully placed a file folder in front of Lu Qingxian. You don't need to show me these apart from teaching students, everything else is irrelevant to me, Lu Qingxian declined. He was well aware that this involved some management and power dynamics, but these were not things he needed to worry about. It was just that some people within the base were trying to curry favor with him and show their attitude.
Chief Instructor Lu, is it true that you said you could double the overall strength of our Hidden Dragon Special Forces within a month?
Deputy General Chen's eyes were burning with enthusiasm. This was the topic he cared about most.
Since I have made a promise, I will definitely keep it, Lu Qingxian nodded.
I don't mean to question Chief Instructor Lu, we just want to know how Chief Instructor Lu will carry out his work. Where should we start?
Deputy General Chen asked quickly.
Lu Qingxian thought for a moment and then asked someone to bring him paper and pen. Then he wrote down all kinds of Chinese medicinal herbs on it, and specified the required amount for each herb. First, purchase the medicinal herbs according to the prescription I wrote down. I have written down the proportion of each herb, and it can only be more, not less. After collecting the medicinal herbs, I will refrigerate them and then take the time to adapt them into a cultivation method specifically for the Hidden Dragon Special Forces. Qin Jun felt relieved upon hearing these. As long as the other party wasn't exaggerating and had a clear plan, he wasn't worried. At least, it seemed that it could indeed achieve unexpected results within a month. So they have a month to prepare, which is plenty of time before the all-army competition. But before that, we need to lay a solid foundation for them. Luckily, I have some time these next 2 days. Lu Qingxian smiled, but to everyone else, that smile gave them a creepy feeling. Over the next 2 days, the members of Hidden Dragon underwent hellish training. On the sun-baked field, about 100 people stood in various postures, sometimes like monkeys picking peaches, sometimes like old monks in meditation, sometimes like lying cross-legged like eggs, sometimes like reaching out to grasp the moon. In short, the movements were clearly not something a human could do. Shame was one aspect, but the other was that people really didn't know what the purpose of this kind of training was.
It looks like they're playing a game.
Strangely, after training, it felt like all their muscles and bones had been ripped away. They couldn't feel any strength left, and none of them even had the strength to take a shower. They could only lie on the ground, limp and weak. This level of exhaustion was something they had never achieved in any of their previous training sessions. According to Lu Qingxian, this is how ordinary people can quickly build a foundation in martial arts, and its effect is dozens or even hundreds of times that of practicing horse stance. To create a foundation suitable for carrying the martial arts techniques, one must maximize the absorption of the medicinal effects and prepare for the most perfect transformation.
After experiencing the results, the members of Hidden Dragon no longer complained and worked even harder to strike the poses.
What a peculiar training method! I've never heard of it before, nor have I ever seen it before. In a corner of the training ground, Guo Zhang of Jingang Temple, the former head instructor, a bald, burly man, couldn't help but nod in agreement.
This young man surnamed Lu is a prodigy.
Guo Zhang looked at the training ground directly in front of him, thought for a moment, and then suddenly stepped forward. Upon seeing him, Lu Qingxian also withdrew his gaze from the group of soldiers on the training ground.
Young friend Lu, my name is Guo Zhang. Today should be the first time we meet.
Lu Qingxian nodded slightly, as a polite greeting. To my shame, under my guidance, the Hidden Dragon Special Forces have fallen out of the top 3 in the National Theater competition twice in a row. I am not a good enough chief instructor. Sometimes, a good martial artist is not a good teacher. Everyone has their own strengths, Lu Qingxian said frankly. Actually, he wasn't a good teacher, he just happened to have a method that could mass-produce people's skills. He didn't actually teach anything. Young friend, you're right, everyone has their strengths. The best way to realize one's value is to use one's strengths in a suitable position. Guo Zhang agreed wholeheartedly and couldn't help but think more highly of this young man. It is rare for someone to achieve success at a young age without becoming arrogant. However, he had never heard of such a person before. What kind of sect could cultivate such a young prodigy? By the way, young friend, in a few days there will be the grand battle for power among the capital's elite. Before that, there will be a trade fair from the martial arts world. I wonder if you have heard of it? I know about the dragon and tiger fight, but I've never heard of a trade fair, Lu Qingxian said frankly. Well, the trade fair, as a martial arts extravaganza second only to the dragon-tiger fight, should be common knowledge in the martial arts world, Guo Zhang explained. Strictly speaking, I can't really be considered a member of the martial arts world. I always worked in isolation and had very little contact with the martial arts world. My understanding of the martial arts world is less than that of an outsider, Lu Qingxian explained. Hearing him say that, Guo Zhang understood, and then began to introduce the martial arts trade fair that preceded the dragon and tiger battle. The martial arts trade fair isn't as popular as the dragon-tiger tournament, but it's more popular among martial artists from the general public. It's a true provincial capital for mid to low-level martial artists, where everyone can bring their collected treasures to trade. Countless martial arts manuals and secret techniques can be found there, Taoist treasures, ancient elixir formulas, and other treasures I'd never seen before. As long as you have good stuff, you can basically get anything you want in return. Oh, you can exchange it for anything you want? What about the 1,000-year-old medicinal essence? Lu Qingxuan's eyes lit up as he asked. Millennial medicinal essences appear at almost every martial arts trade fair, but they are very expensive and unaffordable for ordinary people. Could it be that young friend Lu was interested in such a divine medicine? If there is a 1,000-year-old medicinal essence, I will do everything in my power to acquire it, no matter the cost. Such medicinal materials are not very useful in other people's hands, but they can be of great use in my hands, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. May I ask when and where this martial arts trade fair will be held? Lu Qingxuan's interest was piqued. Before the imperial city, Guo Zhang said with a smile. 411, Chapter 411, Trouble is Brewing. Lu Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat. Before the imperial city. That should be the old prince's territory, right? Given his current state, he couldn't estimate his chances of winning against the old prince, because there were too many experts in the capital, including a super expert at the transcendent realm. The old prince would also have many hidden tricks up his sleeve, with one in the open and the other in the shadows. It would be very disadvantageous for him. He disliked the feeling of losing control, and now, if he rashly participated in the martial arts trade fair, he would inevitably be put on the defensive. But watching the opportunity to obtain the millennium-old medicinal essence slip away was not his style. There must be a compromise solution. Young friend Lu, would you be interested in participating? We can go together tomorrow to see if there's anything new or interesting at this trade fair. Guo Zhang, unaware of Lu Qingxuan's thoughts, immediately extended an invitation. Lu Qingxian smiled and said, "We'll talk about this later, there's no rush." Seeing this, Guo Zhang didn't ask any further questions. Before long, the midday training ended, and Sun Jun felt that he was in better condition than ever before. This experience was unprecedented, as if someone had injected him with a stimulant, making him feel clear-headed and excited from head to toe. Iron Wolf, come and spar with me. Sun Jun's eyes gleamed as he stared at the burly man panting heavily in the crowd. Iron Wolf's face fell. Captain, this is too much of a torture. Hurry up, you piece of trash. You can't even stick to a little training. Can't you feel some hidden energy awakening in your body? It's amazing. If we had known about this training method earlier, we definitely wouldn't have let those bastards from the White Dragon Camp treat us like dogs. Sun Jun said, with a mix of regret and anger. Seeing that the captain was too excited, Iron Wolf didn't dare to disobey his orders and came to the front with his head hanging low. The two attacked with lightning speed. Sun Jun used his grappling techniques to strike close to the enemy. For every step Tai Lang took back, Sun Jun pressed forward with a step, closing in on him. His fierce moves quickly overwhelmed Tai Lang, leaving him defenseless. Useless trash, can't even withstand 3 moves, and you're so lax and undisciplined, you're the worst of the entire Hidden Dragon Iron Wolf team, Sun Jun said bluntly. Then he turned around and looked at Lu Qingxian. Chief Instructor Lu, your methods are beyond our imagination, but I still want to know how big the gap is between me and a top expert like you. I want to have a match with you. Lu Qingxian smiled and said, you haven't taken my specially made pills yet, nor have you practiced the body-refining military technique that I tailored for you. Are you sure you want to fight me? Sun Jun lowered his head and said, I know I can't possibly be a match for Chief Instructor Lu, but if I can't understand the difference between us, I don't know how vast the gap is between me and the real masters of the martial arts world. I hope Chief Instructor Lu can grant me this wish. Alright, I won't use any other methods, just close quarters combat, to show you how big the gap is between you and a real martial artist. Lu Qingxian stood still. If you can even touch the hem of my clothes, or make me take half a step back, then you win. And if you win, I will spend the effort to create a more suitable set of fighting techniques just for you, so that you will have strength comparable to a martial artist who has mastered internal energy, Lu Qingxian promised. Upon hearing this, Sun Jun's eyes lit up like incandescent light. The strength of a martial artist lies in their internal energy and their unexpected methods of killing from 100 meters away. If it were just a contest of simple fighting skills, they would be fully confident that they could touch their opponent, or even force them back half a step or a step. With this in mind, Sun Jun no longer held back, unleashing all his power almost instantly, transforming it into a fierce offensive against Lu Qingxian. He understood that against such a super expert, the chances of success would eventually wane. Once he lost the offensive tempo advantage in the early stages, he would have no further opportunities. However, even though he repeatedly overestimated his opponent's skills, he found that he had seriously underestimated them when they actually fought. His 3 grappling techniques were easily neutralized right from the start, his rhythm was completely controlled by his opponent, and it seemed that his moves had been completely figured out by his opponent. It felt as if the opponent possessed the ability to foresee the future, accurately predicting his every move. After a few moves, Sun Jun was defeated and staggered back to his ranks, looking utterly dejected. In the eyes of a master, all your movements are like they've entered a slow-motion state, so what you think is a sharp and rapid attack is just an ordinary trick that can be easily neutralized by others. So that's how it is. Sun Jun took a deep breath, the dejection in his eyes disappeared, replaced by an even stronger fighting spirit. However, for others, the blow was all too obvious. They could sense that Chief Instructor Lu had suppressed his strength to an extreme degree, using only some basic close combat techniques. Even so, Captain Sun was still completely suppressed in the most ordinary moves. His opponent predicted everything and neutralized them one by one. This despair is more profound than the instantaneous, decisive kill by a master's power, because they understand that the gap between them and true martial artists lies not only in strength, but also in skill. Next, Lu Qingxian explained to them the changes in their senses and 6 perceptions from external training to internal strength, and from internal strength to mastery. External training martial artists are ultimately only experiencing physical changes, they haven't cultivated their own qi, vital energy, so the changes remain superficial. However, it's different when one reaches internal strength. That qi can already affect the 5 internal organs, and the strength of the 5 internal organs naturally leads to upgrades and changes in the 6 senses and 6 perceptions. At this time, even the slightest movements can be perceived, and the range of the 6 senses becomes more than twice as sharp as before. This is also why martial arts masters in some TV dramas can always parry moves with their eyes closed and hear the slightest sounds dozens of meters away. As for grandmasters, their internal strength is doubled on top of that, so powerful that even a mosquito's buzz can be heard from dozens of meters away. Just as Lu Qingxian was standing in front of the training ground talking eloquently, a large group of people walked towards him aggressively from not far away. The leader, an elderly man, appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. He was bald, thin, and frail, but possessed a vitality and spirit far beyond his years. His hands were covered in thick calluses, and he walked with a powerful stride. Behind him were 2 other people, a man and a woman. Upon seeing the old man appear, 2 staff members from the war zone immediately followed him. Guo Zhang, who was standing next to Lu Qingxian, also hurriedly greeted him. Second Protector, what brings you here? The man and woman behind the old man addressed Guo Zhenglu as Uncle Guo. Guo Zhang waved his hand. Xiaodong, why aren't you accompanying the Second Protector back to the temple at this time? What are you doing here? The old man sneered, "Useless thing, if I hadn't come, you would have been kicked out and wouldn't even have been able to keep your position as head instructor. What a coward."
After speaking, the old man's sharp gaze fell on Lu Qingxian. Is this the newly appointed chief instructor of the Beihai base? 412, Chapter 412, Seeking Advice. It's me. What can I do for you? Lu Qingxian sensed the hostility of the visitor, but still asked with a smile.
I saw your sparring match with this soldier. Your skills were good and very practical, but to dare to steal the title of chief instructor Guo Zhang with this level of skill, I can only say that you were overestimating yourself. The old man showed no mercy and spoke sternly in front of everyone. Although the title of chief instructor doesn't mean much, Guo Zhang is the representative that our Vajra Temple has put forward. Unless someone is someone that our Vajra Temple approves of, no one can put pressure on our Vajra Temple. The old man snorted coldly.
Oh, what does this have to do with me? If you think this isn't right, just go and reason with the king of the Northern Sea, Lu Qingxian said, finding it amusing. Don't try to intimidate me by bringing up the Northern Sea king. Since ancient times, the strong have been respected and the capable have taken the place. If I say you are not worthy of this position, then you are not worthy. The Northern Sea king is also a generation younger than me in terms of seniority. How dare you, a mere junior, question my words? You're so capable, yet instead of going to the Northern Sea King to reclaim your position as chief instructor, you come here to cause trouble for a junior like me. You're quite good at playing the old man card. But if you think I'm easy to bully, then you're wrong. Lu Qingxian lightly flicked his fingers. Those who know him know that this little gesture proves he's not in a good mood and is ready to hit someone at any time. Seeing that things were not going well, Guo Zhang quickly stepped forward to make peace. Second Protector, it is true that my abilities are limited and I was unable to lead Hidden Dragon to a place in the National Martial Arts Competition. It is only right for me to step down and give way to a more capable person. There is no question of whether I am worthy or not. Furthermore, this young friend Lu is also a capable person. He has ways to greatly improve the soldier's skills. Just for that reason alone, he is more suitable for this position than I am, Guo Zhang explained reasonably. Shut up. Don't you know what the head instructor represents? The old man glared at him with exasperation. This is the best bridge and the best opportunity for the Vajra Temple to connect with the war zone. Once he steps down from the position of chief instructor, his voice in the war zone will not be as strong, and the Vajra Temple will not be able to enter the world smoothly in many aspects in the future. That was the real reason for his anger. What the Second Protector represents is not important. What is important is that I really do not have such ability in teaching. I am not as good as this young friend Lu, and young friend Lu is quite strong. Not bad, he's barely grown up. Judging from his fighting style, he's just a mere external martial artist. For a martial artist like that to be able to surpass you, a martial artist with perfected internal strength, you've completely disgraced our Vajra Temple. Mentioning this only made things worse. The mention of strength only fueled the Second Protector's anger. He had just arrived from a distance and witnessed Lu Qingxuan's fight with that captain's son. He admitted that his opponent's skills were indeed good, but they were just skills in the world of martial arts. Strength is the only true measure of power. Any skill is nothing but a fancy but useless trick in the face of absolute strength. Master Chai, your statement is too one-sided. Chief Instructor Lu was just practicing skills with the soldiers. It was just a normal sparring match, not a life or death struggle, so naturally he wouldn't use his true strength. Judging from this alone that our Chief Instructor Lu was inferior to others is too hasty, isn't it? In the distance, Chen Jun strode over. You should know that when Chief Instructor Lu came to our base, he jumped from a height of 100 meters and was completely unharmed. Even your Vajra Temple can't find a second person with that kind of strength, right? Upon hearing this, the old man Chai Guiyang and the man and woman behind him burst out laughing almost simultaneously, and even Guo Zhang couldn't help but frown. Although he was not in the war zone these past 2 days, he had heard some rumors after arriving there. What about landing unharmed from 100-meter height? What about a superhuman body and unparalleled superhuman skills? In his view, it was just some military tricks involving forced landings and parachuting, which had been exaggerated and made more and more mysterious by misinformation. However, after observing the other party's teaching methods and finding that they were indeed effective, he did not delve too deeply into it. After all, what young person doesn't like to be in the spotlight? But now that Vice General Chen Jun has singled this out, the nature of the matter is different. This kind of rumor cannot stand scrutiny. After all, in the entire Great Xia Dragon Kingdom, who can jump from a height of 100 meters without equipment, that's Superman, not human. Lieutenant Chan, I really don't want to label you with the word ignorant, but
It's clear from what you've said that I have to conclude that you know nothing about martial arts, Chai Guiyong said, shaking his head as he strolled around, looking as leisurely as an old man next door, but at the same time his eyes were sharp and his face was full of disdainful sarcasm. In his mind, Chen Jun was a soldier, but also an outsider to martial arts. He could understand an outsider saying unreasonable things, and once he figured that out, he wasn't surprised. But for Chen Jun, this expression was a great humiliation. This old man was too arrogant. He had seen it with his own eyes and hadn't made it up. How could he be so ignorant about martial arts? Even if he didn't understand martial arts, shouldn't he at least know what he saw? With hundreds of people watching, it's impossible for everyone to have a problem with their eyes. However, out of respect for the Vajra Temple, he calmly said, Master Chai, you are highly respected and your words carry weight. It doesn't matter what you think, but the position of chief instructor was personally appointed by the Northern Sea King, and no one has the right to change it at will. If you have any objections, go and talk to the Northern Sea King personally. Making trouble here is not a wise move. If you continue, I have the right to have someone send the three of you away. Although he had been as polite as possible, the sharpness in his words was clear to everyone. This means I'm giving you face last time. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll get serious, alright? No matter how strong the martial artists are, or how powerful the Vajra Temple is, they cannot compete with the war zone. Alright, Lieutenant Chen, it seems I really am getting old. I won't be welcome here any longer. Fine, I can leave, but I can't swallow this insult. My Vajra Temple is no less than anyone else, and I must defeat him before I leave. Ah Xiao, you take notes. Xiaodong, go up and ask this chief instructor Lu for some pointers. After he finished speaking, the girl behind him took out her camera, ready to record a video. The bald man with a fierce appearance took a step forward, and his aura instantly rose, reaching the minor stage of internal strength in an instant. He stood before Lu Qingxian, his eyes filled with icy coldness. You only need to give it your all. Lu Qingxian looked at him, then glanced at Chen Jun. Killing someone isn't a big deal, is it? For 13, Chapter 413, The Seeds of Conflict. Chen Jun's expression changed slightly. How could he not understand what those words meant? However, as the deputy commander of the war zone and the highest-ranking person in charge during the absence of the Northern Navy King from the base, he would definitely do his best to prevent any murders from occurring within the base. If possible, I still hope that everyone can sit down and talk. After all, it's really not right to fight to the death over a misunderstanding. I refuse. If you can't make the decision, then let me do it. Lu Qingxian said calmly, I am now the chief instructor of the North Sea War Zone, with the rank of Major General. In my capacity as Major General, I order all troops under the war zone to expel all irrelevant personnel within 3 minutes. Otherwise, they will be arrested on the grounds that they are suspected of being foreign spies attempting to steal war zone secrets. I still have that power, don't I? Deputy General Chen Jun's eyelids twitched. As the chief instructor of the theater command, he certainly has this power, but if he does it, it would be a complete breakdown in relations. Bastard, coward, if you've got the guts, fight me like a man, I'll beat you to a pulp. Xiao Wendong was young and hot-blooded, and when he heard that the other party was resorting to such tricks, his face turned green with anger. Lu Qingxian checked the time. You have 2 minutes. If you don't disappear from my sight within 2 minutes, I will order the shooting of all 3 of you. Young friend Lu, let's talk this out. There's no need for a proper explanation. If you take them away now, you can save their lives. The choice is yours. No one can save someone who is determined to die. After Lu Qingxian finished speaking, he turned his head away and stopped looking. Fighting against a mere martial artist who had only reached the minor stage of internal strength was too humiliating for him. He didn't even have the desire to make a move. If he were the leader of a sect or a religion, he might be able to barely lift a finger. Little thing, do you really want to be an enemy of our Vajra Temple? Chai Guiyong's old face was as cold as frost. Old man, don't push your luck. If you say another word, I'll beat you to death. Lu Qingxian turned around and glared at him. Lieutenant Chen, if these 3 are still standing here alive in 2 minutes, then I will resign from my position as chief instructor. You can explain to the Northern Navy King yourself. Lu Qingxian believed in the weight of those words. If he can't even handle such a small matter, I believe he will be dismissed and investigated by the Northern Sea King, because Lu Qingxian is in the right in this matter, and the Vajra Temple is an illegal intruder. Legally, anyone who illegally enters a war zone has the authority of the war zone commander to shoot them on sight. Okay, Chief Instructor Lu, don't worry, I'll handle it. After saying that, Chen Jun no longer hesitated or held back. He directly used the communicator to summon a team of guards, who were armed and pointed their guns at Chai Guiyong, A Qiao, and Xiao Dong. Then someone snatched the camera from A Qiao's hand and smashed it to pieces on the spot, making A Qiao so angry that she burst into tears and stomped her feet. "I'm sorry, Master Chai, but you have violated the war zone security management regulations. I require the three of you to leave immediately, or we will definitely open fire. Don't doubt my decision," Chen Jun said coldly, his face expressionless. Seeing this, Guo Zhang sighed heavily. "Xiao Dong, A Qiao, you two quickly take the second protector and leave. Lieutenant Chen is not joking with you. You violated the war zone management regulations. Even the Vajra temple can't protect you." Chai Guiyong was furious. This little bastard was playing by his own rules and was actually trying to pull this trick on him. "Let's go." Chai Guiyong's eyes shifted, then he waved his hand and left with his two apprentices. Chen Jun and Guo Zhang both breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that the two of them would refuse to give in to each other and start fighting on the spot, resulting in bloodshed and even death. "Deputy Instructor Guo, you need to advise the people at your Vajra temple. They're getting more and more lawless. If it weren't for your sake, how could they allow others to trespass in this war zone?" Chen Jun said with great dissatisfaction. "Lieutenant Chen, as you know, my position within the Vajra temple is only average in terms of both seniority and strength. I'm only in the middle tier, and I have no authority to restrict their actions," Guo Zhang said helplessly. He was neither the abbot nor the chief protector, but merely a figurehead promoted by the Vajra temple to handle matters related to secular forces. His role is easily replaceable and utterly insignificant. "Since you say so, then if someone dies later, don't cry to the king of war. You can't handle this matter, and neither can I. We should understand each other's difficulties." Chen Jun felt it necessary to lay out the unpleasant truth up front, because he knew what kind of person Chai Guiyong was, and this matter was definitely not over yet. As soon as Chief Instructor Lu left the war zone, the trouble would begin. "As long as you're not worried about Chief Instructor Lu being killed, I definitely won't care if someone DC have no right to care anyway," Guo Zhang said with a helpless smile. "You're overthinking it. A man of Mula's extraordinary abilities can jump from 100 meters high and be perfectly fine. If your Vajra temple wants to touch him, you'd better think carefully about who to send." Chen Jun shook his head, completely unconcerned. Guo Zhang frowned slightly. "It's one thing for the soldiers to spread rumors, but why is Deputy General Chen Jun also acting so superstitious, jumping from 100 meters in the air? Is he even human? Of course, this excludes those who use parachutes and ropes to rappel. That kind of acrobatics doesn't even qualify as martial arts. Lieutenant Chen, if this gets out into the martial arts world, it will become a laughingstock. You are, after all, a person of status, so it's best not to keep bringing it up." Chen Jun was taken aback, not understanding what those words meant. Would this become a laughingstock if it got into the martial arts world? Why? Suddenly he understood, and looked at the other person with a smile. "I forgot that Deputy Instructor Guo has not been in the war zone these past 2 days, so he may not believe this news. Chief Instructor Lu's strength is beyond doubt. I used to have doubts, just like you, but now I have confidence in him." The instructors were now completely convinced. "Deputy Instructor Guo, there's something I'm not sure if I should say, but I feel that Chief Instructor Lu is different from you martial artists, very different." Chen Jun didn't know much about the martial arts world, and he couldn't quite put his finger on what was different, but he just felt that Lu Qingxian was different. The feeling he got from Lu Qingxian was too peculiar, that composure and confidence were things he had never seen in anyone else. If the Vajra temple causes him trouble, that might be the real trouble they've gotten themselves into. Chen Jun shook his head and turned to leave. Some things only need to be said once. On the drill ground, training continued. Many soldiers harbored a burning anger within them. Iron Wolf bluntly said, "Chief Instructor Lu, why didn't you teach them a lesson just now? Those guys were too arrogant. They always came here to overstep their bounds and order us around during training. What they said was utter nonsense, and they acted all high and mighty. If I could beat them, I would have already taken action." Exactly, back then, the head instructor was Guo Zhang, so we could only put up with it and give them face, but actually, all of us brothers were unhappy, Giant Bear said with a cold face. 414, Chapter 414, Giving You a Chance. The key to martial arts practitioners is their temperament. They can be furious, but they cannot let trivial matters ignite their emotions. The higher one stands, the clearer one must be about one's own position. Is the barking of dogs on a 100-story building even audible? Lu Qingxian stood in front of the training ground. Also, everyone, that's all I have to teach you. I will leave the base shortly. Once the medicinal herbs are stockpiled, I will start the furnace to refine a batch of pills for you. If you continue to cultivate with this method, you will achieve the effect I promised within a month.
Chief Instructor Lu, are you not coming anymore? Iron Wolf asked suddenly, feeling reluctant to part with him.
Over the past 2 days, everyone's strength has undoubtedly improved. That magical posture training method made each of them seem to have opened up their Ren and Du meridians, and their strength has improved by a lot. Of course, they hope that such an instructor can stay in the war zone and help them develop their combat capabilities in all aspects. It turns out that the other party is leaving soon, and only 2 days have passed. Since I'm in this position, I will fulfill the agreement in my letter of appointment. I will come twice a month, for about 2 days each time. I won't teach you anything new then, I will only check your results, Lu Qingxian said.
After explaining some basic things, he left the Beihai base. Sun Jun and Chen Jun saw them off in a helicopter.
Instructor Lu, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Can your method be implemented in regular troops? If we can train all the ordinary soldiers into top-notch individual soldiers like those in the elite Vanguard Battalion, our situation on the battlefield will be much more advantageous. If this cultivation method could be promoted throughout the country, I think the military strength of our great Xia Dragon Kingdom would be unparalleled in the world. Not to mention weapons and equipment, at least in terms of individual soldier quality, no one would be able to surpass us. Lu Qingxian shook his head. For my cultivation method, technique is secondary, medicine is the most crucial element. With tens of millions of soldiers across the country, even if we plundered all the medicinal herbs within the entire Great Xia Dragon Kingdom, we still wouldn't be able to gather enough. Furthermore, not everyone's physique, bone structure, and talent are suitable. Although medicine is a good thing, one must have a physique strong enough to withstand its effects. You are suitable only because you are all exceptional individuals, selected from among thousands, and have already undergone rigorous screening. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand the effects of this medicine on their physique and meridians.
Lu Qingxian explained.
I see, I've learned something. Instructor Lu. Sun Jun took a deep breath. He knew his idea was unrealistic, but he couldn't help asking anyway. Now that I have the answer, I'm no longer conflicted. At least, the strength of my group can be genuinely improved. Soon, the helicopter flew away from the isolated island in Beihai, returned to the coastline of the capital city along a fixed route, and landed on the empty helipad.
Sun Jun, who was peeking out, suddenly focused his gaze. It's those people from the Vajra Temple.
Whom? Chen Jun also craned his neck to look over. Upon hearing this, in the distance, an elderly man, along with a man and a woman, walked towards us from 100 meters away, as if they had been waiting for us. Damn it, it must have been the staff at the flight route office who leaked our itinerary. Those slackers, they don't get enough to eat, yet they dare to sell our war zone's travel information. When we get back, I'm going to hold them accountable, and I'd better replace all of them.
Chen Jun was furious.
Although it may not be a serious matter, no one would feel good about being betrayed. Moreover, if it involves some extraordinary events, a careless act could have very serious consequences.
Instructor Lu, they're definitely after you. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. You go first, we'll hold them off for you, Sun Jun said quickly, seeing the situation was turning bad. Subconsciously, he felt that it was unwise for Lu Qingxian to take on the entire Vajra Temple alone. The Vajra Temple had accumulated hundreds of years of experience, with countless experts and extremely high influence. Although Instructor Lu was a prodigy, he was still just one person. You should know that even their North Sea war zone would give the Vajra Temple some face. Otherwise, why would they hire someone recommended by the Vajra Temple to serve as the chief instructor?
Sun Jun is right. There's no need to clash with them. There are 6 Dharma protectors behind the Vajra Temple, and an abbot above them. Moreover, they have connections with many forces in the secular world. Going against them will not end well, Chen Jun quickly added. He was afraid that Instructor Lu, being young and impetuous, would jeopardize his future. Such an outstanding young martial artist should have a limitless future. Of course, he didn't need to care about Chai Guiyong, who was probably no match for Instructor Lu. However, the Vajra Temple behind Chai Guiyong was indeed not an easy entity to provoke. Both hoped that Instructor Lu could be more patient, saying that taking a step back would open up a whole new world. Lu Qingxian smiled lightly. Although I don't like to cause trouble, it doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. The reason I don't take action in the war zone is simply because Guo Zhang is a reasonable person and I don't want to kill someone in front of others. The fact that they keep causing trouble means this won't end easily. They won't know pain unless we break their legs or take their lives. I've seen too many people like this. Lu Qingxian waited in place. In the distance, the girl named Chao took out a new camera and began to take pictures and record. This was her main task, to record every battle fought by the disciples, elders, and protectors of the Vajra Temple. All of these battles could be used as propaganda materials in the future to recruit talents. Beside him, the man called Little Hole looked at Lu Qingxian with a cold smile. As he got closer, he finally spoke. You really put on airs in the war zone before, driving us away, or you threatened to shoot us. You've got some nerve, aren't you, a useless piece of trash who can only flaunt his power. He was seething with anger. Not now, this is a war zone, let's see who can protect you then. Lu Qingxian flicked his fingers and said lazily, what, you want to attack me? Deputy General Chen, how should you be punished for openly assaulting a major general? Chen Jun immediately said, they will be transferred to a war tribunal and sentenced to death. Did you hear that? Lu Qingxian turned to look at the three of them. If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead and attack me. You piece of trash. Xiao Dong trembled with anger. Young man, is that all you've got? All you can do is flaunt your nationality as a martial artist. You're truly beneath contempt, Chai Guiyong sneered. Even Ah Xiao, who was standing to the side, stomped her feet in anger. You spineless coward, how could there be such a wimp as you among men? Lu Qingxian smiled faintly. Alright, since you're so good with words, I'll give you a chance and grant you one wish. I won't use my major general status. I'll use the methods of the martial arts world, sign a life or death contract, and settle this once and for all. 415, Chapter 415, Forming a Feud. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the three people immediately lit up. The provocation tactic worked just as well. This little bastard fell for it so easily. As long as a life or death pact is signed, then if they kill each other in a reasonable way, they will not be accused of murdering an important person, because this is the rule of the martial arts world, and under the rule of the martial arts world, the state will not interfere too much. Moreover, the other party only obtained the position temporarily, and is not a veteran. To put it bluntly, someone like him is only given a symbolic position because he is needed. He is not an irreplaceable role. If he dies even if there is no life or death contract. I believe that if the other party is killed here, the war zone will not break ties with the Vajra Temple because of an unknown soldier. Kid, I respect your courage for signing a life or death contract, but let me tell you plainly, even if you don't sign, don't think you'll leave here peacefully today. I am confident I can keep you here. Chai Guiyong hunched over, his cold expression making a smile that sent chills down one's spine. Lu Qingxian remained non-committal, waiting for the other party to prepare the documents. In a short while, a simple life or death contract was drafted. Although it had no legal force, it was a customary practice in the martial arts world and still held absolute authority there. Xiao Dong, be careful later. Although you have just broken through and urgently need a battle to consolidate your realm, remember that the most taboo thing for a martial artist is to be careless. We must not let the Vajra Temple suffer a setback. If you are outmatched later, you must create distance in time. I will save you and kill him with my palm. Of course, this is a last resort if possible. I still hope you win the life or death battle fairly and squarely, so as not to give others something to talk about and become a laughingstock in the martial arts world, Chai Guiyong whispered in the other's ear. Xiao Dong nodded, and when he looked at Lu Qingxian, his smile became even colder. Instructor Lu, if you don't want to fight this match, I'll find a way to stop it. There's still time, Chen Jun said, still somewhat worried. Some people won't give up until they're driven to the Yellow River. If you don't kill them, they'll swarm like locusts. You two just watch from the sidelines. The martial arts world is actually much more cruel than you imagine. It's perfectly normal for someone to die. I've already forgotten how many of these ignorant scoundrels I've killed. Lu Qingxian stepped forward. Xiao Dong didn't clasp his hands in greeting or waste any words. He simply took a step forward, his body moving like thunder, making a series of crisp sounds. His knuckles turned white as he clenched his fist, which, wrapped in the force of a thunderbolt, slammed fiercely towards Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian neither dodged nor avoided the punch, but simply stood there and took it straight. Instructor Lu. Sun Jun's palms were sweating with nervousness. What an absolute fool. Even a master martial artist wouldn't dare to take a full-force punch from a peak-level minor internal energy cultivator head-on. Otherwise, they would suffer broken bones at best, internal organ damage at worst, and die on the spot. Seeing this, Chai Guiyang no longer considered the other party an enemy. Such a fool who underestimated his opponent would not live long in the martial arts world. Even if it weren't for his Vajra temple today, other sects would have killed him. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the young woman, Xiao, who was in charge of photography behind him, had turned pale. He turned his head and saw that the little guy surnamed Lu was still standing there calmly, as if the punch had not hurt him at all. On the other hand, Xiaodong's 2 arms were strangely broken, and blood was flowing everywhere.
Let's go back 3 seconds.
Xiaodong punched Lu Qingxian in the chest with both fists just as he was overjoyed and felt that he had won the battle. A terrifying force of recoil erupted from his body. This force of recoil shattered his 2 arms and then ruptured his internal organs. Of course, the internal injuries were not immediately apparent. All that could be seen were his 2 arms, a bloody mess, completely ruined. The next second, blood spilled from his mouth, the blood mixed with thick pieces of internal organs. He stared intently at his master, probably wondering why his master didn't save him.
Small hole. Chai Guiyang and Xiao shouted almost at the same time.
A corpse crashed heavily to the ground. Even Shen Jun and Sun Jun felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. Who would have thought that the expert from the Vajra temple would strike first and hit Instructor Lu, only to be the one who died in the end? Are they even human, or did they underestimate the strength required for a jump from 100 meters high? Chai Guiyang stared intently at Lu Qingxian, his voice trembling, internal energy released outwards, body protected by a protective aura. You are a grandmaster martial artist.
What does a grandmaster even mean?
Lu Qingxian walked towards the other party, saying, I have no conflict with your Vajra temple. Cut off your own legs and then get lost.
You've already killed Brother Xiaodong, what more do you want? Xiao roared hysterically. Lu Qingxian frowned and looked at her. Shut up.
He then flicked his wrist, sending a burst of energy flying 10 feet away, directly knocking Xiao flying through the air and causing her to crash heavily to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. 3 seconds. Cut off your own legs and get out, or I'll kill you. Lu Qingxian looked at Chai Guiyang expressionlessly. He knew he was doomed, utterly doomed. Chai Guiyang's eyelids twitched, and in the second, he stretched out his hands and smashed his own legs with a scream. He sat down on the ground. Legs can be reattached, but life is gone forever. They provoked a grandmaster, which was tantamount to courting death. Even if word got out, no one would stand on the side of Vajra temple. They can only blame themselves for being too stupid, acting rashly without conducting a thorough investigation.
However, this score isn't over yet. Vajra temple never suffers a loss, nor can it possibly suffer one. Xiao, come quick. Help me get out of here. Chai Guiyang grinned. Xiao, her face red and swollen, staggered over and glared fiercely at Lu Qingxian. If you look at me like that again, I'll gouge your eyes out right here and now. You believe me?
Lu Qingxian glanced at her coldly. You clueless idiot. Xiao's face was pale, her head was down, and she helped Chai Guiyang limp away. Then, someone else came to clean up the body at the scene, dragged the small hole away like a dead dog, and then cleaned the scene with a cleaning gun. Instructor Lu, this is truly incredible, an eye-opener, but it's also a complete disaster, Chen Jun said with a mix of excitement and wry smile. Jingang Temple has never been a place that will suffer losses today, Instructor Lu. Your letting them go does not mean that they will be grateful. In fact, based on my understanding of them, they will most likely retaliate in a more intense way to defend Jingang Temple's status and dignity in the martial arts world. Then let them come. This time I will let them leave, but next time I will kill them all and then storm the Vajra Temple's lair and destroy their lineage, Lu Qingxian said bluntly.
416, Chapter 416, The First Ancient Chinese Medicine Family.
This was just a minor incident for Lu Qingxian, and he didn't take it to heart. After parting ways with the two at the coastline, Lu Qingxian returned to the Lu family alone and asked Lu Tianhe for a place to rest alone. During this time, Enxingyu and her second brother also arrived. The puppet's second brother was now placed by Lu Qingxian next to Enxingyu, firstly to protect her safety, and secondly because he really had nowhere else to place him for the time being. After everything was arranged, Lu Qingxian used the remaining materials to refine the talisman jade. The previous thunder crystal had been used up, but fortunately there was a substitute. He refined these materials with extremely high energy attributes into protective jade talismans, which could be crushed at critical moments to unleash the power of Hong Kong Snow Peak's sky-treading thunder-slaying dragon-slaying technique. No matter what situation he was in, that power could instantly turn the tide of battle. With this guarantee, he dared to attend the martial arts trade fair held in front of the imperial city alone. The martial arts trade fair lasted for 3 days, followed by the Dragon Tiger battle ceremony 3 days later. The timing was excellent, as most martial artists had already gathered in the imperial city by then, making it a very popular event. Lu Qingxian arrived near the imperial city and specifically sought out the local office to hire guides. The sweet young lady at the front desk enthusiastically introduced the service, as many martial artists from other places would come here to find a guide, which could save them a lot of time. Lu Qingxian browsed through the list and directly pointed to the most expensive name. The receptionist suddenly gave a strange look.
Dodo, we really want to select this guide? Is there a problem?
Lu Qingxian didn't think too much about it. He just felt that no matter how expensive the goods in any store were, they shouldn't be too bad. No problem, I'll arrange it for you right away. Please wait in the lobby. The young lady realized what was happening and quickly shut her mouth.
Lu Qingxian nodded and went to the hall.
He discovered that there were quite a few people here, all martial artists from all over the country, as well as from the western regions and the eastern wilderness. These people were dressed in strange clothes, making them easy to identify. After sitting for a while, about half an hour had passed, and Lu Qingxian still hadn't seen the person he had booked, so he couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. He paid 3 million just to hire a guide, and the person still hasn't arrived after all this time. Isn't he being a bit too arrogant? Even if someone is an expert in the industry, they should still do their job for the money and have some professional ethics. Suddenly, a familiar group came into Lu Qingxian's view, causing him to frown slightly. The other person also saw him. The middle-aged woman's joy vanished instantly, and she spat angrily onto the ground.
What bad luck! I run into this jinx everywhere I go.
Chen Meijiao wore a luxurious red court dress, Li Yunhao was dressed in designer clothes, looking every bit the rich young master, and Li Yunmeng wore a tight-fitting blue cheongsam with her hair up in an elegant updo, looking like a classic court beauty. Her appearance immediately drew the attention of almost everyone in the hall, but soon their gazes shifted from her to the man beside her.
Young Master Ji of the Ji family, the foremost family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in Changlin.
The Ji family is one of the major shareholders in the martial arts trade fair every year. The Ji family completes almost a quarter of the total trade volume of the entire trade fair. However, in previous years, the eldest son of the Ji family almost never showed up in person. I didn't expect him to do so this year.
Maybe a bombshell is about to be dropped. Could it be that the pill the Ji family promoted years ago has been successfully developed? Some people couldn't help but speculate.
At this moment, the latter had already put his arm around Li Yunmeng's shoulder and arrived at the center of the hall. Li Yunmeng naturally saw Lu Qingxian as well, but at this moment her gaze was calm as water, with a faint arrogance hanging between her eyebrows, as if she were invincible. This man is her capital to turn her life around, not for any other reason, but even the high-ranking members of her wealthy Li family treat him with utmost respect. She knows that if she wants to turn her life around and completely suppress Lu Qingxian, she must completely rely on this man. And that was indeed the case. Only now did Li Yunmeng realize that behind the secular families, there were so-called reclusive, martial arts, ancient medicine, and other long-standing superfamilies with a rich history and profound heritage. These families usually keep a low profile, but once they emerge, even today's wealthy families have to make way for them. The accumulation of hundreds of years, the foundation and connections built up from ancient times to the present, are something that no wealthy family can shake. Take the Changlin Ji family for example. It is said that their ancestors were direct disciples of Hua Tuo, possessing the inheritance of the ancient medical sage. Countless top wealthy and noble families across the country line up just to obtain a single medicine. Among them are many powerful families in the capital. However, the other party will only bestow the medicine when they are in a good mood. If they are in a bad mood, even if they offer billions of dollars, they will not care. This kind of family truly stands at the pinnacle of humanity, which is what Li Yunmeng has pursued throughout her life.
Ji Yizhen turned to look at Chen Meijiao. Auntie, who are you talking about?
Chen Meijiao curled her lips and glared at Lu Qingxian. Who else could it be? Yunmeng's unlucky ex-husband, a discarded son of a wealthy family, who always acts all high and mighty compared to you, young Master Ji. He's nothing but a stinking rat in the sewer, stinking to the core. Just looking at him makes me feel like I've had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. So unlucky.
Upon hearing this, Ji Yizhen's gaze towards Lu Qingxian took on a different meaning.
He was indeed attracted to Li Yunmeng's appearance. To him, if he could take a liking to a woman, it was a blessing from her ancestors. There was no woman he couldn't have, so he felt it was only natural for Li Yunmeng to throw herself into his arms. However, after just one day of contact, he felt something different about the other person. He admitted that he liked this woman very much, genuinely and sincerely. This liking even made him want to break through the constraints of his family's social standing and marry her. This presents a problem. He must thoroughly investigate the other party's background and experiences, because the Ji family cannot tolerate women with questionable backgrounds. This investigation left him feeling utterly disheartened. She was actually married. This also meant that he could only have fun with Li Yunmeng and could never marry her. This also leads to another question. He really wants to know who has defiled the woman he, Ji Yizhen, loves. At that moment, this person was right in front of him. Ji Yizhen took 2 steps forward, squinted at Lu Qingxian, and said, "Do you know that your existence makes me very angry?" 417, Chapter 417, Wishful Thinking. My existence makes many people unhappy, but I still exist, Lu Qingxian replied calmly. You seem quite confident. Ji Yi wasn't surprised by his answer, because everyone feels they're safe before facing adversity. I've always been confident that the woman beside you will give you the answer. Lu Qingxian snapped his fingers. Here's another piece of advice. Every man who has anything to do with this woman, especially those who oppose me because of her, will end up in a bad way, without exception. The waiting room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A group of people looked at Lu Qingxian as if he were a madman. Has he gone mad? How dare he threaten Ji Yizhen, the young master of the Ji family, the first ancient Chinese medicine family in Changlin? Their connections in the secular world alone can support half the sky of the capital city. Does he even understand the value of being the first hidden ancient Chinese medicine family? If you offend a powerful family, you might still have a sliver of hope, but if you offend a reclusive family like this, you're doomed. Even the king of hell can't save you. Ji Yizhen looked at him with great surprise. But instead of being angry, she simply smiled quietly. I admire your courage. I'll remember what you look like once I've finished what I'm doing. I'll come and have a good talk with you. Foolish. Lu Qingxian shook his head. What did you say? It seems you don't even want to cherish this last bit of chance to live. Ji Yizhen, who was walking past him, turned his head and squinted at him. Ji Laoer, are you bullying people again? What's wrong with people saying you're stupid? You're as stupid as a pig. Just then, a sweet and charming voice reached everyone's ears, and then a girl with 2 buns in her hair came down from the 2nd floor. The girl looked to be 18 or 19 years old, dressed in a festive red Tang Dynasty palace outfit, with a few fluffy balls hanging in front of her, making her look extremely cute. Presumptuous! How dare you, a mere servant, humiliate young Master Ji? Li Yunmeng was furious when she heard this. She couldn't discipline Lu Qingxian herself, so how could she discipline a little girl who wasn't even as tall as her? Li Yunmeng immediately rushed forward, reaching out to grab the other person's clothes and slap them in the face to claim credit. Just then, a dark figure darted out from the side, grabbed Li Yunmeng by the neck with one hand, and pinned her tightly against the stair railing. Li Yunmeng's face turned deathly pale instantly, and she couldn't utter a word. The girl patted her chest, feigning relief, and quickly said, I was so scared. Ji Laoer, when did you get a dog? It bit people so badly. But it's normal for a dog to get beaten up when it bites people randomly. You don't mind if I teach her a lesson for you, do you? After saying that, the girl ignored Ji Yizhen's expression and walked up to her, slapping Li Yunmeng twice across the face. Li Yunmeng's fair and flawless face instantly turned red. She looked at Ji Yizhen with pleading eyes, but Ji Yizhen only moved his lips and did not stop her. This scene filled her with despair. Why, wasn't she the woman he loved most? Didn't he always say he liked her? At this moment, Li Yunmeng thought of Lu Qingshuan. When the two of them were together, no matter what happened, he was always the first to rush to her side and protect her. He would always be against the world to protect her. Li Yunmeng firmly believed this. Thinking of this, she looked at Lu Qingxian as if she were expecting something. But she was soon disappointed. Lu Qingxian sat there with a faint smile on his lips, as if he hadn't seen anything at all, or rather, he had seen it but had no intention of helping her. He felt arrogant that she was being beaten. Li Yunmeng really wanted to laugh. Is this retribution? Qin Xiaoyuan, that's enough, isn't it? I've already insulted you, and I can't beat you in a fight. Do you really want to tear off all pretenses here? It's not the time for your Qin family and my Ji family to clash. You'd better watch out, Ji Yizhen said with a grin.
I won't, what can you do to me? Qin Xiaoyuan snorted and glanced at the other person coldly.
However, she soon lost interest and snapped her fingers, signaling for Li Yunmeng to be released. Li Yunmeng stood there with her hair disheveled.
Qin Xiaoyuan walked towards Lu Qingxian with a smile. You're quite good, you actually dared to go against that idiot Ji Yizhen. You should know that the young masters of this capital city are like ghosts. When they see him they wish they could run away as fast as they can. They're all a bunch of cowards. By the way, what's your name? Qin Xiaoyuan asked, tilting her head. Lu Qingxian glanced at her. I don't remember. I've never met any of the wealthy young men or women in my life. It seems that a martial arts trade fair has brought countless reclusive families into the open. The waters of the capital city run deep. Those so-called top 10 wealthy families are nothing more than superficial things that ordinary people can easily come into contact with.
Ha, your name is Lu Qingxian? Qin Xiaoyuan's eyes widened suddenly, and she muttered, it seems that the guy who paid me to be his guide was also named Lu Qingxian.
Sister Ling, is it him? Qin Xiaoyuan looked towards the counter.
The receptionist in her uniform nodded with a wry smile and said, Miss Xiaoyuan, this is him. The money has been paid in full and deposited into your account. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyuan nodded with satisfaction. All right, let those old men restrict my allowance. Humph, this grandma can earn it herself too. After saying that, he couldn't help but praise Lu Qingxian. You're very good. Spending money on me is definitely a very profitable business. You've made a huge profit. Lu Qingxian said nonchalantly, whether you made money or not is not important. In short, I hope you can show. I don't want to waste millions on a pretty face that matches your price.
Young man, who do you think you are? I know the trade fair better than anyone else. This is my home, and I guarantee you the most attentive and affordable service, Qin Xiaoyuan said quickly.
Then I'll wait and see. With that, Lu Qingxian stood up. He passed by Li Yunmeng and glanced at her. Unfortunately, it seems your plan has failed again.
418, Chapter 418, Recognized. Li Yunmeng lowered her head and remained silent.
A pale face, a bitter smile on his lips.
Li Yunmeng, what are you thinking about all day? Wasn't this your own choice?
How could I regret the path I chose? Haven't I been prepared for everything that's happening now? If you're not content with mediocrity, then climb upwards with all your might. Lu Qingxian is extraordinary. Are you, Li Yunmeng, willing to admit defeat? You will surely find a man even more outstanding than him. Climb to the top, and then look down upon him, won't you? Li Yunmeng muttered to herself, biting her lip tightly, her stubbornness growing stronger in her eyes.
Who was that girl just now? She insulted young Master Ji like that, and young Master Ji didn't even get angry.
The Qin family, the supreme martial arts family of the great Xia Dragon Kingdom, haven't you heard of them? From the Qin and Han dynasties to the present day, they have always served the court. The family has countless experts and has always been the king's guards and close ministers. Even Li Daqiu, the number one in the army, is a person cultivated by the Qin family. You can think about the value of the Qin family yourself. An old man sitting in the corner said with a sneer. After his explanation, everyone, whether they understood or not, understood this kind of heritage is worlds apart from those so-called wealthy families. A family that has survived several dynasties without change, the power behind it might even affect the fate of the entire country.
So he's a descendant of the Qin family. Then who was that kid who was arguing with young Master Ji just now?
Another person asked. He was referring to Lu Qingxian, but not many people knew Lu Qingxuan. The Lu family conducted internal training, and their descendants rarely went out before reaching adulthood, unlike some wealthy families whose scions had already made a name for themselves throughout the city at a young age. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxian, guided by Qin Xiaoyuan, had arrived at the venue of the martial arts trade fair in front of the imperial city.
Soho Estate.
This is a giant manor covering more than 20,000 square meters. The owner behind it is a member of the royal family, who is said to have never shown his face and is a very mysterious figure. The martial arts trade fair is held here almost every year. Being right under the emperor's nose not only showcases its prestige and status, but the venue is also adequate and ensures that no shady characters will barge in. There are basic requirements, since the items traded here are among the most precious in the martial arts world, and losing even one item could lead to death.
Your identity is not simple. Why do you want to be a guide?
Lu Qingxian asked, looking at the little girl skipping and jumping excitedly in front of him.
Qin Xiaoyuan gave him a strange look. What's so special about it? aren't we all born of mothers and fathers? We don't have an extra head besides, can't I earn pocket money? Haven't you ever seen a pretty girl short of money? Actually, what she said was true, she was indeed short of money. Although she was a member of the Chin family, the Chin family's management was extremely strict, so strict that adult members of the family could not receive a single penny from the family. They had to earn their wealth through their own abilities, and every member of the Chin family was like this, without exception. However, because they were standing on the shoulders of giants, their way of acquiring wealth was also very simple. Take Chin Xiaoyuan for example. She used her connections to get on the guide list at the reception desk and set an exorbitant fee. As long as a big shot chooses her, she can earn millions in kickbacks, and the platform won't take even a penny of her commission. I'm telling you beforehand, you have to be worth the price, Lu Qingxian said bluntly. Don't worry, you stingy little thing, if there's anything you don't understand here, just ask me. Call me the know-it-all of Soho Manor. Chin Xiaoyuan curled her lip in disdain. But you've got some nerve, daring to argue with that bastard Ji Yizhen in public. Aren't you afraid he'll have someone mess with you? Chin Xiaoyuan tilted her head curiously, staring at Lu Qingxian. I'm not afraid. Why? Chin Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up. I'm not afraid, that's all. Why ask so many questions? You'd care about the revenge of a bug? Lu Qingxian couldn't help but laugh. Goodness, if Ji Yizhen hears you call him a bug, he'll probably go ballistic again. Chin Xiaoyuan was surprised at first, then a mischievous smile appeared on her face, and it was unclear what kind of trick she was thinking. If you have time, you can tell me about the martial arts trade fair, such as what valuable items will be available, what the specific procedures are if I also want to trade items, and whether there are any unwritten rules to follow. Lu Qingxian said. I have no interest in that Ji Yizhen thing. Chin Xiaoyuan pouted. I didn't realize you were so arrogant. If you keep talking about these trivial things, I'm going to file a complaint against you. Lu Qingxian stopped in his tracks. Alright, I'll introduce you. Chin Xiaoyuan turned her head away, rolled her eyes, clearly indicating that the word complaint still worked on her. This is one of the few channels through which she can make big money. She finally managed to get a fool to fall for it, and she doesn't want to be complained about and have to refund the money. Next, Chin Xiaoyuan, acting as a guide, introduced Lu Qingxian to the specific details of the martial arts trade fairs held here over the years, including which places would have particularly valuable trade items, which forces liked to cheat and swindle, which places didn't know the rules and were easy to buy things from at low prices, and some unwritten rules that everyone tacitly and consciously abided by. For example, violence is not allowed here. Of course, there have been instances of violence in the past. As long as both sides agree, it wouldn't be unreasonable to have a life-or-death fight on the spot to entertain everyone. It can only be said that what is prohibited is initiating trouble, not a fair fight. Soon, the two arrived at the largest pavilion in the Soho Manor, which was packed with people. A group of martial artists from all over the country gathered together in harmony, no longer discussing who was stronger or weaker, but rather the prices and business of various medicinal herbs and martial arts manuals. Times are changing, and so are we martial artists. In the past, when we gathered together, we talked mostly about martial arts gossip, who had been avenged, and who had a new genius martial artist. Now it's different. Now we're all old and have become proper businessmen. We earn rice, but we win in life. Everyone laughed and agreed with what was said. At this moment, someone noticed Chin Xiaoyuan and their eyes lit up. Oh, isn't this Chin Laosan's granddaughter? Then the other person looked at Lu Qingxian, their pupils suddenly shrinking, as if they recognized him. Lu Qingxian of the Lu family? For 19, Chapter 419, Setting Up a Street Stall. Who is it, Lao Xing? Why does your face look so pale? Someone noticed his expression and asked curiously, while also sizing up Lu Qingxian, wondering who this person was. Although Lao Xing's strength is average, he is still a well-informed person in the industry. It is rare to see him show such an expression. Could this be the young master of some reclusive family? Xing Lurong grinned awkwardly, not answering his question, but looking at Lu Qingxian. She said, Young Master Lu, who turned the capital upside down and slaughtered an entire wealthy family back then, has actually returned to the capital. This is quite a hot topic. I wonder if the old prince knows about this? Lu Qingxian moved his lips, but before he could speak, the other party said again, just kidding, everyone here is a fellow martial arts practitioner. Weary not the old prince's lackeys. Weary not so bored as to go and complain. Young Master Lu, please feel free to stay here and have fun. Lu Qingxian gave the other person a deep look, unsure whether he was intentionally or unintentionally revealing something,
or warning him and giving him a heads up.
Hey, old man Xing, what are you talking about? What do you mean by massacring an entire wealthy family? Are you talking about him?
Qin Xiaoyuan's face turned pale, and she even involuntarily took 2 steps away from Lu Qingxian.
Hee, little girl from the Qin family, you don't know anything about them and you're getting so close to them, aren't you afraid of being eaten alive? Sheng Lurong joked on purpose.
Qin Xiaoyuan's eyelids twitched, and she cautiously glanced back at Lu Qingxian. Hey you've killed someone?
You've killed people, so what?
Qin Xiaoyuan's face turned even paler. You look very young, okay, You can't kill when you're young. Isn't it normal for martial artists to kill? Everyone has their grudges, right? Lu Qingxian chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyuan's face turned from white to black. This is a civilized society now. This is the behavior of a barbarian. My grandfather taught me that martial arts are for self-cultivation, and fighting and killing are things that stupid people do.
Your grandfather is right. The problem is that too many people like to stir up trouble, so they can't blame others for getting killed. Lu Qingxian nodded in agreement.
Qin Xiaoyuan pouted. That's true, but she still hated that people had to fight to the death so easily. However, she can't interfere in other people's affairs. Just then, someone shouted, young Master Ji of Changlin has appeared. Hurry, this time, the Ji family might produce a bunch of good medicines again. If we can grab them, we'll make a profit.
The group scattered and crowded towards the door.
Humph, it's that disgusting Ji Yizhen again. Is always surrounded by a bunch of people wherever he goes. What's so great about him? He's just a rich kid who lives off his family's wealth. Qin Xiaoyuan was very dissatisfied.
Lu Qingxian couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. It seems this girl is also from a wealthy family, right? Is it okay to say that about her?
In addition, the capital city is a mixed bag, and most of the young masters and ladies you encounter are from wealthy and influential families. So, when you curse someone, you are essentially cursing a whole bunch of people. Lu Qingxian shook his head and followed along, eager to see what made this renowned traditional Chinese medicine family in Changlin so special. At the entrance of Suhua Manor, Ji Yizhen stood there, dashing and debonair. Beside him was Li Yunmeng, who had regained her composure thanks to him. Li Yunmeng had also become the subject of everyone's discussion. Who is that woman, to be able to stand with young Master Ji? She must be the daughter of some ancient family. I've never seen him before, and I have no recollection of him. Perhaps he's a representative sent by some reclusive sect to enter the world. It would be better to carefully investigate his true nature later to avoid conflict and offending him, which could ruin everything. Amidst the hushed discussions, some people stepped forward and began to discuss the terms of the deal with Chang Lingji's family. Young Master Ji, I have recently obtained a formula for a pill to strengthen bones and muscles, but my abilities are limited. Several families that have passed down traditional Chinese medicine have also said that they do not have the ability to refine such a formula. I would like to ask young Master Ji if you can see if you can refine this kind of pill. If you succeed, give me 10 pills, and the formula will be yours.
A person presented a dirty parchment with a densely written prescription of medicinal herbs. Ji Yizhen gladly accepted. Another person stepped forward, revealing a bluish-black palm on his chest. I had a fight with someone recently and sustained internal injuries. I'd really like to ask for a black jade broken skin ointment. Young Master Ji, I want.
A large group of people blocked the entrance, some taking out prescriptions, some taking out martial arts manuals, and some even pulling out checks, all hoping to get what they wanted from Ji Yizhen or to establish a good relationship with the Chang Lingji family. Some of the materials were so enviable that even Lu Qingxian was tempted by them. If I have a lot of pills or I can refine a lot of pills, how can I effectively promote them and trade with them? Lu Qingxian turned to Qin Xiaoyuan beside him and asked. You have pills? Wait, you're saying you can refine pills? Are you kidding me? Even that bastard Ji Yizhen, with his high talent, can't refine pills. That kind of work is done by the elders of his family. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at him incredulously. Are you a guide or a walking encyclopedia of questions? I'll ask, you answered. Lu Qingxian frowned. Tch. Qin Xiaoyuan curled her lips. The most effective way to trade is to set up a street stall. As long as you put up a banner and your goods are good enough to attract people's interest, people will come to you to trade. But don't even think about cheating. If you are caught selling fake goods, you will not only have to pay 3 times the amount, but your reputation will also be ruined and you will be banned from participating in the martial arts trade conference. Lu Qingxian nodded. He found a piece of wood in the manor and used his hand as a knife to carve sharp, bold characters on it. Proficient in refining various elixirs, possessing elixirs with various effects, welcome to exchange for medicines over 500 years old. Lu Qingxian didn't want to get rich overnight. Herbs that are 500 years old are already considered top-quality medicinal herbs, and those that are over 1,000 years old are extremely rare. However, just in case, Lu Qingxian added a small note below. 1,000-year-old medicine can be directly exchanged for 3 top-grade pills, which can help martial artists with internal strength break through to become grandmasters. He believed that no one could resist the allure of a grandmaster. Sitting by the roadside, Lu Qingxian imitated the street vendors, sitting on the ground with his signboard behind him. Sure enough, his signboard was noticed instantly, and with a soft exclamation, the people who were originally surrounding Ji Yizhen crowded over.
420, Chapter 420, Slander. Really, you're talking about 500-year-old or 1,000-year-old medicines all the time. Do you even have anything good to offer?
Upon seeing the slogans written by Lu Qingxian, some people scoffed and dismissed them, some stood aside with amusement and remained silent, while others were quite interested, believing that no one would make up such a story or engage in any sensational behavior at the martial arts trade fair. Lu Qingxian didn't explain much. He simply took out a jade bottle, about half the size of his palm, from his person, poured out 2 crystal-clear, jade-colored pills, and placed them on the shop in front of him. Upon seeing this, many people crowded forward, opening their noses and mouths to inhale deeply and examine it closely. The astonishing medicinal properties were so potent that even just smelling the aroma made their cells feel like they were boiling. It is by no means an ordinary product. However, their limited knowledge was insufficient to analyze the exact effects of this pill.
May I take a look?
Just then, a woman appeared in sight. She was stunningly beautiful, tall, and dressed in an ancient-style long dress, looking ethereal. They're from Medicine King Valley.
Someone recognized the woman at a glance and instinctively shrank back, moving to the side.
Whatever. Lu Qingxian nodded. Zhou Ruoyan approached, took a pill in her hand, smelled it carefully, her brows furrowed slightly, and then she rubbed a tiny bit off with her fingernail and put it in her mouth. As soon as it entered her mouth, her expression changed. What kind of pill is this? I named it the Rising Dragon Pill. After taking this pill, ordinary people will have the meaning of rising from the mortal realm to become a dragon. Their muscles and bones will resonate with the power of dragons and tigers, and they can easily reach the peak of physical training. After a period of time, they can step into the level of internal strength. The threshold from physical training to internal strength will no longer be there,
Lu Qingxian explained. After he finished his introduction, everyone was in an uproar.
What kind of miraculous medicine is this? The threshold of internal strength has puzzled countless martial artists throughout history. How many people have regretted their lives because they could not fathom the mysteries of internal strength, and now they are told that just one pill can do what countless martial artists could not do in their entire lives. This has driven some people crazy, while others cannot accept it.
Zhou Ruoyan narrowed her eyes, staring intently at Lu Qingxian. Do you know the weight of your words just now? Can you vouch for them?
Lu Qingxian laughed and said, why wouldn't I dare? I even have a method to help internal energy martial artists enter the Grandmaster realm. As long as any of you can produce 1,000-year-old divine medicine, I am willing to spend my time to help him become a Grandmaster. I will never go back on my word.
This is utter nonsense. The actual effects of this pill are still debatable. Aren't you afraid of suffocating people with your boastful tone?
A burly man said disdainfully, then pulled out a bank card. Sell me 1 pill for 10,000 yuan first. If it can really make me an internal energy martial artist, then I'll believe you. Old Chen, are you just taking advantage of their youth and ignorance? 10,000 yuan apiece, young man. I'll offer 50,000 yuan apiece. In fact, after Zhou Ruoyan's amazement at Medicine King Valley, this seemingly ordinary pill had become extremely valuable. As everyone knows, Medicine King Valley is renowned for its ability to identify elixirs and medicinal herbs. It has been developed for hundreds of years and passed down through dozens of generations. Moreover, it has grandmasters and experts at the transcendent realm. Anything that catches their eye is extraordinary. So if you can get one for tens of thousands of yuan to try it out, you've definitely made a great deal. Everyone could guess what these people were thinking. With the mentality that no one wanted to lose out, the price kept rising and soon it was being bid up to 300,003,000,000 per piece. The price is high, but if you think about it from another angle, spending 300,000 to buy a chance to enter the inner strength realm is probably an irresistible temptation for all martial artists. A burly man shouted out 400,000, and when no one raised the price further, he looked excited. It costs 400,000 to help him enter the realm of internal strength. He can earn the money back in just 3 days. Young man, no one has offered a higher price than me, so this pill is mine. The burly man smiled, revealing 2 dimples on his face, which looked unusually strange. I don't need money, nor do I want money. Lu Qingxian reached out and took back the 2 pills. I've made it very clear that I only accept barter. I'll exchange 500-year-old medicine for pills, that's all. Of course, if you have anything that you think is particularly rare, you can bring it out, and I will appraise it before deciding whether to trade it or not. The big man's face immediately darkened. The joy of receiving the money vanished before he could even process it. He thought he had acquired the pill for 400,000, but it turned out the other party had no intention of trading with money at all. Zhou Ruoyun shook her head. Medicinal herbs that are over 500 years old are all very precious, and the 1,000-year-old divine medicine you mentioned is even more rare and hard to come by. It is a treasure that even a power that has accumulated strength over hundreds of years would not be willing to part with, just to exchange for a single pill. This is not a fair trade unless you produce the prescription. The prescription is what is truly valuable. With the prescription, Medicine King Valley could mass-produce this pill, which was the key to accumulating strength in the future for a force like theirs. A mere pill to create an internal energy martial artist was completely dispensable. Lu Qingxian clearly understood this as well. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, if you can produce a 1,000-year-old divine medicine, I am willing to provide the prescription and give you 10 pills for free. Zhou Ruoyun was surprised that the other party actually agreed, and her eyes lit up instantly. It should be noted that Medicine King Valley has accumulated a vast amount of truly top-grade pill formulas over the years, and such formulas are extremely rare. These formulas are so valuable that they can be passed down as family heirlooms, generating a continuous stream of wealth.
Miss Shou, you didn't actually believe his nonsense, did you?
Just then, the sound of a needle being inserted came over.
Do you know anything about this person? Have you learned about his past? You actually believed his medicine could really help martial artists enter the inner strength realm just by listening to one side of the story, and even believed that he had such a prescription? How pathetic and laughable. Furthermore, everyone, I must announce an important piece of news. These Dragon Ascension pills belong to my Changlin Ji family. My Ji family has lost several Dragon Ascension pills and has not found them to this day. We suspected that they were stolen, and now it seems that is indeed the case. Ji Yizhen pointed at Lu Qingxian. This thief stole my Ji family's pills and dared to openly and brazenly conduct fraudulent transactions at the martial arts trade fair. He is simply taking advantage of the fact that my Ji family has no one to rely on. From now on, my Ji family will fight this person to the death. 421, Chapter 421. I refuse. Will people believe a young upstart or the Changlinji family, an ancient family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners? The result is self-evident. The group's attitude changed instantly. I knew he was just a nobody. How could he have gotten such miraculous pills? Turns out he's a shameless thief, stealing pills and formulas. He deserves to die. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Young Master Ji, I'll play the villain this time and help you retrieve the pill formula as a reward. Could you give me a pill? The burly man who had previously offered 400,000 said with a grin, eager to try his luck. When Lu Qingxian said he wouldn't sell it to him, he had already made a deep grudge against him in his heart. Now, by taking action against the other party through young Master Ji's words, it can be said that neither the organizers nor other colleagues could say anything to him. However, Ji Yizhen shook his head. He knew perfectly well what the other party was planning. Anyone can take action, but the key is the cleanup afterwards. The organizers of the martial arts trade fair are not people he can easily provoke. Taking action on their territory is a thankless task, and he might end up having to pay an unbearable price to smooth over the damage. Therefore, the best solution is to first label the items on the other party's body, tell everyone present that the pills and formulas belong to the Ji family, and then find an opportunity to take action outside the Suhua manor and legitimately seize the items. Even if others try to take it from them, the Ji family will be in the right. If they are in the right, the family will definitely send high-level combat forces to take over the matter. This was Ji Yizhen's true purpose. Although thieves are hateful, I am a law-abiding person. Fighting is prohibited in Suhua manor, and I will not break the rules. However, I must declare in advance that these things belong to my Ji family and only to my Ji family. Once we leave Suhua manor, I hope that no fools will appear and ruin my Ji family's affairs. If Ji Yizhen was still somewhat polite before, then this last sentence was a complete revelation of his true intentions. Even the most foolish person would know that whether the items on the other party belonged to the Ji family or not was no longer important.
what mattered was that the Ji family had their eye on them and wouldn't allow anyone else to interfere.
You're saying the formula for my Dragon Ascension pill belongs to your Ji family? Lu Qingxian looked at the other party with a half-smile.
Li Yunmeng, who had been silent beside her, moved her lips as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. That's right, as everyone knows, in the entire capital city and the surrounding 6 cities, only my Ji family has the ability to independently refine pills. 90% of the pills that martial artists can use on the market come from my Ji family, including those precious pill formulas, which only my Ji family possesses. So what's wrong with me saying that your pills and pill formulas come from my Ji family?
Ji Yizhen said matter-of-factly. Is that so, Yunmeng? After saying that, Ji Yizhen smiled and pulled Li Yunmeng over, a domineering expression on his face.
Lu Qingxian, handing over the pills and prescriptions to young Master Ji now is a good thing for you, Li Yunmeng said expressionlessly.
Lu Qingxian smiled. The issue we're discussing now isn't whether or not to hand it over, but rather that this young Master Ji claims that the Dragon Ascension pill and its formula belong to his Ji family. So, I'd like to ask, young Master Ji, you must be very familiar with your family's formula, right? Ji Yizhen's face showed pride. I am the pride of the Ji family, the future leader of the Ji family. Familiar. I am now able to assist the elders in refining pills in less than 5 years. I will be confident enough to refine pills independently and become a martial arts alchemist. All around were envious expressions. Alchemists were incredibly sought after, revered by martial artists. Which martial artist wouldn't want to befriend an alchemist, occasionally obtain some pills to improve their strength and consolidate their cultivation? Once Ji Yizhen becomes an alchemist, coupled with the status of the Changlin Ji family, his position in the martial arts world will be equivalent to a transcendent realm expert, rather than a grandmaster, truly placing him at the pinnacle of the great Xia Dragon Kingdom. Good.
Lu Qingxian nodded. Then you need to memorize the formula for the Dragon Ascension pill. It's not much as long as you accurately name 2 of the core ingredients. I will give you the pill along with the formula. Ji Yizhen's face darkened. He hadn't expected this kid to pull this stunt. He had never even heard of the Rising Dragon pill, so how could he possibly know what the 2 main ingredients were? The crucial point is that dozens of eyes are watching him. If he can't answer, wouldn't that be tantamount to admitting in public that he is fabricating something out of thin air to extort money? It doesn't matter when everyone knows the truth, but once it's brought up, the Ji family will lose face and become a laughingstock among the martial arts alliance.
Hee, I'm sorry, this is a secret of the Ji family, and I cannot tell you. You want to force me to reveal the pill formula in this way. Your intentions are despicable. I hereby declare that you have become an enemy of the Ji family, Ji Yizhen said with narrowed eyes. Is it that you can't tell me, or do you simply not know?
Lu Qingxian chuckled. The Rising Dragon pill is just a name I gave it. In reality, this pill comes from the Shinong ancient classic of meaning. In essence, it is not unique to any family or power originally. It had the effect of strengthening the body and generating the chi of the 5 internal organs. I made some modifications to make it suitable for martial artists to break through to the inner strength stage.
In the blink of an eye, it became your Ji family's property. Could it be that Shinong was also your Ji family's ancestor?
Lu Qingxian stared at the other party with a half-smile.
You're asking for it. Ji Yizhen was furious. This little brat had deliberately set a trap for him.
Young Master Ji, this is the Imperial City, not Changlin, and it's not up to your Ji family to decide. Since you can't prove that the Dragon Ascension pill belongs to your Ji family, don't embarrass yourself here, Zhou Ruoyan said. After speaking, she turned to look at Lu Qingxian, her gaze intense. My friend, you just said that this pill formula comes from the Shinong ancient scripture, and you slightly with modifications, it became a pill suitable for martial artists. So, you refined this Dragon Ascension pill all by yourself? The moment she asked that question, the gazes of the martial artists watching around her changed instantly.
Goodness, they hadn't even realized it yet, but it turns out this kid might be an alchemist?
The burly man who had previously offered 400,000 for his pills and later wanted to work for the Ji family for personal gain turned green upon hearing this. The influence of an alchemist was too strong. If the other party was a vengeful person, then with just a word, countless people would choose to kill him for him. He had no doubt about it. Lu Qingxian nodded. All the pills I have are made by myself, and the after-sales service is guaranteed.
An uproar erupted around them. To be able to refine so many pills, he's no longer a novice alchemist, but a seasoned veteran alchemist with a high success rate. How old is he? Even Qin Xiaoyuan stared at him in astonishment, realizing that this kid was quite a hidden gem.
Zhou Ruoyun's gaze burned even brighter. Friend, on behalf of Medicine King Valley, I extend a sincere invitation to you. You can become a guest alchemist of Medicine King Valley, enjoy the benefits of an elder, receive a monthly allowance of 10 million, have the right to control medicinal herbs under 500 years old, and have free access to the Alchemy Scripture Pavilion to peruse the alchemy classics left by our predecessors in Medicine King Valley. At the same time, from now on you will also be under the protection of my Medicine King Valley. My Medicine King Valley is a top-tier power, with Transcendent Realm experts in charge and 7 Grandmaster experts. It is no weaker than the Chang Linji family. As she spoke, Zhou Ruoyun glanced at Ji Yizhen.
In order to compete for the title of alchemist, offending the Chang Linji family is not out of the question.
When she finished stating these conditions, the eyes of the onlookers turned red. He rose to the top in one step, This kid, what merit does he have? Even Li Yunmeng was dumbfounded. Lu Qingxian only knows how to brew some medicine, yet he receives such treatment. Medicine King Valley is stronger than the Ji family. If he becomes a guest alchemist of Medicine King Valley, how will she ever surpass him? Thinking of this, she felt a pang of pain in her heart, and even her face gradually contorted. She thought she knew Lu Qingxian very well and had figured out most of his secrets, but now she realized that she was just a clown, and he always managed to do things in ways she didn't expect. I refuse, Lu Qingxian said with a faint smile without even thinking. For 22, Chapter 422, Breaking the Rules. What? Did I hear that right? He actually refused. That's Medicine King Valley, a visiting professor there is like an elder of a powerful force, possessing unparalleled privileges, above even the most prestigious families, and he actually refused? Is he crazy? Some people shook their heads and sighed, glancing at him sideways with a sneer. He's an arrogant bastard. He doesn't even know how many people are watching him. The only chance for him to survive is to become a guest alchemist in Medicine King Valley. Otherwise, not to mention the Chang Linji family, some powerful rogue cultivators here in Dandan will tear him apart and rob him of everything. After he leaves Suhua Manor, they won't leave him a single hair. Naive thing. Lu Qingxuan's refusal made many people want to watch the show originally. As long as he nodded, Ji Yizhen would not dare to touch him. Now the fun was about to begin. They were just waiting to see what methods young Master Ji Yizhen would use to deal with him. You refused? It took Zhou Ruoyun a long time to realize that the other party had said refusal. She frowned and looked at the other party in disbelief. She thought the benefits she had promised were already the maximum. Only a fool would refuse, right? Although he is an alchemist with enviable talent and carries invaluable pills and prescriptions, this also means that he is a walking treasure trove, and an unlocked one at that. Once you leave Soho Manor and are no longer bound by its rules, you'll be devoured by wolves. A common man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Doesn't he understand this principle? The other person nodded seriously, a calm smile always on their face. I said I only accept transactions if you have a 500-year-old herb. You can exchange it for pills. With may have as many Dragon Ascension pills as you want. If you don't have enough, I will refine them myself. You can exchange the millennium-old divine medicine for pill formulas, alchemy techniques, and top-grade pills for internal energy martial artists to advance to the Grandmaster level. As long as you have good items, you can exchange them for top-grade ones here. This is guaranteed to be true forever. Everyone who heard this had their eyes turn red, rubbing their hands together, eager to tear him apart and see just how much good stuff this kid was hiding. Zhou Ruoyun shook her head, a little regretful. What a pity a talented alchemist, so young and with great potential, turned out to be a dim-witted fellow. It's hard to say whether he'll even survive tonight. Just then, the crowd parted. An old man approached with a group of people. The old man had a kind smile on his face, but the smile didn't look kind at all. Instead, it looked unusually lewd. Qin Xiaoyuan's face darkened as soon as she saw this person, and she reluctantly called out, "Grandpa." Third Master Qin, it's actually Third Master Qin? Goodness, an alchemist has even alarmed the Qin family. This thing is really highly sought after. Could it be that this kid has already secretly cultivated a good relationship with the Qin family? I guess so, otherwise why would that girl Qin Xiaoyuan be with him? Besides, someone like Third Master Qin rarely shows his face in public. Young man, I heard you have some pills, and you can even refine them? Third Master Qin smiled and leaned closer, not even glancing at his granddaughter who had a dark expression on her face. That's right. Right, the prices are clearly marked. You have the goods, and I have the pills. Lu Qingxian nodded and said frankly. Hee, this little bit of pills is not enough for my Qin family. My Qin family has the same requirements as Medicine King Bali, which is to hire you as a guest elder of my Qin family. You know what a guest elder is, right? They are not bound by our Qin family, but they enjoy the Qin family's vast network and resources. I promise you 1% of the market profit every year. Apart from the 1,000-year-old divine medicine and precious old medicines over 500 years old, you can use all the medicinal materials belonging to the Qin family at will. My Qin family is much more powerful than Medicine King Bali. Hee, that war god in the army, Li Daoqiu, is someone we cultivated and promoted to the forefront. How about it? Do you want to become the second Li Daoqiu? Third Master Qin said with a grin. Lu Qingxian maintained a smile on his face. Sorry, I only accept barter, not recruitment. I am used to being lazy and free, and I don't like having unnecessary shackles binding me. Our Qin family's guest retainers are very free, except. My mind is made up, there's no point in saying more. Lu Qingxian directly stopped the other party from continuing. Master Qin's face darkened, he was losing face. He personally took charge, and in theory, anyone could easily win him over, let alone a naive young man in his early 20s faced with the Qin family's offer. Even Qin Sang himself couldn't think of any reason to refuse. Grandpa, stop embarrassing yourself. They've already rejected you, and you're still nagging. No wonder great grandpa always says you're more trouble than you're worth. Shut up, you brat. Master Qin said with a dark face. Lu Qingxian looked at the two of them strangely. It turns out the two are actually grandfather and granddaughter, but Qin Xiaoyuan is quite bold, showing no respect for her grandfather in front of everyone. After all, he is a high-ranking member of the Qin family and other large families with strict rules. He would have been punished according to family discipline. No way, Grandpa, you're more trouble than you're worth. Naya. Qin Xiaoyuan made a face and then hid behind Lu Qingxian. When Master Qin saw the relationship between the two, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. That brat, she actually already made a good relationship with the other party beforehand. At least she didn't neglect her duties even once. But, is she planning to seduce someone? As expected of the Qin family's children, they're quite something. Alright, young man, but the Qin family's word always stands. Even if we can't be guests, the Qin family is still willing to be your friend. After saying that, Master Qin led his men away. They came quickly and left quickly, as if they were unwilling to stay at the Soho Manor. And with the departure of Master Qin as Lu Qingxuan's group moved on, the crowd gradually thinned out. After all, few of the people present could meet the conditions he proposed. Most of the martial artists who had 500-year-old medicines in their possession had already reached the inner strength level or above and were not lacking in ascending dragon pills. What these people are interested in is the method to break through the threshold of becoming a grandmaster. Only by becoming a grandmaster can one become a superior person in the martial arts world, establish a sect, become a grandmaster of one generation, pass on the legacy for a long time, and have fame and status. Soon, the first day of the martial arts trade fair ended, and Lu Qingxian came away empty-handed. But he wasn't worried. He had already spread the word, and he believed that there would always be interested people who couldn't resist coming to him. As long as he wasn't in a hurry, he would always be the one in control. However, Lu Qingxian noticed that although no one was trading with him, countless eyes were subtly watching him from the shadows, especially when he left Suhua Manor, at which point these people also moved. Like a pack of wolves eyeing a piece of fresh meat, greedy and bloodthirsty. Upon noticing this, Lu Qingxuan's lips curled into a slight smile. He likes people who don't follow the rules, because that way, he can also follow the rules. 423, Chapter 423 News about Consortia. To his surprise, even after leaving Soho Manor for a while, the group of people were still holding back and hadn't made a move. He wondered what they were holding back, or if they were waiting for someone to take the lead. After all, nobody wants to fire the first shot or do a deal they're not sure they can win. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? It's like a lot of eyes are watching me. Qin Xiaoyuan shrank her neck and looked back suspiciously, only to find that there was no one on the dark main road. As a member of the Qin family, it's surprising that you don't know Kung Fu and are just an ordinary person. Lu Qingxian turned to look at her. At this moment, any martial artist would feel that there were several little mice following them, but Qin Xiaoyuan could not sense it. She only had the illusion that she was being spied on. This was an ordinary person's sixth sense, not a martial artist's subtle perception. The Qin family is a legitimate martial arts family with a long history. They have always been a pillar of the great nation and play an important role in the imperial city. In some aspects, they can even rival the old prince. Children born into such a family should be instilled with martial arts culture from an early age. So what if I'm not suited for martial arts? There's no rule that says we Qin family members have to practice martial arts. There are plenty of people in the family who don't know Kung Fu, okay? This is a diverse society now, not ancient times. Qin Xiaoyuan pouted, quite dissatisfied with Lu Qingxuan's words.
Lu Qingxian shook his head and said no more.
If it weren't for the fact that you made me money, I would definitely give you a good beating. By the way, I called my best friend out for dinner. Do you want to come along? Anyway, I'll be your guide during the trade fair. Just ask me anything you want to ask. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Xiaoyuan proudly tilted her head back. Since you've said that, how could I let this opportunity pass? I can't just spend millions and then let you take me around the Soho Manor, can I? Lu Qingxian shook his head with a smile. Qin Xiaoyuan glanced at him, her lips curled in a smirk. You're acting like I'm taking advantage of you. If it weren't for the family's restrictions on spending by the younger generation, would someone of my status be doing this kind of business?
If you've done it, you've done it. What's the point of making excuses? Lu Qingxian shook his head and walked forward first. Qin Xiaoyuan followed behind angrily. Fu Chunlai Restaurant. Qin Xiaoyuan's best friend has already booked a private room. She was a very youthful and energetic girl, a local of the capital city, and a high-achieving student studying at Tsinghua University. She was a senior this year and was preparing to study abroad after graduation. The girl also brought several friends, who all seemed to be top talents from Tsinghua University. Xiaoyuan, where did you go today? I can't reach you by phone. Did you go on a secret date? The girl secretly sized up Lu Qingxian, scrutinizing him from head to toe.
She knew she shouldn't judge a book by its cover, so even though Lu Qingxian was dressed strangely and plainly, she didn't look down on him. After all, Qin Xiaoyuan wasn't stupid. She wouldn't let some shady man take advantage of her so easily. However, after observing for a while, she could only give the evaluation, nothing special.
Don't talk nonsense, these are my clients. Qin Xiaoyuan rolled her eyes. Speaking of which, Ayun, I asked you to come out for dinner, and you brought such a large group of people without telling me beforehand. If I had known, I would have booked a bigger private room. At this moment, the boy next to Wang Xiyun said with a smile, I'll arrange it. This restaurant happens to be owned by my uncle's family. It's just a matter of a word. After saying that, the boy started making a phone call. Oh?
Qin Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up, and she looked at Wang Xiyun with a hint of ambiguity. Great, Xiyun, you finally found a diamond bachelor. Wang Xiyun blushed. Don't talk nonsense. We're just ordinary friends. We're in the same club. We just finished our club activities, so we had dinner together and you just happened to call me, so we came together.
Qin Xiaoyuan gave Wang Xiyun a look that said, guess if I believe you, which made it impossible for Wang Xiyun to explain herself. Stop criticizing me. What are you doing all day? You're not even coming to school anymore. Being short of money shouldn't interfere with your studies, right? Wang Xiyun quickly changed the subject.
Qin Xiaoyuan's identity was still a secret among ordinary students, so even her best friend didn't know what the Qin family meant, let alone the prestige of a member of the Qin family in the capital city. Therefore, she always thought that Qin Xiaoyuan was just an ordinary girl from an ordinary family, struggling for money and making a living, which was normal and reasonable. She just didn't really approve of this kind of behavior, spending time on sales and having meals with clients, that interfered with her studies.
Qin Xiaoyuan pouted arrogantly, you don't understand how miserable it is to have no money.
Damn it, why is that? Those rich kids can drive luxury cars and use designer bags worth hundreds of thousands or millions of yuan. They go to all kinds of Michelin-starred and royal restaurants. She, a member of the prestigious Qin family, only received 2,000 yuan of pocket money every month when she was a minor. After she became an adult, she didn't get a penny. If she didn't earn money, she would starve to death. Why is that?
The family even forbids its various subordinate forces from providing assistance to the family's offspring, leaving her with no opportunity to engage in any underhanded tactics.
Junior sister Xiaoyuan, you can come to me if you don't have money. Let me introduce myself. My name is Anji Bei. My father is the CEO of Anqin Food Co., Ltd., which is worth nearly 1 billion yuan. Normally, it's quite easy for me to easily make a few 100,000 yuan in pocket money, a boy sitting across from me said, extending an olive branch. No interest, I can earn my own money. Qin Xiaoyuan pouted. How could she not see that this kind of guy's only thought was to keep female students as mistresses, relying on his money as if any woman he fancied was his for the taking. In comparison, Shishi found that Lu Qingxian, who was sitting next to her, was actually quite nice. He was so awesome, yet he never tried to take advantage of girls. It's just that he sometimes spoke in a rather rude and unreasonable way, which made him want to punch her. Soon, the restaurant manager arrived at the private room. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and vest, and very well-groomed. Ladies and gentlemen, the private rooms have been changed. I won't change the private room. I promise to treat you today, so I'll arrange everything. It's a small place, but we'll make sure you eat and drink well. Qin Xiaoyuan patted her chest to assure them. Then she had someone bring the menu and ordered a whole table full of delicious food and drink. She also opened 2 bottles of expensive red wine. The meal cost more than 200,000 yuan. However, compared to the money she earned from Lu Qingxian, it was just a drop in the ocean. By the way, Xiaoyuan, have you seen the latest entertainment news? There's a new movie star I really like. Wang Xiyun was looking at her phone when she suddenly pointed at the screen and pulled Qin Xiaoyuan in front of her. I know who you're talking about. The show Flowers Bloom and Fade had a single-day viewership rating of over 100 million. That's really impressive. I reckon it won't be long before she becomes a household name. Angie said with a smile. This girl named Su Yufei is simply a pure white lotus flower in the entertainment industry. Lu Qingxian, who was eating, froze upon hearing these 3 words. For 24, Chapter 424. The opportunity to meet. That's just what you see on the surface. You can't even imagine how murky the entertainment industry is. The man sitting next to Wang Xiyun chuckled when he heard the words white lotus. On the surface, she may seem like a clean and pure white lotus to you, but she may have been played with countless times by those rich, powerful directors. In secret she may already be a piece of trash. Bang! All eyes in the private room were on Lu Qingxian. The loud noise just now came from him. He slammed his hand on the table, nearly scaring the men out of their wits. Hey bro, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Gao Jiwen was startled and immediately lost his temper. Watch your mouth, it'll do you good. Are you threatening me? Do you think I'm easily scared? If you weren't brought by Xiaoyuan, I'd slap you to death. Gao Jiwen had never been treated like this before. He stood up abruptly, glaring at Lu Qingxian with a furious but weak expression. You can give it a try, Lu Qingxian said without changing his expression. Damn, you're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Angie Bai also stood up from his seat to support his brother. What are you doing? Sit down. Wang Xiyun quickly tried to warm things up, standing up and looking at the 2 men next to her with displeasure. And Xiaoyuan, can't you control your clients? Seriously, who are you trying to scare for no reason? What kind of society are we living in, still resorting to threats? The police arrest people like them. Wang Xiyun glanced at Lu Qingxian, her eyes showing contempt for the first time. A high-achieving student like her has the utmost contempt for these social thugs who have no real skills but still threaten people with loud noises. Everyone has a head, connections, and background. Everyone can summon dozens of people with a single phone call. They really think they're something special. Qin Xiaoyuan turned to look at Lu Qingxian. What happened? Why are you suddenly angry? Su Yufei is my friend, and I will not allow anyone to disrespect her, Lu Qingxian said coldly. That was just a warning. If there is a next time, I will not let you off, no matter who you are or whether you are ordinary people. Qin Xiaoyuan was slightly surprised. She knew very well that Lu Qingxian was from the martial arts world, while Su Yufei was from the entertainment industry. The two had absolutely no connection. Friends? Was it really true? Are you kidding me? Su Yufei is a hot celebrity right now. She's your friend? Is there a problem? Lu Qingxian asked in return. Qin Xiaoyuan was speechless for a moment. There really wasn't a problem, but something just felt off. Just then, a sneer came from the other side. It's Gao Jiwen. These days, idol worship drives people crazy. Friends, the other day I saw someone mortgage their house to book out a whole venue for their idol. I am totally out of my mind. There are all sorts of weirdos these days. Some people say their idol is their husband, some say their own parents. This friend thing isn't so strange. It just shows how crazy the world of fans is. We don't understand it. Brother Jiwen's summary is spot on. These people are all a little bit off. We can't afford to mess with them. Angie Bai chimed in with a smile. Even Wang Xiyun couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. Xiaoyuan, I'm not trying to be mean, but it's best to keep your distance from people with mental problems. Intelligence is contagious. Qin Xiaoyuan looked embarrassed. But Lu Qingxian acted as if he hadn't heard these words. He had only one goal now, to find Yufei and make sure she was safe and sound and hadn't been bullied. Qin Xiaoyuan, could I ask you for a favor? Use your connections to help me find Yufei and arrange a meeting. I can pay you 3 or 5 million is no problem, Lu Qingxian said frankly. Upon hearing this, the entire private room burst into laughter. What a diehard fan, he'd risk his life just to meet his idol. 3 million, 5 million, is he going to sell his house, his car, or even his blood? He's not going to cut his kidneys off, is he? Gao Jiwen put his arm around Angie Bai's shoulder, and the two of them were laughing so hard they could barely stand up straight. Shut up! Lu Qingxuan's eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura of mountains of corpses and seas of blood radiated out, instantly silencing the entire private room to the point of being so quiet you could hear a pin drop. 425, Chapter 425 I like troublemakers. For some reason, just now, I felt like I really saw endless blood rushing through my brain, saw corpses, saw terrifying scenes, and felt like I had already been killed. This feeling came and went quickly, so it was like experiencing a hallucination. Gao Jiwen and Angie Bai exchanged a glance, both seeing the suspicion in each other's eyes. This is unbelievable. I was genuinely scared when this bastard yelled it might so funny, people would laugh themselves to death if they heard it out. Xiao Yuan, I don't want to see this person again. You must have as little contact with him as possible. As a madman, Huang Xiyun took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and was utterly speechless. Xin Xiao Yuan gave a sheepish smile, so embarrassed she wished she could disappear into the ground. What is all this nonsense? She couldn't tell whether Lu Qingxian was telling the truth or not. If they were really friends, would they not have each other's contact information? Would she have to arrange a meeting herself, and would she even be willing to pay for it for 300 to 500 years? This is something only a diehard fan would do. However, it's better to make money than not. Only a fool Wu Tie Nouveau Riche who can spend millions to hire her as a tour guide probably doesn't lack this little bit of money. Thinking about this, she started to plan. She happened to know a rich young man who was in the entertainment industry. If she asked him for help, it should be easy to meet this popular actress. So Qin Xiao Yuan readily agreed. This meal was a feast for everyone's eyes. Lu Qingxian was undoubtedly happy. He had unexpectedly received news about Yafei. She hadn't had a bad time, hadn't encountered any accidents, and was truly pursuing her dream. She had finally realized her dream, starring in a TV series in such a short time and becoming a huge star, the most popular actress at the moment. To be honest, although Lu Qingxian knew that with her physical condition and stunningly beautiful face, she would easily succeed, he didn't expect her to succeed so quickly. You have to understand that she started all alone, without enjoying the help of her father or himself. She made it entirely on her own. This experience is unparalleled, unlike Li Yunmeng, who was lifted up by him to become a high-profile CEO but was unaware of it and always thought it was her own ability. Once she leaves him, what is she? Nothing more than a complete failure, reduced to someone else's plaything. There are no exceptions. Tragedy will occur when people fail to recognize their own limitations. Unlike Lu Qingxian, the two boys opposite her were eating the same kind of food as Lu Qingxuan. Wang Xiyan felt extremely uncomfortable. She had never experienced such a painful meal together before. Qin Xiao Yuan, on the other hand, is quite carefree. The feeling of spending money made her feel great. It had been a long time since she had experienced such extravagance. Earning money was really not easy in the future. She wanted to learn from her cousin how to start a company so she could make money while lying down without lifting a finger. It was 11 p.m. when we left the restaurant. Downstairs, several drivers who also acted as bodyguards were waiting there. When they saw Gao Jiwen, they all stepped forward. Young Master Gao, something has happened at the company. Your father wants you to come to the company. Gao Jiwen was taken aback, took out his phone and looked at it. Sure enough, there were several missed calls. However, it probably wasn't anything important, otherwise these people would have rushed upstairs and taken him away long ago, instead of quietly waiting for him to finish his meal. Okay, drive. Gao Jiwen, slightly tipsy, waved his hand. Hey, Angie Bai, could you take me back to school? It's getting late, and it'll be hard to get a taxi on the way, Wang Xiyun said. Angie Bai drove himself, while Wang Xiyun didn't have a car. Going back to school so late, I'll arrange a hotel for you, so you won't disturb your roommates, Angie said with a wistful look in her eyes. Going to a hotel so late at night, even a fool would know something's going to happen, and Wang Xiyun certainly wasn't a fool. In fact, she had thought about it in her heart. Angie Bai and Gao Jiwen were both good choices. They were rich second generation and went to the same school. They had abundant resources and connections. Being with them meant that she wouldn't have to worry about her future development being too bad. However, she always felt that she could meet someone better and didn't want to rush things. Ah Yun, you have to be careful. Qin Xiaoyuan raised an eyebrow, speaking meaningfully. She doesn't like to interfere in her best friend's private life, only offering symbolic reminders. I know, Xiaoyuan. Wang Xiyan gritted her teeth and finally agreed to Angie Bai's suggestion.
Angie grinned from ear to ear and hurriedly went to get the car.
Be careful on the road, take safety precautions. Qin Xiaoyuan rolled her eyes.
Another person is about to lose their chastity. It would be quite difficult to leave at this point.
Lu Qingxian suddenly spoke up from the side.
Huh, what do you mean? Qin Xiaoyuan tilted her head and glanced at him.
Lu Qingxian then looked around into the shadowy areas. Just then, figures that had been hiding in the darkness appeared one after another. Among them, Lu Qingxian also saw several familiar figures. This included the burly man who wanted to spend 400,000 to buy one of his Dragon Ascension pills, as well as some people who asked him about the price but left disappointed. They also saw two bodyguards who had been with Ji Yizhen before. However, Ji Yizhen himself was not seen.
What a pity. It's understandable, then, that the eldest son of the Changlin Ji family would personally risk his life to do something uncertain.
Everyone, please don't rush off. Please cooperate for a moment. The burly man, with a smug and sinister smile on his face, stood directly in front of Gao Jiwen's car, preventing him from driving away. We can't be sure if this kid distributed the treasure to others so that they could slip away with it. We must search every single place, including this restaurant. Missing even one pill is like missing out on millions.
Another martial artist said.
Who are you guys?
Gao Jiwen jumped out of the car.
Two bodyguards also. He then jumped out of the car. Who we are is not important. What's important is that you cooperate with us. Don't worry, we are all civilized people and will not make a move without permission, the martial artist blocking the car said with a smile.
Gao Jiwen sneered, go to hell, who do you think you are? You think I'll cooperate just because you want me to? What are you? Get him out of here, or run him over and kill him. Gao Jiwen directed the two bodyguards.
Two bodyguards flanked him, staring at him with hostile expressions. Get lost. The martial artist chuckled, and a plum blossom-shaped short blade appeared on his calloused hand without anyone noticing.
I like rebellious troublemakers.
He licked his lips, then moved like a cheetah, shooting out two jets of blood in an instant, followed by two enormous heads flying through the air.
Bang!
The head fell to the ground, rolled twice, and rolled to Gao Jiwen's side.
426, Chapter 426. You realize too late.
Everyone, including Wang Xiyun, Angie Bai, and even Qin Xiaoyuan, was stunned. They had expected fights and conflicts, but they never imagined that people would die, let alone that someone's head would be severed in the blink of an eye, lying on the ground covered in blood.
Ah!
A scream from a woman echoed menacingly through the air. Wang Xiyan took 2 steps back and fell to the ground. Qin Xiaoyuan went up to help her up and stayed by her side. Then she turned to look at Lu Qingshuan. She knew that these people were coming for Lu Qingxian, but she didn't see any nervousness on Lu Qingshuan's face. He was still so calm and composed, as if these people were air.
Don't be afraid, it's okay. These people aren't after you. As long as you cooperate with them, you won't get hurt, Qin Xiaoyuan comforted her. Gao Jiwen quickly jumped into the car and shouted frantically, drive, run him over, get out of there, hurry. The driver reacted quickly, slamming on the gas pedal, and the car roared to life. Just then, the man in front of the car pressed down on the front of the car with one hand. Driven by the enormous force, the entire rear half of the car lifted up. When the accelerator was released, the entire rear half of the car slammed into the ground. Gao Jiwen, who was sitting in the back seat, felt as if his internal organs were about to shift. He was lying in the car and couldn't get up. An ant trying to shake a tree is overestimating its own strength. How can ordinary people understand the power of us martial artists? The martial artist who was blocking the car smiled and let go of his hand in the hood of the car, where his palm had been pressing. There was a deep groove. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he pinned the driver to his seat. Too strong. Who are they? Who are these guys? Angie Bai and Gao Jiwen were terrified and squatted on the ground, muttering and not daring to breathe.
Fortunately, this group wasn't targeting them. They seemed to be after that guy surnamed Lu. That idiot, what kind of people did he mess with? Damn it, he caused the deaths of 3 of his bodyguards, and now even his own safety is uncertain. These people are terrifying. They don't care about human life at all. They are even more terrifying and darker than those people in the underworld. Hey, I don't care who you are, your behavior violates the martial arts convention also. I am a descendant of the Qin family. If you want to make a move, think about the consequences. First, Qin Xiaoyuan revealed her identity, attempting to intimidate this group of lawless individuals. Beside her, Wang Xiyun stared blankly at her. One of the martial artists sneered, Qin family descendants, that's right, your Qin family is powerful, but you can't control everything in the capital. Don't bring up any martial arts convention to suppress us. Since we dare to take action, we are naturally not afraid of any sanctions from the martial arts convention. The so-called martial arts covenant is nothing more than a secular moral code as martial arts have developed to this point. The position of martial arts leader no longer exists. Even if they violate the covenant, no one will really stand up and do anything to them. This is different from the rules of Soho Manor. In Soho Manor, if you break the rules and anger the manor owner, you will really lose your life. Therefore, they dared not make a move inside Soho Manor, but once they left Soho Manor, what they wanted to do was entirely up to them. Little girl surnamed Qin, you can get lost now. We're too lazy to bother with you. After all, we don't want to provoke the Qin family, but if you want to stop us from doing good, then even if we kill you, your Qin family won't bother investigating us martial artists. For the sake of an ordinary person's offspring in the end, we'll just have to let it go, believe it or not? Qin Xiaoyuan's face turned deathly pale, and she involuntarily took 2 steps back. Xiaoyuan, let's go. I am so scared. Who are they? I'm so afraid. Wang Xiyun gripped her clothes tightly.
Qin Xiaoyuan was also hesitant.
Reason told her that it would be best to leave as soon as possible while these people didn't have any ill intentions towards her, but she also felt that leaving like this wasn't a good idea.
Just then, Lu Qingxian sighed. As long as you meet my terms, you can get some good pills that can help you join the ranks of the strong. Why do you all want to take shortcuts? Kid, your conditions aren't something ordinary people can meet. 500-year-old or 1,000-year-old medicines at a time. Apart from those powerful families with deep roots, who has such good stuff, it would take a lot of effort to get a single pill from you. How can it be as convenient as robbery? Also, kid, remember this, in the world of martial arts, weakness is the original sin. If you are weak and also possess a large number of treasures, then you are guilty of sin upon sin, and even a god cannot save you. After this person finished speaking, another person spoke up, boy, you still have a way out, that is to give all the pill formulas you have to my G family. If you take out the pills and we share them, my G family can decide to spare your life. The other martial artists frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although they were dissatisfied, they didn't say anything. After all, among the forces that made the move, the Chang Linji family was indeed the strongest. They were lucky to get a share of the benefits. They were far from having the ability to take the lion's share. I only want that Dragon Ascension pill. I'm not interested in anything else, the burly man who had previously offered 400,000 for Lu Qingxuan's Dragon Ascension pill said with a sneer. I need the method to break through to the Grandmaster level from his body. That thing is very important to our sect. Another mysterious martial artist, full of energy and dressed in black, spoke up. We also need that kind of method. We can seize it first and then hold it together. I agree.
Apart from the pill formulas and top-grade pills, you can divide everything else equally. Our G family has no objection whatsoever. The group of martial artists had already begun to paddle divide the spoils. Lu Qingxian could only smile faintly at this scene. Weakness is the original sin, and might makes right indeed, whether in the secular world or the martial arts world. This is the ultimate rule. The Dark Forest law applies everywhere. Lu Qingxian nodded.
Boy, it's too late for you to understand. Now give it to me.
One of the martial artists couldn't wait any longer and took the initiative, rushing forward and arriving in front of Lu Qingxian in the blink of an eye.
427, Chapter 427. The Overbearing Second Brother. Second brother.
Lu Qingxian let out a sharp shout. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. An even more valiant figure descended like a god, suddenly appearing out of nowhere to block Lu Qingxuan's path and take the punch.
Thump!
With a crisp sound, the martial artist who made the move changed his expression drastically. His name is Sun Weha, is a master of physical martial arts. With peak physical strength, his physical body is comparable to Vajra. Even the abbot of Vajra Temple once praised him highly, saying that his physical strength was comparable to internal strength. After breaking through to internal strength, he is expected to become a physical Buddha. At that time, he could even be exceptionally admitted to Vajra Temple and become one of the Dharma protectors as a layman. Even with his physical strength, he was still shaken so badly that his hands went numb, his body was in excruciating pain, and his internal organs felt as if they had shifted. That attack was incredibly powerful. Upon closer inspection, a burly man, over 2 meters tall and with a physique like a Vajra, stood in front of the young man. The man was expressionless and had no light in his eyes, making him seem like an inanimate object, yet he exuded an aura of immense power and omnipotence.
Ah Xin, are you alright? Not far away, and Xingyu jogged over quickly.
It turned out that he had sent a message to Xingyu during the meal, asking her to bring her second brother over here. It wasn't that he couldn't handle the trouble here, but rather that he didn't want to expose his strength too much in the capital. He didn't know how many martial artists had come this time, nor how many people he would have to kill tonight. After all, it was under the emperor's nose, and killing too many people would inevitably cause some unnecessary trouble, and the authorities might even intervene and take over. But if he pushed all of this onto the puppet second brother, then these troubles
would be none of his concern.
I'm fine, thank you for your trouble. Making this trip in the middle of the night. Lu Qingxian naturally took her hand and made her stand beside him. And Xingyu smiled and said, "What are you talking about? No matter when you call me, I will come over." "Heh, so you have help, no wonder you're so calm. But do you really think this big oaf can hold off more than 10 of our top martial artists?" A burly man on the other side said disdainfully. "You can give it a try," Lu Qingxian said. "There's no point in saying more. Let's join forces and kill this big oaf first. Once he's dead, that kid surnamed Lu will be trapped like a turtle in a jar, unable to escape," said Taihu, a guard from the Ji family, with a stern expression. Without him saying anything, everyone's eyes were on second brother. In an instant, nearly 10 experts surrounded the second brother in a fan shape.
"They outnumber us, are you sure you can handle it?" Qin Xiaoyuan didn't leave after all, staying beside Lu Qingxian and asking in a low voice.
"Don't worry, he's not that weak, and he has an advantage that most martial artists don't have." A smile appeared on Lu Qingxuan's face.
As they were talking, these people made their move.
The martial artist named Sun Wei was incredibly powerful. His punches were like cannonballs hitting a rampage, making a tearing sound as if they could shatter even the strongest iron pillars. After the punch, he followed up with a whip kick in midair. As he swung his leg, he added a palm and elbow strike, using the fist and elbow to propel himself forward. The sweeping whip kick quickly closed the distance, and the power was layered on top of each other. After several rounds, the punch had acquired the
power to shatter mountains and split the earth. It's the mighty Vajra fist. Sun Wei is going all out. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone stared intently, holding their breath.
This is a move specifically designed to meet force with force, a move that can counter steel with steel. Even the strongest body will inevitably be damaged when faced with this move. Sun Wei's fist made a loud contact with his second brother's body, and a faint ripple of air spread out instantly.
Clang!
A muffled sound, like a muffled thunderclap inside the chest.
What?
Sun Wei's expression changed instantly, from his previous invincible and powerful demeanor to one of utter horror.
His powerful Vajra palm struck the opponent, but the opponent's expression didn't change at all. Instead, the opponent turned around and punched him back with ease.
Sun Wei had no way to dodge and took the punch head on to the side of his waist. When he looked down, he found that his entire waist and abdomen had been pierced through, and blood and internal organs were flowing all over the ground. He died on the spot after taking one more breath. Such power, even Sun Wei, known as Little Vajra, couldn't withstand one of his punches and was beaten to death. "We must never confront him head-on." Ji family guard Tai, who shouted cautiously yet ferociously. Even without him saying it, anyone could tell that the burly man protecting that young man surnamed Lu was a highly skilled martial artist. If you got close, you would only be beaten to death. "He's here!" While everyone was stunned, they saw the second brother take the initiative to attack. His broad and heavy foot slammed into the ground, causing the ground to crack and sending cement debris flying in all directions. This power is truly invincible. It's probably comparable to the full-force strike of an internal energy martial artist. It's hard to imagine that this can be achieved with just the physical body. Tai, whose eyes were filled with horror, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Just then, a scream from the arena pulled him back to reality. The towering giant reached out and grabbed a martial artist. If he remembered correctly, the martial artist had already reached the pinnacle of external martial arts and was almost halfway into the realm of internal strength. However, he was picked up like a chick and violently slammed to the ground, smashing the man to pieces. Blood splattered more than 10 meters away, covering the ground in crimson, mixed with the shattered cement. Anjubai, Gao Juwen, Wang Xiyun and other ordinary people were already pale with fright, cowering on the ground and trembling. Even Qin Xiaoyuan, who had seen some of the world, was pale-faced and covered her head, not daring to look. We can't beat him. We can't beat him at all. He's a monster. Without the strength of a mastered internal energy cultivator, there's no way we can contend with him. One martial artist of average strength was already terrified, and the middle-aged strongman who had been clamoring to take away Lu Qingxuan's Dragon Ascension pill and trying to buy the pill with 400,000 yuan in cash also began to have the idea of backing down. In the world of martial arts, the strong are respected even if the things are good. If you can't steal them and don't live to enjoy them, then it's all for naught. But as they wished, reality gave them no chance to think. Second brother charged headlong into the ranks of martial artists, taking a life with every move. Those whose strength hadn't reached the inner strength level couldn't even withstand a single move from him. They were either killed with a palm strike or had their bodies shattered by a punch. Even worse were those he grabbed. Their deaths were usually extremely gruesome. In less than a minute, 7 or 8 corpses lay on the ground. Their courage had been broken. Damn it, they're killing us like chickens. Just a martial artist at the peak of the external martial arts level. His physical body can never compare to his internal strength. Shintu, if you and I join forces and cripple his limbs, even if he's incredibly resilient, he'll become a cripple. Then we can seize the treasure without any worries. A short man, hidden in the darkness, with a sharp, crow-like voice, shouted at the man standing to the east who hadn't yet made a move. Heh, that's exactly what I was thinking. Shintu sneered, and the two of them emerged from the darkness, one on the left and one on the right, their hands moving like lightning, violently grabbing the second brother's shoulder blades. 428, Chapter 428. Why do you think I'm an ordinary person? No matter who it is, whether they are a martial artist who practices external strength, an internal strength martial artist, or even a grandmaster martial artist, they all have a fatal weakness. As long as you lock or break through that vital weakness, you can easily control your opponent. No matter how powerful someone is, they are no exception. When two internal energy martial artists work together to grab a person's shoulder blade, that person's upper body mobility is basically locked down. Unless he is a grandmaster who can release his internal energy to kill the two instantly, it is impossible for him to violate the laws of the human body and make actions that defy common sense. Unfortunately, the two of them made a mistake. That means the second brother isn't human at all, so of course he doesn't need to follow human behavior rules. Suddenly, the second brother's arms flipped counterclockwise, twisting 180 degrees, and then he crossed them to grab the wrists of the two men. How is that possible? The two experts in internal energy were utterly horrified. He's not alive at all. I can't sense a trace of blood or pulse. He's a puppet. One of them cried out in terror. He can wreak havoc with just a puppet, causing many experts to die tragically. No wonder he was fearless in following and robbing. Tonight's operation was a failure. We need to report this to young Master Ji immediately. Tai Jun squinted. Fortunately, he didn't rush to make a move, otherwise he would be the one who died facing this fearless and fierce fighting machine. Even if he made a move, he would only be doomed. Snap, snap. The arms of the two internal energy masters were twisted and crushed by the second brother like pretzel. Before they could even let out a shrill scream, the second brother's fist had already slammed into their heads, causing them to explode like ripe watermelons. Upon seeing this, Tai Jun did not hesitate any longer and turned to leave. However, he underestimated his second brother's speed. Not only was his physique invincible, but his agility was also at its peak. He took a step forward and flew out, leaving only a faint afterimage before the Iron Army was snatched into his hands. Tai Jun's smile froze instantly, and he began to struggle hysterically. Let me go, and I will persuade young Master Ji not to lay a hand on you again. I am young Master Ji's confidant. If you kill me, young Master Ji will definitely take revenge on you. You will have nowhere to hide in the capital. Tai Jun looked at Lu Qingxuan. He knew very well that his life or death depended entirely on the young man's single thought, and had nothing to do with the burly man who had grabbed him. Is this your last words? The final threat of a cowardly scoundrel, laughable and pathetic. Lu Qingxian made a throat-slitting gesture. Tai Jun's pupils contracted, and then he felt the world turn upside down. He was turned upside down by the puppet giant and smashed headfirst into the ground underneath the bloody mess. His legs struggled for only a moment before going still. Oh, there's one more person, we almost missed him. Lu Qingxian glanced over and saw the big man hiding under the car. I remember you wanted to buy my Dragon Ascension pill for 400,000, but after being rejected, you wanted to become a henchman for the young master of the Ji family and steal my pills. After failing that, you came up with the idea of robbing me on the way. You have successfully left an impression on me. Lu Qingxian walked over. The man then crawled out from under the car. He wore a smirk and glanced at the steel golem in the distance. It's quite far, about 60 or 70 meters away. Even if he's moving very fast, it would take him about 3 seconds to get there. He was less than 5 meters away from this young man surnamed Lu. With his speed, he could rush to the other party's side in half a second and then take control of him with forceful means. Once he is under control, the puppet will collapse on its own. He might even have the chance to threaten the elixir formula and then turn against him to eliminate him, becoming the real winner of this whole affair. Thinking of this, his heart pounded wildly, and a crimson blush rose to his dark face hidden in the night. Lu Qingxian, you can't get too close to him, it's dangerous. Qin Xiaoyuan seemed to sense the murderous aura emanating from him and subconsciously warned him. Haha, only realizing it now, too late. Without that puppet, you're nothing but a piece of trash. How are you going to fight me? The burly man sneered and suddenly launched an attack, rushing towards Lu Qingxian with lightning speed. Remember this, my name is Su Guang, you arrogant and foolish young man. As he spoke, his sharp claws locked onto Lu Qingxian's neck, and he grabbed her frantically. Lu Qingxian neither dodged nor avoided, just staring at him, as if he had truly given up resisting. Seeing this scene, he became even more convinced that the other party was just an ordinary person with no power to resist. Except for the puppet, he could easily manipulate the puppet once it got close. It was pitiful that those fools went to fight to the death with a puppet and ended up losing their lives in vain. Thinking this, Su Guang's hand had already gripped Lu Qingxian's neck. What happened? Su Guang was stunned. He realized that his large hand could not grip the other person's neck. He subconsciously looked at the other person's neck and saw that he could not touch the other person's body at all. Instead, it was blocked by a layer of faint, shimmering white energy. What? Upon seeing this, Su Guang's expression changed drastically, more terrifying than if he had seen a ghost. Why do you think that someone who has so many pills, has broken through to the inner strength level, and has mastered the Grandmaster's method, would be an ordinary person? Lu Qingxian looked at the other party calmly. The smile on his face seemed to be the strongest irony in the world, making Su Guang feel as if he had fallen into hell. You are a Grandmaster. Su Guang's mouth was dry, as if all his energy and spirit had been drained. Wrong. Lu Qingxian shook his head. Go to hell and think about this question. 429, Chapter 429, The Seed of Madness. Su Guang didn't understand. If not a martial artist, then what was he? A state of transcendence? Is it possible for someone in their 20s to reach the pinnacle of martial arts? If word got out, it would probably cause an unprecedented storm in the entire martial arts world. Countless old monsters would emerge from the mountains, eager to kill him, because if he were given a few more years or decades, no one in the entire Great Xia Dragon Kingdom would be able to restrain him. At that time, the rules will change, and whatever he says will become the rule. Unfortunately, he can't see it. He didn't even know how he died. He only felt hundreds or thousands of bullet-like bursts of energy pierce through his body in an instant, turning him into a beehive. Lu Qingxian stood quietly under the streetlight, his hands still in the same position behind his back, as if he had only crushed a few insignificant insects, not worth any emotional reaction from him. On the other side, in the darkness, a figure ran away. It turned out that Ji Yizhen had not only sent Tai Jun over, but also, just in case, he had another person follow Tai Jun closely to monitor the whole matter. His purpose in doing this was not because he had guessed that the other party would make a comeback, but to prevent someone from stealing the pill formula belonging to their Ji family and then disappearing. He had to ensure that the real treasure in the other party's hands fell into the hands of their Ji family. That's why this move was made. 3 kilometers outside Suhua Manor, by the Suzi River, Ji Yizhen sat in a pavilion while Li Yunmeng massaged his shoulders from behind. Soon, the running figure arrived nearby and knelt on one knee. Something terrible has happened, young Master Ji. The item was stolen by another force. A bunch of useless trash. Who stole the item that Ji Yizhen ordered? Name it, and I'll have my clan elder personally come to collect it. Ji Yizhen had assumed that the valuable item belonging to that man surnamed Lu had been stolen by another force, a situation he had anticipated. But it doesn't matter, he had already said in the Soho manner that the pill formula belonged to his G family, so no matter if it was eventually stolen, the G family could come and demand it back with a legitimate reason. No, young Master G, that's not if the man was drenched in sweat, as if he had just witnessed something terrifying and was still shaken.
Tell me properly, what exactly happened? Ji Yizhen frowned.
Even Li Yunmeng pricked up her ears and listened carefully. Everyone's dead, everyone who did it, all of them are dead. If I hadn't left quickly, I wouldn't even have been able to get this news out, the man said in terror, his head bowed.
What? How is this possible?
Ji Yizhen stood up abruptly from the stone chair.
Suddenly, Ji Yizhen turned his head sharply and stared at Li Yunmeng. That kid knows martial arts? Li Yunmeng nodded. Yes, I've seen him beat people. He can subdue people easily and very quickly. It's unbelievable.
Li Yunmeng had no knowledge of the martial arts world, nor did she know how to describe a person's strength. She could only use this kind of language to describe it.
Smack!
Ji Yizhen slapped her across the face. You bitch, why didn't you tell me such important information sooner? You caused my G family to lose an internal energy martial artist. Li Yunmeng covered her face, feeling extremely wrong. She wanted to vent her anger, but she stopped herself. She knew that venting her temper in front of this man would only bring a more violent backlash. He was different from Lu Qingxian. He wouldn't tolerate her temper. Suddenly, Li Yunmeng felt a pang of sadness. She had never experienced such humiliation before, and now she had to face this capricious man every moment, and be beaten at any time. Young Master G, it has nothing to do with that kid. The main problem is that a master of external martial arts suddenly appeared by his side. That master is probably in cahoots with him. He is incredibly strong and his body is impervious to blades and spears. He can slaughter everyone in one fell swoop. Even internal energy martial artists are no match for him. He has cultivated his physical body to the extreme,
comparable to the Vajra body of the Vajra temple, the person kneeling on the ground reported. Someone helped him? Ji Yizhen squinted, turned back to Li Yunmeng and smiled. Sorry Yunmeng, I misunderstood you. Does it hurt? Like a startled rabbit, Li Yunmeng instinctively took a step back.
This action made Ji Yizhen's narrowed eyes shrink, and he slapped her again after hitting her. He sneered, you dare to dodge me, Yunmeng? Don't forget, only I can help you stand above everyone else, give you endless wealth and glory, and make everyone envious. Li Yunmeng lowered her head and remained silent, but her heart was bleeding. The humiliation was turning into madness, growing deep within her, a madness that she herself was unaware of.
Now let's talk about Lu Qingxian. After resolving the issue at the restaurant entrance, everyone regained their composure.
Thankfully it was nighttime, otherwise, with a dozen or so corpses lying on the ground, just looking at them would have been terrifying. Even at night, what happened today left an indelible shadow on the hearts of Angie Bai, Gao Jiwen, and Wang Xiyun. The three of them stood silently to the side like startled mice, their eyes secretly watching Lu Qingxian and the tall, burly man beside him. I don't want any of you three to say what happened tonight, otherwise, I can guarantee that your fate won't be much better than theirs. Even if I don't do anything, someone else will shut you up. Do you understand?
Lu Qingxuan's gaze shifted and fixed on the three of them. To understand, Gao Jiwen shrank back and swallowed hard. Looking back on how I repeatedly went against them in the private room, I can't help but want to slap myself. Damn it, I was courting death. Luckily, I didn't go too far. He had no doubt that if the previous conflict had escalated, he would have been finished.
Understood, we understand too. Seeing Lu Qingxian's gaze pierced over, and Angie Bai and Wang Xiyun quickly responded.
You didn't scare them. They probably won't say anything, Qin Xiaoyuan muttered. More important is how you plan to clean up this mess. Someone will be willing to handle it, so there's no need to worry about it.
Lu Qingxian thought of the 7-Kill Alliance. They would definitely be willing to do him this favor.
He then made a phone call, and soon, Jian Sha and Dao Sha arrived with their men.
Seeing the horrific scene, even those with their limited knowledge couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was too tragic. Of course, they also wanted to laugh. How could they have provoked Master Lu, this god of death? Even the Yinlei sect leader had fallen. These ants, whose strength was only at the inner strength level, thought too highly of themselves and treated others like fools. If someone dares to flaunt their wealth, they must have the ability to handle the trouble that follows. Otherwise, how could they have survived this long? If someone doesn't even understand this basic principle and tries to rob others on the roadside, they must be tired of living.
How about we don't go to Soho Manor tomorrow? Qin Xiaoyuan suggested, biting her lip. why not go? Lu Qingxian raised an eyebrow. 430, Chapter 430 The Beauty Trap. They're nothing but a bunch of sewer rats, sneaking around and attacking might's not a legitimate business. Do you really think they'll admit to robbing me tonight at Soho Manor tomorrow? Qin Xiaoyuan fell silent for a moment.
Given the hypocritical nature of those guys, they'll probably just have to swallow this bitter pill if they admit it. Not only will they ruin their sex reputation, but they'll also be killed instead of robbed, making them a laughingstock.
So theoretically, Lu Qingxian won't be targeted if he appears at Suhua Manor tomorrow. Of course, anything can happen.
Okay, anyway, my task is just to be a guide, so it doesn't matter, Qin Xiaoyuan shrugged. Then they parted ways at the restaurant entrance. Wang Xiyun was frightened tonight, and she needs to be taken back to school. Inside Angie Bai's car, the three were still in shock and didn't come to their senses for a long time. In the end, it was Wang Xiyun who was the first to speak.
Little round.
Alright, let's forget about tonight's events anyway. It doesn't have much to do with you, and you probably won't encounter anything similar in the future. Qin Xiaoyuan knew what she wanted to say. For an ordinary person, after experiencing what just happened, their mind must be filled with doubts, and they would be eager to find someone to answer them. No, I mean Xiaoyuan, you saw so many people being killed and you weren't even slightly affected. Did you know those things were going to happen? Also, who exactly is your client? Don't tell me he's some international fugitive, the kind with dozens of lives on his hands. Wang Xiyun shook her head and asked nervously.
Qin Xiaoyuan sighed. International fugitives aren't that powerful. That guy, I can't really say who he is, but he's pretty arrogant. As for what just happened, you can consider it normal in certain circles. It's unlikely to involve the law, and it certainly won't affect ordinary people like you. You keep calling yourselves ordinary people, so who exactly are you people? Gao Jiwen swallowed hard and asked with difficulty.
Warrior. Of course, I'm not, but there are martial artists in my family, so I'm considered part of the martial arts circle, Qin Xiaoyuan said matter-of-factly. A martial artist. Gao Jiwen thought of the middle-aged man who had blocked his Land Rover at full speed with his palm, causing the entire car to lift up. Was that a martial artist? That was even more outrageous than what was shown in TV dramas. He had never seen anything like that. Anyway, don't take tonight's events to heart. As long as you don't deliberately try to find out about them in the future, they basically won't have any connection with you, and you won't encounter similar dangers tonight. You were simply dragged into this by accident, Qin Xiaoyuan continued to explain. These people are too crazy and terrifying. They don't value life at all and kill people casually, especially your client, who seems so refined on the surface. I thought he was in business hospitality or something, but I never expected him to be a murderer. It's really scary. Wang Xiyun's face was full of fear. It was clear that she would not be able to get over the trauma of tonight anytime soon. Don't think like that. If he doesn't kill, someone else will. The martial arts world follows the Dark Forest law, and the law of the jungle is an unchanging truth. It's just that this law of the jungle is more cruel. Basically, every powerful martial artist has some blood on their hands, with few exceptions, Qin Xiaoyuan said nonchalantly. Having been influenced by the Qin family's ideology for many years, she had long since developed an immunity to such things. Alright, don't ask about anything else, Ayun. I'm still Xiaoyuan, and that will never change. Inside the car, more and more voices gradually emerged, and as time went on, the three of them gradually accepted this information. The next day, Lu Qingxian appeared at Suhua Manor again early in the morning. This time, he did not go alone, but brought the puppet's second brother with him. As it turns out, the puppet brother's deterrent effect was quite good. He could eliminate a lot of trouble without revealing his strength. The group of martial artists looked at Lu Qingxian with a mixture of fear and respect. It seemed that although the events of last night had been kept secret, they had still spread throughout the martial arts community. Not all those who had been hiding in the shadows had made a move. Some had chosen to slip away when they saw things were not going well. This choice saved their lives and allowed them to spread the news. Before long, Qin Xiaoyuan also appeared in the Soho Manor. However, she was in a very awkward state today, wearing a high-neck light blue sweater. Her whole demeanor was quite different, with a conflicting beauty of maturity and a slightly childlike appearance. Qin Xiaoyuan is indeed a great beauty, but her carefree personality is somewhat at odds with her appearance. In addition, there was another figure beside Qin Xiaoyuan today, a man who looked to be in his 30s but still very young. The man accompanied Qin Xiaoyuan to Lu Qingxuan's side. This must be Mr. Lu? The man smiled warmly. It's me, and who are you? I am Qin Xiaoyuan's father, and my name is Qin Shankai.
Lu Qingxian nodded, secretly disliking the name.
The Qin family is a martial arts clan with a history spanning hundreds or even thousands of years. It can be said to be one of the oldest and most prestigious families in the entire Great Xia Dragon Kingdom. The name Qin Shankai is quite interesting. It is my daughter's great honor to be Mr. Qin's guide. I hope Mr. Lu will take good care of her in the future. Although my daughter is mischievous, she has a good heart and I believe that given time, she will definitely become. Wait, Qin Xiaoyuan and I only have a transactional relationship. The more Lu Qingxian listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Why did this sound like she was trying to force her daughter onto him? He had no habit of taking in fallen girls.
Qin Shankai didn't care at all. He waved his hand and said with a smile, what a great deal. A deal is a relationship that will never change. I am at ease and trusting my daughter to you from now on. I hope Mr. Lu can cooperate more with our Qin family. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. After saying that, Qin Shankai left in a hurry, as if Qin Xiaoyuan was a hot potato. Qin Xiaoyuan blushed and pouted. My family had a meeting all night last night, and I was forced into this situation by you. Lu Qingxuan's expression hardened. What does this mean?
Actually, neither I, my father, nor my grandfather have high status in the Qin family. This is because our lineage is indifferent to martial arts and follows the secular path of business, so we are not considered the core of the family at all. Last night, the methods you displayed exceeded certain predetermined values, so the family wanted to use me to win you over and then improve the family's status. Qin Xiaoyuan tilted her head inside.
So, this is a honey trap? Lu Qingxian looked at her with a half-smile. For 31, Chapter 431. Continuing the trade. Qin Xiaoyuan blushed. So you'll take it as true? Lu Qingxian suddenly smiled knowingly. Since it's a honey trap, does that mean you won't resist whatever I do to you now? Qin Xiaoyuan tensed up instantly. What do you want to do to me?
It's nothing much, like opening a hotel to study human biology and do some interesting experiments, Lu Qingxian said with a smile.
Don't even think about it.
Qin Xiaoyuan was so frightened that her face turned pale.
See, you don't even have the most basic awareness. You're trying to use your beauty to your advantage, but a beauty trap isn't something you can succeed with just by changing your clothes and standing in front of me, Lu Qingxian said with a faint smile.
Qin Xiaoyuan lowered her head, her expression conflicted, as if she had made up her mind. She bit her lip tightly and said, Then I agree to your request. Let's go to a room to do the experiment. After saying that, she buried her head in her chest, so ashamed that it looked like she was bleeding. However, to her surprise, the other party seemed to have suddenly lost interest, and turned away with a smile.
Is he playing me? He has no interest in me at all?
Qin Xiaoyuan realized this, and her face turned even redder. It was a feeling of humiliation that made her stomp her foot angrily. At the same time, she made a stubborn decision in her heart. She would conquer this man and prove her charm.
Upon entering the Soho Manor, an elderly man who appeared to be a butler greeted Lu Qingxian with a smile. This must be Mr. Lu? Who are you?
Lu Qingxian looked at the other person, confirming that he did not recognize him. I am the manager of Soho Manor. With Mula's wealth and influence, it is only right that I arrange a private residence within the manor. I apologize for my previous lack of hospitality and hope that Mr. Lu will not take offense, the old man said with a smile. At the same time, a golden token was handed over. The gold hand is marked with the number 13. Soho Manor has more than 20 private rooms, which can only be occupied by martial artists whose strength is recognized or who have considerable influence. It is a symbol of status and strength, and it is not something that ordinary people can enter just because they have money. Then I shall respectfully accept your offer. The martial arts trade fair will probably last 2 to 3 days. With this token, I can stay here tonight. With this token, Mr. Lu can participate in internal transactions, where even better items will appear, sought after by martial artists above the inner strength level, the old administrator continued with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Qingxian finally showed a satisfied expression. He knew that this so-called privilege could not be as simple as just providing a place to stay. His actions last night had, to some extent, become his past now. There were very few martial artists here who did not know the name Lu Qingxian. However, he was not in a hurry to go inside. For him, what he did last night had just become his trademark.
He continued to put up the sign.
500-year-old medicines and 1,000-year-old medicines can be exchanged for top-grade pills and formulas such as the Dragon Ascension pill, as well as protective jade talismans and magical artifacts. This time, Lu Qingxian made an even bigger offer, even promising to exchange the protective jade talisman he had painstakingly crafted. About 10 minutes later, a very thin man, who looked like skin and bones, came up to them and put down a black leather suitcase. "I'll take all your pills." Lu Qingxian took the black leather suitcase indifferently, opened it, and the next second, he couldn't help but frown, then threw the suitcase away and said, "Get lost." 432, Chapter 432 Trap. "Huh, what do you mean, little thing? I'm sincerely trying to make a deal with you, don't push your luck." The lean, dark-skinned man slammed a black leather suitcase down in front of him, and pulled out thick stacks of foreign banknotes. Upon seeing this, everyone simultaneously revealed expressions of anticipation and excitement. That idiot Black Wolf went abroad, made some money, and started to lose sight of himself. How many people at the martial arts trade fair are there just for the money? He thinks this place is just as easy as the secular world, where you can throw money at anything. The banner clearly stated that they were only trading 500 to 1,000-year-old medicine. Some people had already been disappointed before, but a day later, some people still haven't received the news and are continuing to act foolishly. However, someone reminded him. "Black Wolf, look carefully, what they want is a super-aged medicine that's 500 or even 1,000 years old. Who cares about your paltry sum?" The dark-skinned man, called Black Wolf, immediately let out a cold laugh, feeling he had heard the funniest joke ever. A 500-year-old or 1,000-year-old medicine? You actually believe such nonsense? In business, people raise prices, but you can't bargain? 500-year-old or 1,000-year-old medicines are the most treasured possessions of powerful forces. One pill can save a life, and 2 pills can be exchanged for the help of a grandmaster. He keeps asking to exchange these kinds of treasures. You wouldn't be so stupid as to get some old medicine for him, would you? Black Wolf sneered. What else? Another martial artist, who was watching with envy, sighed helplessly. So many of you are afraid of one guy. You're really willing to trade with this greenhorn? Black Wolf's implication was clear. If you don't want to trade, then rob him. He had never taken this kind of young martial artist seriously. Haha, Black Wolf, I advise you to quickly give up that idea, another person sneered. Black Wolf looked at him, puzzled. This person was an old friend of his, and the two had worked together on many bounty missions before. He set up a stall here yesterday, and quite a few people had the same idea as you. The most important thing is that they took action last night. Guess what happened in the end? Black Wolf frowned, subconsciously thinking of something, and stared at the other party, waiting for him to continue. They're all dead. These 3 words almost made Black Wolf's heart stop beating. More than a dozen martial artists, and several internal energy masters, couldn't even run away. In the end, it was the 7 Kill Alliance that came to clean up the mess. What does that mean? It means that the 7 Kill Alliance is willing to do things for him. You, Black Wolf, can't be unaware of what that means, can you? The martial artist said with a grin. If you're not afraid, go ahead and try to snatch one anyway. I'm no longer interested in the pills he has. We don't have any 500-year-old pills, so I'd rather not bother with them. Black Wolf chuckled sheepishly, quickly turned around, bowed apologetically to Lu Qingxian, picked up the money from the ground with his black suitcase, and slunk away. Not long after Black Wolf left, another figure emerged from the crowd. He was wearing a white robe and looked like someone from the western regions. He had heavy earrings on both ears and a stud on his nose. In secular society, this would be considered a standard trendy outfit. However, all sorts of strange people and events can happen in the martial arts world. People have seen and gotten used to it, so they no longer find it strange. Hello Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, my name is Zhou Zhiyun, and I come from the West. I don't have any century-old medicines, but I do have something rare. I wonder if Mr. Lu would be interested in it. As he spoke, Zhou Zhiyun took out a small square wrapped in black cloth, about the size of a fist. Lu Qingxian glanced at it and found that he couldn't penetrate it with his spiritual power and couldn't sense what was inside at all, which instantly piqued his interest. As long as it's rare enough and I think it's useful, then you can exchange it for my pills. Mr. Lu, you can rest assured about that. I brought this back from abroad. It comes from a mysterious royal family in northern Europe. This royal family uses human blood to increase their strength and lifespan. I believe you have heard of this, Zhou Zhiyun explained. He was referring to vampires, also known as bloodlines, which have been popular in northern Europe since the 18th century. Legend has it that the oldest of these people can live to be over 500 years old, but whether this is true or not remains to be seen. Lu Qingxian extended his hand. He wasn't interested in stories, The key to determining whether something was a treasure or useful to him was to hold it in his hands and feel it for himself. Zhou Jiyan handed over the small square wrapped in black cloth. Lu Qingxian lifted the black cloth, revealing a small box inside. Inside the box was a white bone sculpture, a basic cross with a naked woman nailed to it. Lu Qingxian subconsciously used his mental power to invade, but this carelessness led him directly into a trap. The skeleton statue was like a powerful magnet, tightly gripping Lu Qingxian's thoughts, as if pulling his entire consciousness in. As soon as Lu Qingxian opened his eyes, he saw countless skeletons, accompanied by gushing blood, as if they were about to drown him. However, this was not the source of Lu Qingxian's change in expression. What truly made him solemn was the ghostly figure at the end of the skeletons, which seemed to support the heavens and the earth. The ghostly figure had no head and exuded a malevolent aura. Lu Qingxian's first impression of this ghostly figure was that it was not a Western thing, including this illusory world that had pulled him in, and everything he saw, it all had a strong Eastern supernatural and ghostly flavor. He had a premonition that this was a trap. The man named Zhou Jiyan deliberately gave him the sculpture, and he was betting that he would definitely use his mental energy to collide with the sculpture. As soon as his mental energy touched it, he would be immediately pulled in. This was a tremendous crisis because he had never suffered such an attack before, one that was neither aimed at his physical body nor at his internal energites, purely about his mental strength. If his mental strength isn't up to par, he might die here.
Thinking of this, Lu Qingxian's killing intent surged.
His eyes turned a deep gold, and he pushed his power to its limit. His scorching spiritual energy transformed into an overwhelming blazing flame, instantly burning the skeletons into nothingness. However, even more skeletons appeared, like a tidal wave, covering the sky and countless in number. Gradually, he understood that in this illusory world, everything was generated by objective consciousness. If one's mental strength was weak, one would be frightened by the overwhelming sights and be devoured by the horde of skeletons. But if one's mental strength was strong, one could instantly destroy everything in front of them. Having figured these things out, he was no longer nervous. Crimson flames surged from his eyes, transforming into a blazing streak that swept across the sky, burning the entire sky crimson. Whether it was the horde of corpses with their white bones or the headless black shadow that held up the heavens and the earth, they were all evaporated in an instant.
Boom! With a roar, Lu Qingxian's consciousness was pulled out, and in reality, he opened his eyes. Zhou Jiyan, who was smiling, was clearly taken aback when he saw him wake up.
Lu Qingxian happened to catch that expression.
You seem disappointed to see that I'm unharmed, don't you?
433, Chapter 433. I killed him.
Zhou Jiyan's expression instantly changed. What do you mean by that, Mr. Lu? I don't understand. Is it that this treasure is not satisfactory to you?
As soon as Zhou Jiyan finished speaking, a sharp gust of wind swept towards his face, causing him to fall to the ground in fright.
What are you doing? Fighting is prohibited at Soho Manor. You are blatantly breaking the rules. Zhou Jiyan shouted.
However, Lu Qingxian remained unmoved, sitting there and giving his second brother a death order: kill him. The second brother's burly body lay across in front of him. When he stepped on it, the surroundings trembled slightly, as if an earthquake had struck. Then he reached out to grab Zhou Jiyan, but Zhou Jiyan was clearly not going to sit idly by and wait to die.
This is outrageous.
Zhou Jiyan grinned and pulled a rattle drum from his chest. The rattle drum emitted a strange fragrance and had a ghost face painted on it with a red brush, crying and laughing at the same time. When he shook the drumhead, everyone had the illusion of a splitting headache.
Damn, a mental attack. This guy's a member of the Black Witch cult.
Everyone covered their heads, their eyes wide with horror. Lu Qingxian grinned and said, "This move is indeed quite effective against living people, but unfortunately, he is not a living person."
What?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiyan stared at his second brother in astonishment, only to find that the towering man was completely unaffected by his ghost-faced drum, charging straight at him and grabbing his neck.
How is this possible?
Zhou Jiyan felt the icy temperature of that hand and suddenly understood everything. This was not a living person. No wonder it did not react to his ghost-faced drum. The moment this realization dawned on him, he felt dizzy and disoriented. It turned out that his head had been twisted off and thrown to the ground. As soon as the drumming stopped, everyone snapped out of their dizzy hallucinations. Their faces were contorted with anger and rage, but also filled with fear and dread, as if they had been scared out of their wits. Upon closer inspection, Lu Qingxian was sitting there perfectly fine, but then, a headless corpse lay on the ground, blood gushing out. The head had been thrown far away and landed in the grass.
The scum of the Black Witch cult deserved to die. How did the Black Witch cult manage to infiltrate? What are those gatekeepers at Soho Manor doing? Don't they even know how to check people? The crowd cursed angrily. The Black Witch cult? Lu Qingxian turned his head and looked at Qin Xiaoyuan. Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly snapped back to reality. Huh? What exactly is the Black Witch cult? The Black Witch cult, it's a force from the Western lands with a terrible reputation. They like to do insidious things and are skilled in all kinds of poisons, goo, and formations. There's a force called the Yinlei cult near our imperial city, which is said to be a branch of the Black Witch cult. Lu Qingxian nodded. The Yinlei sect is now defunct in name, only he killed its leader, so it's unlikely to cause any more trouble in the future. Afterwards, Qin Xiaoyuan told some more secrets and rumors about the Black Witch cult. In short, it was a mysterious, powerful, and universally hated sect with a very bad reputation. Looking at the bone sculpture in his hand again, Lu Qingxian actually smiled. Although it was a vicious thing, and a trap set by Zhou Ziyun to harm him, there was no doubt that the sculpture gave him great inspiration. Physical body, true essence, and spiritual power are three completely different powers. His physical body and true essence have almost been condensed to the limit. What he lacks now is spiritual power. If he focuses on improving his spiritual power, could it help him quickly break through to the 5th level and reach the Dao body realm? It seems we'll have to continue dealing with the Black Witch cult in the future. Merla's slaying of the Black Witch cult members is truly gratifying. These remnants, though seemingly dead, cause widespread panic every time they appear. I really want to wipe them out. A burly man said respectfully and gratefully. It's strange the Black Witch cult has been out of the public eye for a long time, only active in the western regions. Why would they suddenly appear at this martial arts trade fair? Heh, it seems like it's been a long time since they've been involved in worldly affairs, and it's also been a long time since we've seen the activities of this group, but that's just because they've been good at hiding. For example, this time, if Mr. Lu hadn't forced him to reveal his true colors, who would have known that this brat is a remnant of the Black Witch cult? An old man said with a low, cold laugh. He added, perhaps the Black Witch cult has already infiltrated the entire martial arts world, and even the secular world, quietly carrying out all sorts of shady activities. His words sent a chill down everyone's spine. The Black Witch cult is an evil sect. Once it infiltrates, even a century-old power can collapse in an instant. This sect is best at bewitching people, cultivating puppets, taking root and growing wildly, like poisonous insects, and one careless move and an entire brood is wiped out. Everyone, making wild guesses will only cause panic. The Black Witch cult is already history and is destined to no longer be active in the world and do evil. At this moment, Zhou Ruoyun appeared out of nowhere and acted as a peacemaker to ease the tension. Miss Shou, the Black Witch cult is no joke. They are the public enemy of the martial arts world, and they have appeared in front of us so openly today. If it weren't for Mr. Lu, we would all have fallen into their trap. Once we are controlled by their mental power, our lives would be out of our control. A martial artist disagreed with Zhou Ruoyun's statement. It was clearly a very serious matter, but she was trying to downplay it. Everyone, the main purpose of our gathering here today is to conduct a martial arts transaction. After these 2 days, we won't have this opportunity again, Zhou Ruoyun said with a smile. Then she called over someone to clean up the body on the ground and take it away. Wait a minute. Mr. Lu, do you have any advice for me? Zhou Ruoyun looked at him. I killed this person, so the body should rightfully belong to me, Lu Qingxian said. Zhou Ruoyun paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Mr. Lu, a corpse, it's just a body, and it looks unsightly here. Getting rid of it sooner won't affect your business here, Mr. Lu. I told you, I killed the person, and the body belongs to me. Didn't you understand? Lu Qingxian squinted at the other person. You're in such a hurry to take the body away, do you have some unspeakable secret? 434, Chapter 434. I'm waiting. Zhou Ruoyun's face stiffened, then she smiled and said, Mr. Lu, what do you mean by that? Lu Qingxian chuckled, it's nothing, I just suddenly thought of some fun things. As he spoke, Lu Qingxian took out a ghost-face drum from his body. The ghost-face drum emitted a strange fragrance and seemed to be made of human skin. It had a strange and inexplicable attraction that made people unable to resist losing themselves. This drum is exactly the same as the one Zhou Ziyun just used. Upon seeing the drum, Zhou Ruoyun's expression subtly changed, and her hands unconsciously went behind her back, clenching her fists tightly.
I found this drum on a martial artist who attacked me last night. Interestingly, this martial artist also had a token with the character Medicine on it. I had someone check it out, and this token should be something that only members of your Medicine King Valley can possess, right? Lu Qingxian took out a token, placed the ghost-faced drum and the token together in front of him. The air suddenly became eerily quiet, and the expressions of the crowd who had been watching the spectacle suddenly turned serious. The amount of information contained in Lu Qingxuan's few words was so great that it was impossible for anyone to digest it all at once. First of all, it is certain that the Medicine King Valley was among those who attacked Lu Qingxian last night. Zhou Ruoyan appeared harmless on the surface and even took the initiative to befriend Lu Qingxian, but she had already been preparing to make a move and secrete as expected of an ancient force that is on par with the Changlin Ji family. Her way of doing things is watertight. However, that's not important, because there were many forces involved, probably 7 or 8, with Medicine King Valley being just one of them. What's important is that the ghost-faced drum was found on the people of Medicine King Valley. This is an exclusive magical artifact of the Black Witch cult. The key point is that even if an ordinary martial artist finds it, they cannot use it. The exotic fragrance on it requires special medicinal herbs to activate, and only after activation can it possess a captivating power. Clearly, what Lu Qingxian took out was a fully activated ghost drum, which could produce a sound that would immerse people in an illusion simply by shaking it. Zhou Ruoyan snorted coldly and cursed, "The Black Witch cult is really audacious. I didn't expect their followers to have infiltrated my Medicine King Valley. I will definitely go back and report this to the Valley Master. We will deal with it seriously and thoroughly investigate all core members of the Valley to ensure that no similar incidents occur." Lu Qingxian looked at her with a faint smile on his face. "It seems that your Medicine King Valley is also a victim. However, the person I killed was named Zhou Zhiyun, and your name is Zhou Ruoyan. Your names are quite similar." Lu Qingxian stroked his chin. "Mr. Lu, this kind of joke is not something to be made lightly," Zhou Ruoyan said coldly, clearly displeased. Lu Qingxian nodded. "Indeed, I don't like to joke, but your eagerness to take the body away makes me think there might be something I need to figure out. Second brother, strip him naked and see if you can find anything surprising." The puppet brother walked silently to the corpse. Zhou Ruoyan kept a cold face, seemingly not intending to move aside. "Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy." "Mercy," Lu Qingxian added. At this moment, Zhou Ruoyan spoke. "Mr. Lu, do you really want to become enemies with Medicine King Valley?" Lu Qingxian was puzzled, examining a corpse. "How does that make me an enemy of your Medicine King Valley? Besides, this person said he came from the Western lands and was a member of the Black Witch cult. My search of his body is related to your Medicine King Valley. Could it be that your Medicine King Valley is a branch of the Black Witch cult?" Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. "Goodness, this is a huge accusation. Once it's confirmed, Medicine King Valley is doomed and will be attacked by everyone. How many powerful forces were destroyed by the Black Witch cult back then? It can be said that the name Black Witch cult is a bomb that can destroy any sect or cult today. Whoever touches it will die." But thinking about it carefully, it seems that what this man surnamed Lu said makes sense. He didn't do anything special. He just wanted to examine the body. What is this woman surnamed Zhou fussing about? She even went so far as to bring up Medicine King Valley as a powerful backer. Could there really be something fishy going on here? "Miss Zhou, this person is indeed a member of the Black Witch cult, and it was Mr. Lu who killed him. Logically speaking, Mr. Lu also has the right to search the other party's body. You have no reason to stop him, unless, as Mr. Lu said, you have some unspeakable secret." An old man also stepped forward and said, "Ms. Zhou, we all think we should check it carefully to make sure there are no oversights." Someone else stepped forward. Soon, Lu Qingxuan's side had 90% of its supporters, while almost no one dared to take sides with Zhou Ruoyan. Getting involved with the Black Witch cult can lead to utter ruin if you're not careful. Faced with the oppressive presence of the crowd and the towering giant before her, Zhou Ruoyan eventually stepped aside. However, no one noticed that she secretly crushed a jade talisman. The second brother stepped forward and turned Zhou Zhiyun's body over and over, stripping him completely naked. Finally, he found a token under the clothes, on which was engraved a large character for medicine. "That idiot!" Zhou Ruoyan gritted her teeth and cursed. Her worst fears had come true. The main reason she wanted to retrieve the body was that she was afraid the other party had hidden the token representing the identity of Medicine King Valley on his person. Lu Qingxian played with the token for a moment, then threw it in front of everyone.
It seems that this Black Witch cultist from the Western lands is indeed also a member of Medicine King Valley. Medicine King Valley is truly inclusive. Last night's member is also today's member. It can't be just a coincidence, can it? Lu Qingxian said with a playful expression. Furthermore, Miss Zhou, you were so eager to take the body away it seems you knew about it beforehand, am I right? Zhou Ruoyun's expression changed drastically. Nonsense. Nonsense. Previously, Miss Zhou, you're threatening me, saying my actions are an act of hostility towards your Medicine King Valley. You're even willing to leave Medicine King Valley to take this corpse away. Is it simply because this corpse is here and disrupts the transaction, or is it considered unrefined? May I ask everyone, has Medicine King Valley always been this hospitable? Lu Qingxian continued. The group looked at each other in bewilderment, and before they knew it, cold sweat was pouring down their backs. The prestigious Medicine King Valley has actually become involved with the Black Witch cult. This is likely to change the landscape of the martial arts world. Lu Qingxian, stop spreading rumors. Our Medicine King Valley acts with integrity and will never associate with the Black Witch cult. I have already informed the elders of this matter, and you, Lu Qingxian, will pay the price for slandering our Medicine King Valley. Zhou Ruoyun said coldly, her fierce expression revealing her inner weakness. I'll be waiting. Lu Qingxian smiled faintly and flicked his fingers. 435, Chapter 435. A gift for Consortia. Seeing the other party's calm and composed demeanor, Zhou Ruoyun was extremely angry. If this matter were exposed, not only would she be finished, but her master would also be finished with her, and the entire Medicine King Valley would be implicated. At that time, she would be the biggest sinner. Lu Qingxian looked at her with a faint smile. I have no grudge against your Medicine King Valley, but last night you sent people to try to steal my things, and today your people set a trap for me, trying to make me fall into it. This feud can be said to be completely settled. However, I am a very reasonable person. As long as you produce 500-year-old herbs and 1,000-year-old king herb, I can let bygones be bygones. Furthermore, I will not pry into the so-called Black Witch cult. I think this deal is not a loss for you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruoyun immediately scoffed. I've seen people ask for exorbitant amounts, but I've never seen anyone make a wish in broad daylight. I am sorry, I don't have the ability to grant your wish, and what we need to discuss now is not whether my Medicine King Valley owes you anything, but that you've spread rumors and slandered my Medicine King Valley, and you'll have to pay a heavy price. Lu Qingxian smiled and shook his head. No, you haven't realized how serious the consequences of offending me, Lu Qingxian, will be. I have investigated and identified 6 forces that attacked me last night, and I have added them all to my private list. I will not personally deal with the smaller forces, but I will visit the Chang Linji family and your Medicine King Valley one by one, smash your plaques, and destroy your lineage, so that everyone will understand that offending me will never end well. Zhou Ruoyun's pupils contracted, and then she sneered. What arrogance! My Medicine King Valley has been passed down for over 400 years and has witnessed several dynastic changes. No one has ever claimed to be able to destroy our lineage or smash our plaque. What do you think you are? Just because you have a few pills, a few pill formulas, and a puppet under your command, you think you are invincible? I've seen plenty of arrogant, conceited fools like you. They usually end up in a terrible mess. Just you wait, it'll be soon. You'll pay the price for your ignorance and stupidity. Lu Qingxian nodded noncommittally. I'm looking forward to it. Now, let's proceed officially. The Black Witch cult is the #1 wanted force in the martial arts world now that its members have appeared in Medicine King Valley and become official members, carrying unique tokens belonging to Medicine King Valley members. Medicine King Valley needs to explain this to the entire martial arts world under the watchful eyes of everyone. Does Miss Zhou intend to make excuses? I told you, this is a misunderstanding. Zhou Ruoyun's face was as cold as ice. I don't think this is a misunderstanding. The white-haired old man who had left earlier returned. The Black Witch cult is extremely wicked and has caused several once powerful and prestigious sects to disappear from the annals of martial arts history. There is a consensus among martial artists that if the Black Witch cult were to reappear, they would all rise up to attack it. The martial arts world has been thriving and peaceful for over 50 years now. The shadow of the Black Witch cult has reappeared, and your Medicine King Valley is the first to be implicated and is highly suspected. It is impossible for you, a little girl, to turn the page with just a few words. If the Black Witch cult uses your Medicine King Valley to grow stronger, that will be a disaster for the entire martial arts world. What Stuart Mo said is very true. This is not just a matter for a single martial artist, but is closely related to our entire martial arts world. We have no acquaintance with this Mr. Lu.
Nor do we have any enmity with Medicine King Valley. There is no suspicion of us taking sides. We just want to find out what the relationship is between the Black Witch cult and your Medicine King Valley. We hope that Miss Jo can give us an explanation. If we fail, what happened here today will surely spread throughout the country in a very short time. If that happens, Medicine King Valley will become the enemy of all martial artists, and that will be bad.
Agreed. Agree. Give me an explanation right now.
With everyone talking at once, the pressure instantly fell on Zhou Ruoyan. Zhou Ruoyan felt like she wanted to devour that person surnamed Lu alive. She also secretly blamed herself for not being careful enough, whether it was the person who attacked Lu Qingxian last night or the person who appeared at the manor today to set a trap for Lu Qingxian. If she had prepared in advance, she could have completely distanced herself from Medicine King Valley. I reiterate, our Medicine King Valley is absolutely innocent. As for any so-called unfounded sophistry or explanation, it is completely unnecessary. As for the rest, you can't ask a mere woman like me anything. I am just an outer sex steward in the valley, and I don't know much. However, I have already sent the message to Elder Gu. The Elder will arrive soon, and I believe the outcome will satisfy everyone. Upon hearing this, no one dared to say much, as a mere external steward indeed knew very little. So, before the elders of Medicine King Valley arrived, the matter was temporarily put aside, but everyone knew that no one would be careless when it came to the Black Witch cult.
The transaction is still ongoing.
The stall in front of Lu Qingxian became even more lively, with people bringing out their treasured possessions for appraisal and exchange. Mr. Lu, I don't have the 500-year-old medicine, but this deep-sea pearl in my hand has been precipitated for thousands of years and is one of the rare treasures. I just want to exchange it for a pill that can help me break through to the inner strength level. Mr. Lu, what do you think? A scarred-faced man said respectfully. Treasure, Scarface, you're exaggerating. The thing is useless except as decoration, so what if it's thousands of years old? It's just a broken gem. Do you think anyone cares about fossils that are hundreds of millions of years old? Another middle-aged martial artist mocked. He and Huang Batzi were enemies, so he couldn't just stand by and watch his opponent get the pills. Otherwise, once Huang Batzi broke through to the inner strength level, he would leave him far behind. Xinglao Er, you fucking have. If you're so capable, bring out your treasures to trade. Although this thing of mine isn't very valuable to martial artists, it's worth tens of millions on the market. Moreover, a 1,000-year-old sea pearl is said to have the effect of preserving youth and preventing aging, making it an excellent gift for a woman. Scarface Huang glanced at him sideways and explained with a cold snort. Xinglao Er chuckled and said, we martial artists have a special and noble status. What woman can't we have? Women have always been the ones throwing themselves at us. Why should we buy things to please them? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qingxian said, I want this sea pearl, and I can give you a dragon ascension pill. As he spoke, he took out a pill and tossed it to the other person. Huang Batzi's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly caught the pill, carefully sniffed it, and his face was filled with delight. Then he quickly bowed to Lu Qingxian and thanked him, saying, Thank you so much, Mr. Lu. I will never forget your kindness. He was just trying his luck, but he didn't expect the other party to actually agree to the exchange. Just as Xinglao Er said, although 1,000-year-old sea pearls are very rare and valuable on the market, they have no practical use for martial artists and can only be used for decoration. For Lu Qingxian, this was the best gift he could give to Yafei upon meeting her. 436, Chapter 436. The Elder arrives. Mr. Lu, I have another treasure, which is said to be a jeweled scepter once held by an ancient Egyptian elder. It was once auctioned at a St. Petersburg auction house in Europe for a sky-high price of 30 million. Would you like to take a look? Suddenly, as if by magic, Huang Batzi pulled a dazzling red gemstone, about half the size of a fist, from his clothes. Lu Qingxian stared, his brows furrowed, his eyes unblinking. He sensed a completely different energy fluctuation emanating from this gem. The purity of this energy is very similar to the lightning crystal obtained from the Hong Kong auction house, but the energy properties are completely different. If the lightning crystal is pure lightning power, then this bright red ruby is a strange, cursed power. However, regardless of its attributes, it is a treasure to him, a precious item that can change the situation and turn the tide in critical moments. I'll take this ruby. Lu Qingxian made a direct offer. Not wanting to rip him off too much, he took out a small bottle and said, there are 3 small qi cultivating pills in here. They can help you consolidate your cultivation after becoming an inner strength martial artist and become a great master of inner strength martial artist within 3 months. In addition, the lesser Qi nourishing pill has the effect of restoring most internal injuries and hidden injuries, and is more than 10 times more valuable than the ascending dragon pill. Upon hearing this, Huang Batzi became so excited that he danced with joy and his whole body trembled. To be honest, this ruby had always given him a creepy feeling. If it weren't for its high value, he really wouldn't want to carry it with him. He was just trying his luck when he brought it out to exchange, but he didn't expect the other party to actually like it and offer such a high price. In 3 months, he went from an ordinary level of external martial arts training to the mastery of internal strength. He is now nearly 40 years old, a level he never dared to dream of in his entire life. Reaching the mastery of internal strength before the age of 40, he even has the potential to become a grandmaster, establish his own sect, and become the patriarch of a sect. Just thinking about it makes him incredibly excited. Beside him, his nemesis, Xing Laoer, turned green with rage. Watching this incredible opportunity fall into the hands of his mortal enemy was worse than killing him.
I advise you to hide in Soho Manor for a few days. If you go out now, you'll be nothing but a piece of meat. You won't be able to protect yourself, and you won't even be able to walk down that street. Lu Qingxian glanced at him, not forgetting to give his customer a few words of advice. I know, Mr. Lu, I have a way to leave here safely. Thank you for your concern. I will definitely repay your kindness with the elixir if I have the chance in the future. Scarface Huang bowed respectfully to Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian waved his hand. Fair trade, no favors or rewards. Mr. Lu, look at this diamond of mine. Mr. Lu, this is a pearl nurtured by a clam from the North Sea.
There's no need to bring out any more jewelry, Lu Qingxian shouted. After a long time, finally, a man named Songwen exchanged a 500-year-old herb for a dragon ascension pill. This was the first herb that Lu Qingxian acquired. After that, no one could produce a herb to exchange for a pill. Lu Qingxian underestimated the rarity of herbs over 500 years old. Exchanging a single herb for a spot to enter the inner strength realm is something many powerful forces cannot accept, unless the master of these powerful forces is exchanging it for their own children.
It's evening again.
Lu Qingxian was about to pack up and leave when a cry of surprise came from outside the manor, followed by someone shouting, "The elders of Medicine King Valley are here."
437, Chapter 437, Turning the Tables. They really came?
TSK, I thought that woman was just bluffing to buy time, but I didn't expect her to actually call the Elder of Medicine King Valley. That's a Taoist master of magic. Things might get really serious today, the kind that can't be solved even if 1 or 2 people die. The manor was first noisy, then suddenly quiet. Only a few scattered sounds of surprise remained. It's actually Zhao Donghai. 20 years ago, he was already a renowned master sorcerer. He went to Hong Kong to learn from Zhou Tianqi and fought him for a day and a night without a clear winner. He was a legend in the world of sorcery now. I'm afraid his cultivation is even more unfathomable. If he didn't rely on the power of the mountains and rivers, Zhou Tianqi might not be his match. As the crowd gradually dispersed, an elderly man with a refined and otherworldly air and flowing white hair appeared in the manor. He was accompanied by attendants, and as soon as he entered, there were people specifically in charge of receiving him, for fear of being slighted in the slightest. As he walked along the road, the crowd automatically parted to make way for him. The old man's eyes and brows exuded an extremely powerful spiritual energy, and every opening and closing of his eyes seemed to release an overwhelming sense of pressure. This is a manifestation of spiritual fluctuations far exceeding those of ordinary people. When one has reached a certain level of cultivation at this point, one only needs a single thought to control the thoughts of others through spiritual power, and can even kill people silently from a distance. If combined with specific cultivation techniques, it can give rise to things similar to magic in movies. True cultivators are far rarer than martial artists. In a vast island like Hong Kong, there are many martial artists, but there is only one true cultivator, Zhou Tianqi, who is a single lineage master. The same is true in other places. In many provinces and cities, there is no trace of Taoist masters at all, and the lineage has long been broken. To this day, only places like Longhu Mountain, Mashan Mountain, Xingyun Temple, and Laojun Mountain still have a strong tradition of Taoist cultivation. As soon as Zhao Donghai entered, he walked straight toward Lu Qingxian. They've come with ill intentions. That man surnamed Lu's methods are nothing more than the physical puppet beside him, which has the strength to rival the mastery of internal energy. However, he does not know that a true cultivator is the best counter to a physical expert. A single talisman can kill his puppet and make it lose its spirit, and can also kill him directly from a distance.
He was so arrogant before, he didn't care about anyone. Now let's see how he deals with the behemoth that is Medicine King Valley. Many people were gloating, even forgetting that members of the Black Witch cult had appeared in Medicine King Valley. They were more hoping that the kid selling pills would suffer a crushing defeat and show a look of utter dismay.
Your name is Lu Qingxian?
Zhao Donghai stood 3 meters in front of Lu Qingxian, looking down at him. Lu Qingxian didn't reply, but Zhou Ruoyan quickly came to Zhao Donghai's side. Master, this is Lu Qingxian, the third young master of the Lu family, a reclusive family in the capital. 6 years ago, he committed a massacre and was expelled from the Lu family. He wandered to Jiangnan and then disappeared without a trace. Now that they've suddenly appeared, carrying a large number of pills and formulas, they're suspected of stealing a family's inheritance. In just half a day, Zhou Ruoyan had already had Lu Qingxuan's background thoroughly investigated. So you're saying that my Medicine King Valley has members of the Black Witch cult, that my Medicine King Valley is colluding with the Black Witch cult. You want my Medicine King Valley to give an explanation to all martial artists in the world? Zhao Donghai stared at Lu Qingxian with a mocking expression.
It's me. Lu Qingxian didn't even utter a word of rebuttal.
Zhao Donghai looked slightly surprised.
He didn't expect that this kid wouldn't even bother to defend himself. Didn't he know how foolish it was to confront Medicine King Valley head-on?
Zhao Donghai suddenly turned his head towards the group of martial artists and the silent butler Missouri standing to the side. Everyone, I am deeply saddened by what has happened. The Black Witch cult is not only a public enemy of the martial arts world, but also my lifelong enemy. I will never allow such an absurd thing to happen in my Medicine King Valley. Therefore, as soon as I received the news, I joined forces with the Valley Master to conduct a thorough investigation of the entire Medicine King Valley. In the end, it turned out to be a complete and utter slander.
A slanderous incident? The group looked at each other in bewilderment.
That's right. First of all, none of our people from Medicine King Valley participated in the so-called robbery and attack last night. It was all a lie he fabricated. Zhao Donghai squinted and sneered. Our people from Medicine King Valley saw that he had pill formulas and was an alchemist, so we kindly approached him to discuss cooperation. However, he cruelly murdered us and disposed of our bodies. Then he lied and claimed that he found the ghost face drum, which represents the Black Witch cult, on one of our people. In reality, the ghost face drum belonged to him. This is clearly a deliberate frame-up, designed to drag Medicine King Valley down with us in turn.
The table's on us.
Everyone was stunned. Was that really the case? Did that mean that the person truly connected to the Black Witch cult was this kid surnamed Lu? Some people believe it, while others don't believe it at all. It's impossible to tell the truth from a single statement. Master Zhao, you are mistaken. It is indeed difficult to distinguish the truth from the truth of what happened last night, but this morning, the people of Medicine King Valley first tried to kill Brother Lu. When that failed, they took out the ghost face drum and activated it on the spot. There were many witnesses to this. Master Zhao, how do you explain this?
The usually silent steward Mo spoke up.
To be honest, Zhou Zhiyun has long since betrayed my Medicine King Valley and is a fugitive member wanted by my Medicine King Valley. His behavior today is not hard to understand. He just accepted the kid's benefits and played along with his good show. I've never seen anyone risk their life to act before. Butler Missouri shook his head, finding the explanation hard to accept. In this world, what does a mere life matter as long as the benefits are there? Being wanted by my Medicine King Valley means he's doomed anyway. Cooperating with this little guy surnamed Lu to put on a show will bring him many benefits and bring good fortune to his family. It's a smart choice. Zhao Donghai sneered. Furthermore, surely you all understand the methods of the Black Witch cult. The Black Witch cult is most skilled at mental manipulation. If a Black Witch cult member really wanted to plot against someone, even a grandmaster would fall for it. Yet this greenhorn of a kid came out unscathed, even escaping unscathed, and instantly exposed the other party in public. Do you think that makes sense? Zhao Donghai looked at everyone, and they remained silent. Indeed, this is the most illogical part. The Black Witch cult has bizarre and ever-evolving methods. Under their meticulous planning, they can kill even grandmasters at will, leaving no room for chance.
Based on this, it really does seem like an act. This time, even Butler Missouri fell silent.
Therefore, everyone can see the truth at a glance. This person has repeatedly framed and harmed my Medicine King Valley, murdered members of my Medicine King Valley, and even colluded with the Black Witch cult. He is the biggest cancer in the martial arts world, and his crimes are heinous and unforgivable. Zhao Donghai's aura suddenly surged, and at the same time, his sharp gaze locked onto Lu Qingxian.
Everyone was so frightened that they backed away, knowing that Master Zhao Donghai was about to get serious.
Chapter 438 Inevitable Victory. So you're saying you want to eliminate me in the name of justice? Lu Qingxian flicked his fingers.
If you're willing to honestly come back to Medicine King Valley with me and accept the judgment of the elders, Valley Master, and many other high-ranking members of my valley, and confess to all the facts and crimes of your collusion with the Black Witch cult, I might spare your life because you're young and a first-time offender, Zhao Donghai said with a gloomy smile. Your plan is quite clever. Besides that, I'm afraid I'll also have to hand over all the pills, formulas, and other treasures I have on me, right?
Lu Qingxian asked jokingly.
At this moment, Zhou Ruoyan, who was standing to the side, spoke up. Those pills and formulas in your hands are nothing but stolen goods. Our Medicine King Valley will keep them safe, and we will return them all to the rightful owner once we find them.
Lu Qingxian almost burst out laughing. Do you even believe that yourself?
Zhou Ruoyan remained calm and composed. Why don't you believe me? The Medicine King Valley acts with integrity and uprightness, as the Martial Arts Alliance knows.
Almost everyone present looked at each other, wanting to laugh but not daring to.
Such lies to children are just a convenient excuse to justify taking action. If the elixirs and formulas were actually in the hands of Medicine King Valley, they wouldn't even part with the bones. They would have 1,000 reasons to fob you off, and you would be powerless against them in the martial arts world where the strong rule. Might makes right.
Lu Qingxian clapped his hands. What a fine example of integrity.
So, what if I refuse?
Zhou Ruoyan's face darkened.
Zhao Donghai sneered. No one can refuse my Medicine King Valley. Those who refuse usually only have one fate, death. As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. Just 2 steps away, a powerful mental wave emanated from him, startling everyone who retreated in fear. They then watched the 2 people facing off as if they were watching a good show.
Looks like you're ready to fight me?
Lu Qingxuan's face relaxed, then he snapped his fingers. The second brother standing next to him also took a step forward, and the terrifying pressure of his physical body forced Zhao Donghai to retreat.
So this is the legendary puppet with perfected internal energy?
Zhao Donghai squinted. Too bad. Did you think I came here unprepared? The strength of a master of pure physical internal energy is indeed very strong, but you underestimate the methods of a master of magic. Besides, I don't even need to lift a finger to deal with him. As he spoke, Zhao Donghai clapped his hands, and a lean and capable figure appeared in everyone's sight outside the door. Someone immediately exclaimed, the great protector of Vajra Temple, Master Jin Hai. The king of external strength training, it is said, never entered the realm of internal energy in his entire life in order to improve pure physical strength, and developed his physical body to the peak, with the power of a single punch capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. He's the strongest protector of Vajra Temple on the surface, a true master-level figure in terms of physical strength. I didn't expect even he would come. Is he here to help Medicine King Valley? This kid is really doomed.
Many people looked at Lu Qingxian with schadenfreude.
Beside Lu Qingxian, the second brother also exuded a fierce aura. His body, seemingly cast in bronze, was visually stunning. Master Jin Hai walked step by step. Although he was lean, he was incredibly strong. Each step he took made a slight tremor on the ground, leaving shallow footprints that looked like seals carved into the earth. I am here today not to help the Medicine King Valley, nor for the pills he has, but simply to avenge my Vajra Temple's Dharma protector elder and his disciples. Not long ago, Elder Chai Guiyong of my Vajra Temple had both legs crippled by him. Becoming a cripple, this is a great disgrace to my Vajra Temple. The hatred of having his legs broken must be repaid with his life. Master Jin Hai shouted with great authority. The grudge of a broken leg should be repaid with a life? That old bastard surnamed Chai is extremely bloodthirsty. I don't believe that he has lived most of his life without breaking anyone's hands or feet or taking anyone's life. According to your theory, breaking someone's legs should be repaid with a lefeso. May I ask, has he repaid it?
Lu Qingxian asked in return.
Master Jin Hai sneered. How laughable! How can those worthless trash compare to my esteemed elders and disciples of the Vajra Temple? Just like you, a mere ant, relying on a puppet to commit evil deeds. In my eyes you are not even worth a hair on the head of my Vajra Temple disciples. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxian sighed softly. Others are just ants, while your Vajra Temple is so noble. But how could you know that in my eyes you are no different from ants?
Legs, if they're crippled, they're crippled. People, if they're killed, what's the big deal? After saying that, Lu Qingxian waved his hand, go all out and kill him. Upon receiving the order, second brother instantly turned his jet black eyes blood red. He threw a punch, the terrifying force of which almost stirred up a small storm, arriving with a deafening roar. The power of that punch made everyone's expression change. The strength of the puppet, which has reached the pinnacle of internal energy, has been greatly underestimated. It turns out that the puppet had not been using its full power before, but this time, it is in full power mode, and its power is enough to kill a grandmaster. So this is the source of his fearlessness. He actually has a grandmaster puppet as a bodyguard. Zhou Ruoyun's face turned pale involuntarily. If the elders hadn't come, they would all be easy prey, at the mercy of the other side. However, with Master Jin Hai and her master present, her fear subsided unconsciously. Ha ha ha! Master Jin Hai advanced instead of retreating, bursting into wild laughter. Well done. He held his hands across his chest and took the punch head on. Then, he was sent flying like a cannonball, knocking over several martial artists along the way. These martial artists all had broken arms and legs, and their bones were broken so they couldn't stand up. Master Jin Hai crashed through the wall and was thrown outside the Soho Manor. So powerful, that punch must have had the force of several thousand pounds. What a monster! As far as I can remember, it's just large trucks. A car can only fly that far if it hits a person, let alone the flying Master Jin Hai, a master of external martial arts. Master Jin Hai stood firmly as a pillar, and ordinary forces could not budge him in the slightest. Ha ha ha, awesome, awesome. Ever since I became the king of body tempering, breaking through all techniques with my physical strength and being able to fight against a grandmaster, I have never encountered anyone who could rival me in terms of physical strength. Although you are just a puppet, I acknowledge your strength. Master Jin Hai arrived with a maniacal laugh, his upper body ripped and bloodstained, looking like a demon warrior as he frantically pounced on second brother. Even Lu Qingxian looked at him with slight surprise. He withstood a full-force punch from his second brother without any apparent harm. His physical strength was so formidable that he could withstand the explosion of a hand grenade without sustaining any damage. His physical strength was comparable to a protective aura. Just then, Zhao Donghai spoke up, "Today is not a game, the key is to take him down quickly. Everyone, stop hiding. If we don't act now, when will we?" Just then, several more figures appeared in the Soho Manor, all of them powerful experts. Master Jin Hai shouted, "You can just capture that kid. Leave this puppet to me, I can defeat him." Zhao Donghai's lips twitched, and he stopped trying to persuade Lu Qingxuan. Instead, he turned his gaze to Lu Qingxian and said, "Your trump card is no longer enough to protect you, little thing. Do you still think you're qualified to compete with my Medicine King Valley?" 439, Chapter 439. A step back is possible. Lu Qingxian sat there without moving an inch, a faint smile playing on his lips, his face showing no sign of fear. Seeing this, Zhou Ruoyun shook her head inwardly. He's such a stubborn guy, already in deep trouble, but he's still pretending to be calm. This behavior won't change the fact that he'll soon become a prisoner of their Medicine King Valley. And the more arrogant he is now, the worse he will be later. Others are happy to see him suffer a humiliating defeat. This person killed my sect's disciple and deserves to DME. Jin Hai Bagua sect should also participate in the trial of this person. My elder also died at his hands last night, and my Mantis sect is also qualified to participate in the trial. And our Seven Wounds sect. Master Zhao, as long as you nod your head, we will take action immediately. I believe that with so many sects united, even the owner of Suha Manor will consider the influence and will not hold us accountable. All the people who appeared looked at Zhao Donghai, as if they were following his lead. My G family was involved too, wasn't it? After all, one of our experts died last night. Ji Yizhen appeared out of nowhere, a faint smile on his face. However, Li Yunmeng was no longer by his side, only he and his bodyguard were there. Does your Ji family also want to get involved? Zhao Donghai thought with displeasure. He knew perfectly well what these people were up to. Their real intention was to get a share of the pills, not just to interfere. This time, Medicine King Valley turned the tables on them. Anyone with eyes can see what's going on. It's unrealistic for them to want to monopolize all the pill formulas. If they don't shut these people up, who knows what kind of rumors will spread in the martial arts world in the future.
I have already declared in public that the pill formula on this kid was stolen from my Chang Linji family, therefore, I must take the pill formula home, otherwise, if the elders blame me, I, cannot bear the responsibility, and neither can anyone else. Yizhen opened his folding fan and smiled elegantly yet sinisterly. The threat in those words was obvious to anyone. The Chang Linji family is powerful enough to rival Medicine King Valley, so although Yizhen is young, his words carry enough weight that Zhao Donghai must take them seriously. I see, don't worry, our Medicine King Valley will put him to a rigorous trial. If that prescription really belongs to your Chang Linji family, I will personally visit you and present it to you with both hands. Our Medicine King Valley is all about being upright and honest.
With Master Zhao's assurance, I am relieved. Yizhen grinned.
While Master Jinhai was entangled in the fight with the puppet, a group of people had already divided Lu Qingxian up completely.
Shameless! Qin Xiaoyuan stomped her feet in anger, but could only hide behind Lu Qingxian. At this moment, the battle between Master Jinhai and the puppet's second brother was reaching its climax. Master Jinhai, with his indestructible body, was slightly weaker than second brother in strength. He was being beaten around, but he did not suffer any fatal injuries. Instead, he figured out the pattern of second brother's movements. Puppets, after all, have limitations. Unlike humans, they cannot think, upgrade or evolve in battle, or find weaknesses. Finally, when Master Jinhai was taking a heavy punch, he chose to trade injury for injury, and his Vajra finger went straight into second brother's eye. The enormous force almost cracked his entire skull open. Whether it's a person or a puppet, the head is the core. Once this part is severely damaged, it will completely lose its ability to fight. The outcome is decided. There's no need for anyone else to intervene. Master Jinhai is more than capable of dealing with him. Zhou Ruoyan smiled when she saw this. Then she glanced at Lu Qingxian and found that he was still sitting there calmly, not even looking in the direction of the battle, as if the outcome of the battle had nothing to do with him. Still pretending to be calm even now. You should bring out your trump cards as soon as possible, otherwise you won't have a chance to use them later, Zhou Ruoyan sneered. Lu Qingxian remained silent, his gaze sweeping over all those who had stepped forward, as if he were examining a death list. Just then, an incredible change occurred to the puppet. Faint purple light emanated from its chest, radiating eerie and terrifying energy fluctuations, as if it could destroy everything if it emerged. That's the power of lightning. Lu Qingxian used the thunder crystal as the driving core, replacing his heart. All of second brother's mobility came from this thunder crystal now. After the intense battle, the thunder crystal was overwhelmed. In addition, second brother suffered multiple injuries and was severely wounded, causing the power of the thunder crystal to dissipate. What is this? Zhao Donghai squinted. Pure Longhu Mountain Thunder magic power, and this thing is a magic master?
Zhao Donghai, of course, didn't believe such an absurd thing. A puppet was a master of magic. Then what was he, Zhao Donghai? It's the driving energy of this puppet. It should be a magic artifact containing pure lightning energy. Huang Shiqiu, an elder from the Bagua sect, said in a deep voice, and then his gaze toward Lu Qingxian was filled with greed. The others felt the same way. They couldn't even imagine how many treasures this young man possessed: pills, formulas, puppets, and pure lightning magic artifacts to drive them, and he certainly had more hidden away, things he hadn't revealed. All these treasures combined were enough to support a superpower with a century-long history. Help me, something's wrong with this puppet, its power is still increasing. Master Jinhai exclaimed in horror. The power of the lightning enveloped the puppet's body, making it impossible for him to get close. If he were to be touched even a little, his skin would be torn open, and his whole body would tremble and go numb. This made it impossible for him, a master of physical training and a close combat expert, to use his abilities.
Master Jinhai, I'm here to help you.
Huang Shiqiu stuck out his tongue and licked his lips.
Me too. Duan Zhangrong of the Seven Wounds sect strode over as well.
The three formed a pincer movement. Lu Qingxian sneered and gave the order, tear them apart, no matter the cost. The second brother was suddenly jolted, and then his body suddenly grew half a foot larger. The clothes he was wearing on the outside were completely torn apart. His eyes shone with purple light, and his two hands were twisted into claws. He charged forward with lightning speed.
100 crack claw.
He uttered indistinct notes, and then a phantom suddenly appeared behind Duan Zhangrong.
WH what?
Duan Zhangrong Jiangrong had just stepped onto the stage and hadn't even had a chance to make a move when second brother grabbed his shoulder from behind, lifted him up, and tore him in two. Blood splattered all over the field, and screams instantly filled the entire manor. Roar! Second brother roared, and in a flash, he arrived in front of Huang Shiqiu. I surrender! Huang Shiqiu hurriedly retreated, but his speed was too slow and his strength was too weak in front of the berserk second brother. In the blink of an eye, his arms were twisted off and a punch pierced through his abdomen, leaving a hollow hole the size of a plate. You! Huang Shiqiu spat out blood, turned his head and glared at Zhao Donghai with a ferocious expression before dying with resentment. Finally, only Master Jin Hai remained. Master Jin Hai's expression was more solemn than ever before. He looked at Lu Qingxian. Young brother, I think this matter can be discussed again. Our Vajra temple is willing to compromise. 440, chapter 440. Kill them all. Lu Qingxian remained expressionless. Second brother charged forward and stood directly in front of Master Jin Hai. Master Jin Hai hardened his heart, took out a bright red pill from his body, and swallowed it on the spot. This pill comes from Medicine King Valley and is called the blood burning pill. It can increase the user's strength by 30% within 10 minutes, but the consequence is that the user's strength will decrease by 50% within half a month after use, making them extremely weak. Although it has significant long-term side effects, it's excellent for emergency use. He carried the pill only as a precaution, never expecting to have a chance to use it himself, but now. After taking the pill, his eyes turned red, and he felt his blood and qi boiling throughout his body. You little brat, I'll kill you first. Master Jin Hai roared, turning around and charging straight at Lu Qingxian. However, the second brother was faster than him. His towering body stood in front of Lu Qingxian, and his arm slammed down on the other man, accompanied by several wildly dancing purple lightning bolts, making him look extremely ferocious. Master Jin Hai couldn't dodge in time and had no choice but to take the hit head on. As soon as he made contact, trouble struck. The moment his muscles went numb, he was unable to move his body and was grabbed by the neck. The terrifying force snapped his neck in an instant, but Master Jin Hai did not die at that moment. Instead, he struggled violently, his hands clamping down on second brother's arm. Second brother lifted him up, and Master Jin Hai's entire head was ripped off. Fresh blood dripped down in a spurt. The air fell silent once more. Bang! The head was thrown to the ground by second brother. Muttering. I don't know who made the sound of swallowing. Just a minute ago they were evenly matched, but after the puppet went berserk, it killed 3 people in a matter of seconds. These 3 are no nobotis, each is a top expert in their respective sect. Master Jin Hai is the chief protector of the Vajra temple, with strength approaching that of a grandmaster, and is known as the king of external martial arts. Thousand threads soul-stealing sound. Zhao Donghai suddenly grabbed his throat and let out a sharp whistling sound that was not human. This whistling sound made people's heads ache and felt as if their souls were being ripped out. This is a sonic spell that can affect a person's mind, causing them to temporarily lose their ability to think and control. He wanted to use this technique to directly strip the opponent of control over the puppet. Once the puppet loses control, it becomes a helpless lamb, and the once invincible puppet is no longer an unsolvable problem. As a result, after he used the spell, he found that the puppet was heading straight for him, while the boy was completely unaffected and had a clear gaze. How is that possible? Zhao Donghai staggered, feeling fear for the first time. His worst fears came true. He was a master of magic, but his close combat skills were inferior to those of an ordinary martial artist. Once the puppet got close, he would almost certainly die. Protect me! Zhao Donghai roared. Kill them all. Lu Qingxian immediately gave the order, pointing in the direction of Zhao Donghai, Ji Yizhen, and Zhou Ruoyan. There were more than 10 people there, and he wanted to kill them all. Young man, let's talk this out. This is all a misunderstanding. So, I'll give her to you. The grievances have their source, and the debts have their debtors. It all started with her. I was just bewitched and confused for a moment. With that, Zhao Donghai pushed Zhou Ruoyan out. Zhou Ruoyan turned around and stared at him in astonishment, unable to believe it. Kill! Lu Qingxian said expressionlessly. 441, chapter 441. The biggest change. Zhou Ruoyan's face turned deathly pale. His legs trembled so badly he almost knelt on the ground. She never expected that her master would push her out as a shield at this moment, not only was her body cold, but her heart was also as cold as ice. In this state of despair, even the fear subsided considerably, and death was forgotten. Young friend, young friend, young friend, I am willing to offer my private treasure. It is better to resolve enmity than to let it fester. Let's turn hostility into friendship, and from now on, we will all have more paths to take. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? Seeing that the other party's killing intent had not diminished, Zhao Donghai became somewhat anxious. Ultimately, the Grand Master of Magic's intimidation was still insufficient given that his previous move had failed. He was now facing a puppet that had no consciousness, no emotions, and was immune to magic. He was doomed. If he were a true Grandmaster, he wouldn't have this problem. Even if he couldn't win, he could retreat 100 meters away unscathed in an instant, and his opponent wouldn't be able to catch up. Kill you, and everything you own will be mine, Lu Qingxian grinned. Young friend, you are mistaken. My private treasure is kept in Medicine King Valley. No one but me can take it away, Zhao Donghai quickly explained, afraid that the other party would lose interest in his treasure. Once we get through this hurdle, we can gather a large force from Medicine King Valley and ambush him, making him regret it to the core. It's alright. Based on what your Medicine King Valley did today, my first stop after the Dragon Tiger battle will be Medicine King Valley. I will destroy your lineage and seize your centuries of accumulated wealth, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. Zhao Donghai's face darkened. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. What an arrogant and presumptuous brat. He destroyed a lineage that had lasted for hundreds of years. Did he know that there was a true master of the transcendent realm in Medicine King Valley, that was a being beyond the Grandmaster level, an unparalleled expert otherwise? Why do you think Medicine King Valley had been able to develop for so many years without anyone daring to provoke it? Lu Qingxian waved his hand dismissively. Kill. As his second brother charged forward violently, Zhao Donghai was on high alert, his face contorted with rage, and he unleashed all his magic. Let's stop here. Just then, a black shadow appeared in front of second brother and blocked him. The seemingly light punch landed on second brother, but it instantly rebounded with tremendous force, sending him flying more than 10 meters away and crashing into a pile of rubble. Only then did everyone realize that it was a tall, handsome man dressed in black, looking like an ancient general. His aura was very powerful, and everyone fell silent as soon as he appeared. Only Ji Yizhen stepped forward with a smile and respect, saying, "Father, you've arrived." Father, he. Ji Baichun, the current head of the Ji family, is also a well-deserved Grandmaster. Someone exclaimed in alarm. Everyone stared intently, and at this moment the puppet seemed to have stopped moving. With one punch, the latter was almost beaten to pieces. Upon closer inspection, the puppet's invulnerable body was actually cracked with spider silk-like fissures, and its entire body was almost splitting apart. Mr. Ji truly deserves to be called the greatest master in Changlin. His skills are divine and can be described as miraculous. I admire him greatly. Zhao Donghai quickly bowed and thanked him. I will never forget this life-saving grace. Ji Baichun waved his hand. It was just a favor. I have no grudge against your Medicine King Valley, and there's even a possibility of future cooperation. Yes, Mr. Ji is very wise and his vision is truly admirable. Zhao Donghai lowered his head even further. At this moment, everyone realized that a Grandmaster had actually appeared in this small Soho manor. Normally, it would be harder than climbing to heaven to see such a person. If they wanted something, they could just shout it out and someone would come to their door to trade in person, not for profit, but just to win the favor of the Grandmaster. It can be said that they were extremely high class. The once arrogant Master Jin Hai, the great protector of the Vajra Temple, was ultimately just a master of external martial arts, a figure who was said to be on par with a Grandmaster. What does it mean to be on par with a Grandmaster? That's just praise and flattery from outsiders. It means that he can almost reach the level of a Grandmaster, but there is still a considerable gap between him and the true strength of a Grandmaster. After all, there is a huge difference between external physical training and the external release of internal energy. Master Jin Hai needed to take the blood-burning pill to injure the puppet, while this Grandmaster Ji Baichun only needed to throw a punch. The difference between them is like an insurmountable chasm. Ji Baichun turned his head and glanced at Ji Yizhen. As a member of the Ji family, you can be more arrogant and domineering. You said that the pill formula belongs to the Ji family, so it can only belong to the Ji family. No one else can touch it. Furthermore, anyone who steals from my Ji family deserves to be killed without mercy. Oh, so you're planning to kill me? Lu Qingxian flicked his fingernails and asked in a deep voice. Shut up, I'm disciplining my son,
what are you doing interrupting? You deserve a beating.
As he spoke, Ji Baichen casually waved his hand, and a terrifying burst of energy shot out, almost cutting Lu Qingxian in two on the spot.
Just then, the severely injured second brother rushed in front of Lu Qingxian and used his body to block the fierce slash. A deep white slash appeared on his body, almost splitting him in two diagonally. The puppet's aura finally weakened. This puppet is quite good. Its physical strength can withstand a full-force attack from an ordinary grandmaster, and it is even stronger than most martial artists who have reached the peak of internal energy. As long as the grandmaster doesn't make a move, you can practically walk around the mortal world with such a puppet. What a pity you shouldn't have offended the Changlin Ji family, and you shouldn't have provoked me to take action personally. Ji Baichen shook his head and said regretfully. Your self-righteous and shameless skills are indeed passed down from generation to generation. Your son has learned quite a bit from you, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. What?
Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines.
This kid, does he even know what a grandmaster is? He actually dared to provoke them. Before, they might have spared your life for a few more days because of the pill formulas and medicines you had, but now, they might kill you in a fit of rage. At this moment, outside Soho Manor, a luxury Bentley was parked on the side of the road, and a middle-aged man with slicked back hair jumped out of the car. Mr. Ji, you've arrived. A man dressed as a manager was already waiting by the roadside, smiling obsequiously. Where is my older brother? Ji Baichio asked anxiously.
Mr. Ji Baichen is elusive, we haven't seen him at all, the manager-looking man said with a wry smile.
Didn't you see him enter Soho Manor? Ji Baichio asked again.
The manager shook his head. That's good, this is terrible, this is really terrible. It's also my fault for not doing a good job with intelligence. I investigated too late and caused a disaster. I can't get through to my nephew or my older brother on the phone right now, it's driving me crazy. Ji Baichio was covered in sweat. Like other reclusive families, some members are skilled in martial arts while others are not. These latter members are sent to the secular world to establish secular businesses for the family and also work as an intelligence agency. Ji Baichio, the third son of the Ji family, plays such a role. He had very poor talent in martial arts since childhood, but he was unique in business. In just 3 years, he built a business empire with hundreds of millions of dollars in wealth for his family and established a firm foothold in the capital city. Besides bringing wealth to the family and collecting various treasures, Ji Baichio also had another job, to collect relevant intelligence for every operation of the Ji family, ensuring the smooth progress of the operation and preventing any accidents. This time, which he thought was the least likely to go wrong, turned out to be the biggest surprise. He sent people to investigate Lu Qingxuan's background, and what they found almost scared him to death.
442, Chapter 442. One punch sends them away.
He initially thought the other person was just an ignorant young man who had never seen the world but was lucky enough to acquire a bunch of treasures. Unaware of the treacherous nature of the martial arts world, lacking ability yet still losing money, they deserved to be robbed. But upon investigation, he discovered that he was wrong, terribly wrong.
There isn't much information about Lu Qingxuan. In fact, it's not that there isn't much, but rather that he can't find much. Someone in the Jiangnan area has deliberately hidden his information. The other party's methods are much more sophisticated than his. It should be a more professional and larger intelligence agency than his. He could only find out about things that were already in the public eye. For example, at the South China Martial Arts Tournament, before the tournament even started, he killed Lu Qinghe, a grandmaster of the central and southern regions, halfway up the mountain, and then left without a trace, concealing his merit and fame. For example, Zhou Tianqi, a master of magic in Hong Kong, had an earth-shattering battle with the other man in Dazhou Mountain. In the end, Zhou Tianqi used his fiery aura to defeat the master who had been famous for nearly 100 years, causing him to be utterly destroyed and making him famous in both the martial arts and magic worlds. Because these two incidents occurred in the southern region, no one had ever seen Lu Qingxuan's true face. They had only heard of his name and enjoyed the amusement. They thought he was some unparalleled old monster who had come out of the mountains to prove his Tao. How could they connect him with this young man in his 20s? Even if the names were the same, no one would think that they were the same person. This subconscious complacency ultimately led to disaster. Just then, a loud crash was heard from inside Soho Manor. They're not going to start fighting, are they? Let's go inside. Ji Baichio hurriedly ran inside. When he arrived at Soho Manor,
he saw that his elder brother had already made his move.
Big brother! Stop, he is Lu Qingxian from Jiangnan.
By the time Ji Baiqiu shouted, it was too late. The Grandmaster's anger caused blood to flow for 100 meters. Ji Baiqiuan's 100-meter-long divine fist, which contained overwhelming killing intent, struck out from the sky.
What? Ji Baiqian heard this, but the move he had already made could not be taken back. However, he had no intention of taking it back. His third brother's words only surprised him. What, Lu Qingxian from Jiangnan? So what if he was Lu Qingxian from Jiangnan? He was just a young boy. No matter how many titles you gave him, it wouldn't change anything. The fist, imbued with fierce internal energy, arrived in the blink of an eye. Without the puppet, what is he, a mortal seeking his own death? Zhou Ruoyun's eyes were gloomy, but she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was too intimidating. He was a reckless madman. If it weren't for the appearance of the Ji family's grandmaster, she had no doubt that he would have dared to wreak havoc here with just a puppet. Zhao Donghai and the other martial artists who stood with him shared the same feelings. They were both terrified and extremely envious of the powerful puppet. If an ordinary person obtains such a puppet, it's equivalent to having a pseudo-grandmaster as a bodyguard, allowing them to run rampant in the secular world. If this puppet falls into their hands, it will only play an even greater role. The thought had barely crossed my mind when a sudden change occurred on the field. The man surnamed Lu stood up from his chair and threw a punch at Ji Baiqiuan. The seemingly weak punch shattered Ji Baiqiuan's internal energy. The force then surged into his fist, an indescribable power. Ji Baiqiuan's expression changed instantly, and without hesitation, he concentrated all his strength into one point to counteract the terrifying recoil. Even so, he was still thrown more than 10 meters away, crashing into a stone house and smashing it to pieces. This scene completely blew everyone's minds out. What's going on?
A grandmaster, with a physical body comparable to a steel tank, can withstand bullets from heavy sniper rifles and even small artillery shells. They can kill people from 100 meters away without them even noticing. It can be said that they have reached the strongest level that martial artists can see before those ancient monsters who have lived for hundreds of years appeared.
Grandmasters represented absolute power and absolute authority. But even someone like Ji Baiqian was sent flying by that kid's punch? Doesn't that mean? 443, Chapter 443 Rewards. Hiss. A continuous, drawn-out gasp filled the air. Ji Baiqiu stood at the entrance of Suhua Manor, watching helplessly as his elder brother was beaten out. His face was ashen, and he said with a bitter smile, he is Lu Qingxian from Jiangnan, the #1 expert in Jiangnan. WH what? Qin Xiaoyuan's little head didn't quite grasp what those words meant. The strongest expert in Jiangnan, I've never heard of him before. Is the news true? Isn't the strongest person in Jiangnan Lu Qinghe, the head of the Lu family Xingyi sect who was based in central and southern China? A buzzing sound arose from the crowd, as if flies were buzzing around discussing something. Suddenly, a gasp came from the crowd. A martial artist in his 30s gasped, I remember now, Lu Qingxian, is this the same person? I thought it was just a coincidence of names, damn it. What's going on? Many people looked at him, seeking an answer. He swallowed hard and uttered a piece of news that was considered earth-shattering in the martial arts world. Lu Qinghe is dead. What? Lu Qinghe is dead? When did this happen? The crowd raised their voices in astonishment. This is no secret. Anyone who followed the South China martial arts tournament knows that Lu Qinghe, the #1 martial artist in South China, was beaten to death halfway up the mountain on the day of the tournament. The person who killed him was named Lu Qingxian. When I first heard this news, I thought Lu Qingxian was some kind of unparalleled ancient monster, and I even tried to investigate him, but I never expected. He stared at the young man dozens of meters away, muttering and swallowing hard. No one could believe that the person who could kill Grandmaster Lu Qinghe was a mere 20-something-year-old after all. The one who was recognized as the youngest Grandmaster in the Great Xiao Dragon Kingdom was Li Daoqiu, a war god in the army who was already over 30 years old. Looking at it this way, doesn't it mean that this record has already been broken without anyone noticing? Everyone was struggling to process this terrifying news. This young man before me killed Lu Qinghe, the greatest grandmaster in central and southern China? Lu Qingxian strode over, while Ji Baiqian struggled to his feet from the ruins, staring at him with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Who told you that my reliance is that silent puppet?
Ji Baichuan's expression shifted several times, and he sneered, "Good lad, you've been hiding your true strength so well, but do you really think that just because you have the power of a grandmaster you're my match? Grandmasters are not all equal, there are strong and weak ones." Lu Qingxian smiled and shook his head, "Then let me see if your mouth is tougher, or your body is tougher."
As he spoke, Lu Qingxian took another step forward.
It was as if a layer of flowing light had appeared in his hand, pressing down on the opponent. As he struck with his palm, a 10-meter-tall palm instantly materialized in the air, completely enveloping Ji Baichun.
Boom!
The area where Ji Baichun was located was completely blasted into the ground, leaving a huge crater half a meter deep in front of everyone.
Holy crap! Qin Xiaoyuan's jaw nearly dropped. She stood there, staring blankly. He's that strong? At that moment, Qin Xiaoyuan had an idea.
To be his woman, even if she's a mistress or a concubine, I wouldn't be so unwilling to risk my life for her.
Tis this even human? How can a grandmaster be this terrifying? Someone exclaimed.
It's not that grandmasters are terrifying to this extent, but that this Master Lu is too strong. Kings don't meet kings, and dragons don't meet dragons. Grandmasters rarely clash head-on. Even if a conflict occurs, they mainly test each other's moves and rarely fight to the death, because they understand that even if they really fight, it is difficult to kill the other party. Grandmasters have too many ways to save their lives if they want to leave. No one can stop them. The only way to fight a grandmaster head-on is to be much stronger than them and gain an overwhelming advantage. That Lu Qingha has been famous for decades and has long made a name for himself among the grandmasters. To be able to kill him, this person might already be.
He didn't say the last sentence, but since everyone was a martial artist, how could they not understand its meaning?
Grandmasters are divided into minor grandmasters, great grandmasters, and peak grandmasters. After that, there are the legendary Transcendent Realm experts. Transcendent Realm experts are generally over 100 years old. They are old monsters from the previous era, and they are all waiting to die. You can't see any of them in the world. Ji Yizhen felt a chill in his heart. Zhou Ruoyan's lips were dry and white, her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. An indescribable sense of fear spread unchecked in her heart. She wanted to slap herself hard. Why did she have to be so foolish as to offend the other party, and offend them so badly that there was no room for reconciliation? Zhao Donghai, standing beside him, had no more illusions left. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and return to Medicine King Valley. Only there was safety to be found. Otherwise, there was no place or anyone in the world who could protect him.
This is outrageous, this is outrageous.
Just then, Ji Baichun emerged from the mud and rubble of the ruins. He was filthy and disheveled, no longer the pristine white-clad figure he once was. His face was covered in mud and ash, his clothes were tattered and torn, hanging in shreds, and he had bloody wounds. He looked like a homeless beggar on the street, bearing no resemblance whatsoever to the head of the Chang Linji family.
I'm going too far?
Lu Qingxuan's face showed a mocking smile. Is the shamelessness of your Chang Linji family a family tradition, relying on your family's deep foundation and overwhelming power? You saw that I had a treasure and wanted to forcibly seize it, making up some ridiculous excuses. Now that you can't beat them, you say that others are going too far?
The veins on Ji Baichuan's forehead were throbbing.
Fine, I'll really bully you today. Not only will I bully you, I'll grind you to dust and bury you here. After saying this, Lu Qingxian decided to give him an extremely humiliating way to die. As he raised his hand and flipped his palm, a surge of powerful energy emanated from his body. It burst forth from within, gathered in the palm of his hand, and then poured down upon Ji Baichun. Ji Baichun jumped out of the pit, braced himself with his hands, and a series of water droplets of energy shot out from his hands, forming a thin barrier in the sky. It's a unique skill of the Ji family, the drooping curtain chi, which is said to be able to even stop bombs. Upon seeing Ji Baichun use this move, someone in the crowd immediately exclaimed in surprise. However, as soon as the man finished speaking, the curtain-like barrier of energy exploded and vanished into nothingness. Lu Qingxuan's terrifying palm, which pressed down on Ji Baichun like a hammer, smashed into the ground, driving him in inch by inch, like a nail being driven in.
After 3 slaps, Ji Baichuan's head was still sticking out. See that? Now that's what you call bullying you.
Lu Qingxian looked at everyone and said, now we'll start the bounty. Whoever comes and piss on Grandmaster Ji's head will receive a small chi cultivation pill as a reward.
444, Chapter 444 Becoming Famous. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The Nourishing Essence pill is even more powerful than the Ascending Dragon pill. It's a divine medicine that allows internal energy martial artists to grow into masters or even peak internal energy practitioners, saving them decades of cultivation. Who wouldn't want it? But this condition is too. They had thought about urinating on a grandmaster's head, but to actually do it, they wouldn't dare even if they had 10 more lives. Not to mention that the Chang Linji family has more than one grandmaster. Their influence in the martial arts world is something that ordinary martial artists cannot afford to provoke in the past and today. Who could withstand their retaliation? Would they risk their lives for a single Qi nourishing pill? It's not that serious. However, there are still some who are incredibly audacious. A martial artist shrouded in black robes jumped out. Mr. Lu, is your promise true? Absolutely true. Lu Qingxian nodded. Others may be afraid of the Chang Linji family, but I am Nodium all alone at worst. I will leave for a foreign country. I do not believe that the Ji family will chase me abroad to take revenge. After saying that, the man in the black robe unbuckled his belt and began to urinate in front of Ji Baichun. The strong smell of urine immediately filled the air. The expressions on everyone's faces were more interesting than the last. Just because they dare not urinate doesn't mean they don't like to watch. The Ji family has always been powerful and has never been well liked. Many martial artists are just angry but dare not speak out. Now a master has appeared and buried the head of the Ji family in the ground, letting people urinate on his head. It's incredibly satisfying. Qin Xiaoyuan was very excited, but she couldn't help turning her head away, her face turning red. After urinating, the man shook himself off, pulled up his pants, went to Lu Qingxian, took a pill, bowed in gratitude, and then fled the scene without looking back. He needs to leave the capital immediately by car, take the furthest border crossing, and then fly abroad to a place no one knows. With his power, he can thrive even abroad. After all, he has no relatives or friends, and with money, anywhere is home. Some martial artists were itching to try it. Damn, compared to the previous time when it took more than 500 years of medicinal herbs to exchange for a single pill, now it couldn't be easier. Just take off your pants and the treasure is yours. Finally, some martial artists couldn't hold back any longer. They simply covered their faces with their clothes, rushed up, took off their pants, and urinated. Then they hurriedly came to Lu Qingxian to receive their pills. This is outrageous, this is outrageous, don't push your luck, the Ji family will not let you get away with this. Ji Baiqiu shouted angrily. Shut up, when did you get the right to speak? Lu Qingxian glanced at him, then slapped him across the air, sending Ji Baiqiu flying. He was just an ordinary person and couldn't withstand Lu Qingxuan's slap at all. He immediately fainted. Ji Yizhen, who had originally wanted to make some harsh remarks, quickly shut his mouth and retreated to the back of the crowd when he saw this scene. Although it was his father who was humiliated, who would risk their life, he certainly wouldn't. Before long, a small puddle of urine had formed beside Ji Baichuan's neck, and the foam had reached his mouth. Whenever he opened his mouth to speak, he would choke on a mouthful of fresh urine. I will kill your whole family. Ji Baichun roared furiously, choking on water. Lu Qingxuan's face darkened. Since that's the case, then I can't let you live. Lu Qingxian stepped forward, his killing intent palpable. Wait a minute, we can talk this over. Ji Baichuan's pupils contracted. The fear of death ultimately overcame the humiliation. However, Lu Qingxian dislikes going back on his word. It's too late. After saying that, he slapped Ji Baichun down, burying him in the ground. He used half his strength in that slap, and Ji Baichuan's bones were shattered and his internal organs were turned into mush. He was now 20 meters underground. After killing Ji Baichun, Lu Qingxian turned his gaze to those who had previously sided with Medicine King Valley and wanted to attack him. Then, like a tiger among sheep, he charged in and killed 5 or 6 people on the spot. The others knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. After finishing these tasks, Lu Qingxian clapped his hands and looked at the crowd around him. Is there anyone who was not satisfied? You can stand up now. Although I am a strong person, I am also very reasonable. I will not offend others unless they offend me first. I will not take people's lives without cause unless they have malicious intentions towards me first. Everyone fell silent. We are convinced. We, the Seven Wounds sect, are convinced. We will leave now and obey Master Lu's every word from now on, with no intention of resisting him. We in the Bagua sect are convinced the elder deserved to die.
I'm convinced, and so is the Vajra temple. I will go back and report to the abbot that from now on, we will give way to Master Lu whenever we see him. Lu Qingxian nodded, then looked at Zhou Ruoyan. He discovered that the guy named Zhao Donghai, the great master Zhao, had actually slipped away. How strange, how could someone escape right under his nose? He hadn't even noticed. Did he use some kind of magic artifact? And that season's needle is gone too. Master Lu, Zhao Donghai, and Ji Yizhen left using the Longhu Mountain Escape Talisman. This talisman is extremely precious. It only takes 3 seconds to activate, and then one can silently escape hundreds of meters away. It is a magical talisman personally crafted by a master of Longhu Mountain. Someone saw Lu Qingxian searching for people in the crowd and hurriedly explained. So it turned out that a talisman had been used. Lu Qingxian nodded slightly. The power of magic is still amazing, and in some aspects, it even surpasses martial arts cultivation. Some of its incredible abilities are difficult to fathom. No matter how high one's cultivation level is, it is indeed worthy of being something that was passed down from 1 or 2 years ago. Lu Qingxian decided that, in addition to cultivating martial arts, he also needed to find an opportunity to study the ways of magic, such as this escape talisman, which would be very useful for saving his life if he encountered a powerful enemy. You were bound to die today, but I have decided not to kill you. I need you to go back and deliver a message for me. Medicine King Valley. Hand over Zhao Donghai, 5 500-year-old herbs, and 2 1,000-year-old divine herbs as an apology to me, and I can forgive and forget, or on the day the Dragon Tiger battle ends, I will personally go to your valley and erase your lineage. The choice is yours. Zhou Ruoyun's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly lowered her head, nodding tremblingly. The same goes for the Ji family. Hand over Ji Yizhen and the conditions I just stated, or within 10 days, Changlin will cease to have the Ji family. Lu Qingxian made the announcement unilaterally. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The martial arts trade fair became incredibly popular after Lu Qingxuan's outburst, and his reputation quietly spread throughout Suhua Manor, especially among the Qin family, who immediately convened a meeting specifically targeting him and Qin Xiaoyuan. Chapter 445 Relationship. More accurately, it was Qin Xiaoyuan's side group that held a meeting around Lu Qingxian. Third Master Qin's status in the Qin family is not very high. He only holds a seniority. He has always been committed to helping the Qin family attract talent and recruit outstanding potential members, which is also the main means for Third Master Qin to maintain the family's status. Originally, Lu Qingxuan's demonstrated value and the puppet master beside him were enough for Master Qin to take seriously, but to his utter surprise, what he saw was only the tip of the iceberg. Not only did he fiercely fight against a grandmaster, but he also made a threatening statement that he would destroy the lineage of Medicine King Valley after the Dragon Tiger battle. By now, the power and influence that the other party has shown have far exceeded what Master Qin can understand and control. If things go wrong, he might not be able to recruit them and could even cause trouble instead. Grandpa, I think it's better to call Xiaoyuan back and declare to the outside world that we should keep our distance from Lu Qingxuan. Although he is a genius with terrifying strength, he is obviously immature in his actions. I am worried that he will cause too much trouble and bring disaster to our Qin family. Our Qin family has always prioritized stability in its development over the past 1,000 years. If something unexpected happens at this time, our lineage may be completely squeezed out. During the meeting, a young man stood up and expressed his opinion. Third Master Qin remained silent, his brows furrowed, his expression one of great anxiety. Third Master, I disagree with Ah Hui. I think this is an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Qingxian has already reached the Grandmaster level in his 20s, and he is not an ordinary Grandmaster. In a battle between Grandmasters, unless the strength is far superior, it is absolutely impossible to kill him. I specifically found the eyewitnesses at the scene to understand the situation. Lu Qingxian beat Ji Baichen to the point of no return in just a few moves. It is obvious that he has approached the transcendent realm. Such a great master may become a pillar of the entire Great Xiao Dragon Kingdom in the future once we establish a good relationship with him.
we might have the opportunity to control the core power of our Qin family, and Grandpa could return to the family elders' council, Qin Xiaolong said with burning eyes. Master Qin's brows twitched slightly. Clearly, Qin Xiaolong's words had swayed him. Returning to the family council of elders means beginning to take control of the family's core power. Qin Xiaolong pressed on, saying, moreover, the other party is not only powerful, but also has a lot of resources at his disposal. His pill formulas and medicines are enough to cultivate a large number of experts. He may even be qualified to establish a sect and become a sect patriarch. We can't just look at the present. We have to consider long-term development. Lu Qingxian dared to provoke the Chang Linji family in Medicine King Valley, so he might actually have the ability to restrain them. Strong people aren't stupid. On the contrary, it's precisely because they've considered things more thoroughly than us and possess absolute strength that they've been able to get to where they are today. Master Qin stroked his chin and nodded with a smile. What Xiaolong said makes a lot of sense. He decided to take a gamble on Lu Qingxian and spare no effort in recruiting him. At the conference table, everyone remained silent. In fact, everyone wanted to take a gamble. The reason they advised the old man to think twice was simply because they were used to being cautious and were too worried about accidents. However, everyone understood that even if the young man surnamed Lu died in Medicine King Valley, and even if Medicine King Valley took its anger out on the Qin family, they would most likely not dare to do anything out of line to the Qin family. After all, their status was what it was. Since no one has any objections, then the meeting is adjourned. Xiaolong, you are in full charge of this matter. Find an opportunity to meet with Master Louis for the benefits. You can freely dispose of whatever our lineage can offer, said Third Master Qin. Okay, Grandpa. Qin Xiaolong was overjoyed. On the other side. After this incident, the Soho Manor handled it very quickly. No one blamed him for breaking the rules. Instead, Butler Missouri took the lead and had the scene cleaned up. The reason given is that the Medicine King Valley, the Ji family, and others provoked Lu Qingxian first, and Lu Qingshuan's actions constituted legitimate self-defense, which did not violate the rules. This obvious bias is obvious to anyone with a discerning eye, since in the past, regardless of who was the troublemaker, both sides were punished in the end. After taking Qin Xiaoyuan to tour the so-called internal trading venue, they ultimately came up empty-handed and left Suhua Manor. How's the contact with Yufei going? Are you able to schedule a meeting? Lu Qingxian asked on the way. I'm asking my brother for help. Su Yufei works for Huaxing Entertainment Group, the largest entertainment group in the capital. The boss there is a friend of my brother. I'll have my brother talk to him. It's very simple, and there shouldn't be any problems. Lu Qingxian nodded. With the battle between the dragon and the tiger imminent, he didn't want to delay any longer. He could feel more at ease after seeing Yufei. Then let's do it tomorrow at noon. Okay, I'll arrange everything properly. Qin Xiaoyuan smiled, her eyes narrowing. By the way, Mr. Lu, may I ask about you and that Su Yufei? 446, Chapter 446 Misunderstanding. What do you want to ask? Lu Qingxian asked with a smile. Exactly, she can't be just your friend or sister, right? Right? Qin Xiaoyuan stared at him suspiciously, as if trying to see something in his eyes. Yes, she was my former lover, Lu Qingxian said frankly, but I didn't cherish her and made the wrong decision. Qin Xiaoyuan had a half-smile on her face. I knew there was more to this than met the IMF, a super expert paired with a top-tier beauty in the entertainment industry. What a wonderful story, but with your abilities, it's better to protect her and keep her out of the industry. The entertainment industry is too chaotic. A girl has no way to protect herself. Unless you publicly announce your relationship with her, making those directors, screenwriters, and investors who have the desire but not the courage to make a move on her hesitate. Lu Qingxian nodded slightly upon hearing this. He had considered this situation. For a girl to succeed in the entertainment industry, the price she has to pay is far greater than that of an ordinary person. Even if she is lucky enough to make a great movie and become extremely famous, the challenges and dangers she faces afterward are unimaginable to most people. To gain a foothold in the entertainment industry, she must have a sufficiently strong background. Yufei's dream is to become a star. I don't want to get involved and become an obstacle. If I show up and stand in the open, it will definitely have a huge impact on Eros, a top-tier family with a 1,000-year history in the capital. Your Qin family has a deep foundation in all walks of life. It should be a piece of cake for you to use some means and connections to protect a star in secret, right? How about it? Protect her, and I, Lu Qingxian, will owe you a favor. Lu Qingxian looked at her. He rarely used personal favors as bargaining chips because his personal favors were very valuable, but for Yufei, it was all worth it. Don't worry, it's a piece of cake.
I can handle it all, Qin Xiaoyuan said smugly. At night, the two parted ways at the intersection. Back at the family home, when Qin Xiaoyuan told Qin Xiaolong about it, the latter was so excited he almost jumped for joy. He was still figuring out how to get in touch with the other party, get closer, and build a relationship when the other party unexpectedly sent him a big gift. Protecting a female celebrity in the entertainment industry, for the Qin family, that's easier than eating or drinking. Not to mention, the CEO of Huaxing Entertainment Group is also his friend. A word to him and he'll guarantee that the celebrity will be treated like royalty, with all the best resources available to her first.
Did Master Lu really say that? He promised our Qin family a favor in exchange for protecting Su Yafei? Qin Xiaolong asked, still somewhat incredulous, after a long moment of excitement. Would I lie to you? What would I gain from it? Su Yafei is Mula's ex-girlfriend, so it's not unreasonable for her to make this request, Qin Xiaoyuan pouted.
In that case, Qin Xiaolong's eyes flickered. Xiaoyuan, you must also work hard if you successfully win over Grandmaster Lu. Our lineage will have more say. Once Grandpa enters the Elders' Council, we will naturally become core members of the Qin family. Moreover, if you become Grandmaster Lu's woman, even without the Qin family, your status will rise sharply, and you will become a respected Grandmaster's wife. Qin Xiaoyuan glared at him, annoyed. Grandmasters don't lack women. Why do you think I'd be interested in them just because I'm throwing myself at them? Cough cough, I believe you can do it. Make the most of your charm as a woman. We are members of the Qin family, of noble blood, and are not comparable to those common women. Qin Xiaolong comforted him for a moment, then quickly left. He needed to contact the CEO of Huaxing Entertainment Group immediately to properly handle Su Yafei's matter. The next day at noon, Lu Qingxian received a call from Qin Xiaoyuan, who said that she had arranged to meet Su Yafei at the Camino-themed restaurant in the city center. Upon hearing this news, Lu Qingxian immediately went out and hailed a car. At that moment, a woman in a red dress appeared at the entrance of the Camino-themed restaurant. She was wearing a mask and had a faint look of sorrow between her brows. The woman lingered in front of the door, occasionally glancing at both sides of the road, as if waiting for someone. After waiting for a while without any response, she took out her phone and chatted listlessly with her best friend. Shu Ting, Yafei, who did you go on a date with today? You didn't even tell me. Are we still best friends? Yafei, there was no date. My agent arranged it for Mei He. Said it was a dinner with the head of a big production team to discuss the new drama. If everything goes well, we can start filming right away. I am just in a hurry. Shu Ting, another new movie? Yafei, I'm not kidding. You're on the verge of becoming a household name across the country, one blockbuster after another. When are you going to let me have a cameo role so I can become famous too? Yafei, you're all talk. I called you last time and you didn't come. You just stay home like a spoiled brat all day. Yafei, okay, someone's here, looks like they're from the film crew. I have to go now. Su Yafei turned off her phone and saw a group of people walking towards the restaurant. She hesitated for a moment, but still mustered up her courage and went closer. Excuse me, did you arrange to meet me here for a film shoot? Su Yafei asked softly. About 7 or 8 people stopped and looked at her, exchanging bewildered glances. One of the young women scoffed. Who are you, looking to ask you out for a movie? Is this how you try to get on someone's good side now? Su Yafei was taken aback, then remembered that she was still wearing a mask, so she took off her mask, revealing a sweet smile, and stood politely in front of everyone. My name is Su Yafei. My manager, Han Yu, arranged for me to come here. The 7 or 8 people in front of them were stunned. Holy crap, isn't this Su Yafei, who has recently become incredibly popular, risen to the ranks of A-list actresses, and is known as one of the 4 most popular actresses in the entertainment industry of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom? What incredible luck, to run into her in person to talk to me. Film commission. Wait a minute, there's no such appointment. Is there some mistake? Their production team was only a second-tier team, so it would be quite difficult to invite a star of Su Yafei's caliber, and they didn't even remember when they had ever invited her. We didn't. One of them was about to speak when a look from the bearded man next to him stopped him from saying anything. Miss Su Yafei, right? We would indeed like to invite Miss Su to discuss cooperation regarding the new drama. It would be even better if we could sign a contract. The bearded director smiled, his eyes narrowed. At this point, the young and alluring woman next to her objected. She's the lead actress in this new drama. If they bring in Su Yafei, what role will she play? The bearded director ignored her resentful gaze. Miss Yafei, I've booked a private room upstairs. Shall we go up and chat?
The bearded director smiled and led the way in a friendly manner. 447, Chapter 447 Admitting a Mistake. Su Yufei didn't think too much about it and followed the group into the elevator. He originally came to discuss the script, but then he happened to run into a film crew who came over for dinner, and subconsciously assumed that the other party was the same film crew that had invited him. When the other party saw that it was Su Yufei, he also had a plan. Even if the cooperation failed, as long as he could trick her into signing a contract, he could earn millions or tens of millions of yuan. The penalty for breach of contract alone would be enough for him to earn the money from 2 movies. A moment later, a woman came out of the private room with a terribly cold and gloomy face, and the lipstick in her hand was broken in 2. "You slut, you slut, you slut." A young man caught up from behind, saying, "Sister Feng, don't be angry. Director Zhang is only thinking about the bigger picture. There are still many scenes to come. You are our crew's long-term partner." Feng Yu sneered. "Partnership? Prioritizing the bigger picture?" A higher profile star came along and immediately dumped me. "You still have the nerve to talk to me about cooperation? Do you really think I, Feng Yu, have no production teams willing to hire me? That bitch has no background or connections, so what makes her so special? She's just a prostitute who's climbed to where she is today by sucking up to countless men. It's disgusting." Feng Yu angrily threw the broken lipstick on the ground, her chest heaving violently. "I'm going to kill him, I'm going to kill him." Anger gradually made her lose her mind, and she dialed a rarely used phone number. Within 5 minutes of entering the private room, Su Yufei sensed something was wrong. No one was discussing the script with her, nor was anyone mentioning what the new drama was about. Even the director seemed extremely unprofessional, and kept bringing up the matter of signing a contract. Although Su Yufei is naive, she is not stupid. How could she sign a contract without understanding anything? Besides, her fame has increased now. If she signs a trap contract, she might sell herself without even realizing it. In that case, she won't be the only one who suffers losses. Her agent and her company will also lose a lot of money. Therefore, Su Yufei immediately asked the other party to show their identification and prove their identity. The result is, of course, obvious. But when Su Yufei tried to leave the private room, she found it wasn't so easy. "Miss Yufei, you came to us on your own initiative, not the other way around. We've already turned down the lead role in this drama. If you don't act now, we can't film the drama, and you'll have to compensate us for our losses," Director Zhang said sternly. "To admit I was wrong, I thought." "Admit your mistake. In the adult world, there's only right and wrong. There's no such thing as admitting or not admitting a mistake. Our losses are right here. Figure it out yourself. Either you cooperate with us to act in a play, or you find a way to make up for it yourself." Director Zhang also waved his hand and coldly snorted. Su Yufei's face turned deathly pale. She hasn't received payment for her first drama yet. Where is she going to get the money to pay for it? "Okay, I'll go out and call Sister Feng Yu back for you. If I can do that, this matter will end here. If I can't, I'll bear all the losses of your drama." Director Zhang raised an eyebrow, sneering inwardly. That wretched woman, Feng Yu, was more stubborn than a donkey. Could she be called back after she ran away in anger? What a pipe dream. "Alright, since Miss Yufei has said so, how could I not give her face?" Director Zhang said with a smile. 448, Chapter 448 I Miss You So Much. When Su Yufei came out, Feng Yu was sitting in the restaurant waiting area with a gloomy face, as if he was waiting for someone. "Sister Feng Yu, I'm so sorry, it's a misunderstanding. I mistook you for someone else." Su Yufei walked up with an apologetic face and smiled slightly. "Sister Feng Yu, I've already explained things to the director. You'll still be playing the lead role. As an apology, I'll have my agent help promote your movie on the official account. How does that sound?" Feng Yu glanced at her coldly, then a cold smile suddenly appeared on her face. Su Yufei's heart skipped a beat. Was the other party dissatisfied? "Su Yufei, you're a top star in the industry right now. If I'm not mistaken, it seems like no one is pushing you behind the scenes, right? I'm very curious, how did you become so popular in just 1 month and get so many leading roles in hit TV dramas and movies? You must have slept with plenty of those big-name directors and screenwriters, right?" "That's true. With your fair skin and tender flesh, and being a college graduate, you're definitely the type of girl those big directors are after. It's a pity I'm not as lucky as you. I can only take on second-rate films," Feng Yu said with a half-smile. Su Yufei's smile vanished. "Please respect me." Feng Yu smiled sarcastically. "Respect? You're talking to me about respect in this industry? We've all been there. Who are you trying to fool by pretending to be innocent in front of me? I have a clear conscience." Su Yufei gritted her teeth. In fact,
She would read the script very carefully before filming, and she would not even accept roles with intimate scenes, let alone engage in any kind of unspoken rule like sleeping with the director. Her good fortune today is ultimately due to the help of her best friend, plus her temperament perfectly matching the requirements of that drama for a pure and innocent female lead. Alright, you little bitch, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Either you kneel down on the ground right now and kowtow twice to me, begging for my forgiveness, and also compensate me with a few million in damages. Otherwise, not only will I make sure you can't make it in the entertainment industry in the capital, but I'll also ruin your reputation and make you a plaything for others. Fong Yu sneered. In fact, the people she called were already outside, and this little bitch couldn't leave even if she wanted to. Who wouldn't want to try the taste of a big star with no connections? At most, news will come out tomorrow that a popular young actress was accidentally murdered, fried and killed, and her body dumped in the wild. No one will find a single clue. She is that confident because the person she called is the notorious boss of a grey group that is notorious throughout the capital. The reason she was able to connect with him was because she worked as a pimp for him, specializing in finding top quality women for him. So, she would often make a phone call and he would arrive very quickly. You've gone too far. We have no grudge against each other, and I haven't provoked you. I am just trying my best to compensate you for your losses. If you're not satisfied, we can discuss it. Su Yufei wanted to reason with the other party, but found that the other party was too lazy to listen. With a cold laugh, she picked up her bag and walked towards the door. Su Yufei chased after them, but the two men walked right over and whispered something to Fong Yu, while pointing in Su Yufei's direction. Soon, the two men walked towards Su Yufei. Miss Su Yufei, right? Come with us, young Master Song is waiting for you over there. I don't know any young Master Song. Huh, aren't you the prostitute Fong Yu was talking about? These days, prostitutes all like to pretend to be innocent. But young Master Song really likes this kind of thing. Keep acting and keep serving young Master Song well, and you can become a mainstay in the entertainment industry. That's right, in the entire entertainment industry, out of the 100 or so female celebrities, which one hasn't slept with young Master Song? That's the rule. Without a word, the two men dragged Su Yufei to a black Mercedes-Benz parked by the roadside. The more Su Yufei struggled, the more excited the two men became. Although they weren't the ones who were playing with women, seeing this noble goddess, whom they usually only saw on screen, willing to be played with for status and wealth, was psychologically stimulating. The rear window of the Mercedes rolled down, and a man who looked to be in his 20s and dressed in a roguish style came into view. Su Yufei, right, there have been movies about you everywhere these past 2 weeks. I originally planned to contact you in 2 months, but I didn't expect you to have someone contact me first. There aren't many women as sensible as you anymore, which saved me a lot of trouble. Song Shirtao smiled slightly to express his appreciation. I don't know you at all. I'm warning you, if you do anything reckless, I'll call the police. Su Yufei shouted excitedly. Oh, calling the police? You've got quite a temper, huh? You like role-playing? Okay, I'll play with you when we get back. Song Shirtao smiled nonchalantly. Some women like to do this to ease the awkwardness of the first time, and he's already used to it. Get in the car. Two bodyguards opened the back door and pushed Su Yufei inside. Fong Yu stood outside and sneered, Su Yufei, not everyone gets the chance to serve young Master Song. You should be grateful to me. I gave you this opportunity. No, put me down, I want to get down. Su Yufei's face turned deathly pale. She gripped the car door tightly with her hands, but how could she possibly match the strength of the two burly men outside? It was like a chick trying to outmuscle two elephants. No, Brother Qing Xian, Brother Qing Xian. Su Yufei cried out in distress, tears welling up in her eyes. She couldn't help but call out the name that had been hidden in her heart for so long. Once you're in my car, Song Shirtao, you can only call me Dad. Calling me anything else won't work. Song Shirtao chuckled, thinking that this little girl was really clueless. There's a limit to cosplay. She's already in the car, so why is she struggling? Wouldn't it be better to save that energy for trying to please him in bed later? Just then, Song Shirtao impatiently shouted towards the outside, why aren't you closing the door and driving yet? Young Master Song, there's someone blocking the car door. One of his men shouted. A fair hand reached in from the outside, clamped the car door, and the door was pulled open effortlessly. Immediately afterwards, a familiar face appeared in front of Su Yufei. Yufei, you ran off so far without a word, without even leaving a phone number. You promised to write to me often, but I've only received one letter so far. Are you trying to forget your Qing Xian brother? Lu Qing Xian looked at him seriously. Su Yufei stared blankly at the person in front of her, then suddenly burst into tears and threw herself into his arms.
Brother Qingxian, I miss you so much. Lu Qingxian rubbed her head. Me too. 449, Chapter 449. Give an explanation. I have many questions I want to ask you. Lu Qingxian looked at her earnestly. You country bumpkin, you want to steal Song Xiao's woman, trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Are you tired of living?
Feng Yu laughed at the sight. There really are people who aren't afraid of death these days.
Heh, flirting in front of me, do you think I'm invisible? I like role-playing, I don't like being cheated on, beat him to death.
In a fit of rage, Song Shitao slammed his phone on the ground and pointed at Lu Qingxian, shouting angrily. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards immediately grabbed Lu Qingxian from the outside. However, when they tried to pull him away, they found that it was like pulling a stone. No, it was like pulling a mountain. They couldn't budge him at all. He was clearly a young man weighing only about 100 pounds. It was really strange. Could he be a ghost? The thought had barely crossed their minds when an indescribable gust of wind swept past, and the two felt their bodies suddenly lighten. Before they could react, they were already flying, and then they plunged headfirst into the bushes on both sides of the road. Looking at Lu Qingxian, he didn't move an inch from beginning to end.
You little bastard. Song Shitao stared at Lu Qingxian with suspicion. You're a martial artist?
His knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he was well aware that only martial artists could achieve this level. However, this surprise only lasted for a second. He was not afraid of martial artists. His Song family had made many friends among martial artists. In fact, his father had even trained a special team of martial artists to handle various emergencies.
Do you know who I am?
Lu Qingxian did not respond to him, his gaze fixed on Su Yufei, unable to get enough of looking at her. It was not love, but a simple longing, a bond between the two like that of family.
Su Yufei got out of the car and held the other person's arm tightly.
I don't care who you are or what your background is. Kneel down, kowtow to Consortia, apologize, and find a way to get her forgiveness. Lu Qingxian stood in front of Consortia and looked into the car. This incident angered him greatly, and it also revealed the Qin family's incompetence. They couldn't even handle such a small matter properly, let alone protect Consortia. It was simply laughable.
What did you say? You want me to kneel down? Song Shitao also got out of the car, his face full of disbelief. I know you are a martial artist, but you don't think that a mere martial artist can make me, Song Shitao, hesitate to act against you, do you? Someone like you is just a dog for the Song family, yet you dare to jump on your master's head and act arrogantly? Do you believe that with one phone call, 100 martial artists like you will come to my command within 10 minutes? Do you believe that within 10 minutes, I can have someone skin you naked and parade you through the streets? Song Shitao said, giving Feng Yu a wink. At first, Feng Yu didn't understand what that look meant, but then he immediately realized and quickly flattered her, saying, yes, 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 you little bastard, you're not even worthy to carry young Master Song's shoes, yet you dare to swagger in front of him. What are you babbling about when I told you to hand over your phone to your mother? Song Shitao yelled angrily. Feng Yu trembled with fear and timidly took out her phone and handed it to Song Shitao. Song Shitao dialed a number and said arrogantly to Lu Qingxian, in the capital, no one doesn't know my father, no one doesn't know me, Song Shitao, and no one can go against me, Song Shitao. Lu Qingxian did not stop him from calling for help. Instead, he took out a cell phone and made a call to Qin Xiaoyuan. I cooperated with your Qin family to protect Su Yufei, but on our very first meeting, she was in danger and almost kidnapped. If your Qin family cannot give me a satisfactory answer to this matter, then our cooperation ends here. After all, I don't think your Qin family is a family with potential worth befriending. What? Qin Xiaoyuan exclaimed in surprise, Su Yufei is in danger? Mr. Su, don't worry, I'll tell my brother right away. Our Qin family will definitely give you an explanation that will satisfy you completely. 450, Chapter 450. Playing with background. Qin Xiaoyuan immediately contacted her second brother, Qin Xiaolong. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong nearly vomited blood in anger. Damn it, he had arranged this matter with utmost seriousness, and yet they still managed to mess it up, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Get manager who to come see me, hurry up. Qin Xiaolong shouted outside. Also, prepare the car for me, and call for help. They'd gone too far in broad daylight, daring to touch even the people protected by our Qin family. I want to see who has the guts to do this. A moment later, manager who came in and knelt down on the ground with a thud.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chin, it was my fault for not thinking things through properly. I wanted to arrange a surprise, so I didn't explain it to Miss Su Yufei beforehand. I only told her that a big film crew was coming to meet her today to book a film. He didn't expect to be used by bad people and almost cause a disaster. Manager, who was trembling all over, he knew that this matter had blown up and was in trouble. Almost caused a disaster. This has already caused a disaster. Hu Dating, you have truly betrayed my trust in you. Let me tell you, if Grandmaster Lu really refuses to cooperate with my Qin family because of this, I will definitely have you killed. Now, take off these clothes yourself and go to my Qin family's Ministry of Justice to await trial. As soon as Qin Xiaolong finished speaking, Manager Hu went limp and collapsed. The Qin family's Ministry of Justice was where major criminals of the Qin family were tried. The probability of coming out of there alive and well was less than 1 in 10. He never imagined that things would get this serious. After dealing with him, Qin Xiaolong led his men out in a flurry at the door. More than 20 Hummer armored vehicles were assembled and headed towards the city center in a grand procession. And at this moment, at the restaurant entrance, Song Shirtao had already finished making the call. The call was to his father. As the largest gray market force in the capital city, the Song family, relying on Huaxing Entertainment Group, had built an entire industrial chain that covered almost half of the gray market industry in the capital city. This is also the source of Song Shirtao's confidence. Standing next to Song Shirtao, Fengyu couldn't help but sneer and berate him. A country bumpkin and a lucky star, you two think you can make it in the capital? You really think you're something special? You've messed with young Master Song afternoon today. I guarantee that apart from your names, neither of you will have anything left in this world. As soon as Fengyu finished speaking, he received a solid slap. You bitch, stealing my lines? You've already said what I was supposed to say. Song Shirtao cursed angrily. Fengyu dared not speak out against Song Shirtao, who was a madman with unpredictable tempers. He could even beat someone to death on the spot when he was unhappy, so she dared not have any intention of disobeying him. Did you hear that? This Fengyu has said everything I wanted to say. That's right. If you two leave here peacefully today, I will write the character Song backwards from now on. Furthermore, today I not only want you to disappear, but I also want you to understand before you disappear that offending me, Song Shirtao, was such a foolish decision. Lu Qingxian remained silent, waiting for the person the other party had called to come over. Soon, a crowd gathered around. These are all spectators watching the spectacle. Because of the commotion, it wasn't long before Director Zhang and his entourage came down from the second-floor private room. Damn it, that bitch Fengyu, how did she manage to call that madman Song Shirtao here? This is troublesome. Director Zhang Shirluan's pupils shrank slightly as he pulled someone to hide near a doorpost by the restaurant. Is he Song Shirtao from Dafeng Entertainment? Someone asked from the side. Nonsense, is there another Song Shirtao in the capital? This guy is the most despicable bastard in the entire capital because he is backed by Huaxing Entertainment Group. He can access the entire entertainment industry, so 80% of the female celebrities in the entertainment industry have fallen into his clutches and been played by him. Most of those women who appeared pure and innocent were secretly turned into his playthings. The suicide incidents that caused such a stir before were because those female celebrities couldn't stand this perverted madman and chose the most extreme way to end their lives. What a beast. Isn't there anyone who can cure him? Someone else asked. Take care of him? Zhang Shirluan sneered. Who can take care of him? Dafeng Entertainment controls 50% of the low-class entertainment industry in the capital city and controls the largest gray industry chain. Although it can't be brought to the table, it is indeed powerful and influential. In the old days, we would say that it had connections with the heavens above and the earth below, and its influence was far-reaching. Who can fight against it? Actually, there are many people in the capital who are more powerful than them, such as those truly wealthy and powerful families, but these people are not even in the same league as him, and they can't be bothered with him at all. Zhang Shirluan gave a wry smile. Su Yufei has only been famous for less than a month, and she has already run into this bastardy. Reckon it must be Fengyu's doing. This bitch wants to ruin Su Yufei. She is really insidious. Zhang Shirluan shook his head and said regretfully, what a pity. Just then, a convoy of more than a dozen black Rolls Royces suddenly appeared at the end of the road. The lead car, a Rolls-Royce, had a license plate with 5 6s, exuding unparalleled prestige. Holy crap, this is too flashy. Which luxury racing team is this? The onlookers were so shocked by what they saw that they couldn't close their mouths. Although this is the capital city, and nothing is surprising here, it is precisely because this is the capital city that this scene is all the more shocking. Anyone who dares to do this in this place is no ordinary big shot. The license plate has 5 6s. I think this is a car belonging to Doffing Entertainment Group. That unlucky guy is really unlucky these days. Anyone who plays the hero and tries to snatch a woman in the street is a spoiled rich kid or a top-tier aristocratic young master. How could he possibly afford to mess with them? However, that woman seems to be Su Yufei, a big star who's been making headlines lately. I am not sure. I'll take a closer look. After all, she's on screen. She looks a little different off-screen. She seems even more beautiful. Upon seeing the convoy, Song Shirtao smiled and quickly went to greet them. The convoy was extremely arrogant, occupying all 4 lanes, and other passing vehicles dared not speak out, only silently following behind, even keeping a considerable distance, for fear of delaying the group. Finally, the convoy stopped in front of Song Shirtao. A group of men in black rushed out of the car. 2 of them went to the front door, opened it, and helped a middle-aged man in a suit out.
Dad, thank you for making the trip yourself. Hee, after all, you are a martial artist. What if something happens to you if your father doesn't go there in person? Song Jiangwo chuckled. He only has one son, whom he spoils rotten's really afraid that his son might offend some martial artist and get himself into trouble. After all, martial artists are different from ordinary people. These people don't have a deep understanding of secular laws and might really go crazy and kill people. His son is delicate and precious. If something happens to him, even 100 of these martial artists' lives wouldn't be enough to compensate him. Dad, it's this little bastard. Song Shirtao pointed at Lu Qingxian not far away. I wanted to play with that woman, but this little bastard jumped out and beat my 2 bodyguards unconscious, and then made me kneel on the ground and apologize to that bitch. For 51, Chapter 451, the Qin family makes their appearance. You expect a member of the Song family to kneel on the ground and apologize to a lowly actor? I, Song Jiangwo, have been in the capital for over 30 years and have never heard anyone make such a request to me. State your name. I, Song Jiangwo, do not kill nameless people. Lu Qingxian said his name and asked, is this all the people you can call? I can give you another half hour to call everyone you can, so I don't have to go looking for them one by one later. Ha! Song Jiangwo was taken aback. What a boastful tone. Even scions of wealthy families wouldn't dare to speak so arrogantly. His mind raced, trying to find any information related to the name Lu Qingxuan. In the end, he concluded that Lu Qingxian was just an insignificant nobody these days. There's no shortage of those hotheads who think the whole world revolves around them after learning a little skill, perfectly embodying the word ignorance. Heh, that's interesting. Do you know who I am? I don't need to know who you are. Oh, it seems you're very confident, thinking you can go against my Doffing Entertainment Group. Do you know that even the wealthy and powerful here give me some face? What do you think you are? Song Jiangwo snapped his fingers, and a bodyguard in black came over, handed him a cigar, and lit it. After puffing on the cigarette, Song Jiangwo continued, here's what we'll do, now strip the woman next to you naked and bring her to my son, and I'll give you a dignified death. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you experience the 10 most brutal tortures of Doffing Entertainment. Su Yufei shrank back and hid behind Lu Qingxuan. She knew that this man would protect her as long as he was there. She would feel very safe no matter what. Okay. Lu Qingxian chuckled softly, then strode towards Song Shirtao. It seems you didn't hear what I said clearly. I said, I want you to take off the clothes of the woman next to you. My son is only interested in women, not you, Song Jiangwo said with a half-smile. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around burst into laughter, including the onlookers. It seems Mr. Song is deliberately playing a trick on the other party. Lu Qingxian also smiled. But Song Shirtao couldn't laugh. He felt a sinister and terrifying killing intent, which enveloped him and made him feel cold all over in the blink of an eye, as if his breath was being blocked. His face turned red and then purple. Then, in the next second, he saw the other person standing in front of him. Oh no, go protect Shirtao, quick, quick. That little bastard knows he's going to die and tries to drag my son down with him. Song Jiangwo's smile vanished instantly, and he shouted in terror. He couldn't help but be afraid. Desperate fugitives are the most terrifying. Such people are reckless and will drag everyone around them down with them. His son is not a martial artist, so he would be completely powerless against one. Dad, save me, this madman is going to hurt me. Song Shirtao cried out in terror. He had barely finished shouting when he felt his entire neck being grabbed and lifted up, his feet leaving the ground. Don't touch Shi Tao. Song Jiangwo was covered in cold sweat. Let's talk this out. Don't touch Shi Tao, and I'll let you leave. This matter will be considered closed.
Song Jiangwo had already made up his mind. He was just waiting for the other party to release Shi Tao so that he could have his men rush up and cripple him on the spot, turning him into a cripple and rendering him incapable of resisting. How dare a mere martial artist frighten him and threaten the lives of his Song family? He must be tired of living.
You just said you wanted me to try out the 10 most brutal tortures at Dafeng Entertainment?
It's a misunderstanding, young friend. This is a misunderstanding. Release Shi Tao first, and we'll talk things over. I'll not only let you go, but I'll also give you 1 million, no, 5 million, how about 5 million?
Song Jiangwo's heart clenched, and he hurriedly said.
Lu Qingxian smiled upon hearing this, and with a wave of his hand, pulled off Song Shi Tao's arm. Blood spurted out instantly, staining the ground red, followed by heart-wrenching screams filled with despair, resentment, and fear, sounds that sent chills down your spine.
Shi Tao.
Song Jiangwo's expression was ferocious as he reached out and grabbed at the air. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qingxian tore off his other arm, and soon the bleeding reached its limit, and Song Shi Tao almost fainted. However, Lu Qingxian wouldn't let the game end so quickly. He took out silver needles and sealed the acupoints on both of the other person's shoulders to stop the bleeding. He also fed him a pill to ensure that his vitality was strong.
I will make you wish you were dead, and regret ever being born.
Song Shi Tao roared hysterically. Soon, the relentless, excruciating pain overwhelmed him, and his legs were ripped off by the other person.
Kill him, get him now, kill him. Song Jiangwo jumped up and down, pointing at Lu Qingxian and roaring.
More than a dozen martial artists rushed forward. The next second, Lu Qingxian flipped his hand, and the energy surged like a tornado, knocking everyone to the ground on the spot.
This scene left Song Jiangwo completely dumbfounded. How so? Internal energy released externally, a grandmaster?
A martial artist rolled over on the ground, covered in dust, and looked at Lu Qingxian with shock and fear in his eyes.
Grandmaster? Upon hearing these two words, Song Jiangwo almost collapsed to the ground in shock. Feng Yu was terrified. Although she didn't know what a grandmaster represented, she understood that the people Mr. Song brought were no match for that young man. Song Shi Tao was doomed. Even if he didn't die today, without his hands and feet, he would be a useless person lying in bed, unable to do anything. Lu Qingxian casually threw him on the ground. Who will regret being born into this world? Song Shi Tao was pale and his eyes were lifeless. Even if you are a grandmaster, you will still be punished and judged if you injure someone in the street. You've already broken my son's limb. Stop now, and I can guarantee the Song family will not pursue this matter further. Song Jiangwo shouted. You and this woman can also leave safely. Is that so? What if I refuse? Lu Qingxian gave him a half smile. Then I will definitely make this a big deal, so that the whole country knows about it. So what if you are a grandmaster? I don't believe no one will take care of you. Even public opinion can crush you. Song Jiangwo narrowed his eyes. In order to quell public opinion, the country will definitely send people to get rid of you and give the whole country an explanation. Really, do you think you have a chance to make this a big deal? Lu Qingxian smiled lightly. Just then, a deafening sound rang out. Upon closer inspection, everyone saw dozens of off-road vehicles approaching in a long procession not far away. In terms of sheer prestige, the car itself is far less eye-catching than a Rolls-Royce, but its license plate commands respect. Emperor A99999. The Supreme 95 license plate is not something that can be obtained simply by having money and power. Even ordinary wealthy families cannot get their hands on it, because each license plate is unique. The more prestigious the license plate, the more likely it is to be acquired by those with real power. For example, the license plate 11111, which represents absolute uniqueness, is currently on the old prince's means of transportation and has not changed owners for more than 20 years. Those in the know understand that this license plate number 99999 belongs to the Qin family in the capital. 452, Chapter 452. She is mine. What's even more astonishing is that these SUVs didn't stop when they drove up. Instead, they crashed directly into the Song family's Rolls-Royce convoy, smashing more than a dozen Rolls-Royces into a pile of scrap metal. This scene left everyone speechless. What's going on here? After the car was parked, a group of people rushed out, mostly thugs dressed in black. At the front was Qin Xiaolong, dressed in casual clothes, who quickly ran towards Lu Qingxian. Isn't that Qin Xiaolong from the Qin family? What is the Qin family? A wealthy family, an aristocratic family, and who is Qin Xiaolong? Some people couldn't help but ask these questions. Unlike some families, the Qin family doesn't have a huge reputation outside as a reclusive family with a history of over 1,000 years. Keeping a low profile has always been synonymous with the family's development. The family members are also very disciplined. You can tell this just by looking at Qin Xiaoyuan. The family doesn't give out even a penny of living expenses or pocket money. Even the elders who are direct relatives of the family are not allowed to give the younger generation any money or power. If they are found out, the consequences are unimaginable. Therefore, most of the Qin family members relied on their own efforts to make a living. If Qin Xiaolong hadn't been tasked with winning over the grandmasters, the financial power of their lineage wouldn't have fallen into his hands. On the roadside, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s had a solemn expression. The Qin family should now be considered the oldest family in the capital in the true sense, with 1,000 years of heritage. They can almost crush all other wealthy families. Qin Xiaolong should be the grandson of the third master of the Qin family. The third master of the Qin family was the Marquis of the North back then, and a close minister of the old prince. Although he later distanced himself from the court, he still held immense power. However, even so, the third master of the Qin family was not ranked among the top in the entire Qin family. The Qin family is an ancient family that radiates throughout the entire Great Xia Dragon Kingdom. Its influence is unfathomable and cannot be imagined by others. The man looked horrified and shook his head as he explained. For a family like this to get involved in worldly disputes, that's unbelievable, and it doesn't seem like they were hired by the Song family, since the Song family's convoy was completely crushed. The Song family is only good for small-scale battles. If they really get involved in this kind of top-tier power struggle, they'll probably be wiped out in an instant, a young man commented with a sneer. Many seasoned veterans of Beijing, despite having ordinary family backgrounds, have a very clear understanding of the power structure in the capital. There is a very clear hierarchy of contempt within this. The true high-ranking officials in the court, those from ancient families, naturally ranked at the top. These people determined the rules of the country's operation and held the golden ticket of immunity from death. They could change the rules and arbitrarily check and balance those ordinary families. Below that are the urban tycoons who control the economic lifeline of a city or even the whole country. These families often have a history of hundreds of years, accumulating wealth and influence that rivals that of a nation over generations. Then come the families that have risen to prominence in recent decades. These families are collectively known as nouveau riche families. They seized the opportunities of the times, rose to prominence instantly, amassed billions in wealth, established top 100 groups, and became the most powerful people in the world. Although they are rich, they cannot change the fact that they have a shallow foundation. Finally, there are the ordinary families, with a little money, neither particularly wealthy nor influential, who are often easily shattered by a major economic upheaval and lack the ability to influence the situation. The Song family, on the other hand, is in the third tier. They are rich and powerful, but lack a strong foundation. They can't even compete with the wealthy families, let alone an ancient family like the Qin family. Just then, something truly jaw-dropping happened. Qin Xiaolong quickly ran to the young man with small, quick steps, then bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Lu, I am extremely sorry. This matter was caused by the negligence of my Qin family. My Qin family will take full responsibility and is willing to make all kinds of compensation. After saying this, Qin Xiaolong and his men bowed deeply to Su Yufei, saying, Miss Su, we are so sorry. Su Yufei was completely confused. What happened? Who are these people, and what is the Qin family? She hadn't been in the capital for long and knew nothing about the situation here. All she knew was that her best friend came from a wealthy family, which was why she had the opportunity to try her hand at a new movie in the entertainment industry. Little did anyone know that this movie would make her an overnight sensation, turning her into one of the most popular young actresses today. As for the Qin family, she had never even heard of them. However, it seems that these people came for Brother Qingxian. Young Master Qin? Song Jiangmo swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. Qin Xiaolong turned his head and glared at him fiercely. I hereby declare that, starting today, the Song family is removed from the capital's register of law and order the arrest of all members. Qin Xiaolong's words caused a huge uproar. To declare the destruction of a family with a single sentence that's incredibly powerful. Can the Qin family really be this domineering?
As it turns out, the Qin family's domineering nature goes far beyond this. Upon hearing this, Song Jiangwo immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Young Master Qin, please show leniency and give my Song family a chance. My Song family has worked diligently and has made considerable offerings every year. You can't just abandon my Qin family like this. Qin Xiaolong sneered, blame yourself for being blind and provoking the wrong person. How dare you, a son of the Song family, lay a finger on Miss Su's noble status. I haven't ordered the killing of your entire Song family, which is already showing you leniency. How dare you push your luck?
Song Jiangwo was taken aback.
So that's where the problem lies. He was just wondering why the Qin family, who rarely interfered in worldly affairs, would appear here in such a grand manner and crush his Song family's convoy on the spot. It turns out it was because of this woman.
At that moment, he understood. Success and failure both depend on Xiao He.
His ancestors made their fortune through women, earning the first. He had established himself in the capital with a fortune, but now his son was involved in all sorts of entertainment activities, which ultimately led to a huge disaster, even drawing the ire of the Qin family. Song Shirtao, lying on the ground, was also motionless, his face showing not only fear but also despair. Young Master Qin, my son Shirtao is not a reckless and ignorant person. Although he likes women, he will not provoke those who cannot be provoked. May I ask which family this Miss Su is from?
Song Jiangwo asked with a deathly pale face. Qin Xiaolong remained silent.
Song Jiangwo was unwilling to accept this. At least let my Song family die. Knowing why, my Song family has been developing in the capital for decades, and now we're going to be removed from the capital because of a woman. I refuse to accept this. Lu Qingxian glanced at him indifferently. It doesn't matter which family's Princess Yafei is. What matters is that she is my woman, Lu Qingshuan's woman. As long as I am here, no one can bully her.
453, Chapter 453 Dating. So, who are you?
Song Jiangwo's heart sank to the bottom. He stopped struggling and only wanted to know who he had lost to. They just wanted to know what kind of power this young man possessed that made even the young master of the Qin family bow down, and that he could make the Song family disappear from the capital in the blink of an eye. Who I am is not important. What matters is that even without the Qin family's intervention, your Song family cannot defeat me. That's enough.
Song Jiangwo remained silent. Arrest him. Qin Xiaolong waved his hand.
As Qin Xiaolong's men took action, everyone understood one thing: the Song family was finished. No one expected such a dramatic ending. The Song family was a prominent family in the capital, but in the end, they met their demise because Song Shirtao, a spoiled brat, wanted to manipulate a celebrity in the entertainment industry. Even the most popular celebrities in the entertainment industry, even the daughters of wealthy families, wouldn't end up like this. But it just so happens to be Su Yafei, the woman Lu Qingxian has to protect, and the Qin family is involved too. It all seems destined. It can only be said that this is the fate of the Song family.
Of course, all of this originated with Fengyu.
As Song Shirtao's bloodshot gaze fell upon Fengyu screamed and collapsed to the ground, terrified. Mr. Lu, please trust the Qin family one more time. Today's incident was an accident. My men originally wanted to create a surprise for you and Miss Su, but a misunderstanding occurred, Qin Xiaolong quickly explained.
Are you sure I can trust your Qin family again? Lu Qingxian stared at the other party suspiciously.
Qin Xiaolong raised 4 fingers and said, I swear to God that I will personally take charge of Miss Su's safety from now on. If any accident occurs, I will pay with my life. Lu Qingxian nodded. Okay, I don't want to see the Song family in the capital from now on. If we handle this matter well, we'll have opportunities to cooperate again later. After saying that, Lu Qingxian pulled Su Yafei away from the scene, while Qin Xiaolong stayed behind to clean up the mess. As for Director Zhang and his group, they were so frightened they nearly lost their souls and had already scurried away.
Damn it! Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary girl from out of town would have such a terrifying backer, even involving the ancient Qin family, who are actually royalty? Lu Qingxian randomly picked a music restaurant by the roadside and took Su Yafei in for a simple meal. Su Yafei recounted everything she had experienced during this time, her face beaming with joy and excitement. The first time I left home alone to venture out into the world, my rebellious spirit was satisfied, and I gained a lot on the road to pursuing freedom.
But I was indeed afraid, confused, hit a wall for the first time, encountered danger for the first time, and felt isolated and helpless in a foreign land for the first time. She teared up when she talked about her first experience in the entertainment industry and how she was threatened. Fortunately, she met her best friend, who not only saved her but also introduced her to a well-known director at Huayu Entertainment, which led to her success today.
What's your best friend's name? Which wealthy family's daughter is she? Lu Qingxian asked casually.
Her name is Li Yaoyao, and she is from the wealthy Li family.
Lu Qingxian was taken aback. The Li family, a powerful and influential family, Li Yunmeng's family? That's really true. Does brother Qingxian know about this family?
Su Yufei tilted her head. I know Li Yunmeng is from the Li family, a powerful family in the capital. However, her father committed a crime and was expelled from the family and exiled to Jiangnan recently. Her family has returned to the Li family in the capital with a new identity and has completed the process of recognizing their ancestors and returning to their ancestral home, Lu Qingxian said frankly. Su Yufei opened her mouth. This information was also quite impactful for her. Li Yunmeng, in her memory, was a name that was both memorable and brought countless pains. In the middle, she really made a great decision to help Qingxian and Yunmeng get together. There were two main reasons why she made that decision. First, she knew very well that Qingxuan's heart still belonged to Yunmeng. Although she came between them and became Qingxuan's lover when he was feeling down, she knew that this kind of lover was not very valuable and that she was not Qingxuan's first choice. Secondly, she felt that she was not good enough for Qingxian at that time. At least Yunmeng had her own company and was a capable businesswoman, while she was just a useless vase who relied on her father, who returned home halfway through his life. Therefore, she wanted to improve herself. She secretly vowed that the next time she stood in front of brother Qingxian, she would be a different person, a different version of herself.
You and sister Yunmeng.
It's completely over between us. We've been through a lot in between. Lu Qingxian smiled nonchalantly. Everything was understood without saying a word.
Su Yufei didn't ask, and he didn't say anything either.
What are you going to do in the future? Continue being your big star?
Lu Qingxian asked.
Yes, I don't want to give up halfway. I want to make lots and lots of movies. I want everyone to know my name. Su Yufei's eyes shone brightly. It's good to have your own life ideals. It's better than living a muddled life. However, no matter what, just remember, I will always be behind you. Lu Qingxian flicked her forehead, a relieved smile on his face. He finally had one thing on his mind. Knowing that Yufei was safe and doing well was enough for him.
Yufei?
Just then, a surprised voice came from the entrance of the music restaurant. Well, Yufei, that explains why you weren't answering your calls or replying to your messages. Is this what you call discussing the script? Turns out you found someone and are on a date. A woman strode over angrily. 454, Chapter 454 Gift.
Yao Yao, what brings you here?
Su Yufei's eyes lit up. Humph. Do you care whether I live or die? Where did you find your lover? He's just average, not as handsome as those idol types. Li Yaoyao glanced at Lu Qingxian and immediately commented.
Miss, isn't it a bit inappropriate to insult me so soon after we meet?
Lu Qingxian wasn't angry. He knew that the other party was Yufei's benefactor and had even saved Yufei, so he was grateful to her.
Pa, what era are we living in? Why are you still calling me miss when we meet? Can't you call me beautiful?
Li Yaoyao sat down next to Su Yufei with an overly familiar air, looking at Lu Qingxian with a scrutinizing gaze, carefully examining him.
Then, beautiful lady, you must be Li Yaoyao? Lu Qingxian asked with a smile. Oh ho!
Li Yaoyao casually crossed her legs, picked up a shrimp and stuffed it into her mouth, saying with a half-smile, "You've already found out about me so quickly. You're not trying to use Yufei as a bridge to make a move on her best friend, are you? I'm warning you, I'm not so easy to take down, especially not a scumbag like you. Don't even think about it."
"You've misunderstood. I am not interested in you."
"What?" Li Yaoyao immediately sat up straight, striking a pose seductively. "You dare say you're not interested in me, playing hard to get, is that it? Do you think that will make me look at you with more respect?"
Yaoyao. Brother Qingxian is not the kind of person you think he is at all. Su Yufei rolled her eyes. Brother Qingxian?
Li Yaoyao's expression suddenly changed drastically, and she flew into a rage. "He's the brother Qingxian you've mentioned 100 times. Damn it, that ungrateful bastard, why do you still want to see him?" him.
Clearly, Su Yufei had mentioned Lu Qingxian to Li Yaoyao many times, and Li Yaoyao obviously knew some of the stories behind it, which explains why she reacted so strongly upon hearing the name.
I already told you misunderstood Brother Qingxuan. Why do you keep imagining so many things that don't exist? Brother Qingxian has never let me down. I chose this path myself. Su Yufei quickly reached out and took Li Yaoyao's arm. Oh, okay, don't keep dwelling on this. I know you're doing this for my own good, Yaoyao. But Brother Qingxian is really a good person. You just don't understand him yet. Once you understand him, maybe you'll fall in love with him too.
Li Yaoyao made a vomiting gesture. Pa, even if he were the only man left in the world, I still wouldn't.
Don't worry, I really don't have any feelings for you. I just want to thank you for taking care of Yufei and protecting her while I was away. In return, I'll grant you one request for free. From now on you can come to me if you encounter any difficulties, Lu Qingxian said with a smile, finding this girl's carefree and easygoing nature quite interesting. Although their words may be unpleasant to hear, they are at least guileless, making them easy to get along with.
Li Yaoyao's face was full of disdain and contempt.
TCH, who are you? You promised me something for free. If I can't solve something, then there are hardly any people in the entire capital who can. My problems are world class. Do you understand the value of that? Lu Qingxian smiled and didn't explain. He believed that Li Yaoyao would realize how important his promise was in the future. During the conversation, Lu Qingxian gradually understood why this woman had come out to find Yufei. It turned out that she had been upset at home and wanted to go out to clear her head. However, when she called Yufei, Yufei did not answer, so she came out alone. The Dragon Tiger battle is tomorrow, and the Li family, as one of the most powerful families, naturally doesn't want to miss it. Unfortunately, the Li family hasn't been able to recruit any very powerful martial artists so far, which makes the entire Li family very anxious. Especially for Li Yaoyao's branch. After Li Yunmeng and her family returned to the clan, their power has been divided and eroded to almost nothing. Now they can't even find an internal energy martial artist to help them. If this continues, they may not even be able to enter the Dragon Tiger fighting tournament, which would be a huge embarrassment. The shame is secondary. What they fear most is that after this defeat, their family will completely lose its voice in the Li family and be excluded from the family system. At that time, they will be truly finished.
You're looking for a martial artist?
Yeah, so what?
Li Yaoyao rolled her eyes.
I can recommend one to you. Lu Qingxian thought of the puppet's second brother. Although that puppet was severely damaged in the previous battle, it could still fight against a grandmaster with a simple repair. If it were upgraded, it could probably become even stronger. Lending it to Li Yaoyao to complete the task would be a way of repaying her favor. You recommend someone to me? Please, I want a martial artist. Do you even know what a martial artist is? Not a novice, not one of those half-baked guys in boxing gyms or Sanda training camps, but a real martial artist, you know?
Li Yaoyao didn't want to discourage him.
Of course I understand what a martial artist is. Since I made a promise to introduce it to you, I won't cheat you. It's just that it will take until tonight. The second puppet is in serious condition and will need to be repaired and upgraded, which would take several hours. Saying it will be done by night is a conservative estimate. Yaoyao, you can trust Brother Qingxuan. I am your witness. If Brother Qingxian has wronged you, you can come and settle the score with me, Su Yufei said with bright eyes.
Li Yaoyao's eyelids twitched, and she nodded reluctantly. Fine, I'll give in for your sake.
After having a simple meal with Li Yaoyao, Lu Qingxian took Su Yufei to her place of residence. Afterwards, he returned to the Lu family alone and began preparing materials to repair and upgrade the puppet. During this time, Lu Tianhe came by once and reminded him that the Dragon Tiger battle was tomorrow. Lu Qingxuan's reply was not to ask, not to care, and not to give him any orders. He would naturally take action when the time was right.
Lu Tianhe was both angry and helpless about this. What can be done?
Asking someone for a favor means you have no initiative, and you can't bet on whether you'll win this time. If his nephew's abilities aren't as great as you imagine, then the Lu family will have to implement Plan B, which will inevitably lead to a bloody battle. At 7 p.m., Lu Qingxian finished upgrading the puppet. The new puppet brother looked even more imposing. His originally empty eyes had been given a bit more spirit by Lu Qingxuan's adjustments, and his face no longer looked lifeless. If one did not deliberately explore, it would be difficult to tell that he was an inanimate object. Through Yufei, they contacted Li Yaoyao, and the two met at Wangjian Lake, not far from the front of the Li family mansion.
455. What went wrong in chapter 455? On the other side, Li Yunmeng went through many hardships to find Ji Yizhen. At this moment, Ji Yizhen's spirit had almost completely disappeared, and he exuded a decadent aura. Li Yunmeng couldn't even believe that this was still the same spirited and arrogant young Master Ji.
Upon seeing Li Yunmeng, Ji Yizhen's expression turned ferocious as he viciously grabbed her neck, yelling, "You bitch, why did you lie to me, why did you lie to me? Young Master Ji, calm down, what did I lie to you about?" Li Yunmeng cried out in terror.
"Who exactly is Lu Qingxian?"
Ji Yizhen cried out in terror.
Lu Qingxian, he is the third young master of the Lu family in the capital. I only recently learned of this identity. Moreover, he has been expelled from the family and can no longer be considered a member of the Lu family. He doesn't have much power at all. Li Yunmeng struggled and shouted.
"Bullshit!" Ji Yizhen went up and slapped him twice across the face.
He quickly calmed down after the fight.
"This bitch may really not know anything. Just think about it. If a woman like her knew that the other party was a grandmaster, a respected alchemist in the martial arts world, how could she possibly leave him for a half-baked guy like Ji Yizhen? This woman is just a fool who has been kept in the dark." However, this brings up another issue. Lu Qingxian loved this woman so much before, so why didn't he show his true strength in front of her? This kind of snobbish woman could be easily controlled by his status, position, and strength. What was Lu Qingxian thinking?
"What brings you here?" Ji Yizhen calmed down and looked at the other person indifferently.
Li Yunmeng didn't hold a grudge about the slap. She quickly wiped away her tears and said, "I want to ask young Master Ji for help. Our Li family is looking for experts to participate in tomorrow's Dragon Tiger battle. As long as we can get into the top 15 and keep our position as a powerful family, nothing else matters." As a member of the Li family, recruiting martial artists to participate in the Dragon Tiger fight is directly related to our future status in the family. If young Master Ji can help, the Li family will be the most loyal partner of the Ji family after I inherit the Li family business.
Ji Yizhen laughed immediately upon hearing this.
Dragon and Tiger clash. Your Li family didn't even make arrangements for such a grand event beforehand, and now that it's almost here, you're trying to recruit martial artists. The head of your Li family is simply too ridiculous. Li Yunmeng lowered her head. Originally we had recruited a strong person, but that person betrayed us at the last minute and unilaterally broke the agreement, so our Li family now has no martial artists who are presentable.
Do you know what kind of strength you need to get into the top 15 of the Dragon Tiger fight, Grandmaster? Do you know what a Grandmaster martial artist is? Do you think you can just run out and beg for mercy or sell your body to recruit such a martial artist? Do you think a Grandmaster is some kind of common commodity? Don't even mention a novice like you. Even someone who has been in the martial arts world for decades couldn't just casually ask a Grandmaster for help. You think too highly of yourself. However, if you hadn't broken up with your ex-boyfriend, your Li family might have really struck it rich this time. Ji Yizhen gave a slightly meaningful sneer, leaving Li Yunmeng puzzled. "I can't help you. I am barely able to take care of myself right now, and I don't want to get entangled with a bitch like you, Uria Jinx. Whoever gets close to you is doomed." Ji Yizhen shook her off and hurriedly disappeared into the street. Li Yunmeng stood there, stunned. Is she a jinx? Why?
She was working so hard to achieve a better life, and her life had been so smooth sailing for the past few years. She had easily reached the pinnacle of Nanling City and become a well-known young entrepreneur. Why is everything so difficult for her now? Why is that? Is it really because of Lu Qingxian? Is it really true that without him, she can't do anything? On the other side, by the Wangjiang River. Despite it being the dead of winter, Li Yaoyao was wearing a skirt and looked incredibly hot.
Aren't you cold?" Lu Qingxian asked casually. "If you're not cold, why should I be?" Li Yaoyao pouted. "I'm not like you." Lu Qingxian shook his head.
Martial artists, let alone those with master-level internal strength, even those who only practice external martial arts, can be unafraid of this kind of cold. But Li Yaoyao is just an ordinary person. The north is very cold, and in sub-zero temperatures, she would be shivering even without wearing cotton-padded trousers, let alone a short skirt. "Idiot, it's because we girls are different from you. Do you even know what bare leg magic means? I can wear beautiful short skirts all year round. Are you envious?"
Li Yaoyao couldn't help but be unusually smug. Immediately afterward, she asked, "By the way, you didn't actually try to arrange a meeting with a top expert for me when you called me out, did you?"
Lu Qingxian nodded. "I never break my promises. Although I'm not a top expert, I should be able to handle a Dragon Tiger fight and keep your Li family in the ranks of the elite without any problem. The upgraded puppet's second brother is now strong enough to crush ordinary grandmasters. Judging from the level of previous Dragon Tiger battles, reaching the Grandmaster level is enough to squeeze into the top 15, and being able to get this ranking will allow him to retain the title of a powerful family.
Come out, Lu Qingxian called out.
In the darkness, a burly voice suddenly appeared in front of Li Yaoyao, startling her. 456, Chapter 456 The quirky and clever Lu Bingling. A man nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a small giant, appeared before her.
Oh my god, what a monster! Li Yaoyao exclaimed in surprise.
This is the great expert I want to introduce to you, Lu Qingxian said. You can just call him second brother's an orphan and doesn't have a name. Li Yaoyao had no doubt about the title of master. Such a fierce man could probably kill a tiger.
Hey! Hey, big guy?
The puppet remained motionless.
Second brother? Li Yaoyao tried calling out again.
The puppet moved and looked at her. Lu Qingxian had already given him the order that from now on the puppet would obey Li Yaoyao's commands. Wow, second brother's eyes are so fierce. Second brother, are you really that good at fighting? You have to help the Li family fight on stage tomorrow.
Li Yaoyao said excitedly, her eyes sparkling.
The puppet brother did not react. Second brother is not good with words, but I have told you everything that needs to be told. This is my way of thanking you for taking care of Yafei during this time, Lu Qingxian said.
Li Yaoyao stared at him suspiciously. You scumbag, do you really like Yafei? You're not just playing with her feelings again, are you?
I'm warning you, Yafei is my best friend. If you dare to bully her again, I won't let you off the hook, Li Yaoyao said fiercely.
Lu Qingxian remained silent for a moment. Scared now?
Li Yaoyao was quite pleased with her intimidation, but since you've been so sensible tonight, I'll reluctantly forgive you. Lu Qingxian changed the subject and continued, I can't stay by Yafei's side forever. Her dream is to become a star. This path is dangerous and difficult. She needs a friend to accompany her all the way. I think you are a good candidate. If you can protect her, I can guarantee that your Li family will prosper in the future. Qin Xiaolong's promise alone could not put his mind at ease. Transactions involving interests eventually come to an end, but the friendship between Li Yaoyao and Su Yufei could last much longer.
Although the Li family is not among the top-tier wealthy families, they still wield considerable influence.
You look like a very respectable person, so why do you like to brag so much? My Li family is a wealthy and powerful family, so what makes you say such big things? Lu Qingxian didn't explain, but smiled and turned to leave. That bastard, that son of a bitch, he only says half of what he means. May his son be born without an anus.
Li Yaoyao stomped her foot in anger.
However, when he turned around and looked at the burly man beside him, he felt a weight lifted from his heart. Finally, I can give my family an explanation. If the second brother is really good at fighting, maybe I can give her a surprise tomorrow.
The next day.
In the southern part of Daidu City, there is a famous urban village called Longhu Village, which attracts countless tourists early in the morning. Although they are called tourists, most of them are martial arts practitioners from all over the country. The dragon tiger fight is far more famous than martial arts tea parties in ordinary provinces and cities. After all, here, only those who have fought to the Grandmaster level can enter, while in other places, the Grandmaster level is often the strongest martial artist in a region. I heard this restaurant has very good food, and Xingyu pulled Lu Qingxian into a classically elegant restaurant.
Qingxian?
Suddenly, a surprised voice came from behind. Lu Qingxian turned his head and saw Lu Bingqing leading several people over, including another familiar face, Lu Bingling.
What are you all doing here? Lu Qingxian asked with a smile.
Lu Bingqing gestured to the side with her chin. It's all because of Bingling. She heard I was in the capital and insisted on coming along after I finished what I was doing. I took her around to see the sights. When she heard there was something fun to do here today, she came along too. These are all her classmates.
Brother Qingxian, it's been a long time. Lu Bingling winked at him mischievously. I don't remember it being that long, right?
Lu Qingxian rolled his eyes. They had just gone to Hong Kong Island together not long ago. Hee, that's what you call fate. The capital is so big. Look, we've met again in this vast sea of people, Lu Bingling said with a grin. Just then, a handsome young man next to her asked nervously, Bingling, who is he?
My dear brother, what's wrong?
Lu Bingling frowned. Huang Zihao, Can you please stop asking every guy you meet? I haven't even agreed to be your girlfriend yet. You're so jealous all the time, it's really annoying. No, it's not me, Huang Zihao blushed and quickly tried to explain. Besides, brother Qing Xian is countless times better than you. Even if I offered myself to him, he wouldn't want me. He's not even in the same league as you. What's there to be jealous about? If you want to pursue me, then show me your manliness. You're acting like a woman all day. Is this all you learned at the British Empire Academy? Lu Bingling said disdainfully. This remark drew a burst of laughter from those around him. Huang Zihao's face turned even redder, but Lu Bingling didn't care. She waved her hand, looking quite bored. Lu Qingxian also smiled slightly. Lu Bingling and Li Yaoyao had very similar temperaments and personalities. They were both the kind of people who were carefree and easygoing, but when they cared about others, they were very considerate. Which school did he graduate from? Huang Zihao didn't care about anything else and didn't refute it, but he was very concerned about the sentence. Brother Qingxian is countless times more outstanding than you. Because Huang Zihao is already outstanding enough, he graduated from the Royal College of the British Empire, pursued further studies at the same school to obtain a doctorate, and in the same year received an invitation from Stanford University in the United States. What does it mean to be countless times more outstanding? He himself doesn't know. How would I know? Don't ask around. Yuri, an adult Yuri, always asking which school this person graduated from, what job that person does and how much they earn. You act like you're so superior. Aren't you ashamed? Lu Bingling couldn't help but get angry when she saw his behavior. Even if you spend another 4 years at Stanford and become a professor, you'd only make tens of millions a year at most. My family earns more in a week than you do. Huang Zihao's face turned red again. Because what the other person said was right, this was the main reason he pursued Lu Bingling. The Lu family, a powerful clan in Jiangnan, had a net income of several billion yuan a year. This was before the emergence of groundbreaking products such as Lingbai pills and deep sea essences. For now, their income is immeasurable. This is the difference between you and others, Huang Zihao. For a man, the most important thing is his perspective. All you do is compare your strengths to others' weaknesses. What good does it do? Even if you win, only shallow women would be attracted to a man like that. You should learn from my brother Qingxian. Huang Zihao had a cold face. He was now even more curious about who this person called brother Qingxian was, that he could earn such praise from Lu Bingling. Bingling, don't criticize her like that. She's still your classmate. Get along well with your classmates. Lu Bingqing rolled her eyes at her. Then she walked up to Lu Qingxian and took his arm from the other side. This scene left everyone completely stunned. 457, Chapter 457, Dragon and Tiger Battle. Lu Bingqing walked up and took Lu Qingxuan's arm. You agree, right, brother Qingxian? Lu Qingxian felt a chill. He wouldn't find it strange if Xingyu, Su Yifei, or even Lu Bingling called him that, but it was Lu Bingqing who did it. It was so out of character for her. It was incredibly awkward for a cool and aloof beauty to come up to you and call you brother. And Xingyu, standing to the side, covered her mouth and chuckled. She had rarely seen Lu Qingxian so reserved, and found it quite amusing. Sister, you're cheating. Lu Bingling pouted, wanting to join in the fun, but her left and right hands were already occupied. She couldn't very well hug someone's leg, so she could only stand there angrily stomping her feet. You have classmates, but your sister doesn't. Can't you just play with your classmates? Do you want to compete with your two sisters for a man? Lu Bingqing said seriously. The two older sisters she mentioned were naturally herself and Xingyu. She had already tacitly agreed to share a man with Xingyu, and Xingyu had previously stated that she did not mind. She always felt that being able to be with Lu Qingxian was an extra bonus for her. Originally, she was almost dead and was forced to become the plaything of the Yin Lei sect master. In comparison, her current state was the life she had always dreamed of. I'll just steal it. Lu Bingling's eyes darted around, and she went behind Lu Qingxian, pounced on his shoulder. With a woman hanging on each of their left and right sides and on their backs, the scene left passers-by speechless. The classmates who were with Lu Bingling looked at each other in disbelief. Putting aside Lu Bingling, Lu Bingqing is currently the de facto head of the Sihai Aviation Association. She is a well-known aloof female CEO in the industry. From our brief interactions, her demeanor is filled with a coldness that keeps strangers at bay, let alone trying to strike up a conversation with her. You don't even have the courage to say a word to her. Now, the other party's behavior has clearly defied everyone's expectations. Brother Qingxian, the 4 C's flying sisters will serve you together. You shouldn't mind, right? Lu Bingling peeked over and secretly glanced at Xingyu. Seeing the friendly smile on the other's face, she felt relieved. "Stop fooling around, get down," Lu Qingxian glared at her. Lu Bingling giggled and continued to snuggle against him, her fully developed body rubbing against him a few times before reluctantly getting off his back.
"It's not safe here today, so why did you come here?" Lu Qingxian asked Lu Bingcheng. "Unsafe? Is something going to happen?"
Lu Bingqing was taken aback. She didn't know the time of the Dragon Tiger battle, nor did she know what was going to happen here today. This Longhu village is one of the safest places in the entire capital. You say it's not safe here. These days, you don't have to bear legal responsibility for spreading rumors. Huang Zihao finally seized the opportunity to refute the other party and was happy to speak up.
The women ignored the attention-seeking boy and kept their eyes on Lu Qingxian. "Haven't you noticed that there are more people here, and most of them aren't ordinary people?" Lu Qingxian asked Lu Bingcheng.
Lu Bingqing was taken aback, and she turned her head to glance at it. Many pedestrians walked in a hurry, their steps light and agile, and many of them covered their faces, making it seem mysterious.
"Brother, not an ordinary person, or is it a ghost or a god?"
Huang Zihao looked at his brothers around him with a smile. The men whose eyes swept over him also laughed. They all knew what Huang Zihao was up to. They were just annoyed to see this guy monopolizing 3 women and wanted to teach him a lesson at the very least. They wanted to suppress his limelight. Otherwise, what chance would they have? They might as well let him have all the girls.
"Huang Zihao, if you babble one more word, get the hell out of here. You're giving me too much credit. Listen to what Brother Qingxian is saying. Who told you to talk back?" Lu Bingling shouted at him fiercely.
Huang Zihao smiled coldly. "Bingling, I was just making a reasonable argument. I didn't mean to target anyone." He himself said that most of the people here are not ordinary people, so I was curious, could there be gods and ghosts among them?
"That won't do either. What Brother Qingxian said is definitely right. What do you have to argue with?"
Lu Bingling was like a little rooster, as if she would pounce on the other person and peck at him if he said another word.
Huang Zihao gave an awkward smile and chose to keep his mouth shut.
But in his heart he was already cursing. "You little slut, wait until I get you into bed, then let's see if you'll still protect your damn Qingxian brother." As for Lu Qingxian and Lu Bingqing, they never paid any attention to what he said from beginning to end. Lu Bingqing frowned slightly. They all seemed to be martial artists. That's right, today is the Dragon Tiger battle held every few years in the Imperial City, just like the gathering of heroes in Jiangnan before. The purpose is to allocate spheres of influence and determine the new title of powerful family, so almost all the martial artists in the country are flocking here. Some participate in the Dragon Tiger fight, some watch the excitement, and some try to fish in troubled waters. Amidst this mixed bag, countless dangers lurk beneath the surface for martial artists. The law does not have much binding force.
Lu Bingqing nodded, then suddenly smiled and said, "It sounds dangerous, but it's not dangerous now." "Ha?" Lu Qingxian was taken aback. "Could it be that my dear Qingxian brother will put us in danger?"
Lu Bingqing tightened her arms, as if a soft vortex was about to swallow Lu Qingxuan. Lu Qingxian trembled, and his expression was extremely uncomfortable.
Cough cough. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Why don't we go in and have a meal together?"
Lu Qingxian quickly changed the subject. "I'll do it." Lu Bingqing smiled lightly, then walked into the restaurant first and reserved a large private room. It was already 11 p.m. after dinner, and there was only 1 hour left before the Dragon Tiger fight. Lu Qingxian received a call from Lu Qingning. It seemed that Lu Tianhe was too embarrassed to come to him himself, so he asked Lu Qingning to urge him to arrive at the scene as soon as possible. "If you don't come soon, your second uncle will probably go crazy with worry. I'm already in Dragon Tiger Village, so he can rest assured I'll take action when the time is right. Besides, the Lu family has hired more than just Meido. You expect me to make a move right from the start? I don't remember coming here to be someone's laborer," Lu Qingxian said with a smile.
"Whatever you want anyway, this is a crucial time, so don't mess it up. Hang up the phone. I'm going to the center of Longhu village. Are you going to explore the outer areas, or come in with me?" Lu Qingxian asked the group. Needless to say, and Xingyu would follow Lu Qingxian wherever he went.
Lu Bingling was the first to raise her hand. "I swear to follow you to the death." Lu Bingqing smiled and said, "I don't care about anything else, but you're responsible for the safety of my sister and me today."
Lu Qingxian nodded. At this point, Huang Zihao and his group also expressed their opinion, we'll go too.
Lu Qingxian glanced at him indifferently, do as you please, but I can't guarantee your safety. 458, Chapter 458 Li Yunmeng reappears. In a civilized society, we have police to protect our safety, we don't need your protection, Huang Zihao said confidently. Having said that, Lu Qingxian said nothing more and led everyone away from the restaurant to the center of Longhu village. At the entrance, a team of fully armed soldiers were guarding the area, verifying valid identity information.
What's going on here? It's so formal, even the war zone officials are involved. Could it be some important figure making a trip? A boy whispered to Huang Zihao. When a military region sends out troops, armed to the teeth, it's almost always related to a leader's trip, and if a leader is able to travel to a place, it must be hosting a major event, and an extraordinary one at that. It's good that there are important people here. It proves that this place is very safe. Huang Zihao didn't care at all, and glanced at Lu Qingxian. Whether it's the security or the fun here, it shows that it's top-notch. Lu Qingxian remained silent, glancing to the side. A sharp gust of wind swept in from afar, followed by a dark figure stumbling and rolling nearby. When the people stopped, they could see clearly that it was a middle-aged man dressed in black tight-fitting clothes. The man was covered in blood, his arm was half broken off and only held together by skin, hanging limply to one side, and there were black stains on his mouth, which looked like some fragments of internal organs. This sudden scene startled everyone. Help! Help me!
The next second, another blurry figure swept in from afar, dressed in a gray linen outfit, and stopped steadily beside the man in black. It stomped hard on the latter's chest, crushing his chest cavity and exposing his shattered internal organs clearly. The man in gray sneered, you signed a life or death contract, and you still want to run away? I'll kill you today, and tomorrow I'll slaughter your whole family, ha! The man in gray cupped his hands in apology to the onlookers, saying, sorry everyone, it's just a small matter, nothing serious. After saying that, the man in gray turned and left. They're from the seven sects of the western lands. They're indeed ruthless. Anyone who can establish themselves in the Black Witch cult stronghold is no pushover, an old man commented. At this moment, Huang Zihao and the others, who had just witnessed this scene, turned pale and were so frightened that their legs trembled. For ordinary people, it is very likely that they will never see such a gruesome death scene in their lifetime. Most of the time, they can only see it on the TV screen, but the visual impact is completely different. A person who was alive and well 1 second is crushed like garbage the next. The impact is too strong. It makes people want to vomit and feel all kinds of psychological and physiological discomfort. It generates fear from the bottom of their hearts.
Lu Bingling clung tightly to Lu Qingxuan's clothes, hiding behind him, and forcefully suppressed the urge to scream.
And Xingyu and Lu Bingqing are much better off. After all, they have experienced it firsthand, and their resilience is unmatched by most girls. It was indeed very dangerous to kill someone in broad daylight, and it seems like there's no legal responsibility, Lu Bingqing said in a calm voice. The people from the surrounding war zones acted as if they didn't see anything, clearly indicating that they had been informed beforehand. Dragon and tiger fight is a grand feast for martial artists in the martial arts circle. The law has little binding force. It is usually a dispute caused by old grudges. Everyone agrees on the rules to fight. If someone dies, they die. No one will call the police. Calling the police will only make people look down on you, Lu Qingxian explained. Holy crap, this is too dangerous. Let's get inside right away. With soldiers protecting us, there shouldn't be any problems. A group of people surrounded Huang Zihao, eager to enter the inner area. As a result, they were stopped as soon as they reached the entrance.
Please show your identification. 2 soldiers, armed with rifles, blocked the entrance. Huh, identification? What identification?
Huang Zihao stepped forward and took out his ID card, degree certificate, and proof of studying abroad. The 2 soldiers glanced at it briefly, then immediately threw it to the ground and sternly ordered, ordinary people, leave this place immediately.
Hey, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by ordinary people should leave immediately? Who are you looking down on?
Huang Zihao felt he had completely lost face and shouted back, his face flushed. The next second, 2 dark gun barrels were pressed against his head.
Ordinary people, leave immediately.
Brother Hao, why don't we leave? Something feels off about this place, a fellow traveler couldn't help but suggest.
I refuse to believe this. We're all free individuals. Why can't we go in? If we're short of tickets, we can buy them. You never heard of such a rule before? Do you believe I'll report you to your superiors?
Click click. The 2 soldiers didn't speak,
but instead simultaneously made the motion of loading bullets. Huang Zihao shrank back, immediately startled. Just then, Lu Qingxian led the three women to the entrance. "The Lu family, Lu Qingxian said calmly. Just as the two soldiers were about to speak, a man who looked like a leader suddenly appeared from the side, quickly came to Lu Qingxian, and led the way. "So it's Mr. Lu, please come in, the Lu family's seats are in VIP room number 3. "Who are these people?" The man then looked at Huang Zihao and the others who were tiptoeing behind him. "Let them come in too," Lu Qingxian said casually. "What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear what Brother Qingxian said?" Lu Bingling looked at the group speechlessly. How embarrassing. Huang Zihao and the others looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and followed him inside. Once inside, it was revealed to be a completely different world, utterly unlike anything outside. It was astonishing that such a small village as Dragon Tiger Village could have such a high-class place, with sapphire tiles covering the ground as if they were free, and this was just the entrance passage. A single passageway costs hundreds of millions to build. Who was the boss behind Longhu Village? Lu Bingqing shook her head, unable to believe that this was the true depth of the capital. Even if she were a world-class navigator, she wouldn't have the guts to spend hundreds of millions to build a passageway. The Dragon Tiger fight can be called the most magnificent martial arts event. The forces behind it are almost all ancient families that have been developing for hundreds of years. Their foundation is unimaginable, and their strength surpasses that of the powerful families. The Dragon Tiger fight will begin in less than half an hour. You can stay quietly in the inner area and watch. If you get bored, you can place some bets with the bookmakers. My suggestion is to bet on the Lu family. Also, don't wander around outside the inner area. There are no rules or restrictions outside, and there are martial artists from all over the country everywhere. It's easy to get into trouble. Lu Qingxian gave some instructions, arranged seats for a few people, and then left alone, wandering around the inner area twice. He wanted to see if any real experts would come, such as the powerful figures from the imperial palace around the old prince, or the old monsters from some reclusive families. After all, it was a battle between dragons and tigers, with each powerful family displaying their unique abilities. Some were willing to pay any price to protect their prestigious titles and fight for land. It was impossible not to find any experts. However, after looking around, Lu Qingxian was a little disappointed. Just as he was about to go to VIP room No. 3 to meet the Lu family, he ran into Li Yunmeng on the way. 459, Chapter 459 Betting. She was still beautiful, but she looked very haggard. The latter also saw Lu Qingxuan. Lu Qingxian wanted to turn around and walk away, but he did not expect that the other party would walk straight over. "Haven't seen you for a long time." Lu Qingxian stopped in his tracks. "It's best if we don't meet." "You hate me?" Li Yunmeng pursed her lips and gave a bitter laugh. "Yes, how could a man really like a woman like me? But no matter what we become, you can't deny that we had feelings for each other for several years, right?" Lu Qingxian frowned slightly. "Say what you want to say as soon as possible. I have other things to do." Li Yunmeng moved her lips. "You must know a lot of martial artists, right? I hope you can act as a middleman and introduce me to someone. If it works out, I will pay you a fee." Lu Qingxian immediately understood what was going on. As Li Yaoyao had mentioned before, the expert the Li family had hired had turned against them at the last minute. Now, the Li family has no strong members available, which means that in this Dragon Tiger battle, the Li family will inevitably be squeezed out of the top 15, and may even lose its title of a wealthy family and become an ordinary aristocratic family. As a result, many of the Li family's rights and interests will be damaged, and the territory they occupy will be divided up. The losses may reach tens of billions, which is unacceptable to the Li family. Therefore, the Li family assigned tasks to their younger members. They must do everything they could to befriend martial arts practitioners and win over strong individuals to fight for the Li family in this Dragon Tiger battle. Those juniors who successfully recruit martial artists will gain the right to inherit the family business, giving them a significant advantage in the future competition for the position of head of the Li family. That's why Li Yunmeng was in such a hurry. However, Lu Qingxian hadn't expected her to be so dedicated, especially with less than 20 minutes left before the start of the Dragon Tiger fight. Lu Qingxian smiled slightly. "I do know him, but I have no reason to help you." Li Yunmeng's face immediately darkened, becoming extremely ugly. "Don't you really have any feelings for the past at all?"
Lu Qingxian still had a smile on his face. You don't care about past relationships, so why do you expect others to? You, Li Yunmeng, chose this path yourself, and I didn't even have the right to refuse. Now you're turning around and saying I don't care about past relationships. Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Li Yunmeng gritted her teeth. Introducing a martial artist won't harm your interests. Helping out isn't a big deal, is it? It's really nothing serious, but I said I have no reason to help you. Is that hard to understand? Lu Qingxian said with a nonchalant smile. Lu Qingxian. Li Yunmeng suddenly raised her voice, filled with sharp anger. If we can't find a martial artist, my Li family is finished, and so am I. Our Li family will lose its prestigious title, and I will lose my position as heir. What does it have to do with me? Lu Qingxian said coldly. Are you really going to ruin me, ruin my Li family? Li Yunmeng was acting like a madwoman. You ruined yourself just then. An equally cold voice came from the side, followed by Lu Bingqing appearing and naturally taking Lu Qingxuan's wrist. Miss Li, you look terrible. A woman should be proud, reserved, and hold her head high. You abandoned Mr. Lu twice in a row. Wasn't it for a better life and higher pursuits? Now you're asking your ex-husband for help. It's really hard to understand. My ex-husband refused to help and even threw a tantrum, which is even more incomprehensible. Lu Bingqing. Li Yunmeng's voice was almost squeezed out from between her teeth. What advice does Miss Li have? Lu Bingqing asked calmly, her expression neither pleased nor angry, which only fueled Li Yunmeng's frustration. I didn't do anything to you, did I? No. Lu Bingqing shook her head. So why are you targeting me? Li Yunmeng asked, narrowing her eyes. Miss Li, what you're saying is really strange. Where did I target you? These days, do you get labeled just for telling the truth? Besides, Mr. Lu is my best friend. No, Mr. Lu is my man. Can't I speak up for him? As she spoke, Lu Bingqing pressed her chest tightly against Lu Qingxuan's arm and deliberately rubbed against it. Let's go. Lu Qingxian was too lazy to provoke the other party, so he pulled Lu Bingqing and turned to leave. After taking a couple of steps, Lu Qingxian suddenly turned back. Li Yaoyao has already found a martial arts helper, so your Li family will not lose its prestigious title, and you don't need to worry about it. Li Yunmeng stood there, stunned. Li Yaoyao? Isn't that a descendant of a marginal branch of the Li family? She can find martial artists. Are you kidding me? She can't even find them herself. How could she? If this were true, wouldn't it mean that Li Yaoyao would become a core member of the Li family, one of the heirs, and enjoy the rights of an heir? At that time, Li Yunmeng's rights would probably be squeezed out to nothing. How could she allow such a thing to happen? After more than 10 minutes, a drumbeat sounded and everything fell silent. The battle between dragon and tiger has begun. At this moment, Lu Bingling and the others were in the underground casino area, where they had scraped together several million yuan and bet it all on the Lu family. Young lady, you have good taste. Lang Ping watched her with a smile. What's wrong? Lu Bingling raised an eyebrow. She didn't recognize Lang Ping. Lang Ping chuckled. Beautiful lady, did you also receive some inside information that the Lu family will win the championship this time? To be honest, I'd bet everything on the Lu family. Whether I can turn things around depends entirely on this. Lu Bingling pouted. Brother Qingxian told me to suppress it. Lang Ping laughed even harder, grinning. Old Lu really has a way with everyone. TSK tisk, let's get acquainted. I'm Lu Qingxuan's friend. My name is Lang Ping. Lu Bingling, upon hearing it was Lu Qingxuan, only then did Lu Bingling smile. Hey, isn't this Lang Ping? How dare you come to this place? Just then, a discordant sound came from behind. A trendy man dressed in retro style, but wearing a necklace and earrings, walked over. Seeing him made Lang Ping grit her teeth in hatred. If you can come, why can't I? This isn't some den of dragons or tigers, Lang Ping sneered. Xiao Hui scoffed. Don't you understand what I mean? I'm saying you're not worthy. My Qiao family is a powerful and wealthy family. And what about you? What are you? And what is your father? Lang Ping's expression was extremely unpleasant. Hey, you can't just bully people like this. So what if you're from a wealthy family? You still have a head and 2 legs, right? Lu Bingling couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to speak for Lang Ping. Hey, where did this pretty girl come from? She's not bad looking. Qiao Hui's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Bingling. How about hanging out with me? My older brother is Qiao Wen, the heir to the Qiao family. Is really awesome. Fuck you.
Lu Bingling cursed. Chao Hui's face darkened, and his smile vanished. You little bitch, what did you say? Say it again. 460, chapter 460 full of bad ideas. I told you to get the fuck out of here, can't you understand human language, you little bitch, you're the little bitch. Lu Bingling's lips were as sweet as honey as she unleashed a torrent of words, leaving Chao Hui's face turning green. Grab her, you son of a bitch, today the brothers will take turns driving the train and getting her. Chao Hui brought 5 or 6 bodyguards, all of them tall and burly. On Lu Bingling's side, Huang Zihao and his men also blocked her way, baring their teeth and revealing fierce glints, and the two sides were locked in a standoff. Huang Zihao, at least you're acting like a man. Lu Bingling nodded approvingly. What kind of skill is it to bully women? Huang Zihao, despise doing such things the most. Huang Zihao couldn't help but feel a little smug after being praised, and he said proudly with his head held high. Exactly, anyone who bullies a woman is a coward and an idiot. What kind of shitty rich family is this? I think they're more like third-rate. Lu Bingling made a face, as if to say, I love seeing you dislike me but can't do anything about it. Chao Hui's expression twisted in shock. Young Master Chao, don't get into any conflicts here. This is a critical moment, and it's easy for someone to find fault with us if it affects the Dragon Tiger fight. Our Chao family won't be able to explain ourselves, a man whispered in Chao Hui's ear. The overall situation is of utmost importance. Don't forget, this is something that young Master Chao has repeatedly emphasized. Upon hearing that name, Chao Hui's anger quickly subsided. He glanced coldly at Lu Bingling's group and said, don't worry, we'll have plenty of time to play around later. And you, Lang Ping, if I can mess with you once, I can mess with you countless times. This time when we get out, I'll make sure your family is ruined. We'll see. Chao Hui and his men slunk away. TCH, just a dog under Chao Wan, he really thinks he's something. Lang Ping spat. These days, the more you act like a dog, the more arrogant you become, Lu Bingling snorted. By the way, do you guys want to place some bets too? Bet on Lu Jia to win, and make some extra pocket money. Lu Bingling turned to look at Huang Zihao and his group. These people were all her former classmates. Although some of them had gone abroad to study and achieved considerable success, they were all young people in their early 20s with average families. It would be difficult for them to easily come up with millions of pocket money. However, if they won the bet, based on the current odds of 114 for the Lu family to win the championship, betting 1 million would result in winning more than 10 million, which would be more than their family assets. Bingling, do you really believe what he said? You think you can win by betting on the Lu family? Maybe they're colluding with underground casinos to scam you out of your money. Huang Zihao's eyes gleamed. Impossible. Lu Bingling frowned. If you slander brother Qing Xin again, I won't be polite to you. Bingling, you're too naive and easily fooled. How could they possibly let you win money with such a big event? Gambling in any form is nothing more than using scams to profit from the ignorant, Huang Zihao analyzed. Brother Qing Xin wouldn't do fades not short of money, and neither is my Lu family. Lu Bingling stared at him with an ugly expression. Forget it, my good intentions have been wasted if I'm not going to place a bet. Fine. Lu Bingling snorted and left. She wanted to find Lu Qingxian, but after searching around, she couldn't find him at this time. The battle between the dragon and tiger had already begun in the very center of the inner arena. There was a huge square arena covering an area of 700 or 800 square meters. The arena was surrounded by specially made protective fences to prevent the battle from affecting the wealthy families in the nearby VIP rooms. Although these VIP rooms are 40 or 50 meters away from the ring, it's no joke that a master's strike can kill someone from 100 meters away. When Lu Bingling and her group arrived at the audience seats, the thousands of seats were packed to capacity, and those who could not be assigned to VIP boxes had to squeeze in here. VIP rooms are only available to the wealthy and powerful. There are only about a dozen such families in the entire capital. Even some people, even those from wealthy families, whose status and position are average, cannot squeeze into the private rooms and can only make do with any spot in the open-air audience area. However, it's better than staying on the periphery with nothing to see. Every year tens of thousands of people flock to the Dragon Tiger fight from all over the country, and there are several thousand martial artists among them, but there are only so many spots available each time, and many people spend almost all their savings to buy a way in order to squeeze into the inner area. Damn it, we're core members of the Li family. Why aren't we allowed into the VIP room? Once Yun Meng takes over the Li family, I'll kick all those old fogies out of the family and let them fend for themselves. Chen Meijiao shouted, her face full of anger. Keep your voice down,
or we'll be finished if someone hears us, Li Wenghua said cautiously, shrinking his head. Mama's right, those people are just taking advantage of their age. Our sister is clearly the heir of the Li family. Why can't she take us into the VIP room? It's obvious they don't take us seriously, Li Yunhao sneered. There's nothing we can do about it. The Lingbai pill project failed, and it's already a miracle that we weren't kicked out in the process. Then the higher-ups asked us to find martial artists, and Yun Meng didn't handle that well either. In the end, we're of no value to the Li family at all now, Li Wenghua sighed. The people around fell silent. After a while, Chen Meijiao cursed and said, "It's all that little beast surnamed Loosefald's been scheming and full of bad ideas. If it weren't for him colluding with that little vixen to get some kind of deep-sea essence, Lingbai pills would have become a nationwide bestseller by now, and the Li family would be treating us like ancestors." Thinking of this, Chen Meijiao became even angrier. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents, not to mention that this directly ruined the Li family's promising future for centuries. If I ever see that little bastard surnamed Lu again, I will kill him with my own hands. Chen Meijiao's face was almost distorted. Do you think that bastard might also be here? Li Yunhao suddenly had a thought. Didn't my sister say that bastard has a powerful background? I specifically looked into it before, and the Lu family seems to be a wealthy family as well. Even though that kid was kicked out, he's still from a wealthy family. A discarded pawn, who knows, might actually have the ability to get in here. So what if he's here? We're not people, he can just do whatever he wants to us now, Chen Meijiao said nonchalantly. No, what I mean is, there's a special service in Dragon Tiger Village. As long as you're willing to spend the money, even a high-ranking martial arts master can serve you. Although we don't have the money to hire a master, hiring an ordinary martial arts expert is still no problem. Momi, you know what I mean, right? Li Yunhao said with a sinister smile. You mean? Chen Meijiao's eyes lit up. Leave it to me. If it works, that bastard will never have the chance to show his face in front of us again. If it doesn't work, we won't lose anything after all. As long as our sister is still in the Li family, we won't lack money. After saying that, Li Yunhao left his seat and hurriedly ran out. 461, Chapter 461. The price for the sale. Longhu Village offers a unique service, hiring hitmen to commit murder. As long as the money is right, even a grandmaster can be crippled. Of course, the price is not something an ordinary person can afford. Only a grandmaster can deal with a grandmaster. Even a wealthy family would have to pay a huge price to get a grandmaster to take action. It's not something Li Yunhao can afford. He pulled out all his possessions, but could only barely afford to hire an internal energy martial artist to help him. Li Yunhao, after all, did not understand the rules of the martial arts world, nor did he know about the ranking of martial artists. Therefore, after paying the money, he did not choose the skinny-looking internal strength martial artist, but directly picked the tall and strong external strength martial artist. This left the shop owner both amused and exasperated. These days, it really is possible to find a sucker in Dragon Tiger Village. The phrase all bark and no bite is perfectly suited to describe some newcomers in the martial arts world. Many martial artists who possess strong physiques and appear intimidating are often complete novices, barely having stepped into the world of martial arts. Some seemingly thin and frail old men may unleash earth-shattering attacks with a single move, capable of splitting stone tablets and shattering rocks, their power penetrating hundreds of meters. Mission target, Lu Qingxian, deadline, 1 day, upon completion, you can receive the final payment. This is the deposit, 8 million. The boss assigned the task, and a muscular man who was 18 meters tall accepted it and excitedly rushed into the crowd to inquire about the information. Brother Shui, I've taken on a job posted by Goner. Use your connections to help me find someone, and I'll give you 5 million in return. How about it, Brother Shui? Liang Han started contacting people via his phone. White stick is slang in the martial arts circle, meaning an ordinary person who doesn't understand martial arts. These people have a little money and come into contact with the martial arts circle. They like to pay people to do things for them, and they are generally easy to fool. Furthermore, the tasks assigned by Goner are relatively simple, and the objectives are easier to handle, unlike some martial artists who want to squeeze every last drop of value out of you, spending the money of an internal energy martial artist to make you do the work of a grandmaster. Therefore, tasks posted by freelancers are usually in high demand, with people feeling that the money is free. I want half, Shui Go replied. Okay, half it is. Brother Shui, can you help me out? It's a guy named Lu Qingxuan. He shouldn't be a tough character, Liang Han replied. Go, kill him. Keep it up, Master Yen, that guy surnamed Guo has run out of tricks. A cacophony of noise erupted from the audience like a tsunami on the square arena. A middle-aged man in his 40s clasped his hands together, his waist slender and powerful, and unleashed a powerful punch. The other person's heart was shattered on the spot, and he was thrown more than 20 meters away, where he stopped breathing. Soon, staff appeared, carried the body away, and announced the winner and their respective factions. Currently, it's only in the preliminary selection stage, of course. The selection is not for martial artists, but for factions. There are more than 300 martial artists belonging to more than 70 factions. If these factions want to compete for rankings and gain the right to allocate land, they must first squeeze into the top 30. When only 30 teams remain, the official draw for the arena battles will take place, with a points-based system to determine the top 15. The top 15 teams will win the right to be named a prestigious family, and this is how the prestigious families of the capital have been born over the years. Once you get to this point, it's practically a grand finale between grandmasters. Anyone below the grandmaster level will almost never be sent into battle. That would be humiliating. As for the top 5, they are basically all ancient families with a long history. These families have a profound foundation and have cultivated many strong individuals. They can secure their rankings without needing to ask for outside help. As for the champion of the Dragon Tiger battle, in addition to their faction receiving the title of the number 1 family in the capital, they will also gain more than half of the market share in the capital and the right to speak. Furthermore, they will also receive a special slot right. What exactly this slot is, only those ancient families with a long history know. Even the wealthy families do not know. After all, the qualifications of the wealthy families are far from enough. The reason the Lu family secured first place this time wasn't actually for the power of discourse, but for that special and precious spot. This spot is even related to whether the Lu family in the capital can return to the ranks of world-class families, which is the key to the Lu family's home base. The preliminary rounds finally came to an end after a whole day. Dozens of battles were fought. Some families pursued efficiency and sent their best fighters to finish the battle quickly, while others adopted a strategy of holding back and not revealing their strength. A single match could last for half an hour, making people drowsy. The Lu family dispatched a martial artist who had reached the peak of internal strength, who swept through the enemy ranks without resistance. Almost none of the former powerful families fell out of the top 30. Even the Li family secured a victory before Li Yaoyao even brought her puppets into the arena. The one who made the move was a family retainer trained by the Li family. He had mastered the internal strength and was 1 foot in the Grandmaster realm. He was the Li family's trump card. Nighttime is the most chaotic and lively time in the entire Longhu village. Victory celebrations and bounty contests will continue until the next morning, while various fights and killings will continue until dawn, with so many corpses that they could be hauled up by truck. Help, help my grandpa, is there a doctor, is there a doctor? On the side of the street, a girl knelt helplessly to one side. A middle-aged man squatted down beside the old man and checked his pulse. Young lady, even if there were a doctor in Longhu village, no one could save your grandfather with a ruptured heart. You should start preparing for his funeral. The man left after he finished speaking. In this place, a person dying is as simple as an ant dying. No one would make a fuss about it. No, I don't believe it. I'm willing to pay any price to save my grandfather. The girl cried out, breaking down. I will save a medicinal herb that is over 500 years old. Lu Qingxian glanced at it as he passed by. Young man, stop bragging. Your heart meridian is ruptured. How can you save him? You just think the old man is about to die and there's only a young girl left who's easy to bully, right? You can't just lie to him like that. The middle-aged man who had been diagnosing the old man hadn't gone far when he heard Lu Qingxian say he could save him, and he immediately turned back and sneered sarcastically. Lu Qingxian ignored her and just watched the girl. If she had something to offer, he would help her. If not, he wouldn't waste his time on her business. Tens of thousands of people die every moment in the world. He wasn't a living bodhisattva who could save every single one he saw. 462, Chapter 462 Restaurant Turmoil. The young girl sat there blankly. Seeing that he couldn't offer a higher price, Lu Qingxian turned and left. And Xingyu and Lu Bingqing didn't say anything. They never liked to interfere with men's decisions because they both deeply understood a principle. When your achievements are not as great as others, don't try to tell others what to do, unless you want others to be like you. Big brother, if you can really save my grandfather, I can give you this. The girl took out a small red flower that looked like a withered flower from her bosom. It was because of this thing that my grandfather was chased and seriously injured, the girl confessed. Lu Qingxian stared at the red flower for a long time. Manjusaka? The red spider lily, also known as the red spider flower or dragon claw flower, is a variety of Lycoris radiata. It is a perennial herb and not particularly rare. The girl shook her head. No, this is hell manjasaka. My grandfather said there is a very evil power on it. Only one hell manjasaka can be born out of 100 million manjasaka plants. It is very rare. Oh? Lu Qingxian strode over, took the red flower from the girl's hand, and directly infused it with his spiritual power. The next second, a terrifying chill swept over my body, as if I were being dragged into hell by a demon.
It's definitely not an ordinary thing.
Could you please save my grandfather first? He's dying, the girl pleaded as she watched Lu Qingxian intently studying the red flower. Beside him, the middle-aged man who hadn't left turned back and sneered. I already told you that no one can save your grandfather. This little bastard saw you as a young girl and tried to scam you. I didn't expect you to actually bring out something good. Hellish manjasaka, a top-grade evil medicinal herb in the black market. This is worth more than $1 billion. At this point, the burly man licked his lips, and his gaze toward Lu Qingxian suddenly changed. The girl stared blankly at Lu Qingxian. Seeing that his gaze was still fixed on the red flower, the light in her eyes gradually disappeared, turning into despair. Just then, Lu Qingxian took out several silver needles and shot them into the old man's body. One needle was inserted into Tian Yuan, one into Shen Ke, and one into Yang Chuan. The old man's body immediately stiffened and was instantly straightened, stopping his vomiting of blood. Then Lu Qingxian fed him another pill. Alright, I'll accept this red spider lily. With that, Lu Qingxian turned and left.
You can't do this, my grandfather. Cough cough.
A soft cough came from behind the girl. She turned her head and saw that her grandfather had sat up. At some point he touched the silver needles on his body but did not dare to reach out to pull them out.
3 needles determine life and death. Could he be a descendant of the divine physician Gigu?
The old man looked in the direction Lu Qingxian had left, savoring the fragrance of the pill in his mouth, the astonishment on his face lingering for a long time.
Grandpa, are you all right?
The girl was both surprised and delighted. The old man shook his head. It's all right. It's better to hand over that red spider lily. We're not capable enough to keep it with us. It would only bring disaster. Come on, let's get out of here quickly. The two supported each other and disappeared into the crowd. Meanwhile, the burly man who had previously mocked Lu Qingxian for being unable to cure the old man chased after the three of them in the direction they had left. The Heart's Edge restaurant was packed on the night of the celebration banquet, but fortunately Lu Qingxian had booked a private room there in advance using his mobile phone. However, when Lu Qingxian and his men arrived at the private room, they found that it had already been occupied.
Where's the boss? Lu Qingxian arrived on the first floor and knocked on the counter.
The restaurant was extremely busy, there wasn't a single waiter in sight, and the manager, owner, and other staff were nowhere to be found.
After a long while, the store manager finally showed up.
Seeing that Lu Qingxian, and Xingyu, and Lu Bingqing were young, the store manager breathed a sigh of relief. In this Dragon Tiger village, especially during the Dragon Tiger fight, everyone has an extraordinary background. The biggest fear is provoking someone you can't afford to offend. Among these people, there are definitely many elders from prestigious families. As for the young people, most of them are rich second-generation heirs who are easy to deal with.
The private room I booked is occupied. Could you help me resolve this? Lu Qingxian showed the other party the order on his phone.
The manager glanced at the table, as if he already knew, and said with a smile, "There's nothing we can do about it. There aren't enough private rooms during the Dragon Tiger tournament. Either you wait a while until someone finishes eating and I'll arrange another one for you, or you can cancel your order and I'll refund you." After hearing this solution, not only Lu Qingxian objected, but Xingyu and Lu Bingqing beside him also objected.
If everyone handles things like you do, then what's the point of us paying in advance to reserve a private room?
Lu Bingqing asked calmly, looking at the other person. She was a businesswoman, and precisely because she was a businesswoman, she was more furious than the average person when she saw how these unscrupulous merchants handled things. This was exactly what they meant by big shops bullying customers. Moreover, this wasn't even a big shop, it was just in a good location and had benefited from the Dragon Tiger fight in Dragon Tiger Village. Seeing the other party questioning him, the store manager's temper flared up, and his face darkened. Either wait, or get a refund and leave. Doing business is not easy, as it's so hard to be understanding of each other. Do you really want me to go in and kick them out before you're satisfied? That's too domineering. How you handle this is your business, it has nothing to do with us. I only accept a result that satisfies me. Otherwise, I will let the Market Supervision Department of Longhu Village intervene and see if your behavior is the default behavior of the Longhu Village Commercial Market. Lu Bingqing crossed her arms in front of her chest, and her aura suddenly became more imposing.
Either deal with it immediately, or accept the punishment. Lu Qingxian didn't speak. It was obvious that Lu Bingqing was more adept at handling this kind of matter. If he were to take charge, he might get angry and cause trouble, even turning the shop upside down. The store manager hadn't expected this woman to be so sharp. She launched into a series of attacks right from the start, completely give her a chance to speak.
I think you're here to cause trouble, aren't you? The store manager snapped his fingers with a cold face, and several security guards rushed out and surrounded the three of them in a fan shape.
I advise you not to play these games. Just handle things properly, or I guarantee you'll be the ones who regret it in the end. Lu Bingqing sneered when she saw that the other party intended to use force. The manager chuckled and plopped back into his chair. Our Xing Yuan restaurant has been in Longhu Village for 20 years, and to this day we still don't know how to spell the word regret. Why don't you teach me?
Throw it out. What do those three ungrateful bastards think my heart's fate is? 463, Chapter 463. A slap.
Finally found you.
A deep male voice came from behind, interrupting the shop manager. The appearance of this middle-aged man silenced the entire restaurant lobby.
The store manager tensed up instantly. A wolf?
Clearly, she knew the man and was terrified of him.
The wolf glanced at her. Oh, someone I know. It's alright, I'm not here for you, I'm not interested in you, relax. On the condition that you don't disturb me while I'm doing my business.
The store manager immediately reassured him, don't worry, Mr. Wolf, I'll pretend I didn't see anything, no matter what happens.
Hee, you're quite sensible.
The wolf gave a thumbs up. He immediately fixed his gaze on Lu Qingxian again, as if afraid that the other party would run away again.
Do you need something?
Lu Qingxian glanced at him indifferently. He vaguely remembered him. He seemed to be the middle-aged man who had made sarcastic remarks when he treated that old man before. However, he hadn't paid much attention at the time, so his impression of him was very faint. The wolf stroked its chin, its eyes gleaming with greed, and then sized up Lu Bingqing and Xingyu for a moment.
Ha, look at those two women beside you, with their fair and delicate skin. Kid, you must be quite wealthy.
Wealthy, right?
And then?
Lu Qingxian nodded. Since you're so rich, you must not be short of money, right? Perfect. I'm very interested in the red spider lily you took from that girl. How about I take it out and examine it? Also, I'm a little interested in the medicine you fed that old man. Take it out and offer it to your brother today. You can leave happily with your two little girlfriends. Otherwise, the wolf's eyes changed, and he said fiercely and venomously, tomorrow morning there will be 3 more nameless corpses around Dragon Tiger Village.
Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxian couldn't help but smile. You want to kill and rob?
Not bad, you're not completely stupid. The wolf put his hands in his pockets, as if groping for something. During the Dragon Tiger fight, no one will care how many people die here. Lu Qingxian smiled slightly. Someone like you who tries to rob anyone with money, I'm very curious how you've survived to this day. Was it because you were too lucky before and didn't encounter any experts?
The wolf laughed loudly. Kid, you mean you're a master?
I think, maybe it qualifies. Lu Qingxian casually flicked his fingers.
Ha, I like arrogant young people like you. The wolf licked its lips and instantly appeared in front of Lu Qingxian. Remember this, the murderer is the senior disciple of the Seven Wounds sect, Evil Wolf.
Immediately following, a fierce fist came crashing down with 7 changes in speed. It was the infamous 7 injury fist, which could injure the vital spot, reaching deep into the lungs and internal organs. Without strong internal energy to protect the body, one would die instantly from a heart attack. But at that moment, his punches came to an abrupt halt. Upon closer inspection, Lu Qingxian was raising his hand and pinching the other's wrist. Immediately afterward, the wrist turned into an S shape, and the bones inside were crushed before the wolf could even let out a scream. A slap carrying a terrifying force descended from the top of his head, slamming him into the ground. On the ground, a dark pit remained. Looking down from here, the wolf was nowhere to be seen. Only the bits of flesh and blood remaining on the ground truly recorded that the wolf had just existed. Lu Bingqing had seen her share of life and death recently, so this scene left her speechless. That's terrible. Indeed, Xingyu agreed, but the next second she added, however, People who like to take things by force and are quick to kill others deserve to die and are not worthy of sympathy. That's right, those who like to bully others should all be slapped to the ground by Brother Qing Xian. Lu Bingqing smiled charmingly, then turned to look at the store manager who was standing there dumbfounded. Ms. Store Manager, do you think what I said makes sense? The female manager swallowed hard, clutching her pants that were already wet with urine, and hurriedly said, Gentlemen, I'll have someone clean out the largest private room right now so you can enjoy your meal. Lu Bingqing squinted and smiled. That would be too much trouble after all, the place is full, and it wouldn't be good to kick anyone out. No, I vacated one of the private rooms for my relatives without their permission. I told them to leave, the female manager said with a bitter smile. Then she quickly bent down and ran to the second floor. In less than 5 minutes, she arranged a private room for Lu Qingxian and the other two. It was the highest class room, and she also promised that all drinks would be free. This meal was on Xinziyuan. This made Xingyu sigh, realizing that power reigns supreme no matter where you are. In the secular world, so-called power is embodied through authority and wealth, but in the martial arts world, power is power. A naked means that can take a person's life. Whoever has the bigger fist represents the truth, and anyone who disagrees can be killed with a single punch.
Outside Xingyuan, customers kept coming in.
Everyone was stunned when they saw the huge, bloody crater inside the store, and then asked the store manager what happened. The store manager stammered, unsure how to explain, and finally could only say that some clueless person had come to cause trouble, and then a master had slapped him down. Then some people lay down on the ground to look, and even found a stick to poke at the bottom, concluding that it was 10 meters deep and bottomless. How terrifying is it to knock someone down 10 meters, the force is no less than that of a fully loaded truck crashing into you at full speed. A trio of 3, 1 old and 2 young, stood by the pit for a long time. The old man approached the shopkeeper and asked, Excuse me, where is the master who knocked the man into the pit? Please show me the way, I would like to pay him a visit. Then he placed a gold ingot on the counter. This gold ingot is very large, it looks to weigh at least 1 kilogram, and it's worth hundreds of thousands. Store manager Mingxi was clearly tempted. She glanced at the second floor, pursed her lips, and whispered a number in the old man's ear. 464, Chapter 464, The Reasons We Had to Go. She was just spreading information, which didn't offend anyone, and even in a place like Longhu village, this gold ingot was enough for her to earn in 2 months during the peak season. The old man and the man and woman quickly went upstairs and knocked on the door of the private room where Lu Qingxian was. Enter. A man's voice came from inside. The old man led the way and politely entered the private room. He was clearly taken aback when he saw the 3 young people inside, 1 man and 2 women. He obviously didn't expect that the expert who could knock someone more than 10 meters underground was a young man or 2 women with stunningly beautiful appearances. Who are you? Lu Qingxian asked, picking up food with his chopsticks as he turned to look at the door of the private room. The old man's face quickly lit up with a smile. Hello, sir, let me introduce myself. I am from the land of cherry blossoms, and my name is Matsui Tatsuya. These 2 are my apprentices, Ozawa Ichiro and Kobe Nana. The people of Japan. Lu Bingqing frowned, clearly not having a good first impression of the people of this country. And Xingyu said she was unmoved.
Lu Qingxian asked calmly, Is there something you need?
Matsui Tatsuya quickly stepped forward and bowed. We have come to the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom only to find powerful Great Xia warriors. We wish to establish a cooperation with you. What's the point of cooperating with you, you bunch of rats? If I weren't kind-hearted, I would have crushed you right here and no one could have done anything to me, Lu Qingxian said casually while eating his food. Upon hearing this, the 2 young people, a man and a woman, were filled with pent-up anger. They knew all too well the arrogance of the martial artists of the Great Xia dynasty. Just like the top ninjas in Great Onmyoji of their Sakura kingdom, they certainly had the right to be arrogant, but they never expected that they could be arrogant to this extent. They hadn't provoked him, and they had sincerely and even humbly come to discuss cooperation, yet the other party wanted to kill them. It was simply too unreasonable. Sir, there are no eternal enemies or eternal friends in this world, only eternal interests. I believe that as long as we show sincerity, you will definitely be interested in cooperating. Matsui Tatsuya, as their mentor and elder, was not angry at all. Instead, he tried to please the other party with an even more sincere attitude. Then I'd like to hear what kind of benefits you can offer to sway me. I am quite picky about things, Lu Qingxian said with amusement. He didn't need cultivation techniques or secret manuals, and he had no shortage of pills and elixirs, unless they were old medicines over 500 years old or rare natural treasures. But even major powers were extremely scarce in such things and wouldn't easily part with them. He didn't believe that just anyone on a small island could have such resources. Sir, in the words of your great Xia Dragon Kingdom, let's speak frankly. I belong to the Dark Dragon Society of the Sakura Kingdom. Not long ago, we discovered the water of life in the remote northern wilderness of an isolated island north of Hokkaido. The water of life is a very pure soul energy substance, the ultimate energy that all the strong covet, and the key to unlocking the path to godhood. The old man's expression was that of someone on a pilgrimage. Then, he took out a bottle and poured out thin, crystal-clear streams of water, and an unusual energy fluctuation instantly filled the entire private room. Lu Qingxian, who had been smiling just moments before, suddenly became serious. He felt his spiritual energy boiling within his body. The thin membrane that had been preventing him from climbing upwards seemed to have been torn open without his knowledge, and he was just a little short of reaching the 5th level of the Dao body realm. During his previous cultivation, he had guessed that external enhancement was no longer effective in achieving the Dao body. The core lay in spiritual power. However, he couldn't find a way to enhance his spiritual power when he encountered the Western Black Witch cult. That door was opened, but that was all. He still had no clue what to do unless he conquered the Black Witch cult, found its leader, and asked him how to specifically cultivate spiritual power. However, this method is only a thought. Putting aside the fact that the Black Witch cult has been gone for many years and is a public enemy of the martial arts world, the Black Witch cult's history and influence alone are enough to prove that they are not to be trifled with and are not someone that Lu Qingxian can afford to provoke. Now, a clear path lies before him. This so-called water of life, once ingested, can enhance one's mental strength, and if consumed in sufficient quantities, it can cause a qualitative change in one's mental power. This is terrifying. How much of this do you have? Lu Qingxian looked up at him. Matsui Tatsuya shook the small bottle. It's very little. I only have about 5 milliliters on hand. If I weren't responsible for going out to recruit powerful martial artists, I wouldn't even be able to get my hands on 5 milliliters after all. It's really precious. Lu Qingxian thought for a moment and then asked, approximately how much of the water of life is stored in the place where it was discovered? Matsui Tatsuya grinned greedily. There are so many, indescribably many. It's a natural well, and it's predicted that the entire underground is filled with life-giving water. What? Lu Qingxian exclaimed in surprise. The energy of this life-giving water is terrifying. It is a truly pure spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. If it is really as the other party said, that an entire vein is full of life-giving water, then we must have struck a dragon vein, right? Earth has existed for over 4 billion years, and traces of humanoid life can only be traced back to a few million years ago on this vast and boundless planet. There must be certain areas that no living beings have ever discovered. It is quite normal that such places, after years of accumulation, would give birth to some incomprehensible wonders of nature. Sir, how about it, if you are willing to cooperate with our Dark Dragon group of the Sakura Kingdom and successfully obtain the water of life, I guarantee that you will receive a pound of it. Lu Qingxian chuckled inwardly, predicting the life-giving water of an entire mine, only to get a pound for himself after acquiring it. He really didn't know if this person was too naive, or if he had treated them like fools. Lu Qingxian always takes 99% of such good stuff, leaving only 1% for Japan as a kickback. If these people don't listen, he'll slaughter them all, not giving them even 1%. Okay, that's the plan. Lu Qingxian smiled and said, okay, tell me how we'll cooperate. Matsui Tatsuya's smile became even more solicitous, and the two disciples behind him also showed expressions of joy. Sir, we have gathered many martial artists, so we need to verify your strength first. Tomorrow at noon, our person in charge will appear at the Green Vine Club, which is 2 kilometers away. I will then take you there to meet the person in charge. As long as the person in charge nods, we will be partners. Lu Qingxian nodded okay. Matsui Tatsuya smiled and bowed. Then, I won't disturb your meal any longer, sir. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the Qingtang Club before noon tomorrow. Oh, by the way, what is your surname, sir? Land. Mr. Luque, see you tomorrow. Matsui Tatsuya gave the two a wink, then quickly left the private room. The atmosphere in the private room was somewhat silent. Lu Qingxian was contemplating the matter of the water of life, while the two women stared at him. Could this be a trap? The Japanese have always been full of scoundrels. Sister Bingqing is right, it's always best to be careful. And Xingyu nodded quickly. I don't know them at all even if they're trying to scam me. It's unlikely they'd target me besides. These worthless bastards can't conjure up anything that would threaten me. Most importantly, the water of life is extremely important to me, so even if they're trying to scam me, I have to bite the bullet and go for it, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. But don't worry, even if I don't get any benefits, I can still protect myself. The two women nodded, knowing that once Lu Qingxian made a decision, it was not something that could be easily changed by others. The next day, Lu Qingxian ignored the dragon-tiger fight and arrived at the Green Vine Club precisely before noon. The battle between the dragon and the tiger will continue until at least tonight, and the Lu family won't be defeated so quickly. They can finish dealing with things here and then rush over, which will be just the right time. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Qingtang Club, they found that Matsui Tatsuya and his two disciples were already waiting there. Mr. Lu, you are indeed a punctual person. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Aren't we still supposed to verify our strength? Lu Qingxian asked. It's just a formality. With the fact that you knocked someone 10 meters underground, your skills are already comparable to those of a high-ranking ninja in our Sakura country. How could we refuse such a master? Matsui Tatsuya said with a smile. Lu Qingxian understood. It turned out that the person had come looking for him because they saw him kill the wolf. No wonder, why would a complete stranger assume he's a master? May I ask how many powerful individuals your Dark Dragon group has recruited? Lu Qingxian asked again. Matsui Tatsuya thought for a moment, seemingly considering whether it was convenient to disclose this information. It's fine if you can't say, I was just asking casually. No, Mr. Lu, you misunderstand. I am not quite sure of the exact number either. There are many pimps like me in our Dark Dragon group. I estimate that we've recruited about 20 martial artists including you, Mr. Lu. I have 4 of them, Matsui Tatsuya quickly said. These old men need to be served well. This is all part of his performance record. Lu Qingxian nodded. Let's go in. The Qingtang Club was originally built to entertain foreign guests. It has been renovated into different themed areas, so whether you are from Europe or America or other regions, you can find a familiar feeling in the Qingtang Club. Even the ladies who serve the guests here are sourced from all over the world, with the aim of giving our distinguished guests an unforgettable experience. Mr. Lu didn't bring his 2 girlfriends with him? Matsui Tatsuya suddenly asked, then quickly patted his mouth. Look at me, my mouth is getting worse and worse at talking. How can men always bring their families when they're out having fun? Luckily, I arranged some activities for Mr. Lu in advance, so there's no need to worry about it being boring. Upon entering the room inside the club, Matsui Tatsuya clapped his hands with a smile, and then Lu Qingxian saw 2 graceful and beautiful oriental women emerge from behind the screen. The 2 women, their clothes half undone, naturally came to Lu Qingxian's side. 465, Chapter 465. I'm very angry. This is a specialty of the Qingtang Club, Mr. Lu, please make yourselves at home, Matsui Tatsuya said with a smile. Beside him, his 2 young disciples, a man and a woman, knelt and sat as if Gong were used to it, pretending not to see anything. In Japan, the hierarchy of power and status is very clear. The strong control everything and enjoy everything, and no one dares to say anything against them. Therefore, no one will think it is absurd to do anything in public. They will only think it is the natural thing to do. Where is the person in charge? Lu Qingxian had absolutely no interest in women. Please wait a moment. Since you are not the only person being received, Mr. Lu, we need to follow a certain order. Mr. Lu, please rest here. Once the person in charge has finished dealing with the other martial artists, I will bring him here. After saying that, Matsui Tatsuya called his 2 apprentices to leave quickly. Inside the room, only Lu Qingxian and the 2 half-naked maids who had been summoned remained. My lord, my name is Amamiya Yuki, and this is my younger sister, Amamiya Sakura. Please feel free to use us. We are both virgins and very clean, the woman in the white kimono said in broken Chinese. The girl in the pink kimono next to him nodded quickly. Are you both from Japan? Lu Qingxian sat on the futon, looking at the 2 of them indifferently, his eyes devoid of any lust. Reporting to you, sir, we are from the Sakura Kingdom, but we grew up in the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom. What made you decide to do this? Lu Qingxian asked casually. Amamiya Yuki shook her head. Everyone's fate is different. It's not a question of whether you want to or not, but a question of whether you have a choice. Sakura and I have no parents. It was Sister Akane who took us in. Our only value in life is to serve you well and make you happy. Lu Qingxian fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, many people are born without the right to choose their fate. Some are born into royalty, wealthy families, or noble families, while others suffer many hardships, have no fixed abode, and struggle to even make ends meet in order to survive. They may even have to sell their bodies and souls.
Feel sorry. Amamiya Yuki and Amamiya Sakura were flattered and quickly bowed, saying, "My lord, you don't need to apologize. It is our honor to serve you.
You two just stay here, you don't need to do anything." Lu Qingxian pointed to the side, then closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. The two girls looked at each other during their training. They had been told that these important figures were eccentric and had strange personalities, some even being sadists. There had even been reports of sisters being tortured to death, so they had long been prepared to be humiliated, abused, and injured. In fact, they were prepared to stand up and sacrifice themselves to protect their younger sister in critical moments. But she never expected that she and her sister would be so lucky to meet such a gentleman.
"Thank you, sir, thank you."
The two girls sat quietly to one side, trying to keep their breathing as soft as possible so as not to disturb the adult. I don't know how much time passed, but it was probably about an hour. Lu Qingxian, who was in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes.
Bang!
A loud gunshot rang out 20 meters away, followed immediately by a bullet that pierced through the window and shot toward Lu Qingxuan's temple. This is clearly not an ordinary gun, nor are the bullets it fires ordinary bullets. The speed and destructive power have been increased by more than double. It should be a bullet fired by a heavy sniper rifle, which is enough to penetrate ordinary armor and bulletproof vests. However, it could not harm Lu Qingxian, who possessed protective qi. A faint white mark appeared around his body. The bullet hit the qi, only penetrating the sharp tip, before losing all momentum and falling to the ground with a thud. Upon picking it up, I realized it was indeed a bullet used by heavy snipers, and a highly destructive armor-piercing round at that. Lu Qingxian turned his head to look out the window.
At this moment, the door to the room was pushed open, and Matsui Tatsuya appeared in the doorway immediately afterward. A woman dressed in red with a seductive figure appeared. She was the owner of the Qingtang Club, the same Zhujia that Amamiya Yuki had mentioned. Then, two unfamiliar men walked in together, one dressed in a kimono and the other in the samurai uniform unique to Japan. Finally, his two apprentices, Ozawa Ichiro and Kobe Nana, appeared. The group looked at Lu Qingxian, who was unharmed, and then at the bullet beside his body, revealing expressions of appreciation. "Matsui, you found a great martial artist from the great Xia dynasty." He stood firm and blocked the bullets from the light M82. Conservatively speaking, he is a martial artist with great internal strength, equivalent to a jonin in our Japan. "You have done a great job, Mr. Matsui." Matsui Tatsuya laughed heartily. "Lord Kanano, my judgment has always been good. In fact, I spent a great deal of money to invite this Mr. Lu, but for the sake of the organization, it was all worth it." Hong Jia, standing to the side, also praised, "The great Xia has never lacked experts, especially during the Dragon Tiger battle. Anyone you pick out from the crowd is an internal strength martial artist. However, it is rare to see one so young." Then, Hong Jia looked at the two sisters, Yuki and Sakura, sitting next to her unharmed, and was somewhat surprised. "Sir, are you not satisfied with the women I arranged? The girls at our Qingtang Club are absolutely top-notch in the entire capital. Any one of them could debut as a celebrity." Lu Qingxian remained silent, while Jin Yexing sneered, "I think there must be something that didn't satisfy this martial artist, or perhaps his tastes aren't right after all. Some people like innocent young girls, while others prefer mature women, and still others prefer immature young girls. Am I right, martial artist?" Lu Qingxian remained silent. Katsuo Kanino beckoned to Sakura Amamiya, the younger of the two sisters. Sakura Amamiya stood up timidly and looked towards. He led the other person over. Katsuo Kane smiled and ruffled Sakura Amamiya's hair. Then, the next second, the samurai-clad man behind him drew his sword and severed Sakura Amamiya's neck with a single stroke. This scene caught everyone off guard, including Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxuan's pupils shrank to a single point, and a chilling gaze locked onto the other person. Sakura. Amamiya Yuki's eyes widened as she knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Things without value should be discarded immediately. Katsuo Kaniya still held Sakura Amamiya's head in his hand, while her body slammed heavily to the ground, the gushing blood pooling into a small puddle. Katsuo Kane threw away Sakura Amamiya's head, grinned,
and extended his hand to Lu Qingxian, this martial artist from Great Xia. You have passed our test. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you.
Who gave you permission to kill people in front of me?
Lu Qingxian said softly.
Ha! Katsuo Kanino thought he had misheard.
I said, who gave you permission to kill someone in front of me? Also, I don't like this test. I felt threatened, so I'm very angry. Lu Qingxian stood up from the futon.
466, Chapter 466. Is he a ghost?
Katsuo Kane's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious and cold expression.
Are all martial artists of the Great Xia dynasty this arrogant? Since you want to test your strength, using some unexpected moves is inevitable. Don't you even have this much magnanimity?
As for killing, ordinary people's lives are as cheap as straw sandals. They can be killed without a second thought. Which martial artist doesn't have hundreds or thousands of lives on their hands? Could it be that this martial artist has never killed anyone before?
Katsuo Kanino sneered. Since you happen to have another one with you, why not use him for practice? He was referring to Amamiya Yuki, of course.
Amamiya Yuki's expression was blank, as if she had lost all fear. Her eyes were fixed on her sister's corpse, and gradually she lost all her vitality. Having grown up without parents, the two depended on each other for survival, and the affection and dependence they shared was unimaginable to ordinary people. It's too boring to practice with ordinary people. Lu Qingxian looked at Genie Katsuo.
Oh? Katsuo Kanino raised an eyebrow in surprise.
How about we practice with this warrior behind you? I think he's quite good with his sword, and his movements are very fast. Lu Qingxian smiled slightly.
Baka!
The warrior gripped his sword hilt tightly, his face contorted with malice as he stared directly at Lu Qingxian. The warriors of Great Xia are arrogant and conceited, and lack discipline. Katsuo Kane laughed heartily. Mr. Warrior, do you know who he is? He is the Grand Protector of our Dark Dragon Group, the personal disciple of Lord Kenji Nagaoka, known as the Golden Warrior, Nagao Kojiro, whose strength is comparable to that of a jonin. Lu Qingxian nodded. It's better to have a reputation. Killing someone with a reputation is much more interesting than killing an ordinary person. Katsuo Kane narrowed his eyes. Mr. Martial Artist, we can easily wipe out ordinary people, but when it comes to fighting against someone of equal strength, bloodshed and injury are inevitable. If the injury is serious, this cooperation may have to be cancelled, and you will also face accountability from our Dark Dragon Group. This is a very unprofitable deal. Lu Qingxian flicked his fingers indifferently. Head, bleeding and injured. You overestimate yourself and underestimate me. You keep calling yourselves ordinary people, but what difference do you have from ordinary people in my eyes?
Baka!
Nagano Kojiro was furious. He quickly drew his blood-stained longsword from his waist, and the sharp blade flashed down towards Lu Qingxian's head with unparalleled power.
Draw your sword and slash, cut!
The sword drawing slash is an extremely famous and powerful move in the sword techniques of Japan. Although many swordsmen can learn it at the basic level, the power it can unleash varies greatly depending on the user.
An ordinary samurai could kill an ordinary person instantly with a single blow.
Superior warriors use this against opponents of the same rank, enabling them to strike first and severely injure their opponents in unexpected situations. A sword saint-level expert can split mountains and cut through water with a single strike, making them extremely terrifying. Furthermore, they have developed countless variations of this sword drawing slash, making it impossible to defend against.
Watch out! Amamiya Yuki shouted.
Her younger sister had already been killed by these beasts. She knew this gentleman intended to stand up for her, but she didn't want anyone else to lose their life.
However, by the time she uttered those words, it was already too late. Nagano Kojiro's sword strike was too fast, as if it transcended time and froze the surrounding space. He swung his sword down at Lu Qingxian. Nagano Kojiro's expression was ferocious and furious, his eyes flashing with cruel confidence, as if he could already see his opponent being cut in two by his blade, blood splattering in the void. Katsuo Kane also sneered repeatedly, looking at the other party with great sarcasm. What an utterly foolish idiot! Are all the martial artists of Great Xia so ignorant and foolish? Courting death, they don't know how to cherish the good opportunity right in front of them. Once they are injured, they lose their value, and the cooperation can only be cancelled at that time. Facing a piece of trash, their Dark Dragon Group will definitely try to kill him in order to prevent the news from leaking out. But at that moment, he saw the other person raise their jade-like fingers and lightly flick the blade. In a daze, a sound as explosive as thunder suddenly erupted in the room. The finger strikes like thunder. Originally, Lu Qingxian did not want to make a move, at least when the other party used a heavy sniper rifle and armor-piercing rounds to test his strength. Although he was somewhat angry, he was able to control himself because the water of life was very important and related to his cultivation of the fifth step of the Tao body and the completion of his cultivation technique. Therefore, the best option is to save all unhappiness and anger for after the goal is achieved, and then seek revenge. However, the sight of the samurai drawing his sword and killing the innocent Sakura Amamiya made him determined to teach the samurai a profound lesson. This was not only to avenge the innocent girl, but also to tell these people not to think they could easily bully him. Such a low-level show of force would come at a price if anyone dared to use it against him. Boom! The loud roar was like a small grenade exploding in the room. In that instant, everyone could see a pale mist bloom from Lu Qingxuan's flicked finger. This mist, like a ring, spread out in all directions affected by this energy. Even Katsuo Kane and the others couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Ozawa Ichiro and Kobe Nana, who were slightly weaker, almost lost their footing and fell out of the door. Swish, swish, swish. The paper-covered windows around the room made a tearing, ear-piercing sound, followed by the window frames and door frames being blown off. At the same time, the smile on Nagano Kojiro's face froze. His pupils first dilated infinitely, and then instantly contracted to a point, no bigger than a sesame seed. Smack! With a flick of his finger, the long sword shattered into pieces. Kojiro Nagano was thrown back by the violent and unparalleled force of the wind. His body began to shatter in midair, and his surging blood gushed out, forming a beautiful red landscape. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, it flew 20 meters away and landed in the classical fountain in the very center of the Green Vine Club, turning the entire fountain a vivid blood red. Looking around, the people were still there, but the doors, windows, and partitions of the room had all disappeared, as if a gale had swept through and taken everything away. This is merely the power of a snap of the fingers. The entire room was silent. You could hear a pin drop. The clash between finger and blade tip, a battle that seemed almost predictable, took an unexpected turn. Katsuo Kane could not fathom the sheer force of that flick of the finger that could shatter Kojiro Nagano's renowned sword, Danka, kill him instantly, shatter his body, and create such a terrifying commotion, as if it had been bombarded. Amamiya Yuki was also stunned. Gentlemen, you're actually this powerful? As for Matsui Tatsuya and his 2 apprentices, they were completely dumbfounded. Slapping someone 10 meters underground is far from their limit. Is this person a ghost? 467, Chapter 467, The Wonderful Uses of the Water of Life. Kojiro Nagano is the personal disciple of Kenji Nagaoka, the famous Grand Protector of their country and organization. He is known as the Golden Samurai and may even become a sword saint in the future. He was killed with a flick of his finger? It's no different from killing an ordinary person, so why do you always like to show off when you're clearly not strong enough? You keep talking about ordinary people, thinking you're a god who controls everything in the world, but little do you know that in other people's eyes, you're just an ant. Lu Qingxian shook his head and said calmly, as if he had done something insignificant. So it turns out it was Grandmaster in person. We were blind and didn't recognize your greatness. We deserve to die. Grandmaster, please calm down. The organization will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter, as expected of the person in charge here. Katsuo Kane was flexible and adaptable. After clearly assessing the other party's strength, he immediately lowered his stance, corrected his position, and apologized to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. That's right, it was our fault for offending the Grandmaster. I will definitely report this matter to the organization and give you an explanation. Mr. Lu. Matsui Tatsuya immediately realized his mistake and hurriedly apologized. He appeared outwardly apprehensive, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Just how lucky was he? He dug around casually and actually unearthed a Grandmaster from the Great Xia dynasty. This is a super strong person equivalent to the shadow level strength of their Sakura country. With the blessing of a Grandmaster, the strength of their Dark Dragon group has greatly increased, and the success rate of their operations has increased exponentially. More importantly, he has made a great contribution, and will at least be promoted to a high-ranking position in the organization. Becoming an ordinary protector, his status and position will immediately surpass that of the man in front of him, Katsuo Kane, and he might even become the highest-ranking person in charge of the Great Xia side. In short, they were incredibly lucky. You can't argue with that. Compared to this, the death of a mere samurai is utterly insignificant. I believe that even if Nagano Kojiro's master, the great protector Kenji Nagaoka, knew about it,
he would not pursue the matter for the sake of the bigger picture. Behind him, his two apprentices didn't dare to raise their heads, their hearts filled with unparalleled shock. This man from the Great Xia Kingdom looked to be about the same age as them, yet he was actually a legendary grandmaster of the Great Xia Kingdom, equivalent to a supreme expert of the shadow level in their Sakura Kingdom. The Great Xia Kingdom was truly terrifying, and Dragon Tiger Village was also terrifying. Anyone they picked out could become one of the top figures in their Sakura Kingdom. Lu Qingxian sat back down on the futon. Forget about explanations, I don't buy it. Just hand over all the life-giving water you have, and we'll consider this matter closed, and our cooperation will continue, Lu Qingxian said. This, Katsuo Kanino's eyelids twitched. The water of life is too precious to be taken out casually. You want to refuse? Lu Qingxian narrowed his eyes. What will happen if I refuse? Katsuo Kanino asked with a forced smile, his tone uncertain. It's very simple. If you offend me and can't give me what I want, then you should atone with your death, Lu Qingxian said as if he were describing a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Katsuo Kane quickly took out an exquisite bottle from his pocket, smiled, and came to Lu Qingxian, placing it on the ground in front of the futon. Hee hee, I was just joking with you. This is the water of life, Mr. Lu, please accept it. Next, Matsui Tatsuya also took out a small portion from his pocket, followed by Hong Jia, who also had more in stock than the other two. Mr. Lu, I am also a native of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. The doors of the Qingtang Club will always be open to you. In addition, I will give you Gongying a proper burial. Yu Gongxue will be my daughter from now on, and I will take care of her like my own daughter. Sister Hong quickly expressed her opinion, showing her advantages. Lu Qingxian nodded, then took the 3 bottles in his hands and shook them. Altogether, it amounts to about 20 milliliters. Then he asked Sister Hong to arrange a better room for him. In the room, Lu Qingxian collected the life essence from 3 bottles into 1 bottle, which was more than he had expected. This life essence looked like crystal dewdrops and had a certain viscosity. When poured, it would form a thread. You couldn't smell it, but you would suddenly become unusually clear-headed, as if you had stuffed a mint into your head. Then, there's that feeling of mental energy almost overflowing, breaking through limitations. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed nearly 30 milliliters of the life-giving water in 1 gulp. The smooth sensation felt like a strand of ice sinking from his mouth into his stomach. Immediately afterward, his eyes narrowed, his clothes burst open, and streams of white gas shot out from his pores. This white gas quickly evaporated and disappeared, and then more white gas appeared. In no time, the entire room turned into a thick white, and the white gas spread to other places along the cracks. At this moment, his mental state was also very strange, almost like an ethereal feeling. His soul seemed to have left his body, and he could see his own body. He could even see everything inside his body through his body, the trickling blood, the internal organs and meridians, as well as the lower dantian and the mysterious sea of qi. Internal inspection. Only when one's mental strength reaches a certain level can one develop the special ability of introspection. Just then, the room door creaked open. Amamiya Yuki walked in cautiously and called out softly, Mr. Riku, Mr. Riku. As the white mist dissipated, Lu Qingxian, completely naked, lay before her. 468, Chapter 468. What he gave me. Amamiya Yuki was about to scream, but instinctively covered her mouth, blushing as she stood there gracefully. Mr. Lu, are you alright? Hong, Sister Hong has already arranged my sister's funeral. I came here specifically to thank you on behalf of my sister. For people like us, whose lives are as worthless as grass, we can't even imagine that someone would avenge us after we die. But Mr. Lu, you are truly a very kind person. Before, I always thought of calling you Mr. Gentleman. At this point, Amamiya Yuki's face turned even redder. Actually, I knew a long time ago that people like my sister and me could die any day, anywhere, but when that day actually came, I still couldn't accept it. But after you killed that samurai, Mr. Gentleman, I felt relieved. I will live well in place of my sister. Mr. Gentleman, you. Amamiya Yuki realized that the other party did not respond. Lu Qingxian was also frightened by his current state. He even felt as if his soul had left his body and he could not control his body. He could not speak, could not move, and could not mobilize the power in his body. This made him instinctively feel a sense of fear. If someone wanted to harm him at this time, it would be too easy. Any martial artist with internal energy could take his life. Fortunately, it was Amamiya Yuki who came in. Seeing that the other party did not move, Yu Gongxue sat quietly to the side, guarding and waiting patiently. During this time, someone knocked on the door, and she responded on behalf of Lu Qingxian from behind the door, successfully dispelling the other party's idea of coming in. And so, a long time passed, about 2 hours, and Amamiya Yuki did not leave. Instead, she stared intently at Lu Qingxuan's naked body. Ultimately, she was just a 19-year-old girl who hadn't learned anything except the techniques for pleasing men taught by Sister Hong, and she had never seen or experienced anything. Just then, Lu Qingxian let out a muffled groan from deep within his throat, and a surge of power erupted from the depths of his mind. The intense impact caused him to almost lose his mind for a moment, leaving only instinct.
Mr. Gentleman, are you all right?
Upon seeing Lu Qingxuan's condition, Yu Gongxue, who had been keeping a close eye on him, quickly got up and ran over to help him up. But the next second, a pair of warm yet rough hands grabbed her shoulders, and her clothes vanished instantly, as if a flame had passed by and burned away all the debris on her body without harming her.
Mr. Gentleman, you.
Amamiya Yuki was startled. Soon, she felt herself being lifted up by 2 hands, and then a blazing flame enveloped her, the temperature of a man.
This time, even Amamiya Yuki herself didn't know how much time had passed. She only remembered floating on the clouds, fainting again and again. Lu Qingxian was in the same state. He was unaware of his actions. With his spiritual energy dissipated, even his soul was not in his body. It was as if he had detached from his body and become an independent entity floating in the air. He had imagined what this was like after death. The body decays, but the soul still floats in the air, existing eternally. Finally, slowly, he regained consciousness and gradually regained control of his body. His whole body trembled violently for a moment as if he had been electrocuted, and then his 5 senses and 6 perceptions seemed to have taken a big leap forward, becoming exceptionally sharp. He knew that this was an upgrade in his mental power. If I had to describe it, it's like an old, outdated robot that's been fitted with the most advanced CPU core. The feeling of effortless, masterful control is something I've never experienced before. Water of life, a good thing. Lu Qingxian opened his eyes, looked at the dirty and disheveled girl lying beside him, and felt a trace of pity in his eyes. His mental energy was out of control, and so were his actions, which were entirely driven by his physical instincts. Sister Hong, stop eavesdropping. Lu Qingxian glanced outside. The next second, a figure leaned over the door, the black shadow reflected in Lu Qingxuan's pupils through the curtain-like doorway. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, too. Find me 2 sets of clothes also. What time is it? Lu Qingxian asked casually. Mr. Lu, it's 5:37 p.m. now. I'll go prepare the clothes right away.
A few minutes later, Sister Hong brought over a set of retro men's clothing suitable for Lu Qingxian, making him look like an ancient swordsman. She also prepared a set of casual and loose maid's clothes for Yu Gongxue. After getting dressed, Lu Qingxian carried Yu Gongxue out of the room and handed her over to Sister Hong. Remember this, if she's good, I'll guarantee the continued prosperity of your Green Vine Club. If she's bad, I can raze this place to the ground in 3 seconds. Lu Qingxian still felt guilty, although he did not do it intentionally. What's done is done, and he had no reason to shirk responsibility. He could only rely on Sister Hong to ensure her future life. Yes, Mr. Lu, please rest assured, Shuer is my daughter, and I will take good care of her. At this point, how could Sister Hong not understand? Although this powerful man did not want to leave with Amamiya Yuki, since the two had already shared their love, theoretically, she was already his woman. A powerful man's woman should not be trampled on by a second person, otherwise it would be Sister Hong who did not know the rules and was courting death.
Lu Qingxian left the Green Vine Club. He has already wasted too much time, and might even miss the Dragon Tiger battle, but it doesn't matter compared to that. The news about the Water of Life is more important. Once he obtains a large amount of the Water of Life, his strength can be qualitatively improved in a very short time. At that time, the so-called Imperial City, or even the so-called martial arts world of Great Xia, will be nothing to worry about. He will become the supreme martial arts master. Despite saying that, Lu Qingxian was still rushing to the scene of the Dragon Tiger battle. However, he was indeed late, or rather, a little late. As the puppet's second brother crashed heavily off the stage, his body parts almost shattered, the ranking of the powerful Li family was officially announced. Third. This is an unprecedented achievement for the Li family. Their best previous result was 11th place. The entire Li family was immersed in immense joy. Li Yaoyao was thrust into the very center of the Li family,
becoming the new darling of the elders and essentially securing her position as the future heir of the Li family.
Correspondingly, Li Yunmeng was successfully ousted from her position. She looked at Li Yaoyao, who was surrounded by everyone like a star, and gritted her teeth in anger and embarrassment. The Li family's crisis was indeed resolved, but it had nothing to do with Li Yunmeng. Not only did she not gain any benefit, she also lost all her rights in the Li family. From now on, no one will look at her differently. Sister, Li Yunhao's face was grim. Can you find Lu Qingxian?
I have something to ask him, Li Yunmeng asked coldly. One sentence Lu Qingxian said to her earlier had particularly bothered her. Li Yaoyao has already found a martial arts helper, so your Li family will not lose its title of a prestigious family, and you don't need to worry about it. How would he know that Li Yaoyao had already found a martial arts assistant, and how would he know that the Li family would not lose its prestigious status, unless he was very familiar with the martial artist that Li Yaoyao had found? It would be impossible for an ordinary martial artist to win in a battle filled with grandmasters. Sis, that guy just vanished into thin air. I am starting to suspect he ran away beforehand. Li Yunhao shook his head helplessly. Not to mention finding him, he couldn't even get any information about him. He had offered a reward for Lu Qingxuan's head, and he wanted to find that bastard more than anyone else. Li Yunmeng lowered her head and remained silent for a moment, then her gaze fell on Li Yaoyao in the center of the crowd.
Now, there's another way to find out what happened. Have a good talk with Li Yaoyao. The Lu family's camp.
The entire Lu family was like ants on a hot pan, running around in a panic.
Where is Lu Qingxian? Where is he? Can we contact him? Can we? Lu Tianhao roared in fury. Disappearing at crucial moments is absolutely infuriating.
The Lu family is now without anyone to fight. The grandmasters they hired were injured to varying degrees in the previous rounds of battle and are simply unable to participate in the final decisive battle. I told you long ago that the little brat is unreliable just like his father. He's full of treachery when it really matters. All he does is harm my Lu family. I've never seen them do anything good, an elderly woman said with a sinister look in her eyes. Lu Qingning was also frantically pacing around, dialing the number again and again, but the phone only said it was switched off. Lu Tianhao was extremely anxious and dialed Lu Tiang's number again, but he knew very well that going to see his crippled brother at this point would be of no use at all. Either Lu Qingxian knew he was no match and ran away in advance, or he completely ruined the Lu family and was just playing a fool for them.
Regardless of the reason, the Lu family will absolutely not let this matter rest.
At the same time, backstage in the VIP room, Li Yunmeng found an opportunity to speak with Li Yaoyao alone. She had never even given this girl a second glance before, because someone like her, from a marginalized background, was simply not worthy of her attention. But now, their roles had been completely reversed.
Li Yunmeng wore a faint, friendly smile. Congratulations, Yaoyao. Sister Yunmeng, are you serious about congratulating me? Li Yaoyao pouted, sensing a deep resentment in the other's eyes.
What are you saying, Yaoyao? We're all sisters, so my blessings are sincere. I am genuinely happy for you from now on.
Yaoyao, you'll be a big celebrity in our Li family. You'd better take good care of your older sister. Li Yunmeng smiled sweetly, with a hint of playfulness.
Oh, Li Yaoyao nodded lightly. Actually, she didn't really want to communicate with this woman. This woman had recently returned to her ancestral home and gained immense power, dominating the entire Li family. All her brothers and sisters of the same generation revolved around her, and she always gave people the feeling of being very ambitious. Such ambitious people are very deep and calculating. She doesn't want to have a deep relationship with them. She still prefers girls like Yafei.
By the way, Yaoyao, I have a question for you. Li Yunmeng got to the point. Who introduced you to that expert you found? Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian, what's wrong? Li Yaoyao asked directly.
Li Yunmeng's smile vanished instantly, leaving her dumbfounded. Lu Qingxian, how could this be? How is this possible? And he didn't introduce me to it, he gave it to me as a gift, Li Yaoyao said, tilting her head.
469, Chapter 469 Wishful Thinking. Given to you?
The shock on Li Yunmeng's face hadn't faded, but then disbelief crept in. Yes, Lu Qingxian knew I was looking for a martial artist, so he sent him to help. It's that simple, Li Yaoyao said casually. Deep down, she was very grateful to the other party. She hadn't expected that the other party was so amazing. He had just found her a martial artist and it had made their Li family rank third. She could never repay this kindness. She could only repay it to Yafei in the future.
But this can be considered a transaction, I don't owe him anything. Li Yaoyao comforted herself in her heart. Alright, Sister Yunmeng, I'm going back now. Li Yaoyao was about to leave when Li Yunmeng grabbed her from behind. Sister Yunmeng, what are you doing? It hurts. Li Yaoyao frowned.
Where is Lu Qingxian? Please help me contact him, Li Yunmeng said, her breathing rapid.
I don't know, his phone is off, how would I know? Li Yaoyao quickly broke free.
When that burly expert helped the Li family win third place, she wanted to call and thank him, but she still couldn't get through. She couldn't predict the future, so how could she know where he was, let alone contact him?
I don't believe you, Yaoyao. You're definitely lying to your sister. Li Yunmeng gripped her hand even tighter, her eyes inexplicably turning red. Can you tell me where he found such a master? She knew Lu Qingxian was skilled in martial arts and must know people in the martial arts world, but this was a battle of titans, a grand event that everyone in the capital flocked to, a super spectacle. How could Lu Qingxian just pick someone and make the Li family rank among the top 3? If he used such talent himself, he could probably create his own powerful family, right? Was Lu Qingxian a fool? Why would he use such resources to help a silly girl? Looking at Li Yaoyao in front of her, she became angrier and angrier, almost going crazy, but she had to suppress her anger because Li Yaoyao was someone she couldn't afford to offend. Sister Yunmeng, I really don't know, please let go. Li Yaoyao frowned. Li Yunmeng was completely unaware that her fingernails had already dug into the back of Li Yaoyao's hand. Ouch, you're hurting me. Li Yaoyao flung her away. You're crazy. Then he hurried back to the VIP room. In the distance, Li Yunhao and Chen Meizhou hurried over. How's Yunmeng? Sis, are you alright?
Li Yunmeng's face trembled, and after a long while, she finally couldn't hold back anymore and tears streamed down her face.
It's Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian, what Lu Qingxian?
Chen Meizhou was furious as soon as she heard the name.
The expert from our Li family was found by Lu Qingxian, but all the credit is now attributed to Li Yaoyao. It has nothing to do with me. Moreover, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will be removed from my position as heir after this Dragon Tiger battle, becoming an ordinary marginal member of the Li family, and will no longer enjoy any rights related to the Li family. Li Yunmeng lowered her head. What, then, does that mean we're finished? Li Yunhao's face turned pale. Chen Meizhou's face flushed red, and after a long while, she burst out with a curse, beast. You've been married to him for several years, and as the saying goes, even a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. That little beast gave the credit to someone else instead of you. Does Lu Qingxian even deserve to be called a human being? When I find him, I'm going to ask him properly what benefits my daughter has gained from following him for so many years. Chen Meizhou was indignant, not feeling that there was anything wrong with her thoughts.
I know him. He did this deliberately to retaliate against me and to prove to me that leaving him was a mistake. Li Yunmeng pursed her lips. But I'm determined to prove to him that I will become better without him. No, I absolutely have to prove it.
Sister, we have nothing left now, what are we going to fight with? Li Yunhao said with a mournful face.
Li Yunmeng shook her head. No, I still have a choice. Furthermore, I've decided that I also want to learn martial arts.
What?
Li Yunhao touched his ears, almost doubting that he had misheard. It's not just me, Yunhao, you too. You also need to learn martial arts. Haven't you noticed? These martial arts practitioners are the truly superior beings. People like us who don't understand martial arts, even those from wealthy families who are usually treated like royalty, are all extremely respectful in front of those who are proficient in martial arts, like servants.
This is a circle we've never been in before, and it's also the key to our turnaround. But we're complete novices right now, Li Yunhao said, spreading his hands. Li Yunmeng's gaze was more resolute than ever before. So what if I'm an outsider, who wasn't an outsider once?
Just as Li Yunmeng finished speaking, Chen Meizhou tugged at her and pointed towards the entrance to the inner area, where a young man was walking slowly towards her.
It was Lu Qingxian.
That bastard actually dared to show up again. Yunmeng, you stay here and watch Mom go and get justice for you. After saying that, Chen Meizhou ran over aggressively. Lu Qingxian stopped in his tracks and saw Chen Meizhou running towards him from afar. You little brat, stop right there. You heartless bastard, you'd rather help other women than my Yunmeng. She's been with you for so many years, and in the end, she doesn't get a single good thing in return. You've really fed your conscience to the dogs. Chen Meijiao grabbed Lu Qingxuan's clothes, but Lu Qingxian shook her off with a flick of his arm.
Chen Meijiao stumbled and almost fell. Lu Qingxian, is this how you treat my mother? Li Yunmeng looked at him coldly. At least you once called her mom, didn't you?
So what? Not everyone in this world deserves respect. Some biological parents are like that, let alone a bunch of ungrateful wretches like yours. What is it about that deserves my respect? Lu Qingxian chuckled, his smile filled with incomprehension and sarcasm.
He couldn't understand how this family could still have the audacity to repeatedly appear in front of him after all this time. Did they really think he was too easy to bully and could be manipulated at any time? He is indeed a sentimental and emotional person, but that doesn't mean he's a fool. So, everything you're doing now is to get revenge on me, isn't it?
Li Yunmeng clenched her fists tightly, looking at him angrily.
Lu Qingxian was completely bewildered. Revenge against you? What makes you say that? Li Yaoyao, you clearly know a master, but instead of introducing him to me, you give him away to Li Yaoyao for free. Are you that close to her? You two are complete strangers, yet you use this method to disgust me. What good does this do you? 470, Chapter 470. Li Yunmeng's True Nature. Lu Qingxian stared at her in astonishment, then suddenly his expression broke down, revealing a playful look. Are you serious? Isn't that so? Li Yunmeng's forehead veins throbbed as she stared silently at Lu Qingxian. Li Yaoyao is Yafei's best friend. She has taken good care of Yafei during this time, so I'm returning the favor and helping her out. What's wrong with that? Targeting you? What value do you have that I would target? I, Lu Qingxian, never do anything meaningless. Don't you know that? Li Yunmeng opened her mouth. Just because she took care of Su Yafei? Otherwise what? I've always been generous to my family and friends, Lu Qingxian said with a faint smile. And what about me? Li Yunmeng's face stiffened. Wasn't I once the person you loved most? That's right, so do you dare say that I wasn't good enough to you, Li Yunmeng, back then, that I didn't do my best? Lu Qingxian retorted. For a moment, Li Yunmeng was speechless. After a long pause, she spoke again. You're clearly very capable, so why did you hide everything from me? Is it fun to become an ordinary person? Lu Qingxian paused. Since you can't understand, then I'll tell you now. First, at that time, I exposed myself too much, which was dangerous for both of us. Secondly, what I want is love, a woman who loves me and whom I love, not a woman who chooses to be with me because she thinks I am strong and useful. It's obvious you're the latter, so everything that happened between us was destined. No matter how hard I try to win you back, no matter how reluctant I am to give up this relationship, I can't change the ending. Upon hearing this, Chen Meijiao quickly said, Lu Qingxian, if you change your mind now and wholeheartedly help my daughter, I'll even try to bring you two together. Maybe you and Yunmeng can remarry. No, that's right. My sister is also a very loyal and affectionate person. If you show sincerity, you might still have a chance. Li Yunhao quickly added fuel to the fire. Their family is now desperate, but this kid is doing very well in the capital. If they can make good use of him, they might be able to turn their lives around. But clearly, this tactic, which had been used countless times, only left Lu Qingxian both amused and exasperated. Your family should go on stage and perform a crosstalk routine. Seeing Lu Qingxian leave after saying just one sentence, Li Yunmeng could no longer hold back. Stop. Lu Qingxian, please accept my mistake and give me another chance, okay? She finally lowered her proud head. This time, however, Lu Qingxian remained unmoved, because he had completely seen through this woman's true colors. She can make a mistake once, but if she makes a second one, it's not a mistake, it's a choice. It's her nature that will never change. Even if it does change, it will always be a source of unease, and she will no longer be the innocent girl she once was. Even if such a woman changes her mind, she is not worth Lu Qingxian turning around to like. I refuse, Lu Qingxian said indifferently. Thump. Just then, a gong rang out. On the huge arena, an elderly man dressed in ancient Tang dynasty attire stood in the middle as the referee. The two-day battle between the dragon and the tiger has finally come to an end. The Lu and Xiao families, one a long-established reclusive family and the other a dark horse powerhouse, are eagerly awaiting to see who will prevail and take the top spot in this year's dragon-tiger battle. First, the Xiao family. As the old man looked toward the Xiao family's direction, an elderly man who appeared to be nearly 100 years old strode over.
This person was extremely old, but the power emanating from him was so great that it seemed capable of splitting mountains and seas, and he was incomparably powerful.
The Xiao family is indeed one of the most powerful families, but it ranks very low among them. The last time Lu Qingxian had contact with this family was because of Xiao Junlong. After that incident of a forced marriage, the Xiao family disappeared from his sight. He never expected that the Xiao family would have such a master hidden in their ranks in the Dragon Tiger battle. They directly broke into the top 2 and were determined to win first place, which was beyond Lu Qingshuan's expectations.
Sister, why bother begging this bastard? We should beg Brother Junlong instead. The Xiao family will definitely be the winner of this Dragon Tiger fight from now on. The Xiao family will be the number 1 wealthy family in the capital. If Brother Junlong still takes a liking to you, you'll be Mrs. Xiao.
Upon hearing this, Chen Meijiao's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, daughter. Moreover, as the representative of the Li family marrying into the Xiao family, your status in the Li family will only be higher, not lower. You will benefit from both sides in the end. Who in the entire capital wouldn't call you Madam Li?
Li Yunmeng opened her mouth.
Right, how could she not have thought of that? Although she had a bad experience with Xiao Junlong before, that guy definitely liked Eros. Long as she lowered her stance and threw herself into his arms, she didn't believe he wouldn't be moved. As Lu Qingxian watched the changes in her expression, the sarcasm on his lips grew even stronger.
Just then, the old man's voice rang out again from the arena.
Lu family, contestants, please step forward. For 71, Chapter 471 Appearance. The Lu family camp was deathly silent. Lu Qingning, Lu Qingzhou, and the others had already given up hope. Lu Qingxian was originally just a backup plan for them, not their trump card. Although they knew from Lu Tianke that Lu Qingxian was very strong now, at least at the level of a grandmaster, no one really knew how powerful such a young grandmaster was. Therefore, the Lu family had long made other plans and spent a great deal of money to hire an overseas grandmaster. This overseas grandmaster was the Lu family's trump card. However, since Lu Qingxian did not appear for a long time, the overseas grandmaster who was originally scheduled to make a move last had already used up his power in the previous round in order to protect his ranking. Now that overseas grandmaster was injured and unable to fight, he could not even beat an ordinary grandmaster. How could he fight against the old monster from the Xiao family who had been in seclusion for more than 20 years. It can be said that the Lu family's plan to become number 1 in this Dragon Tiger battle has failed, and returning to headquarters has become an unattainable dream. While Lu Qingxian bears 100% responsibility for this outcome, he is at least 90% responsible. Even Lu Qingning, who had always been on good terms with Lu Qingxian, couldn't understand why he would disappear at such a crucial moment. It was incredibly irresponsible of him to the rest of the Lu family. I made call after call, but the phone was always switched off. On the arena, time seemed to stand still. On the Xiao family's side, the old man standing on the stage had his hands behind his back and looked calmly toward the Lu family. If no one else is going to fight, may I announce that my Xiao family has won the championship. I am old and do not like to stand on the stage for people to look at me. The elderly man in a tang suit who was in charge of the referee nodded repeatedly. According to the rules, if no one from the Lu family accepts the challenge within 30 seconds, the result can be announced. From the direction of the Xiao family, cheers and jubilation erupted. Xiao Junlong, who had been out of the public eye for a long time, seemed to have been keeping a low profile. He looked radiant and had an extraordinary presence. He was chatting excitedly with several of his peers. On the other side, having seemingly found a new way out, Chen Meijiao and her group resumed their arrogant and haughty attitude. Hey, Lu family, that's all you've got when it really matters. You can't even find anyone who can fight compared to the Xiao family. You're just a piece of trash. Yin Meng, quickly contact young Master Xiao and win him over. The Xiao family is the number 1 family in the capital. The future dragon among men. Once young Master Xiao takes the position of head of the Xiao family, Yin Meng, you will be the first lady of the capital, and I will be the first lady's mother. Ha ha. Chen Meijiao was immersed in her dream, laughing from ear to ear. Li Yunmeng pursed her lips and looked towards the Xiao family's direction. She was tempted, or rather, she had already taken action. She took out her phone and quickly added Xiao Junlong's contact information back to her phone, which she had previously blocked. She wanted to call him, but then she hesitated and withdrew her finger. She felt that contacting him now would be too impolite and would also put her in a very low position. Yin Meng, what are you hesitating for? Do you still think you're the heir to the Li family? Hurry up and contact young Master Xiao this time, even if it's just to make you a concubine or a maid. You should agree first and keep him calm.
As women, we have to climb the ladder step by step after this. The Xiao family will become the most powerful family. I don't know how many women will throw themselves at young Master Xiao Yu. Li Yunmeng are not the only one, and you certainly won't be the most outstanding one. Now you should hurry up. You will be the first one. Being the first one will always give you an advantage, Chen Meijiao urged. With that, Li Yunmeng pressed the dial button, and the call was quickly connected. Her gentle and soft voice brought a smile to Lu Qingxuan's lips.
What a tragic woman. Shaking his head, Lu Qingxian strode towards the arena. What is he going to do? Chen Meijiao's expression froze upon seeing this.
He's crazy. He wouldn't want to play himself, would he? What an idiot. Li Yunhao grinned, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lu Qingxian climbed the steps from the entrance to the arena. Step by step. His simple appearance surprised many people. Even the weakest martial artist would show some martial arts demeanor when stepping onto the stage, and perform some ingenious tricks to win applause. The younger the martial artist, the more likely they were to do so. Such a headstrong young man is truly rare. At this moment, the Lu family also noticed him. Lu Qingning's desperate face immediately lit up with a smile, and she excitedly shouted, Xiao Xian. The smile on her face vanished the next second. It's no use coming out now. The Xiao family's trump cards are too strong. Even that overseas grandmaster at his peak might not be able to defeat them. Xiao Xian can only hold the fort. At most he has no chance of defeating them. It's all his fault. If he had appeared earlier and used our planned exchange tactic to get through the last round, then we would have had at least a 40% chance of having Grandmaster Phelan Dafa fight in his peak condition this round. An old woman from the Lu family said with a gloomy face and a chilling expression. There's no use saying more now, let's leave it to fate, Lu Tianhe sighed. However, after deciding to hold the other party accountable, he knew they had to pay the price for playing tricks on the Lu family. Lu Qingxuan's appearance on stage caused a great sensation. Li Yunmeng, who was smiling broadly and making a phone call to Xiao Junlong, also noticed that Lu Qingxian had come on stage. Her mouth dropped open in surprise. Of course she knew that Lu Qingxian knew martial arts, but after spending so many years together, in her mind Lu Qingxuan's martial arts were limited to dealing with ordinary people. It was precisely because they had spent so many years together that she never thought of him as some kind of martial arts master, an untouchable figure. In the Dragon Tiger battle, each and every one of them was a martial arts master she could not reach, a master whom even the elders of her Li family could only look up to. What merit does Lu Qingxian possess to stand on this stage and compete with others? On the other side, Lang Ping was drenched in sweat from fright, but when she saw Lu Qingxian appear, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled broadly. Ha ha, here it comes, damn it, you scared the hell out of me. Humph, if he dares to run away, I'll make him pay back all my bets when it's over. Lu Bingling patted her chest, clearly very worried. She's very different from her sister. Her sister controls a conglomerate, and millions or tens of millions of dollars are just small change to her, but she hasn't even graduated yet, and those millions are her pocket money saved up over several years. You guys don't really think he can win, do you? I just went outside to inquire, and the old man from the Xiao family on the other side has been in seclusion for over 20 years. It said that before he went into seclusion, he was one of the top experts in the entire capital. Huang Zihao walked up from behind. Previously, he was a proud, highly educated member of society, but after taking a stroll around Longhu village, meeting an older brother, and learning about the martial arts world, he realized that he was like a frog in a well. With a limited perspective, he discovered that there was a circle in the world that he could never reach through his own efforts. After fear comes awe, especially after watching several fierce battles between dragons and tigers, one realizes how ridiculous the things one once revered were. With a flick of the wrist, one can exert immense power. With a footstep, one can ascend to the clouds. With lightning speed, one can kill from 100 meters away. These are the people who truly control the destiny of human life, the ones who rule. Hey, you surnamed Huang, who do you think you are? But Brother Qingxian is awesome, just wait and see. Lu Bingling crossed her arms defiantly. Huang Zihao smiled faintly and did not refute. He had just borrowed money from a few friends and bet all his savings on the Xiao family winning the championship. Although the odds were a pitiful 10:1, he could still make 200,000 from the 2 million bet, enough for several months' worth of pocket money. For 72, Chapter 472. My turn. Old Lu is always confident in his work and has never cheated his friends. He must have his reasons for asking me to bet everything on the Lu family. I trust old Lu, Lang Ping said. Although he also thought that the old monster from the Xiao family was very strong, giving people a sense of invincibility as soon as he appeared, old Lu's nonchalant attitude was also unfathomable to him. In short, he just believed him and that was it anyway, he couldn't interfere or change anything. A series of sighs erupted throughout the venue. Whose little brat is this? He's not even fully grown yet, and he's already dragged up here to make up the numbers. Xiao Yuntian, don't fight with nobody's. The old man on the stage stood there calmly, never giving him a second glance. Just then, from the Xiao family's side, Xiao Junlong jumped up excitedly. It's him, it's that little brat.
Junlong, what happened? An elder asked with concern.
Xiao Junlong recounted everything that happened in Nanling City, embellishing the story with exaggerated details. He focused on how the little beast prevented him from obtaining the Lingbai pill formula, how he interfered with his plans, and how he disregarded the Xiao family. He also concealed his own actions in Nanling City.
For a moment, the elders of the surrounding families were filled with righteous indignation. Although Xiao Junlong was not a big shot in the Xiao family, he still represented the reputation of the Xiao family when he went out. How could he be bullied at will? I remember now, I was wondering why he looked so familiar. That little brat is the Lu family's outcast who was expelled and wanted throughout the city 6 years ago. He's a ruthless character. Having the patriarch deal with him here is like getting rid of a menace. Otherwise, who knows how much it would affect the Xiao family's future dominance. A middle-aged man recognized Lu Qingxian and nodded immediately. Xiao Chenghua shouted towards the stage, Grandpa, please execute this man. He has insulted my Xiao family members and deserves to die. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuntian glanced at Lu Qingxian indifferently. Little guy, are you sure you want to fight in place of the Lu family? Is that not allowed? Lu Qingxian asked in return.
Xiao Yuntian chuckled. The younger generation surpasses the older. After more than 20 years of seclusion, a group of ambitious young people have emerged. I just don't know if their strength matches their ambition.
Why don't you try it and you'll see?
After Lu Qingxian finished speaking, he turned to look at the Lu family camp and shouted, sorry, something came up at noon and I was delayed. Fortunately, you guys did pretty well and held on until the final battle. Now leave the rest to me. Hearing this, the members of the Lu family camp were so angry they gritted their teeth.
That little brat makes it sound so easy, but does he know how worried they were, and how furious they were? Just then, Lu Tianhe jumped forward and shouted, Nephew, I won't say anything else, it's pointless anyway. In short, if you win, your second uncle, will kneel down and kowtow to you, and treat you as my ancestor. The entire Lu family will worship you. If you lose, you probably won't survive either. Death will end the enmity, and I will help you take care of your father.
Lu Qingxian smiled faintly upon hearing this. Then you'd better prepare to kowtow to me.
After saying that, Lu Qingxian turned to look at Xiao Yuntian, and beckoned with his finger, you're getting on in years, come on, let me send you on your way.
Xiao Yuntian narrowed his eyes and sneered, you ignorant brat.
As he spoke, Xiao Yuntian pulled out his old hand hidden behind his back and lightly patted it.
Within a 10-jang radius, all the air seemed to be sucked out, and with his palm strike, it was compressed and transformed into an air steel whip, which lashed fiercely down towards where Lu Qingxian was.
Boom!
The entire hard steel structure of the ground instantly dented with a visible whip mark, but this blow did not hurt Lu Qingxian at all. He had shifted his body slightly to the right by half a meter at some point, just managing to dodge it. You do have a bit of composure in the face of danger, but unfortunately you can't possibly understand what level I'm at now, standing before you. Xiao Yuntian raised his palm, and visible to the naked eye, streams of air gathered above his hand. These streams of air were refined into filamentous clusters of air, like a master chef winding noodles into a ball.
He's the cloud-parting hand of the Bagua sect, how could he know that?
Below the stage, an elderly martial artist saw this move and excitedly let out a strange cry. The most famous style of Bagua school is Bagua Pum, a close combat technique that is incredibly advanced and has the same subtlety of using minimal force to overcome great strength as Tai Chi. However, many people do not know that the strongest move passed down by the Bagua school is the cloud-parting hand. This is a secret move passed down to masters, and above it can release internal energy outward and link with the free energy in the surrounding air to form strands of energy like clouds or noodles. These energy strands are intertwined and cannot be broken through like cotton, but they have the power to peel away the cocoon and kill with one blow. This move is almost lost even within the Bagua sect. How could the old monster of the Xiao family know it? As if responding to the man's question, Xiao Yuntian stared at Lu Qingxian with a smile on his face. 27 years ago, the Bagua sect leader fought me for 3 nights in order to seize the transcendent realm secret technique. In the end, He was killed by my palm strike. This cloud-shaking hand is a secret technique of the Bagua sect that is not passed on to outsiders. After I made some modifications and integrated it with my original returning to origin technique, I have created a new move today. You will be the first person to experience this move. So, I should feel honored? Lu Qingxian looked at the other party with a faint smile, completely unconcerned. Indeed, you should be proud to die at my hands. Guiyuan Boyan, no one of your generation has received such treatment. Xiao Yintian laughed heartily with a pull of his hands. The filamentous sphere shattered into hundreds of sharp, linear blades, instantly sealing Lu Qingxian in the middle. There was no way for him to dodge the thousands of attacks from all directions with his movements. This was a sure kill move. If one's strength had not reached the level of a grandmaster, there was no chance to even put up a fight. Everyone gasped. This move is too powerful, there's no way to avoid it, and it's a guaranteed kill. Click clack. Before the attack even reached Lu Qingxian, it had already ripped the ground open, leaving it riddled with holes, as if it had been scraped by a knife. This scene was heartbreaking. Lang Ping, Lu Bingling, and others were gripped by fear, their fists clenched tightly as they stared intently. Huang Zihao had a smile on his lips and his eyes revealed a fanatical admiration. A true martial arts master, controlling life and death, stirring up storms at will. At this moment, education, wealth, and power are as weightless as feathers. This is a realm he can never reach in his entire life, but just being able to see it is worth it, and he can even win a few 100,000 along the way, haha. The thought had barely crossed his mind when Lu Qingxian took a step forward on the arena. Is this all the power you have? If that's all, it's far from satisfying. Lu Qingxian raised his hand, and silver blood flowed within his body. A faint protective aura appeared on his body's surface, and those sharp, thread-like attacks struck it without leaving a trace. From the outside, Lu Qingxian appeared to be enveloped in a milky white sphere, surrounded by countless cracks and holes, yet he stood unharmed in the center. The next second, the protective aura dissipated, and Lu Qingxian raised his hand. You can try my moves too. 473, Chapter 473. You don't understand true power. At such a young age, to have reached the level of a grandmaster, no wonder he is so arrogant and conceited. The moment Xiao Yuntian saw Lu Qingxian's protective aura, he understood. This person, a young grandmaster, is indeed a prodigy at his age. Unfortunately, martial arts is a marathon, and he had 70 or 80 years more cultivation than his opponent, which meant he was destined to crush him. But for the others, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw Lu Qingxian completely unharmed. Wow, Lao Lu is amazing. Lang Ping pinched her thigh hard. Huang Zihao stood to the side, his face pale. That kid is actually this strong? It's no use. Old Master Xiao Yuntian was a grandmaster more than 20 years ago. How can a mere young grandmaster try to extort money from him? He should take a piss and look at himself in the mirror. A middle-aged man sneered. And what kind of person are you? Do you think you're a grandmaster? Lu Bingqing stared at him. Heh, is it so easy to become a grandmaster? Of course not, the man sneered. Then what nonsense are you spouting? You're not even a grandmaster yourself, yet you dare to criticize my grandmaster brother Qingxian. I'll tell on you after we're done fighting, and I'll have my brother Qingxian deal with you. Lu Bingling snorted twice. Heh, let's see if he survives fighting against old Master Xiao Yuntian. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for him, the middle-aged man sneered repeatedly. Lu Bingling pouted and stopped talking, her eyes fixed on the arena. Meanwhile, on the other side, a burly man found Li Yunhao and slapped him across the face. Li Yunhao immediately flew backward like a kite with a broken string, landing with a swollen handprint and a large cut on his face. You little bastard, is this the person you told me to kill? Why didn't you pay me to commit suicide? Liang Han pointed at Lu Qingxian on the stage, his eyes fixed on Li Yunhao, cold sweat pouring down his body. He was the assassin hired by Li Yunhao, and his target was Lu Qingxian. He was extremely relieved, thankful that he hadn't found the other party in the past 2 days. Otherwise, if he had recklessly rushed in, he would have died without even knowing how. A grandmaster, you could kill him with a single finger. Why would you spend 20 million to have him kill a grandmaster? That's a sign they've lost their mind. Brother, I don't know. Besides, don't you guys accept any kind of mission? Li Yunhao didn't understand the concept of an internal strength master at all. He just felt that since he had paid money, the other party should get things done.
Now, things haven't gotten done, and instead, he's been beaten up. Who can he complain to?
Go to hell, Grandmaster, go kill one and show me. I'm just a body-strengthening martial artist. You can send me flying, but you want to kill a Grandmaster? How did a greenhorn like you even get into Dragon Tiger Village, you son of a bitch? Liang Han went up and started beating him mercilessly. He wasn't satisfied yet. If it weren't for the fact that this was the inner arena of Dragon Tiger fight, he would have already killed him.
Stop. Don't hit my son, let go.
Li Yunmeng and Chen Meijia rushed forward together, but Liang Han slapped them both away. This little brat wants to kill me. You think this is over? No way, 50 million in compensation, not a penny less and I'll kill him.
Liang Han demanded exorbitantly.
Okay, 50 million it is, just don't hurt my brother. Li Yunmeng immediately agreed. Money is not a problem. Although she has lost her power, she still has some spare money. Tens of millions is nothing to her. Li Yunmeng used her mobile phone to transfer 50 million yuan from a bank card, then handed it to the other party and told them the password. Heh, you're quite magnanimous, little wench. Liang Han released Li Yunhao. However, if you don't have any money in your account, and I find out you've schemed against me, I'll make sure you suffer a terrible fate. After uttering a harsh remark, Liang Han quickly left.
Li Yunmeng stepped forward, her face grim, and asked, what exactly happened?
Li Yunhao shrugged. Don't even mention it. I just wanted to spend some money to find someone to take care of that guy surnamed Lu. Who knew it would turn out like this? Upon hearing this, Li Yunmeng's expression shifted, but she ultimately said nothing. His gaze remained fixed on the arena at this moment. Lu Qingxian seemed to be standing in his own backyard, completely relaxed, without any sense of pressure from facing a strong opponent. However, Xiao Yuntian instantly pushed his nerves to their limit, and an invisible tension suddenly surged from all directions. Xiao Yuntian was enveloped in a faint layer of milky white protective aura, but even so, he was still as if he had been hit by a heavy cannon. He was moved more than 10 meters to the side on the arena, leaving a 1 centimeter deep scratch on his feet.
In terms of offensive power, the difference in their methods is immediately apparent.
You're not bad to be able to block one of my casual moves. As for Lu Qinghe from Zhongnan, I could send him to his grave with a single kick. He didn't even qualify me to use my real skills.
Lu Qingxian flicked his fingers, then opened his palm and grabbed at Xiao Yuntian. What?
Xiao Yuntian's expression suddenly changed drastically, and then he felt a terrifying pressure descend upon him. It was as if an invisible hand was firmly gripping him from all directions. He could neither move nor mobilize the protective qi in his body. Apart from the expression on his face, he couldn't even make a single movement.
How is that possible?
The force was so great that he felt that if an ordinary grandmaster stood here, he would be instantly crushed into a meat patty.
This kid is actually this powerful?
Xiao Yuntian finally stopped concealing his cultivation level. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and an immense chill swept across the entire scene, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. The next second, the pressure was torn to shreds, and a phantom appeared behind Xiao Yuntian. The illusory figure looked like Xiao Yuntian magnified countless times, with his eyes closed, like an old monk in deep meditation. Upon witnessing this, almost everyone in the audience stood up from their seats. All things manifest, martial arts reached their pinnacle. The Lu family formation. The group of people in the camp watched in despair. Lu Tian has swallowed hard, his face pale. How could this be? Has the Xiao family patriarch finally taken this step? Reaching the pinnacle of martial arts is a crucial step beyond the grandmaster level. These individuals no longer cultivate internal energy, instead, it transforms into true essence, resulting in a qualitative leap in their strength. Just like Master Pudu, whom Lu Qingxian encountered before, he was a Buddhist master of the transcendent realm. With his true Buddha incarnation, he could crush countless top experts within the Great Xia territory. He was also one of the mainstay experts in the old prince's camp. The hallmark of a master at the transcendent realm is the manifestation of all things, where the martial will transforms into a phantom to suppress all enemies before it. In contrast to the Lu family, the Xiao family's camp cheered with joy, as if they could already see their victory, their ascension to the top of the capital under the guidance of their transcendent ancestor, their gradual transformation from a powerful family into an ancient clan, and their future as one of the great clans of China.
Xiao Zhulong sneered, you little beast, so what if you're strong? You're still going to die here, aren't you? Don't worry, after you die, I'll take good care of your woman, every single inch of her.
Everyone closely connected to Lu Qingxian tensed up. I originally intended to fight you all as a grandmaster and see if any surprising figures had emerged in the martial arts world after more than 20 years of seclusion. I never expected, truly never expected, to be forced to reveal my true martial arts form by a young junior. Fine. Today I will no longer hide and let you know what true martial arts are, Xiao Yuntian said with a calm and nonchalant smile. Across from him, Lu Qingxian laughed. Finally, you've come up with something interesting. I was just thinking that the domestic martial arts world is a bunch of trash, unable to even satisfy my desire for a good fight. It's really disappointing. Xiao Yuntian's eyelids twitched. Fine, I hope your skills match your boastful tone. After speaking, Xiao Yuntian's body transformed into more than 10 afterimages, instantly arriving behind Lu Qingxuan. Lu Qingxian closed his eyes. His spiritual perception was so subtle that he could accurately capture every move of his opponent without even looking. In just a few seconds, the two had already exchanged hundreds of blows. The collision of their afterimage-like limbs produced a muffled, thunderous sound, and the entire arena shattered under their battle. Boom! A ravine half a meter deep and 20 meters long appeared, and Xiao Yuntian was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground.
What? The Xiao family's camp was stunned.
The ancestor had already manifested his true martial arts form, yet he not only failed to instantly kill his opponent, but was also sent flying. The opponent was merely a grandmaster martial artist, not someone with a true martial arts form. So what's going on?
Ancestor, please kill the enemy quickly, lest things change.
A middle-aged man said urgently from the direction of the Xiao family.
Xiao Yuntian spat out the dirt from his mouth, his gaze icy cold.
Opposite him, Lu Qingxian remained unchanged, his clothes spotless, not even a trace of sweat visible on his body.
Is this the power you boast about? It just shows that you know nothing about power. You think that once you break through to the transcendent realm, you will be invincible. How utterly foolish and laughable. Lu Qingxian laughed.
Today, I'll show you what true power is, and what the true path of martial arts is.
At this moment, the image of a woman appeared in Lu Qingxuan's mind. It was his mother, a woman of unparalleled beauty.
Mom, who exactly are you? The things you left me. The more I explore, the more I can feel that unfathomable power. If you had reached the 4th level back then, even the old prince wouldn't have been able to keep you here, Lu Qingxian silently murmured in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingxian opened his eyes, and a crimson gold light appeared deep in his pupils. Then, Lu Qingxian raised his palm and slammed it down towards the location where Xiao Yuntian was.
Rakshasa palm. Xiao Yuntian almost instinctively rolled away to avoid it.
Even so, he was still a step too slow, and one of his feet fell into the attack range. Despite being enveloped in true energy, his foot still melted instantly, exposing the stark white bones and flesh to the air. The 30 square meter arena that suffered this heavy blow collapsed into ruins, as if a 30 square meter hole had been dug out of the entire arena.
For 74, Chapter 474. Until this moment. Is this even human?
Lang Ping muttered, swallowing hard. The two had been playing together since they were teenagers. Over the years, he was still that unsuccessful, overworked young man, while his friend had become like a Superman. The impact of this was indescribable. Lu Bingling gave Huang Zihao a disdainful look. Now you still say that my brother Qingxian can't beat that old geezer. My brother Qingxian is invincible. Don't even think about getting close to that old geezer. And you, Huang Zihao, don't get involved with me either. Don't ever say you know me again. We can't afford to lose face like this. Lu Bingling waved her hand, as if she were extremely disgusted. Huang Zihao was completely drained. He wasn't thinking about how awesome his opponent was, but rather what to do about the money he had invested. A large portion of it was borrowed from various sources, and he couldn't afford to lose it.
In the Lu family camp, Lu Tianhe shouted, "Holy crap!"
and jumped up, excitedly bracing himself against the railing, his face flushed, almost unable to control his emotions. When Xiao Yuntian revealed that martial arts phantom that belonged only to a martial artist in the transcendent realm, he was already in despair. He knew that this was an outcome that no one could change. The Xiao family had hidden too much, had too many trump cards, and were going all out. No one could compete with them in this battle of dragons and tigers. Moreover, Xiao Yuntian may have already broken through to the transformation realm, but he has been in seclusion and has not come out this time. He came out only to push the Xiao family to a higher position. Therefore, even ordinary transformation realm cultivators would find it difficult to match his level. But at that moment, Lu Qingxian unleashed a completely different aura, instantly suppressing the opponent and unleashing a devastating attack that destroyed the 30 square meter arena and crippled half of the opponent's leg. Without a doubt, if Xiao Yuntian hadn't escaped immediately, he would have been melted by that palm strike.
Qing Xian, are you even human?
Even though Lu Qingning thought she was well informed, the scene before her still left her speechless for a long time in her memory. Martial artists could fly over walls and take lives from 100 meters away, which was already very impressive. The level of martial arts before her was something that could only be seen in TV dramas, and even then, it was always accompanied by countless special effects. A ring that's a full 30 square meters, you'll never know how powerful it is until you see it for yourself. If Lu Qingxian knew what she was thinking, he would definitely pat her head with a smile. It's a pity she didn't see him slaying the dragon on the snowy peak. That was the power that transcended that of a martial artist. Using the power of nature is the greatness of a strong person.
How dare you, you brat!
From the direction of the Xiao family, the crowd roared in anger. At this moment, Lu Qingxian raised his hand again, as if surging true essence was flowing above him. Streams of energy drawn from the air mixed with true essence and condensed into a dazzling strike.
Azure dragon probes with claws. Escape! Escape!
Xiao Yuntian was horrified. His will to survive told him that he had to escape from this place immediately, otherwise he would definitely not survive today. This kid was too terrifying. He was not a match for any martial artist in the transcendent realm. Of all the martial artists he had ever met, none of them were his match. Xiao Yuntian mobilized all his true energy, using one leg to propel himself up on the arena, and while dodging his opponent's grab, he frantically flew towards the outer edge. But Lu Qingxuan's speed was too fast, so fast that even a martial artist at the transcendent realm couldn't react in time. An invisible hand seemed to tear through the air and directly grabbed Xiao Yuntian, who was 100 meters away.
Xiao Yuntian roared, disregarding his injuries. His true essence surged, and he frantically broke free. Rip!
A sound of clothes being torn apart accompanied the sound of a torso being ripped, followed by a large amount of blood falling from midair. It could be clearly seen that Xiao Yuntian's entire arm had been torn off if he hadn't forcibly twisted his body with his true essence at the last moment. This attack, Azure Dragon Claw, would have torn his entire body apart and killed him on the spot. Despite losing an arm and a leg, Xiao Yuntian used this opportunity to escape quickly to a distance of over 200 meters, almost leaving the arena. Once he left this place, disappeared into the crowd, and left the inner area of Dragon Tiger Village, he would be free to fly anywhere. Even if he had extraordinary abilities, no one would be able to catch him so easily.
Ah, you little brat, you better not let me get away. If I survive today, you'll be ready for my mad revenge. Your family, friends, relatives, I'll make you regret it. Xiao Yuntian roared madly, his voice echoing in all directions.
Since you've said that, how could I let you get away? Lu Qingxian raised his hand for the third time, pointed with his index finger, and all his true essence seemed to converge in one place, piercing through the air with a single finger. 200 meters away, Xiao Yuntian's smile froze instantly as he frantically rushed towards the outer perimeter. His body was frozen in place for a moment, and then he fell straight to the ground from midair.
Everyone stood up to look.
A small, round hole appeared in his back, piercing right through his heart and extinguishing his life force. Even the strongest martial artist has weaknesses in the head and heart. If severely injured, they will surely die.
Lu Qingxian snapped his fingers and looked at the old referee.
The old man suddenly came to his senses, his contracted pupils dilated sharply, and he jogged to the center of the arena.
The winner of the 13th Dragon Tiger battle is the reclusive Lu family. All right. Lu Tianhe leaped up and rushed onto the arena.
The other members of the Lu family also looked proud as they walked out of the VIP room.
Is he even human?
Li Yunhao asked, his face filled with despair. Li Yunmeng stumbled and fell to the ground, all of her thoughts flooding her mind at that moment. Everything the two of them experienced over the years, every word they spoke, was so clear in their minds. He was so good to her, perhaps too good, that she never imagined him to be anything special. Perhaps he was just too good. She never thought he was anything special. After the Li family rose to the top step by step, she felt that it was all her own doing and that there was a gap between them, a mismatch. Therefore, she developed the idea of climbing higher, and wanted to start by replacing the people around her, because a good partner would save her countless efforts. As for her later change of heart, it was because she realized that he was not a useless man. From the moment he helped the Four Seas Aviation Association invent a new drug, he was proving his worth. Xiao Junlong happened to be the type she disliked. After comparing the differences between the two, she finally realized Lu Qingxuan's good qualities. Recalling everything that happened during that time, she became curious about Lu Qingxuan's abilities and wanted to learn more about this man who always exuded a mysterious aura. However, all of this changed after they obtained the revised Lingbai pill formula and the Li family's recognition of their ancestral lineage was finalized. The combination of Lingbai pill and her return to the Li family is undoubtedly a super trump card. She can use these two factors to become a hot and influential figure in the entire capital, standing at the pinnacle of the business world at that time. Her vision will be the whole world, no longer limited to the mere domestic borders. Driven by this ambition, her heart quietly changed again, and the idea of breaking up with Lu Qingxian was completely solidified after she talked with the Li family's senior executives and several bigwigs. Her other half could be the young master of an international tycoon's family, a prince of a certain country, or the offspring of a national minister. In short, he must wield immense power, not just a promising talent who has invented a new drug, especially since the formula for that new drug has already fallen into her hands. However, everything changed soon afterward. She later learned that Lu Qingxian and Sihai Hanghui had collaborated on another new product, a groundbreaking deep-sea liquid. Once this product appeared, Lingbai pills instantly lost all their advantages and became a substitute. The production line that the Li family had invested heavily in building was also rendered unusable without this trump card. Li Yunmeng had nothing left to gain the Li family's respect, and she quickly fell from grace, becoming just an ordinary family member. It was even uncertain whether her family would be expelled again. In this situation, she did regret it once again. She wanted to have a proper talk with Lu Qingxian, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. The two became increasingly estranged after several clashes, and she knew in her heart that this man might never change his mind again. However, Li Yunmeng is not one to give up easily. You, Lu Qingxian, are proud. Fine, I, Li Yunmeng, will prove that I am prouder than you, more outstanding than you, more capable than you, and live a better life than you. That's how she met Ji Yizhen. So she began to frantically comply with her family's orders, started preparing for the Dragon Tiger battle, and began to befriend martial artists. Then, she believed she could turn the tables and stand above everyone else until this moment, until Lu Qingxian killed Xiao Yuntian, the Xiao family patriarch whom everyone looked up to, with a single finger. 475, Chapter 475. Do you have a dream? All her illusions were shattered. That finger felt like a thick stick that smashed down on her head, pulling her from her illusory dreams into reality. It made her see everything clearly. Lu Qingxian, is this what you're so proud of? No wonder you've always looked down on me. No, you've looked down on everything. Turn out to be. Ha 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 ha. Li Yunmeng collapsed to the ground, laughing maniacally. Sister. Yunmeng, are you alright? The two rushed over immediately. Ha ha ha, nephew, well done, ha ha, a true martial realm expert at the age of 24, you absolutely cannot find a second one in the vast great Xiao Dragon Kingdom. You are countless times more outstanding than Li Daoqiu. Our Lu family should take you as our leader. Lu Tian has shouted with a fawning expression and exaggerated words. Third brother, congratulations on defeating the champion of the Dragon Tiger battle and becoming the #1 young martial artist. The future belongs to you. Lu Qingzhou also offered his congratulations, saying with a somewhat ashamed expression. Xiao Xianxian, you're so handsome. Lu Qingning came up and hugged Lu Qingxian, raising her eyebrows and saying mischievously. Below the stage, Lu Bingqing and An Qingyu had already walked up to the edge. Originally, they also wanted to go up and share the joy with Lu Qingxian. But seeing the Lu family's grand display, the two of them wisely stopped below the stage, smiling faintly and watching quietly. This is not only a grand event for Lu Qingxian, but also for the Lu family. They have no reason to overshadow the main event. Looking out, Lu Bingling stood with her hands on her hips, laughing heartily with Lang Ping. Wow, I've won big, 10 times the odds. I've made tens of millions in one go. Wow. I've made 400 million. Lang Ping's eyes gleamed. This win was incredible. His current net worth is more than his entire family combined. Let's see if his father dares to look down on him now. Lang Ping was filled with emotion. It really is true that choice is more important than effort, and connections are more important than choice. Knowing a great person who is willing to lend a helping hand or give you a boost can save you 50 years of hard work.
It's your turn to earn it, trust me, brother Qingxian. I'm sure you won't go wrong, unlike some people, who are arrogant and look down on every and it's their turn to lose their so happy to have lost everything. Lu Bingling glanced at Huang Zihao, whose expression was one of utter despair, worse than if his mother had died. He failed to show off and ended up with a mountain of debt. Several of his former classmates, who used to be on good terms with him, now looked down on him. If they hadn't joined him in investing in the Xiao family, they would be rolling in money by now. That's a 10x payout. Even if you invest 200,000, you can easily make 2 million, enough to live a carefree life abroad for a year or two. Just thinking about this makes me want to beat that arrogant and pretentious bastard Huang Zihao to death on the spot. Huang Zihao knew he had angered everyone, so he gave them all fawning looks, begging for their forgiveness. The capital has changed with this younger generation. How can we not ascend to the throne of the number one family in the great Xia Dragon Kingdom? Perhaps in time, even my Qin family will have to abdicate and give way to a more capable one. In a private room, an old man stroked his beard inside. Second master, I heard that third master's family is on very good terms with this young man named Lu Qingshuan. Perhaps, a man beside him suggested.
Oh, is that so?
Second master's eyes lit up. That's right, Qin Xiaoyuan, the youngest daughter of the third master, once served as this person's guide at the Soho Manor. The two had a close relationship. Later, the third master realized that this person had potential, so he had his daughter Qin Xiaoyuan get closer to him and also put his grandson Qin Xiaolong in charge of all of this person's affairs in the secular world. In short, this person is connected to two of the third master's younger generations, which is a good thing for my Qin family. The man continued, knowing everything about what the third master's lineage did. He was obviously an expert in intelligence gathering for the second master. The third brother has finally done something good. He deserves credit for this. A true martial realm expert in his 20s might have a chance to glimpse the legendary I was too optimistic, but it's still a hope. Second master Qin's gaze was fixed intently on Lu Qingshan, his eyes darting around as if he were thinking about something. At the same time, the core members of each family in the other private rooms inside were also harboring their own secrets and calculating their own schemes. Whether to recruit, to partner in suppression, or to conspire to eliminate a major future threat, everyone has different ideas. Lu Qingshan left the arena surrounded by the Lu family members. That night, an even grander celebration banquet was held at the Lu family headquarters. Lu Bingqing, Lang Ping, and their group, being friends of Lu Qingshan, were also invited in. The First Hospital of Beijing, 9th floor, ward number 13. When Li Yunmeng woke up in her hospital bed, it was already 10:30 p.m. There was no one else in the ward except for her.
Mom, Xiaohao?
Li Yunmeng tried calling out a couple of times, but when no one answered, she hurriedly looked for her phone. Just then, the door to the room opened. The man who walked in was refined and elegant, with an indescribable air of nobility. He looked to be under 30 years old and wore a noble outfit inlaid with gold thread, which had a retro feel, like a prince from an ancient palace.
You are Li Yunmeng. Looked at the other person in surprise.
The man smiled slightly. Hello, Miss Li, let me introduce myself. My name is Ji Yun, and I come from the Imperial Court.
The Imperial Court?
Li Yunmeng looked puzzled. I don't know you. What are you doing here? What do you want with me? Whether it was due to the other person's aura or some other reason, Li Yunmeng seemed very nervous. Ji Yun smiled brightly. Miss Li, there's no need to panic. The Imperial Court is the highest authority in the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom, governing everything from the highest judicial authority down to the various war zones. Everything was under the control of the Imperial Court, just like the ancient Imperial Palace. In addition, I am the third son of the ruler of the Imperial Court. People like to call me the third prince. My teacher is Marquis Wanxiang, who is now known as the Old Prince.
Li Yunmeng's mouth dropped open, feeling as if she were dreaming. These things would be horrifying and laughable in modern times.
What are these titles like Emperor of the Imperial Court, Third Prince, Marquis of 10,000 Borders, and Old Prince? These are clearly things that only existed in ancient times. Could it be that I've traveled through time? The other person's next sentence immediately brought her back to reality.
Miss Li, do you want revenge?
Ji Yun continued to ask with a smile.
What? Li Yunmeng didn't understand for a moment. Do you want to stand on top of Lu Qingshan, trample her underfoot, and humiliate her to death?
Ji Yun continued to laugh. 476, Chapter 476. I promise you.
What did you say? Li Yunmeng's pupils shrank sharply. Only then did she realize that she was not dreaming, because the other party mentioned Lu Qingxian, the man who had caused her to have such a violent emotional upheaval, and even to the point of fainting and being hospitalized. Miss Li, as Lu Qingxuan's ex-wife, is also the biggest victim. Don't you hate that man for deceiving you? Do you really want him to stand above everyone else while leaving you alone to cry helplessly in the abyss? It's clear that Miss Li is a very ambitious and capable woman. It's just that no one has been able to guide her onto the right path. This has allowed her to be oppressed by that man, who treats her like a toy, hides her from her, and then tramples on her. He is utterly despicable and deserves to be killed 1,000 times over. It's a pity that Miss Li doesn't have the ability to do so on her own. It's truly a regrettable situation. But things are different now. An excellent opportunity is presented to Miss Li. Although Lu Qingxian is outstanding, he is not invincible. I have many martial artists around me who have reached the true martial transformation realm, and there are many stronger than him. If Miss Li is willing, you can become one of them. Ji Yun was like a pyramid scheme leader, or a psychologist, patiently and skillfully manipulating Li Yunmeng by constantly using her most sensitive and vulnerable spots.
A long time. Li Yunmeng's face became resolute and ferocious. The third prince.
Ji Yun smiled politely. Miss Li has made a wise choice tonight. I will take you to meet my teacher, the old prince, Shi Qianqiu.
The Lu family.
At 11 o'clock, the celebration banquet had ended. Lang Ping mingled with a group of younger members of the Lu family, got drunk, and lay fast asleep in the courtyard. And Xingyu took a few sips of wine, but couldn't hold her liquor, so she went to rest early. Lu Bingqing, who often attends social events, blushed slightly and leaned against Lu Qingxian.
What are your plans? If not, I hope you can come. I'm sorry, Bingqing, I may be away for a while.
Before Lu Bingqing could finish speaking, Lu Qingxian interrupted her.
He knew what Lu Bingqing was thinking.
The deep sea extract has entered the sales phase. If the founder can stay in charge of the group, he can easily handle both the domestic market and foreign giants. However, if he is not there, the group will definitely face many troubles. At this stage, however, his mind is not on business at all. No matter how well he does in business, it is ultimately just a low-level strategy. If he wants to always be half a step ahead of fate, he must maintain an invincible posture in martial arts. This is the foundation that allows him to face all challenges and conspiracies. Therefore, he currently has only two goals: first, Medicine King Valley or the Changlin-Ji family; second, the Water of Life. The medicinal herbs from Medicine King Valley and the Changlin-Ji family were key to his efforts to strengthen his physique and prepare elixirs. The Water of Life was the key to his cultivation, reaching the fifth step and achieving the Tao body. If he could grasp these two key points, he would be confident in facing everything, and also confident in entering the capital alone, killing the old prince, and avenging his mother. Therefore, these two things need to be done urgently.
However, Lu Qingxian quickly excluded the Changlin-Ji family.
Although the Changlin-Ji family was also on the shortlist, time did not allow him to deal with two superpowers at the same time. Another point was reserves. In terms of medicinal herb reserves, the Changlin-Ji family was definitely not as rich as the ancient power Medicine King Valley, which had been developing for hundreds of years. Making Medicine King Valley the best target was the best choice. However, even if he doesn't intend to deal with the Changlin-Ji family personally, he will use the power he currently has to keep the Ji family busy with their own problems, and then settle accounts with them one by one in the future. I gave you the opportunity, but you didn't know how to cherish it, Lu Qingxian thought to himself. After the incident at Suhua Manor, he explicitly gave the Ji family and Medicine King Valley a chance. As long as they produced enough medicinal herbs to apologize, the matter could be let go. For this reason, he also let Zhou Ruoyun and Ji Yixin go. But to this day, there is still no sign of Medicine King Valley or the Changlin-Ji family. Their attitude is clear, since they think he doesn't have the guts to come to the mountain gate. Let's see if the person who won first place in the Dragon Tiger fight and killed Xiao Yuntian, the patriarch of the Xiao family, has the guts. Beside her, Lu Bingqing's disappointment vanished in an instant. She smiled and took the other's arm, saying, "Silly boy, why are you apologizing to me? Everything Sihai Henghui has now is thanks to you. Without your deep sea essence, how could I have supported such a large project?" Lu Qingxian laughed and said, "Your abilities are evident, and I believe in you. However, there will definitely be trouble. I will have the Lu family and the Qin family back you. I believe that in the capital, not many people would dare to be so foolish as to go against me, Lu Qingxian, in the business world." Lu Bingqing stuck out her tongue. You're so arrogant, you're really arrogant."
Lu Qingxian raised an eyebrow. Isn't that awesome?
Cow.
Cow, big cow, alright?
Lu Bingqing blushed. Why did her words feel so off after she said them? What was wrong with them? Oh well, she couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. A cold wind blew by, and Lu Bingqing, slightly tipsy, also felt sleepy. She leaned on Lu Qingxuan's shoulder and slowly fell asleep. The next day, when Lu Qingxian woke up, he had already disappeared from the Lu family.
You really want to go after the sect of Medicine King Valley? If I don't keep my word, what credibility will my name have left? So what are you planning to do?
Destroy Medicine King Valley and plunder all their treasures. Qin Xiaoyuan, I didn't call you here to talk about these things. I have two favors to ask you. Lu Qingxian turned to look at her. First, it's the same request as last time. Tell your brother to use his connections in the entertainment industry to protect Yafei. If anything happens to her, I'll hold your brother accountable. Secondly, there's the Four Seas Aviation Association of the Lu family in Jiangnan. Due to the release of the Deep Sea Essence, various troubles will definitely arise. I need your help in return. I can make your Qin family one of the original shareholders of the Deep Sea Essence.
Just these two things? Qin Xiaoyuan tilted her head. There's one more thing if possible. I hope you can use the connections and influence of your Qin family to keep an eye on the movements of the old prince in the capital. Because of the Dragon Tiger battle, the old prince will definitely notice me, Lu Qingxian said calmly. These words made Qin Xiaoyuan's pupils shrink. In the capital, this is a name that people dread.
Marquis of Wanzhong, the old prince. Don't doubt it. I have a grudge against him, and he will definitely use some means to deal with me during this period. Leaving the capital for Medicine King Valley is also a good choice, Lu Qingxian said with a smile.
Qin Xiaoyuan lowered her head and softly said, "Oh. What? I won't force you if you can't do it after all. Even the Qin family can't go against the old prince. Besides, your grandfather, Third Master Qin, doesn't seem to be in a position of power in the Qin family." I can understand that, Lu Qingxian said indifferently.
No, I promise you.
Qin Xiaoyuan quickly looked up and said. 477, Chapter 477. What a coincidence.
Lu Qingxian was slightly taken aback, then a look of gratitude appeared on his face. Thank you. Qin Xiaoyuan shook her head. You're welcome, but I can't guarantee that I can get the old prince's information. The Imperial City is quite sensitive about these things, and it would be a big problem if we were discovered. Lu Qingxian nodded and said, no need to force yourself, just do your best. Safety is the most important thing. Seeing that the other person was about to leave, Qin Xiaoyuan quickly added, are you leaving now? How many people will know you're leaving?
Lu Qingxian shook his head. Very few.
That. Ask me any questions when I get back. It's best to travel as quickly as possible when you're alone, so that it won't be difficult to travel if some people get up later, Lu Qingxian said, half jokingly and half seriously.
Qin Xiaoyuan's face darkened, and she pouted arrogantly, humph, you talk like you're some hot commodity. What's so great about you? If you don't want to ask, then don't ask, I don't care. Seeing Lu Qingxian nod and turn to leave, Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't help but call out again, waving at him at the same time, I'll keep an eye on the old prince for you, so you can focus on your work. Lu Qingxian didn't turn around, waved his hand in return, and quickly disappeared near the lakeside. However, Qin Xiaoyuan had no idea that this meeting would almost be their last. Within the Imperial City, the Imperial Court, the Wanzhong Palace, and the scholarly villas, the remnants of the Lu family won the Dragon Tiger fight and killed Shao Yuntian of the Shao family.
The old man wielded his brush, creating characters in the air, without stopping. After a long pause, he finally put down his pen. That good for nothing Shao Yuntian, even if you give him another 100 years, he still won't amount to anything. The old man didn't open his mouth, but his voice came from his throat. Your Highness, we must take action. The remnants of the Lu family are growing too fast. If this continues, instead of using him to lure out that woman, we'll only create a new enemy for our imperial court, the man said, bowing. A mere true martial realm cultivator is no match for me. My true enemy is only one. The old prince gazed into the void, his eyes seemingly fixed on nothing in particular. I underestimated that woman. I deliberately released the heavily injured Lu Tianke, thinking she would intervene, but she held back. Your Highness, if we capture that remnant of the Lu family and then kidnap Lu Tianke, hanging them both on the walls of the Imperial City, I don't believe that woman can still tolerate it, the man suggested. Then we can lay a trap and wipe out his entire family in one fell swoop. Then, Your Highness will be invincible in the entire Great Xia Dragon Kingdom. The old man pondered for a moment.
A train is traveling from north to west.
Medicine King Valley is located in the southwest of Changlin, nestled among the mountains. Although surrounded by mountains, the area still has a strong sense of local life. It is sandwiched between two prefecture-level cities and surrounded by several county towns. You can even see several five-star hotels along the way.
After getting off the bus in Yaoyang town, you can easily spot a bus stop called Yaoyang Valley by looking around at any of the bus platforms.
It's almost developed into a tourist attraction, as if they're afraid people won't be able to find it. Lu Qingxian shook his head speechlessly. Medicine King Valley. Judging from the name, one might think it's some mysterious and ancient force hidden deep in the mountains, but now that I see it, it's not immune to worldly affairs, and most of its mystery has disappeared. Perhaps they are not even as good as the Changlin Ji family. For a moment, Lu Qingxian suddenly regretted choosing to plunder Medicine King Valley.
However, since we're already here. Just as Lu Qingxian was about to flag down a car, a black minivan stopped in front of a pharmacy, catching his attention. This car looks familiar.
It wasn't that Lu Qingxian was being overly sensitive, but rather that this vehicle was somewhat special. What made it special was that both the front and rear of the vehicle had been specially modified. The long storage box added to the rear was not made of ordinary materials, but rather a special jade material specifically used to preserve medicinal herbs and prevent their medicinal properties from dissipating. Suddenly, Lu Qingxian remembered that the last time he saw this car was at the entrance of Suhua Manor. At that time, he thought that more of these cars could be built in the future to transport medicinal materials, which would ensure the quantity and prevent the medicinal properties from being lost during long-distance transportation. Soon, several people came out of the pharmacy, carrying boxes and loading them one by one into the back of the vehicle. Wait a minute, these medicinal herbs were personally selected by Elder Song. You can't be held responsible if anything goes wrong. A woman's voice came from inside the pharmacy. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxian immediately smiled.
What a coincidence!
Unexpectedly, I ran into Zhou Ruoyun, that woman, buying medicinal herbs at the foot of the mountain.
Was it my good luck, or was the other person just unlucky? Now that I have someone to guide me, I don't have to ask around anymore.
Zhou Ruoyun walked out of the pharmacy, wearing a pure white fitted dress. Her outstanding appearance attracted many eyes from those around her. However, Zhou Ruoyun didn't see Lu Qingxian right away. His attention was completely focused on the medicinal herbs. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the boxes of herbs being loaded onto the car intact. Miss Zhou, all 12 boxes of medicinal herbs have been loaded. Please inspect them. Zhou Ruoyun waved her hand. No need, we're all from the foot of Medicine King Valley. I doubt you'd dare to play any tricks on me. As she spoke, she prepared to get into the car. Just then, a figure blocked the car. Zhou Ruoyun frowned, about to open her mouth to curse, when suddenly, as if her soul had been struck, she froze on the spot.
It's only been a few days since we last met, there's no need to be so surprised, is there?
Lu Qingxian smiled as he looked at the other person.
Lu.
You've even forgotten my name. It seems Miss Zhou is a forgetful person, but it's alright. I'm a magnanimous person and don't mind these things. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Lu Qingxian, and I come from the capital. A few days ago, I had a disagreement with Miss Zhou in Medicine King Valley. After a friendly exchange, we made an agreement. Miss Zhou must bring Medicine King Valley's treasures to apologize to me within a specified period. In return, I will forgive and forget what happened at Suhua Manor.
Miss Zhou, do you remember now?
Lu Qingxian smiled, his eyes narrowed. Zhou Ruoyun's face turned pale, her throat was dry, and she was stiff and unable to speak. To be honest, she didn't take it to heart. She just thought it was a boastful statement made by the other party because they wanted to save face. After all, their Medicine King Valley was a large and powerful family that had been passed down for hundreds of years. No one had ever dared to come to their mountain and act recklessly, not even a grandmaster. But today, they actually came.
Mr. Lu Ai.
You little brat, how dare you speak to Miss Zhou like that? Get out of here. If you delay the delivery of the medicine, you'll be sentenced to death. Nearby, a member of the guard team did not recognize Lu Qingxian and assumed he was a clueless tourist who had rushed out halfway through the journey. He was about to scold him and send him away. After he finished scolding her, Lu Qingxuan's face didn't change much, but Zhou Ruoyun was scared to death first. Others might not know who Lu Qingxian is, but how could she not? in the Suhua Manor incident, all the masters and grandmasters who targeted him were wiped out. This guy is a butcher, a killing god. Anyone who makes him unhappy will be dead in the next second.
It seems your subordinates are rather incompetent. Lu Qingxian flicked his fingers. You little brat, you're really pushing your luck. Before the guard could finish speaking, Zhou Ruoyan quickly raised her hand and slapped him across the face, silencing him abruptly. Shut up. Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Lu right now. Zhou Ruoyan's face was deathly pale quickly. 478, Chapter 478 Arrival at the Destination. Ah, Miss Zhou, he is. Zhou Ruoyan was so angry that her teeth itched. She immediately slapped him again and kicked him, making him kneel on the ground. At the same time, he quickly bowed and said, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry I failed to discipline my subordinates properly, and they offended your dignity. Lu Qingxian smiled without saying a word and walked around the cart transporting the medicinal herbs. The dozen or so members of the guard looked at each other, speechless with fear. Even a fool would know that this young man was not to be trifled with. Even Miss Zhou was acting this way. Could he be the illegitimate son of some elder in Medicine King Valley? Judging from how young he was, it might actually be true. The elders of Medicine King Valley are all second only to the emperor, and are practically gods in the surrounding 2 cities and 16 counties. Wherever they go, whether they are from aristocratic families or noble families, they must bow down and treat them with utmost respect. Their descendants are no exception. Anyone who dares to be disrespectful will be disqualified from living in this area. Zan Xinhua, the medicinal herbs are quite fresh, but there's no need to transport them back. Lu Qingxian looked at the dozen or so boxes of medicinal herbs in the car and smiled faintly. This Mr. Lu, what do you mean by this? Zhou Ruoyan didn't react for a moment, and an awkward smile appeared on her face. From today onwards, everything in Medicine God Valley belongs to mice. That hard to understand? Lu Qingxian said casually. These words caused an uproar among those around. What's going on? Who's so arrogant? The Valley Master's son? That can't be right. The Valley Master isn't dead yet. Anyone who dares to be so disrespectful and defy their superiors will probably be beaten to death and exterminated. Mr. Lu, this is no joke. Zhou Ruoyan's face turned pale. Who's joking with you? Have you completely forgotten what I asked you to do? Lu Qingxian put his hands behind his back. I gave you a deadline. Did you not take it seriously and fail to convey my message properly? Or did your Medicine King Valley not take it seriously? Did you think I, Lu Qingxian, wouldn't come knocking on your door in person? After saying that, Lu Qingxian turned around abruptly, his sharp, lightning-like eyes fixed on Zhou Ruoyan. A sudden killing intent enveloped her, causing Zhou Ruoyan to lose her resistance. Her knees buckled, and she almost knelt on the ground. 2 have already reported all of Mullah's requests to the elders in the valley. Under immense pressure, Zhou Ruoyan had no intention of resisting and confessed everything. It turned out that as soon as Zhou Ruoyan returned to the valley that day, she reported everything that had happened at Suhua Manor to the higher-ups, including the death of the elder and all of Lu Qingxuan's demands. However, this incident was considered a disgrace to Medicine King Valley. The first thing the valley discussed was not fulfilling the other party's demands to quell the incident, but how to formulate a revenge plan to regain all the face lost by Medicine King Valley. Furthermore, this decision received strong support from most of the elders in the council. Although Zhou Ruoyan suggested spending money to avoid disaster, she was ultimately powerless and her words were not adopted. Instead, she was severely reprimanded and almost demoted. Sending her down the mountain to collect herbs is her punishment. She will be involved in more external affairs in the future, and she can only return to the inner sect after the elders' anger has been appeased. So that means Medicine King Valley thinks I, Lu Qingxian, am easy to bully and that my words carry no weight, right? Lu Qingxian squinted. Zhou Ruoyan lowered her head, clearly acquiescing. Lead the way, take me up the mountain. Lu Qingxian got into the car and pointed to the driver's seat, indicating that Zhou Ruoyan should get in and drive. Zhou Ruoyan reluctantly sat in the driver's seat. The car abandoned everyone else, carrying only Lu Qingxian, and the two drove along the mountain road. After a long time, having walked nearly halfway down the mountain, Zhou Ruoyan finally couldn't help but ask. Mr. Lu, what exactly do you want to do by coming here alone this time? I believe there is a way to resolve this matter, instead of both sides holding grudges, which will ultimately be bad for everyone. She
She simply didn't believe that the other party was there to fight. He was just one person, while Medicine King Valley had a full 10 elders. Those who could reach the elder level were either true cultivators or had strength close to that of a grandmaster. Above the elders are the 4 guardians of the valley, all of whom are genuine grandmaster level experts, not to mention the valley master, whose strength is unfathomable, personally overseeing the situation.
Already say it, I destroyed the lineage of Medicine King Valley and seized its treasures. From today onwards, everything here belongs to me and will bear my name, Lu Qingshuan. It's that simple. Lu Qingxian leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Are you serious? Zhou Ruoyun swallowed. Do you think I like to joke around? Zhou Ruoyun pursed her lips. Mr. Lu, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but my Medicine King Valley has a history of hundreds of years and is full of experts to this day. I have never heard of anyone attacking our mountain gate, let alone a single person. That was before, now I'm here. Lu Qingxian remained unmoved. Oh, by the way, would you mind telling me about the specifics of your Medicine King Valley? Zhou Ruoyun thought about it and felt that it would be better for everyone to explain things to him and dispel his unrealistic ideas. Our Medicine King Valley is located at the highest point of Phoenix Mountain, 5 kilometers away. We have more than 300 disciples, more than 20 outer sect elders, all of whom are at the peak of the horizontal refinement stage, and 10 inner strength elders, including 6 Taoist true persons and 4 martial artists at the peak of the inner strength stage. We also have 4 guardians who are grandmaster level experts, as well as a valley master whose strength is unknown. We are a top-tier power in the entire North China region. Lu Qingxian nodded. An ordinary force with a grandmaster in charge is basically enough to intimidate an entire province. For example, the Lu family Xingyi sect in Zhongnan province was virtually unchallenged in the area, with its influence deeply rooted and its reach extremely wide. With 4 grandmasters in charge, and a valley master whose strength and influence are comparable to the true martial realm as a backer, they can indeed be considered a first-class force in North China. How did it go? Zhou Ruoyan asked nervously. I glanced at him, then continued driving. What do you mean, how about it? That's right, the overall strength of our Medicine King Valley. It'll do if we're quick, we can finish in time for dinner, Lu Qingxian said casually. These words made Zhou Ruoyun so angry she almost vomited blood. She wanted to see the other party back down, but this guy, good heavens, he can still have dinner after the fight? It's already past 5 o'clock, and we'll arrive at our destination at least at 5:30. It takes half an hour to climb the mountain, and by the time we reach the summit it will be 6 o'clock assuming we eat at 7 o'clock. Does he plan to conquer Medicine King Valley in just 1 hour? What a ridiculous joke. In fact, Zhou Ruoyun had misunderstood. Lu Qingxian was unaware that he would have to climb a mountain later. His plan was to arrive at the destination at 6 o'clock, finish the battle in 10 minutes, count the spoils in 20 minutes, have someone transport the items down the mountain in half an hour, and then find a restaurant to eat. If Zhou Ruoyan knew that Lu Qingxian was thinking this way, she would probably be furious. Soon, the two arrived at their destination. 479, Chapter 479. She's not worthy. At the foot of Thingwu Mountain, there were an unusually large number of people. From a distance, they looked densely packed, and someone who didn't know better might have thought it was a tour group leading a large number of tourists. Who are these people? Lu Qingxian frowned slightly. He didn't want this operation to involve ordinary people, nor would he take action against them. They're all here seeking medicine. There are about 100 people every day, and only 6 are eligible to climb the mountain to seek medicine after a lottery system, Zhou Ruoyan explained. Our Medicine King Valley is, after all, the only superpower within 1,000 miles, and is famous throughout North China for its divine medicines. Countless powerful and wealthy people vie to curry favor with us, and all consider it an honor to receive divine medicines bestowed by our Medicine King Valley. Lu Qingxian understood immediately. Although he didn't think much of the medicines produced by Medicine King Valley, for ordinary people,
The medicines from Medicine King Valley were definitely divine medicines, many times better than the health supplements on the market, and these medicines weren't something that money could buy. Therefore, this scene appears every day, whether rich or poor. People gather at the foot of the mountain and draw lots to get a spot to go up the mountain to seek medicine. As for whether they can get the miraculous medicine after going up the mountain, that depends entirely on their own fate. I guess even if you successfully climb the mountain, you'll return empty-handed without a treasure of sufficient value. Judging from the way your Medicine King Valley operates, you're not exactly a charity, Lu Qingxian said with a half-smile. Zhou Ruoyan sighed. Indeed, as Mr. Lu said, without paying a certain price, even if you win the lottery, it will be a wasted trip. Moreover, without wealth and power, you can't even win the lottery now. Zhou Ruoyan pointed to the various SUVs and luxury cars parked nearby, and even, ridiculously, saw a helicopter. Clearly, there are almost no ordinary poor people waiting for the lottery here. Ah, everyone, the Hai family gladly accepts this last fortune stick. Thank you all for your kindness. A brother and sister clasped their hands in a fist salute to the crowd. The young man who spoke held a fortune stick in his hand, his face showing excitement. The Hai family of Ningzhou, one of the most powerful families in Ningzhou. I guess that he must have gotten the last lot. This guy brought a lot of treasures. I even saw him sneaking around chatting with the people from Medicine King Valley. I wonder what good things he bribed them with. Forget it, it's all about individual ability anyway. I can't be sarcastic. Someone waved his hand, smiled sullenly, and was already preparing to leave. The siblings from the Ningzhou Hai family hurriedly packed their things, looked at the rugged mountain path that stretched down like a snake, swallowed hard, and prepared to climb. The mountain path is not long, only 2 or 3 kilometers long, but due to the steep terrain, it is very difficult to walk, so it usually takes more than half an hour to successfully reach the top. Sister, we can only succeed this time, we can't afford to fail. Whether we can save Grandpa depends entirely on this. Haitao took a deep breath and said with a determined look in his eyes. I know I will make it to the top. Brother, make sure you pack up the incense money and treasures properly. Don't let them be unable to produce anything and offend the elders of Medicine King Valley, making them angry, Haiyun reminded him. Haitao was busy checking the packages, then he went around the helicopter to check if anything had been left behind, before finally taking his sister to start climbing the mountain. It turns out that the helicopter was flown by the brother and sister. Sure enough, everyone who comes here is either rich or powerful. You can't underestimate anyone. Medicine King Valley really has quite the grand setup. If you want to go up the mountain, you have to walk this entire mountain path to show your piety to Medicine King Valley? Lu Qingxian sneered. Zhou Ruoyan said helplessly, everyone has to walk this road. Even someone like me who is going down the mountain to buy medicinal herbs has to get out of the car here and have someone carry the herbs up the mountain on foot. According to the elders in the valley, this is related to a protective array that has been passed down in our Medicine King Valley for hundreds of years. The protective array is buried under the mountain, so we cannot wantonly damage the mountain, build roads, or construct any convenient passages to the top of the mountain. A mountain protecting formation? Lu Qingshuan's gaze sharpened. He thought of Zhou Tianqi from Hong Kong. Zhou Tianqi used the formation of Dazhou Mountain to unleash tremendous power to fight against him, forcing Lu Qingxian to use his 4th level of golden eyes to kill him. It must be said that formations are a powerful and magical thing. The only drawback is that formations cannot be moved and can only be fixed in one place. Once they are moved, their power can no longer be activated. In Dazhaoshan, Zhou Tianqi was equivalent to a super strong expert at the true martial transformation realm, or even stronger. But outside of Dazhaoshan, Zhou Tianqi was equivalent to a grandmaster. If Medicine King Valley also has a protective formation, and the Valley Master is a martial artist at the true martial realm, the two complementing each other would likely reach a terrifying level. Lu Qingxian squinted, then quickly smiled again. In martial arts, he has encountered almost no setbacks in recent years, so after reaching his limit, he has almost stopped growing. Without strong stimulation, it is easy for a person to stagnate. Perfect timing. Let's see just how much resources Medicine King Valley has. At worst, he still has that cursed crystal he acquired from Soho Manor. He can simply replicate the Dragon Slayer sword and destroy the entire Medicine King Valley. Let's see who wins. Brother, stop looking. Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? Don't forget about important matters. Not far away, Haiyun frowned and slapped Haitao on the head. Haitao quickly averted his gaze from Zhou Ruoyun and smiled nonchalantly. Gentlemen, are you also here to seek medicine? Is this your first time here? You probably don't know the rules, right? Even if you climb up, you won't be allowed in unless you draw lots. My sister and I have already drawn the last set of lots, so you two might as well not make this trip for nothing, Haitao said with a smile.
You've misunderstood. I didn't go up the mountain to seek medicine.
Lu Qingxian initially wanted to say that he had gone up the mountain to rob someone, but after thinking about it, he realized that the other party only they were from an ordinary wealthy family, so they refrained from saying those words. Oh, so you're here for tourism, hee. The scenery at the top of Thingwu Mountain is indeed beautiful. I've been here a few times before, and the memories are still fresh, Haitao smiled. Let's go together, it'll be good to have company on the way, Haitao said with a smile, then his gaze lingered on Zhou Ruoyun for a few more seconds. Hey bro, is this your girlfriend?
Lu Qingxian shook his head. She's not worthy.
480, Chapter 480 Rules.
Ha?
Haitao was taken aback, not quite understanding what that meant. Weren't these two supposed to be together? Why were they saying that, or were they having a fight, or were they just close friends who often talk like that? Zhou Ruoyun's face turned red with anger, and she gritted her teeth in hatred, cursing the ancestors of this man surnamed Lu for 18 generations in her heart. Lu Qingxian didn't explain, and had already stepped onto the mountain path. Anyway, it's not far, only 2 or 3 kilometers away. We can treat it as a sightseeing trip and use our spiritual power to sense whether there is a protective formation buried beneath the mountain. If there is, we need to be extra careful.
Humph, what a pretentious guy, what an annoying fellow. Haiyun coldly looked at Lu Qingxuan's back.
What the other person just said made her very uncomfortable. She's not stupid, she could tell her older brother was interested in that woman, otherwise, she wouldn't have asked about her. But this man's first words were, she's not good enough for her. It made it seem like if her brother went up and chatted with that girl, it would be like he was picking up trash. If she wasn't good enough for him, why should her brother go after her?
What did you say? Lu Qingxian turned his head and glanced at her.
Haitao explained with a smile, I'm sorry, brother, recently, an elderly person in my family has become seriously ill, and my younger sister has been working very hard and hasn't been in a good mood. Please don't take it to heart, brother, I apologize to you.
Lu Qingxian nodded. This guy is not bad.
Although they are from a large family, they do not have any bad habits or vices. They are relatively humble and polite in their dealings with others. Such descendants are unlikely to cause trouble for the family and often enable the family to live longer. Some nouveau riche and second-generation rich kids look down on everyone and manipulate others. For example, Song Shirtao from the Song family in the capital ruined his family.
This is a lesson learned in blood. An elder is sick and the hospital can't cure him, so you need to come to Medicine King Valley to seek medicine? Lu Qingxian asked again, being a bit too talkative.
Haitao sighed, alas, to be precise, it's not an illness, but a strange poison. We've taken the old man to dozens of hospitals all over the country, and even visited hundreds of hospitals, but none of them could solve the problem. So, as a last resort, we came to Medicine King Valley to seek a miraculous medicine that can cure all poisons and alleviate some of the old man's pain. Brother, why are you talking to him so much? Maybe he has ulterior motives and is targeting the Hai family, Haiyun said with a frown, displeased. Haiyun, how can you talk like that? Didn't I promise you that I would bring you out here and you would listen to me and everything? Have you forgotten again? Haitao quickly stopped her. Then he apologized to Lu Qingxian. Never look down on anyone in the world, this is the way of life and conduct that his father taught him. Lu Qingxian didn't care at all. She was just a young girl who hadn't matured yet. She looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. It was kind of her to climb the mountain with her older brother to seek medicine. As for why they were hostile towards him, he didn't want to know, nor did he care to know. Just then, the girl named Haiyun glared at him fiercely again, as if issuing a warning. This amused Lu Qingxian, who shook his head speechlessly. The two siblings are worlds apart in their character. One is humble and polite, while the other looks down on people and even makes wild guesses. It's not hard to understand, their educations were probably fundamentally different. In large families, male members are expected to inherit the family business and ensure its development, so their character and interpersonal skills are very important. Daughters, on the other hand, are destined to marry out or become products of arranged marriages, so their education is not considered as important. Strong women like Lu Bingqing are rare, and they are exceptions.
The group of four spent most of the time talking with Lu Qingxian, while Haiyun, walking beside them, would occasionally mutter something, and Zhou Ruoyun remained silent, her resentment still lingering on Lu Qingxuan's earlier remark. She's not worthy. Why is she not good enough? She's the perfect match, the ideal match, a match made in heaven. How is she not good enough? These words were incredibly damaging to her. Even Lu Qingxuan's words about destroying and plundering Medicine King Valley couldn't compare to the anger that those words had just inflicted on her. 30 minutes later, the four of them reached the top of the mountain. This area is not yet under the jurisdiction of Yaowang Valley. You need to walk another kilometer to enter the gate of Yaowang Valley. From here on, the number of people gradually increased, and indeed, many tourists could be seen here. After all, not everyone can draw a lot, and not everyone can afford medicine. The lot you drew is the key to entering Medicine King Valley, and what you have in your pocket is the token to exchange for divine medicine. If you miss one step, you won't be able to take even the slightest thing out of Medicine King Valley. Gentlemen, are you all here seeking medicine? At this moment, an elderly man with a slightly hunched back came forward. My brother and I are here to ask for medicine. These two aren't. Can you take us in? Haiyun hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Upon hearing this, the old man instantly lost interest in Lu Qingxian and Zhou Ruoyun, and began to warmly entertain the Haitao and Haiyun sisters. Shouldn't you two know the rules when you're asking for medicine? The old man glanced at the two men's pockets and the bag the young man was carrying, and rubbed his hands together. Haitao quickly smiled and said, We brought a lot of money, so please don't worry, Taoist priest. The old man's face darkened immediately. He shook his head and said, Money, exchange money for the divine medicine. You still don't understand the rules. If all you have is money, even if I lead you in, you'll most likely leave empty-handed. Money is a worldly thing that the elders have never lacked, nor do they care about. Haiyun retorted, unconvinced, There's nothing in this world that money can't buy. If you can't buy something, it just means you don't have enough money. We should beg. It's just one pill. If 100,000 isn't enough, we'll have 1 million. If 1 million isn't enough, we have 10 million. If 10 million isn't enough, we can even come up with 100 million. 100 million can buy a small hospital. We can't be unable to afford even one pill, can we? The old man chuckled and said, You short-sighted and ignorant girl, what is 100 million? Money has never been a commodity in the martial arts world. A businessman from South China once brought 100 million and several beautiful women up the mountain to ask for medicine, but he couldn't even get through the gate. And a while ago, a young general named Bailey Shenfeng from the Bailey family in the northern Jiang also wanted to buy medicine with money, but he was directly kicked out by the elders of our Medicine King Valley. Here, don't overestimate yourself. The elders are all highly respected and enlightened masters, immortals in the eyes of ordinary people like you. Do you think money is tempting to immortals? Medicine King Valley is truly remarkable. It even produced immortals. I wonder if you could take me to meet the immortals. I, Lu, have never seen what an immortal looks like in my entire life, Lu Qingxian said with a teasing smile.